Chapter 1. The Birthmark of the Demon Dragon. Red Star Street is a renowned market for small commodities in Sanlong City, where many people come to sell items they no longer need, including some antiques. This has resulted in a substantial secondhand market and flea market, gaining a bit of fame in the Eastern Province. It's a popular destination not only for everyday families looking to pick up treasures, but also for collectors who occasionally visit to hunt for unique finds. Yao Lie typically finds little entertainment, and his most indulgent pastime involves drinking with colleagues from the security department. One day, during his day off and feeling rather bored after a meal, he decided to wander over to Red Star Street. Sigh, where are all the lovely ladies shopping today? As he walked, Yao Lie cast his eyes around, his gaze sharp and hungry like that of a wolf prowling in the darkness. Admiring beautiful women was one of his key motives for strolling through the market. Although, as a humble security guard, he doubted he could strike up a connection. Simply observing was still a delightful activity. Perhaps he could even squeeze by in a crowd and brush against one of them. Hey, young man, care to buy some valuable treasures? These are ancient artifacts dug up from the riverbed just a few days ago. A hoarse voice suddenly caught Yao Lie's attention. It belonged to a vendor at a nearby stall, calling out to attract customers. Furrowing his brow, Yao Lie felt a spark of curiosity and leaned closer to see what intriguing items might be on display. Sanlong City is divided by the Broken Dragon River, a waterway claimed to have thousands of years of history. However, with modern industrial development came severe pollution. Recently, the city invested $3 billion to rehabilitate the river. In the process, much mud was excavated, and some resilient individuals braved the foul stench to unearth various items. It was rumored that a fortunate soul had discovered a bronze artifact dating back to the Warring States period, selling it for $300,000, causing a sudden influx of pungent odors in the flea market as countless supposed treasures emerged from the riverbed. Yao Lie was well aware that most of these items were likely forgeries from unscrupulous vendors, worthless trinkets merely smeared with mud, falsely presented as ancient relics. What really caught Yao Lie's attention, however, was a young girl standing beside the middle-aged vendor, a petite beauty of about 15 or 16, likely his daughter, with a resemblance to her father. Noticing Yao Lie's interest, the vendor squatted down to exhibit the items laid out on the canvas, grinning widely to reveal a shiny gold tooth. "Little brother, what I have here are genuine river artifacts, not those mud-covered scams. Look, this iron piece even has river rust on it." Yao Lie gave it a casual glance, initially inclined to flaunt his well-built physique in hopes of impressing the young lady. To his disappointment, the girl remained fixated on her phone, not sparing him a single glance. A wave of disinterest washed over him, causing him to point randomly at a dark red stone on the canvas, asking, "How much for this?" The vendor chuckled, his thumb pointing up. "You have a good eye. This is a millennium-old precious jade, just dug up yesterday. If you're truly interested, it can be yours for only $300. Why don't you go rob someone instead?" Yao Lie retorted irritably. "This is clearly just a worthless rock. I wouldn't give you more than 50 for it." "50 it is then?" The vendor promptly seized the red stone and thrust it into Yao Lie's hands, one hand outstretched, eagerly waiting for his payment. Yao Lie opened his mouth, ready to object to buying something he didn't want. Just then, the young beauty lifted her gaze, visibly perplexed by his willingness to pay $50 for a worthless stone. Yao Lie inwardly lamented that he couldn't lose face in front of her, so he grit his teeth, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, and grumbled, "Give me 50 in change." He had unwittingly squandered half a day's wage on a worthless stone. With no desire left to continue shopping, Yao Lie exited Red Star Street, intending to discard the accursed stone. However, he reconsidered, deciding to keep it as a memento of folly. Later, while taking a bath at home, Yao Lie decided to rinse off the stone. As the black mud washed away, it began to resemble a pleasing piece of natural red jade, about the size of a pigeon egg, with a mysterious flame seemingly pulsing within it. The more he examined the stone, the more peculiar it appeared, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason for his fascination. He shoved it into his pajama pocket and sprawled on his bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Yao Lie was abruptly jolted awake, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. He had experienced a most bizarre nightmare. In his dream, he had transformed into a demon dragon, wreaking havoc upon countless souls. In the vast expanse of the nine heavens, his nightmare form engaged in a ferocious battle against a magnificent serpent stretching hundreds of feet. After 99 nights of relentless conflict, he tore apart the serpent's corporeal body, poised to devour its precious pearl and shedding the last remnant of his mortal coil to ascend as a true dragon. Suddenly, a deity clad in golden armor, with a belt of sparkling thunder chains, riding atop a flaming chielin and crowned by a halo of tempestuous swords, soared from the stormy depths. The thunder chains shot forth, ensnaring the grievously wounded demon dragon. Thousands of wind and thunder swords converged into a titanic blade, descending from the heavens to pierce the demon's head, pinning it deep into the abyss of the earth. The demon dragon endured ceaseless torment from the infernal fires, its flesh and scales turning to ash, leaving behind only a gleaming skeleton and a crimson pearl. Only when the pearl, which harbored the dragon's soul, could no longer withstand the searing heat and shattered did Yao Lie awaken, his complexion ashen. The vividness of the nightmare had felt all too real, and he had felt as if he were that demon dragon, burned alive by the relentless flames. Gasping for breath, Yao Lie glanced at the clock, still not yet 5 o'clock, and found himself unable to return to sleep. He headed to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, contemplating a small meal before returning to his job at Zhongbao Group. As he rolled up his sleeves, he suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the reflection in the mirror. A crimson imprint had appeared on his forearm, resembling an innate birthmark, with strange patterns reminiscent of that dark red stone. What on earth? He was taken aback, instinctively reaching into his pocket to search for the unusual stone, but it was nowhere to be found. Could it have fallen out while he slept? Unsure, he returned to his bedroom and searched for quite some time, finally coming to a disheartening conclusion. Somehow, that stone had transformed into a birthmark on his arm. Damn it! What in the world is going on? Yao Lie examined the bizarre red mark, frustration bubbling over. Was this a joke? How could a small pebble suddenly appear on his arm? Was he destined to develop some kind of stone within him? He puzzled over it for a while, but he had a noteworthy trait when faced with perplexing dilemmas. He preferred to set them aside and not dwell on them, a quality his many teachers had often criticized. Enough of this. I should get to work and consider a hospital visit later. After retrieving his scooter from the garage, Yao Lie zoomed off. To him, money took precedence over a belief shared by many young people. Only those seasoned by life's trials came to appreciate the true importance of health. Should he lose his position at Zhongbao Group, finding another job with proper benefits would be challenging. At 18, Yao Lie had recently graduated high school, with only his and his family. The house he lived in was compensation from the demolition of an old building, accompanied by over 100,000 yuan in savings payout following his parents' tragic deaths in an accident. Originally 200,000, his aunt had been managing the money for him, as he used a portion for schooling and daily needs. It was only last year that he received the full amount upon turning 18. Since graduating, Yao Lie had decided against further education, primarily due to that habit of setting aside problems he didn't understand. Coupled with his height of 6 feet and weight of 330 pounds, he was naturally suited for a role in security, and successfully secured a job at Zhongbao Group. Zhongbao Group operated with strict management. Tardiness or absenteeism could mean the end of his convenient security job. Renowned as a significant taxpayer in Sanlong City with robust assets and influential backing, Yao Lie had no way of grasping the full scope of the company's affairs, only familiar with what had heard in passing. He firmly believed in the idea of backing because the president of Zhongbao Group was a mere 25-year-old woman. She held full ownership of the corporation, which was worth billions. How could such a young girl manage to create such a sizable enterprise without powerful support? This was no mere roadside stand. It was rather amusing. After several months working at Zhongbao Group, Yao Lie still had no clear understanding of the company's actual operations. With such a plethora of diverse business ventures, there wasn't much need for him to pay attention. His tasks primarily entailed monitoring entrance and exit protocols and reviewing surveillance footage. Besides a few additional duties, it was relatively straightforward. He couldn't deny that letting go of this job would be quite a loss. Finally, at midday, he made his way to the cafeteria for lunch. The food there may not have been gourmet, but was both affordable and ample. Given his size, he naturally had a hearty appetite. He could polish off half a kilogram of rice in mere moments. Gazing at his clean tray post-meal, he muttered to himself, strange Did they serve less rice today? He felt as though he had barely eaten a third of his fill and returned for another serving. After finishing that, he soon realized it wasn't the cafeteria's portions that had shrunk, but rather his appetite had grown significantly. His roommate, Wang De, watched in disbelief as Yao Lie devoured double the amount of food that his own single serving presented. Unable to contain his incredulity, he burst out, "What's wrong with you? Eating so much? Aren't you worried about overdoing it?" Wang De, of course, wasn't truly Yao Lie's nephew. His full name was Wang Daji. They shared a dorm, and having struck a fortunate chord by dating a delightful girl, he had affectionately taken to calling Yao Lie to lie. This had led to the other single men in their security department tacking on nephew as an affectionate moniker, which gradually shortened to Dazi. "I skipped breakfast, so just having a bigger lunch today," Yao Lie replied absently, more concerned about the strange changes in his body than engaging in conversation. Despite his limited education, he knew that sudden changes often heralded trouble. An abrupt spike in appetite could either indicate hyperthyroidism or internal parasites. He resolved to visit the hospital after work to get his health checked. Chapter 2. The Enchantment of Dreams. Is there truly no issue? All bodily functions are normal? Yao Lie emerged from the hospital, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the report in his hands, struggling to accept the examination results. Under ordinary circumstances, such results would be commendable. However, he had been plagued by numerous troubling symptoms of late. For instance, he recurrently experienced the same harrowing nightmare, wherein he envisioned himself as a mythical dragon, and he sensed an inexplicable growth within his abdomen. His appetite had surged to 4 or 5 times its usual capacity, prompting him to forego dining in the company's cafeteria, opting instead to purchase groceries and prepare his own meals to avoid being regarded as a peculiar creature. A staunch advocate of Western medicine, Yao Lie had always consulted conventional doctors for ailments like colds or fevers. Yet, given the peculiarities of his current condition, he pondered the possibility that traditional Chinese medicine might unveil the root of his troubles, a prospect that seemed preferable to the anxiety he was currently enduring. The Chinese medicine department was markedly quieter than its Western counterpart, allowing Yao Lie to bypass the queue and consult a practitioner without delay. To err on the side of caution, he chose to wait until the elderly physician, whose hair and beard were entirely white, had finished attending to the patient before him, and then he presented his medical history. "Young man, what seems to be troubling you?" The elderly practitioner adjusted his glasses and inquired kindly. Yao Lie found it challenging to articulate his affliction, ultimately confessing, "I have been experiencing poor sleep, frequently haunted by strange nightmares. My appetite has increased, yet I feel more fatigued, and there is a peculiar sensation in my abdomen." Despite undergoing a thorough physical examination, no issues were detected. As he spoke, he handed the examination results to the elderly doctor. After reviewing the results, the old physician chuckled softly. The human body relies on a balance of yin and yang. When the 5 elements are out of harmony, it can lead to discomfort that often eludes Western diagnosis. "Allow me to take your pulse." The practitioner began to assess Yao Lie's pulse for approximately half a minute before nodding and smiling. "Young man, you are not afflicted by any significant ailment. Rather, you are experiencing mild malnutrition, which has resulted in your fatigue." "Malnutrition? I consume 5 to 6 pounds of rice daily, and I never pick at my food. I devour all manner of meat. I'm practically a bottomless pit. How could I possibly be malnourished?" Yao Lie felt as though 1,000 horses had trampled over him. He had prepared himself for the worst possible diagnosis, only to be met with this absurdity. Was this old doctor losing his faculties? How could a robust young man weighing 150 pounds possibly suffer from malnutrition? Yao Lie harbored serious doubts about the physician's judgment. Had it not been for the prestigious hospital's sign outside, he might have convinced himself he had wandered into a dubious clinic specializing in dubious ailments. "Doctor, given my size, surely I cannot be malnourished? Perhaps you misread the results?" Yao Lie suppressed his frustration, striving to convey his concerns with diplomacy. The old physician's expression darkened, and he appeared displeased. "I have been diagnosing patients for decades. Do you truly think I would overlook malnutrition?" He then earnestly advised Yao Lie, "Young man, stature does not equate to health. There are numerous causes for malnutrition, such as dietary imbalances. Furthermore, your eyes appear dull, your dark circles are pronounced, and there are indications of kidney deficiency. However, fear not, I shall prescribe a remedy. After just 3 days, you will feel invigorated." Just remember to exercise caution. Indulging excessively in youthful pleasures is not wise. I have kidney deficiency, you say? I wake up every morning as a pillar of vitality. Yao Lie nearly retorted, but then a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he not experienced morning vigor in several days? Could it be true? This was inconceivable. He was a perfectly functioning individual. Even engaging in solitary activities once or twice a week should not lead to such a predicament. Yao Lie possessed a basic understanding of physiology. Observing the old doctor's unwavering confidence as he diligently prescribed a remedy, Yao Lie began to wonder if the peculiar mass within him was somehow siphoning his nutrients, resulting in this state of malnutrition. These strange symptoms had only emerged after that stone had transformed into a birthmark. With no conclusions from the Western doctors, he felt compelled to act. He could not simply allow the situation to deteriorate. Traditional Chinese medicine was relatively inexpensive, and the remedy promised to soothe his spirit and invigorate his energy, potentially improving his sleep. Thus, Yao Lie dutifully followed the old physician's instructions, procuring several doses of herbal medicine to try for a few days. After considerable effort, he successfully brewed a dark concoction of herbal medicine. Is this truly drinkable? Yao Lie gazed skeptically at the bowl before him, hesitating for an extended moment before finally mustering the courage to pinch his nose and gulp it down. Surprisingly, the bitter medicine proved effective. Although his appetite remained unchanged, he felt significantly more invigorated after taking the medication, no longer struggling to stay awake at work. Yet, the peculiar mass within his abdomen seemed to solidify further. Approaching the size of an egg, despite feeling the mass within him, he could neither touch nor grasp it. Another visit to the hospital yielded no results. Even the X-ray machines failed to reveal any abnormalities. The physician who examined him suggested that Yao Lie might be suffering from a psychosomatic disorder and recommended a consultation with a psychiatrist. Yao Lie barely restrained himself from retaliating with a punch. He was now certain that the sudden changes in his body were intrinsically linked to that mysterious red stone. He ventured back to Hongxing Street, intending to inquire about the stone's true origin. But the vendor was nowhere to be found. It seemed that the middle-aged man only set up his stall occasionally for extra income. After consuming traditional Chinese medicine for 3 consecutive days, the bizarre dragon dream finally dissipated, only to be replaced by another peculiar dream. In this new dream, an alluring voice reverberated through Yao Lie's mind, repeatedly chanting an enigmatic incantation. The lesser demon possesses wisdom. The mid-tier demon solidifies flesh. The greater demon can move mountains. The colossal demon can fill the sea. The earth demon and the celestial demon shatter the void. The demon gods and saints uphold the heavens. None can compare to the soul of the eternal demon emperor. Half awake, Yao Lie felt as if he understood the voice within the dream, yet simultaneously found it incomprehensible. Could the mass within my abdomen be the demon energy spoken of in my dream? A surge of realization coursed through him, his eyes widening with astonishment. If that were indeed the case, could he cultivate and amplify this demon energy according to the instructions of that voice? Although Yao Lie was an avowed atheist, the absurdity of the dream did not escape him. Dreams were inherently bizarre, and anything could transpire within them, starkly contrasting with reality. Now, with this peculiar mass manifesting within him, he could not help but draw connections between his waking state and the dream. The incantation from his dream, titled Eternal Demon Emperor's Technique, began with the lines, "The lesser demon possesses wisdom. The mid-tier demon solidifies flesh. The greater demon can move mountains. The colossal demon can fill the sea. The earth demon and the celestial demon shatter the void. The demon gods and saints uphold the heavens. None can compare to the soul of the eternal demon emperor." Yao Lie interpreted this as a cultivation method divided into 9 realms: lesser demon, mid-tier demon, greater demon, colossal demon, earth demon, celestial demon, demon god, demon saint, and the eternal demon emperor. However, he found it difficult to believe the content. The notion that a greater demon could move mountains or a colossal demon could fill the sea seemed preposterous. Could legendary beings truly exist? Upon awakening the following day, Yao Lie vividly recalled the strange incantation, but upon reflection, it felt increasingly surreal, making it challenging to discern whether he had been truly awake or merely experiencing a lucid dream. Instinctively following the guidance of the incantation, he opened his eyes wide and discovered that the mass within his abdomen was indeed shifting in accordance with his thoughts. Is this for real? Yao Lie gasped. Staring at his well-defined abs, convinced he could see the mass concealed within in disbelief, he attempted to manipulate the mass once more using the incantation, and lo and behold, it moved again, as if it possessed life. Am I about to become extraordinary? The phrase echoed in Yao Lie's mind, and he momentarily found it hard to accept this newfound reality. The existence of demon power was undeniable, and he could cultivate it according to the dream's incantation, the impressively named Eternal Demon Emperor's technique. As he envisioned ascending to the ranks of mid-tier demon, greater demon, or even celestial demon, he could hardly fathom who could rival him on this earth. Yao Lie envisioned a future filled with endless wealth and beautiful companions, and from that day forth, he would no longer be just an ordinary security guard. My extraordinary life is finally beginning. Yao Lie stood in stunned silence for a while before awakening to overwhelming excitement and euphoria. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He was cautious, but not foolish. In the past, his reputation as Brother Lie resonated throughout No. 2 High School and its vicinity. Had it not been for his aunt's persistent objections, he might have become the most prominent figure on the streets of Sanlong City. Yao Lie understood all too well that such an unusual circumstance must remain a closely guarded secret. Even from his dearest aunt, if word reached the wrong ears, he could very well find himself confined to a research facility for the remainder of his life, subjected to experimentation. In the worst-case scenario, he might even become a specimen for dissection. Reflecting upon the principles of the Eternal Demon Emperor's technique, Yao Lie soon realized that cultivating to become a mid-tier or greater demon was no simple feat. As he endeavored to manipulate the demon energy and absorb the essence of heaven and earth, he discovered that such energies seemed virtually non-existent. The most practical way to enhance his demon energy appeared to be through consumption. Perhaps only on nights of the full moon could he absorb a modicum of lunar power to fortify his demon energy and nourish his body. The Eternal Demon Emperor's technique not only bore an impressive name but also contained formidable content, including a unique demon arts technique known as summoning arts, which could summon supreme celestial demons to serve Yao Lie. The practitioners of summoning techniques possess the remarkable ability to draw power from the summoned spirits, thereby augmenting their own strength. This undoubtedly represents a cunning pathway to cultivation. Once mastery over the summoning technique is achieved, Yao Lie could harness the aid of summoned spirits for his training. However, it remains uncertain whether the mystical creatures described in the Demon Emperor's scripture exist on Earth. Chapter 3. The Summoning Technique. Naturally, such an impressive summoning technique comes with its limitations. According to the Demon Emperor's scripture, at each level of cultivation, one can only successfully employ the summoning technique once. The rationale behind this seems rather profound, suggesting that the summoning requires the practitioner to tear apart the spirit of the demon in order to establish a conduit of demonic energy. Yao Lie finds this concept rather perplexing, yet he understands that the consequences of misuse can be quite severe. After extensive contemplation, it appears that he currently qualifies only as a minor demon-level practitioner, capable of utilizing the summoning technique, which is certainly preferable to consuming 5 or 6 meals a day. As a minor demon, one can perform the minor summoning technique, requiring an elevation of one's own blood by 1 liter, alongside 10 liters of blood from 3 sacrificial animals. If an ordinary person were to hear such conditions, they would undoubtedly voice their outrage, deeming this not a technique of summoning, but rather a sinister practice that demands one's life. While acquiring 10 liters of blood from 3 animals is hardly a challenge, as slaughterhouses abound, an adult possesses approximately 4 to 5 liters of blood. Thus, sacrificing a liter of one's own blood to perform the minor summoning technique is tantamount to self-harm. Nevertheless, Yao Lie learned in his dreams that the measure of a liter is an ancient unit, actually signifying a handful. Go validate the summoning technique. He could manage to extract this much blood with a bit of determination. He was not always the model student. Having brawled with delinquents outside of school on numerous occasions, he had seen his share of blood and was unperturbed by the prospect of drawing some of his own. The minor summoning technique is relatively straightforward. Yao Lie called in sick for 2 days at work and made a special trip to a suburban slaughterhouse, returning with the required blood of pigs, cows, and sheep. All that remained was to procure his own blood. With a large syringe in hand, Yao Lie hesitated momentarily, but then steeled himself, thinking that one must be willing to take risks for a brighter future. Following the instructions of the Demon Emperor's scripture, he arranged the animal blood in a triangular formation, used his own blood to draw the minor summoning array, and then activated the summoning array with demonic energy. The creatures within a radius of several dozen miles would be able to sense the summoning power, and minor demons would be unable to resist the minor summoning technique, if the summoned spirit were of high quality. It could even allow for the summoning of more powerful spirits beyond his current level, providing a shortcut to ascend in power. In simpler terms, it would be akin to lying back and effortlessly drawing strength from summoned spirits that exceeded his own level. Yao Lie did not harbor unrealistic expectations of summoning a mid-level demon. He would be content with merely summoning a more formidable minor demon. Alas, ideals are often bountiful while reality proves starkly disappointing. Following the guidance of the Demon Emperor's scripture, he expelled a significant portion of his demonic energy to activate the minor summoning array. The array visibly took effect, as the blood in the basin suddenly and inexplicably diminished by more than half. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yao Lie did not observe any extraordinary occurrences, let alone the appearance of a demon. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, jolting Yao Lie from his thoughts. Could it be a demon at his doorstep? Were minor demons intelligent enough to ring doorbells? Aside from his aunt, who occasionally came to tidy his home, Yao Lie rarely received visitors. His aunt should be at work at this hour. Excited, he hurried to the door and opened it, only to be taken aback by the sight of two uniformed police officers, their expressions serious, with handguns and batons at their sides. Could it be that demons had transformed into humans, concealing themselves within society? Yao Lie, an avid reader of web novels, quickly entertained this notion, but it was soon dispelled. The taller officer, with a stern demeanor, sniffed the air and glanced cautiously inside the house. "Are you the resident of this apartment? We are from the city police department and need to conduct a search." Yao Lie felt perplexed. Why were the police suddenly at his door? Had his practice of the Demon Emperor's scripture been discovered? After a brief hesitation, he noticed the officers tense up, their hands instinctively resting on their weapons. Yao Lie, feeling the weight of the situation, reassured himself that he had nothing to hide and quickly opened the door wider. "Of course. Please come in. I'm just a bit confused as to why you two officers have come to see me." The tall officer did not respond to Yao Lie's query. Instead, he moved toward the balcony, his gaze fixating on the 3 basins of blood. He then turned to Yao Lie, demanding in a sharp tone, "What is this blood?" Yao Lie could only chuckle inwardly, realizing that this was the source of the officer's concern. He hadn't anticipated that buying so much blood would attract the attention of law enforcement, and he struggled to find a plausible explanation. "This is blood I purchased from a slaughterhouse in the suburbs. If you don't believe me, you can take some for testing. What would you need so much blood for, and what is the meaning of this pattern on the floor?" The tall officer's expression grew even more severe, his hand never leaving his sidearm, treating Yao Lie as if he were a prime suspect in a murder case. Yao Lie's voice faltered for a moment before he replied, "Officer, I've been feeling malnourished and anemic lately, so I bought some pig and sheep blood to help with my condition, if that's all right." Despite presenting a medical record documenting his malnutrition, Yao Lie was still taken to the police station for questioning. As he left his apartment, he learned the reason for the officer's visit. A trail of blood had led from the hallway directly to his apartment, suggesting that a blood bag had ruptured, prompting someone to call the authorities. Yao Lie had been to the police station on several occasions before, usually due to disturbances or fights, but this time he found the reason for his visit rather amusing. Ultimately, he was released after the blood samples revealed that although the mixture of pig, cow, sheep blood, and his own blood was peculiar and suggested possible cult involvement, it was insufficient to charge him. Thus, Yao Lie's first attempt at summoning a demon ended in disillusionment, having wasted nearly 200 milliliters of his own blood with nothing to show for it, and spending a significant portion of the day detained. The promising life he had envisioned began on an unexpectedly rocky path. While at the station, Yao Lie reflected on the reasons for the failure of the minor summoning technique, observing the anomalies of the summoning array. It was evident that the minor summoning technique had been successfully executed. Drawing upon his 5 or 6 years of experience with web novels, he concluded that the absence of summoned spirits could very well be due to the lack of demons in the urban area of Sanlong City. Or perhaps there were simply no spirits of the appropriate minor level within the effective range of the summoning technique. The spiritual energy in this area was remarkably thin, making it impossible for Yao Lie to cultivate, leaving him reliant on food to replenish his demonic power. Ordinary beasts were unlikely to awaken their intelligence and become demons, Thus Yao Lie resolved to venture into the deep mountains and vast waters to attempt the summoning technique once more. Despite the inconvenience of traveling to the remote wilderness, Yao Lie felt compelled to undertake this journey. Without the assistance of a summoned demon, his progress in cultivating the Demon Emperor's scripture would be exceedingly challenging. Relying solely on food to replenish his demonic energy, supplemented by a mere trace of lunar power absorbed on full moon nights, it would be improbable for him to achieve the mid-demon level in this lifetime. This reality starkly contrasted with the grand life he had envisioned, where he would rely on the Demon Emperor's scripture to rise and thrive. Reluctantly, Yao Lie reminded himself that one must be willing to take risks to achieve their goals. He had resolved to resign from his honorable position at Zhongbao Group's security department and embark on a personal adventure into the great outdoors. Taking a day or two off for sick leave was manageable, but a prolonged absence to venture into the mountains would be impossible to justify to Zhongbao Group. Despite his reluctance to part with the benefits of a stable job, he had no choice but to make this difficult decision. Zhongbao Group was located in the bustling heart of the city, a considerable distance from Yao Lie's home. Upon arriving at the company, he parked his little sheep in the employee parking lot, clutching his resignation letter in hand as he made his way back to the dormitory area to pack his belongings before submitting his resignation to the HR department. Although Yao Lie typically lived at home, the company provided dormitory beds for employees who needed to rest during lunch breaks or night shifts. He left his security uniform in the dormitory, changing clothes before heading home, as someone of his stature would never wear a security uniform in public. As he passed through the underground parking lot, designated for high-level executives, Yao Lie was surprised to see the group's president, Zhang Xuei, frowning with a troubled expression as she exited the parking area. Typically, at this hour, Zhang Xuei would be in the office, managing a company valued at 10 billion, a task not easily accomplished even with significant backing. Though Zhang Xuei shared the surname Song, it should not be mistaken for any association with specific professions, however. Many in the security department secretly admired her, referring to her as Teacher Song. According to loyal fans in the security department, the Tsang surname held substantial significance, tracing back to the esteemed historian Zhang Jia of the Yellow Emperor's time. Yao Lie was not entirely versed in these matters, but he gathered that it was quite impressive. Zhang Shui's demeanor was in stark contrast to that of Teacher Tsang, embodying the essence of an icy beauty. Tall and statuesque, she towered at least half a head above Teacher Tsang, and her long legs were nothing short of mesmerizing. Whenever Zhang Shui passed through the security department, sales of paper balls in the small supermarket would triple. Yao Lie, a spirited young man, had certainly contributed to the sales of paper balls. This led many to speculate maliciously that Zhongbao Group had powerful connections. With a stunning woman like Zhang Shui, described as breathtakingly beautiful, it was hard to believe she lacked a formidable benefactor behind her. Of course, it was also possible that her father was simply extraordinary. Chapter 4. Resignation. Yao Lie had encountered Ms. Song. No, President Song. On several occasions before, each time met with her frosty demeanor that seemed to convey a clear message of keep your distance. However, witnessing her now, adorned with a troubled expression, piqued his curiosity. Today, he had returned with the intention of resigning. And any vexations troubling President Song were of no concern to him. In truth, even if Yao Lie wished to involve himself, it was a futile endeavor. The president and a mere security guard belonged to entirely different realms. Presently, Yao Lie was indeed a true nobody, far from any aspirations of a comeback. The mere 100,000 in his savings was hardly sufficient to purchase the attire that adorned Zhang Shui. As he observed President Song approaching, despite his plans to resign, he mustered the courage to greet her. Song, President, good day? Zhang Shui regarded Yao Lie, her eyes suddenly sparkling with recognition as she asked, you are that Yao from the security department, right? Taken aback, Yao Lie was pleasantly surprised that the busy president remembered him, albeit only partially. It was enough to boast to his fellow security personnel. Had it been in the past? Facing the imposing presence of the president, Yao Lie would have struggled to find his voice. Do not mock. If you were in his shoes, no matter how much you bragged, encountering such a distinguished leader would undoubtedly induce a wave of inexplicable anxiety. Such is the natural suppression of the powerful over the insignificant. Yao Lie, in the grand scheme of things, could indeed be considered insignificant in the eyes of Zhang Shui, who presided over assets worth billions and managed thousands of employees. Yet, having cultivated the ancient Demon Emperor's technique, Yao Lie had developed a certain aura of his own. potentially poised for a reversal of fortunes at any moment. Smiling at President Zhang's inquiry, he replied, "Yes, I am Yao Lie from the security department." Zhang Shui appraised him from head to toe, her eyes gradually brightening and her furrowed brow relaxing, only to be replaced by an unmistakable air of intrigue that left Yao Lie with a sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Shui withdrew her gaze and said coolly, "Please come to my office shortly." Yao Lie was momentarily stunned. "What? To the president's office? Could it be that she is aware of my resignation and has come to talk me out of it? Truly, gold shines wherever it is. Without my steady presence, the operations of Zhongbao Group's security department would falter. Should I stay or go? What a dilemma." As Yao Lie's mind swirled with conflicting thoughts, Zhang Shui had already gracefully entered the back door of the Tianyuan building. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Wait a minute, I haven't even submitted my resignation letter yet. How could she possibly know? Why would she want to see me? Returning to the security department dormitory, filled with questions, he pushed open the door to find Wang Dizizi changing into his security uniform, preparing for his shift. Upon seeing Yao Lie enter, he playfully punched Yao Lie's shoulder, chuckling, "Hey, you rascal, are you feeling better?" Before he could finish his sentence, he exclaimed in surprise, retracting his fist and rubbing it in wonder. "You've really toughened up? You weren't faking illness, were you?" Yao Lie chuckled, for although he had been diagnosed by an old doctor with malnutrition and a hint of kidney deficiency, the meals he consumed had transformed into demonic energy, continuously nourishing his body. His muscles had become firm and robust. Not even Wang Dizizi's punches, or even a brick, would likely topple him over. With only 4 individuals residing in the dormitory, their camaraderie was generally amicable. Yao Lie intended to share his resignation news with them, perhaps also inviting them out for dinner to avoid leaving silently, which would make future encounters awkward. "Let us not report for dinner tonight. Let us call Malian and Hosey to dine at Longfeng restaurant," he said with a smile to Wang Dizizi. Wang Dizizi was taken aback. "You're treating? Struck it rich?" Glancing at his phone, he exclaimed, "Let us discuss it later. I have to get to work, or I'll be late." After Wang Dizizi departed, Yao Lie gathered his personal belongings, intending to bring the freshly laundered security uniform to the Human Resources Department. "You're resigning?" Meng Xiaoru exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Yao Lie's announcement, her eyes widening as she elongated her tone. Although Meng Xiaoru was not the manager of the Human Resources Department, but rather an assistant, her position was significantly superior to Yao Lie's as an ordinary security guard. With a pleasant demeanor, she was the object of affection for many bachelors at Zhongbao Group. After all, compared to the aloof and ethereal President Song, Meng Xiaoru was far more down-to-earth and not without her charm. Albeit with slightly less ample curves, having maintained a good relationship with Yao Lie, he often suspected that she harbored a secret affection for him. He frequently thought that his height of 6 feet and handsome features easily drew the attention of naive young women and even married women. As Manager Su was absent from the Human Resources Department, Yao Lie handed his resignation letter to Meng Xiaoru, requesting her assistance in submitting it. Meng Xiaoru furrowed her brow and earnestly advised, "Are you certain you don't want to reconsider? It's not easy to find a job nowadays, and while the pay in the security department is somewhat low, perhaps I could speak to the manager and see if they might consider giving you a raise." Yao Lie was increasingly convinced that Meng Xiaoru had feelings for him and was reluctant to see him leave. He chuckled, shaking his head with a charming smile. "No need to trouble you, Xiaoru, that I have other plans. How about we have dinner together tonight?" Meng Xiaoru shook her head. "Just leave the resignation letter here. I'll submit it to the manager later. As for dinner, let us skip it. I have quite a bit to handle today and will need to work late." Yao Lie's youthful heart was dealt a heavy blow. This was illogical. According to the typical storyline, Meng Xiaoru should have shyly glanced at him and accepted his invitation, allowing him to pick her up after work. Apparently, he had misread the situation. Tio masked his embarrassment. He forced a smile and awkwardly said, "Well then, I'll take my leave. The president has summoned me to her office." Meng Xiaoru stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Why don't you just say you're treating President Song to dinner tonight?" Yao Lie found himself at a loss for words. Why was the truth so hard to believe? It was no wonder that honest individuals were becoming increasingly rare. Society seemed to compel people to exaggerate. Dejected, he left the Human Resources Department. With nothing else to do, he decided to visit the president's office, curious about what Zhang Shui wanted from him. The 23rd floor of Tianyuan building, although built by Zhongbao Group, was not entirely under its ownership. Only the 7th to 9th floors were retained, while the other floors were sold to different companies. The offices of the president and other high-level executives were located on the 9th floor. Additionally, the group owned several warehouses, albeit not within Tianyuan building. Upon arriving at Elevator 3, which was exclusive to Zhongbao Group and only stopped on the 7th to 9th floors, he found Wang Dizizi standing watch at the elevator entrance. Yao Lie, working security at Zhongbao Group, was not truly engaged in fighting off malefactors with weapons. His workload was relatively light, though occasionally tedious, resembling that of a janitor or warehouse keeper. At times, he even had to play the role of a cleaning lady. Seeing Yao Lie approach, Wang Dizizi raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here? Aren't you off duty?" Yao Lie nodded. "The president called for me. I'm not sure why." Wang Dizizi paused for a moment, then chuckled. 2 days apart, and you've become quite the joker. You're not actually treating us to dinner, are you? Don't be ridiculous. Yao Lie scoffed. Just open the door. I need to go up to the 9th floor. Wang Dizizi regarded him with skepticism. You're really going to the president's office? You, a mere security guard, think you have the right to engage with Ms. Tsong? Yao Lie snorted dismissively. It was as if he were not a security guard himself. At that moment, the elevator indicator lit up at the 2nd floor, prompting Yao Lie to press the button himself. I'm no longer a guard. I've submitted my resignation to Human Resources, but I'll remember your words and ask Ms. Tsong if I indeed have the qualifications. Before he could finish his sentence, the elevator doors opened to reveal a tall, stunning beauty with a stern expression fixed upon Yao Lie. Damn it, it was true what they said. One should refrain from uttering words about people during the day or ghosts at night. Judging by her expression, she had undoubtedly overheard his previous comment. Yao Lie's face turned as pale as if he'd been forced to consume a half-kilogram rat. Fortunately, he had already submitted his resignation letter. Otherwise, he might have been summarily dismissed by President Tsong, leaving him utterly humiliated. Wang Dizizi, lacking any backbone, immediately bowed and smiled at the president. Good day, President Tsong. Tsong Shui let out a cold huff, her expression frosty as she addressed Yao Lie. Follow me. Having just referred to her as Ms. Tsong, Yao Lie felt a tinge of embarrassment as he followed her up, his mind racing. President Tsong, weren't you about to leave? Perhaps you should attend to your matters first? Tsong Shui replied coolly. I need to discuss something with you first. Yao Lie hesitated. Well, I've already resigned. At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tsong Shui's face. Resigned? Why? I do not approve. Yao Lie couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was going on? Did she perhaps harbor feelings for him? That seemed unlikely. Beyond that, he could think of no other reason why a billionaire beauty of a president would intentionally create difficulties for a mere security guard over a small sum of money. He had done nothing to offend her, after all. Even if she did not approve, he could simply walk away. He just wouldn't be able to reclaim the 500 yuan security deposit for his uniform. Wang Daji gaped in astonishment as he beheld Yao Lie and Tsong Shui entering the elevator together. Rendered speechless for quite a while, it was Yao Lie's first time stepping into Tsong Shui's presidential office, and the only words that came to his mind were, ostentatious. This office, measuring over 200 square meters, was solely occupied by Tsong Shui, complete with a lounge, a bathing area, and a kitchen. Facilities that far surpassed the modest confines of Yao Lie's small apartment. The decor of the office was strikingly minimalist and refreshing, perfectly mirroring Tsong Shui's frosty demeanor. She gestured towards the Italian-imported genuine leather sofa and remarked coolly, Please, have a seat. How could Yao Lie recognize it as an Italian sofa? The reason was simple. His family had just purchased a new sofa of the same brand. However, while this one was genuine Italian, Yao Lie's was, well, let's just say it was less than authentic. He shifted in his seat, pressing down with determination, harboring a sense of disdain. This foreign brand, while undoubtedly premium, didn't seem particularly special to him. It felt no more comfortable than his own knockoff. He couldn't fathom why these affluent individuals were willing to spend tens of thousands on such items. Wouldn't it be wiser to invest that money in a savings account? In Yao Lie's view, the world of the wealthy was truly beyond his comprehension. After all, 100,000 yuan stashed in a savings account could yield enough interest in a day to treat oneself to a lavish meal of barbecued duck leg. Chapter 5. A golden opportunity falls from the sky after testing the comfort of the foreign goods. Yao Lie finally lifted his gaze to Zhang Shuwei, his expression turning serious as he stated in a low voice, "Speak. Why have you summoned me here? And why can't I resign?" While he could simply walk away if he wished, the deposit for his uniform and other fees would not be refunded. Yao Lie, unlike Zhang Shuwei, was not a super-rich individual. 500 yuan was not something he could easily disregard. Moreover, he was keen to understand why Zhang Shuwei seemed intent on targeting him. Zhang Shuwei, taken aback by the sudden shift in Yao Lie's demeanor, scrutinized him intently before unexpectedly uttering a phrase that left him utterly astounded. Even if she had proposed giving him the entire Zhongbao group, Yao Lie would not have been as astonished as he was now, for her words bore a similar sentiment, encompassing both person and possessions. "I want to marry you." No, that was incorrect. It was actually 6 words. Please forgive Yao Lie. It wasn't that he struggled with mathematics, but rather that the impact of her statement left him momentarily disoriented. "You want to marry me?" he echoed, having difficulty maintaining the composed facade he had so painstakingly crafted. Now utterly shattered by confusion. This was not merely a soft-spoken girl falling from the heavens. She was a 24-karat pure gold asset, someone whose mere presence could ensure Yao Lie's financial security for life. It was easy to imagine the shock that coursed through Yao Lie, a man who had yet to even secure a girlfriend. He had heard that Zhang Shuwei was an only child, and the Zhongbao group belonged entirely to her. If he were to marry her without a prenuptial agreement, did that mean he would be entitled to half of her 10 billion yuan fortune? Yao Lie, not particularly well-versed in law, began to contemplate whether he should seek legal advice to ascertain how much of the inheritance he might claim. Zhang Shuwei, maintaining her composed demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I wish to marry you." Yao Lie gazed at her, perplexed, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you pregnant?" He was not naive. Typically, such declarations from a goddess were made to a backup suitor. What puzzled him was how he, of all people, had come to be the chosen backup. When many others would line up for the opportunity, he hardly felt deserving of such a role. Zhang Shui's face flushed with indignation, and she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" From her drawer, she produced a document and, with a sharp motion, placed it on the coffee table before Yao Lie. "This is a marriage agreement. If you consent to marry me, I will pay you 500,000 yuan, and after 2 years, we shall divorce, with no further obligations to one another." She regarded him coolly, her demeanor radiating the authority of a powerful woman. "We will have no substantial relationship. We shall not interfere in each other's lives. You may pursue any romantic interests you like. 50,000 for 2 years of your youth. Does that sound agreeable?" Ah, so that was the case. Yao Lie, quick-witted, immediately pieced together the rest of the scenario. Zhang Shui's parents must be pressuring her to find a boyfriend and marry, while her guardian likely opposed the idea, prompting her to enlist him, a mere security guard, to play the part. If it were any other security guard, they would likely jump at the chance to pocket 50,000 without any strings attached. However, it seemed they were expecting some form of sacrifice, perhaps compromising their dignity. Unfortunately for them, they had misjudged him. 50,000 yuan to buy his integrity? Not a chance. He would never stoop to such indignity. In that moment, Yao Lie felt a surge of pride and determination. He firmly rejected Zhang Shui's proposal, disregarding the document entirely, and stated earnestly, "President Song, you have misjudged me. We'll just take a look at the document. 1 million. Zhang Shui huffed, instantly doubling Yao Lie's worth. He had initially intended to assert, "I am not for sale," but in light of the offer of 1 million, his resolve quickly faltered. "Let me take a look at the document first." Upon opening the folder, he found 2 ordinary sheets of A4 paper. The contract could be summarized in 3 words: fake marriage. All Yao Lie needed to do was accompany Zhang Shui to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate, after which they could continue living their lives as usual, with a divorce 2 years later. Additionally, there were occasions when Yao Lie would need to accompany Zhang Shui to social events and gatherings. What do you think? 1 million for 2 years of your youth. The impact of the offer had indeed been transformative. Yao Lie could sense the gravity of the situation. President Song proved to have keen insight. Recognizing the value of his time, which could command a monthly income of 40 to 50,000, he took a moment to ponder seriously, then posed a critical question. "President Song, if I sign this agreement, will I be required to fulfill any marital obligations? Such as intimate relations?" Yao Lie could assure you he asked this question with utmost seriousness, devoid of any lewd expression. Yet he was taken aback by Zhang Xue's sudden ire as she coldly replied, "No." "Well, that could be arranged," Yao Lie mused internally. Despite having cultivated a formidable persona through his training, he recognized that Zhang Xue's prowess far surpassed his OWN in a society that valued wealth, status, and power. Personal valor was often inconsequential. Yao Lie knew that provoking her could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even imprisonment. Angering her would yield no benefit, particularly with the prospect of that million yuan slipping away. Assessing the situation, Yao Lie was on the verge of signing the contract when a thought struck him. Given that Zhang Shui had so readily increased the offer by 50,000, perhaps he could negotiate for an additional 30 or 50,000? With this notion in mind, he hesitated, offering a sheepish smile. "President Song, it's hard for a divorced man to find a partner. I might end up single for life. Could we possibly discuss a slight increase?" Zhang Shui did not respond with another offer, merely gazing at Yao Lie with an icy stare, silent as a statue. Yao Lie's newfound assertiveness, honed through days of training, paled in comparison to that of Zhang Shui, a billionaire who controlled thousands of lives. After less than a minute of eye contact, he found himself capitulating, conceding, "Fine, 1 million it is." He swiftly signed his name on both copies of the contract and handed it back to Zhang Shui. Once she affixed her signature and the contract amount, the million yuan would be within his grasp. It seemed too easy, though he knew he wouldn't receive it immediately. The contract stipulated that half would be paid after they acquired the marriage certificate, with the remainder upon their divorce. Having sealed the agreement, Yao Lie pocketed one of the copies and then asked Zhang Shui, "Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. By the way, I plan to treat some friends to dinner tonight. Would you care to join?" This was merely a casual invitation. Yao Lie had no expectation that she would agree. If she were to dine out, it was likely at a 5-star hotel or an extravagant venue, far removed from the humble eateries he frequented. True to form, Zhang Shui remained absorbed in her documents, not lifting her head as she replied, "No, you may leave. I have matters to attend to." Indeed, women can be the most heartless, Yao Lie thought as he exited the president's office. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Daji's round face, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Yao Lie couldn't fathom why the delicately Yushi would be attracted to someone like him, but he felt quite proud himself, as he was about to marry the wealthiest and most beautiful woman associated with Zhongbao Group. "Yao Lie, what did the president want with you? Are you being promoted to head of security? If so, you better look out for me." Once a man's curiosity ignites, it rivals that of any woman. This was particularly true given the absurdity of the situation. Who would have imagined that the lofty president would summon Yao Lie? A mere security guard? Nothing much. She just thinks I'm handsome and wants to marry me. Yao Lie casually revealed the truth to Wang Daji before turning to leave, oblivious to the fact that Wang Daji had silently raised a middle finger at his back. Meng Xiaoru soon called Yao Lie, informing him that her resignation letter had been submitted and approved by the HR department. Henceforth, Yao Lie would no longer be an employee of Zhongbao Group, but rather its male master. Although this was merely a title, in reality, he had no financial ties to the company's assets whatsoever. Chapter 6. This money is hard to obtain. Receiving a windfall of 1 million was akin to a sudden stroke of luck. Leaving Yao Lie elated and disoriented, he whistled as he strolled through the streets, even mustering the audacity to flirt with 2 attractive women, with a house and over 1 million in cash. He believed he had transcended the ranks of the lowly, and finding a partner of decent caliber seemed entirely feasible. He simply needed to endure for 2 years, as a bright future awaited him. The phone rang incessantly. It was Ma Yin from the dormitory, announcing that Wang Dazier had finished work and they could head out to dine. Ma Lien and Hosey were Yao Lie's colleagues from the security department. Their night shifts ran from 8 in the evening until 4 in the morning, with a maximum allowance of 1 hour for substitutes, necessitating an early dinner. Yao Lie instructed them to reserve a table at Longfeng Restaurant before ending the call and returning to the parking lot of Tianyuan Building to retrieve his little sheep. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the underground parking, he spotted Zhang Shui walking out, accompanied by a sharply dressed young man. Yao Lie took a glance at him. The young man's appearance was not significantly inferior to his own, though his features bore a somewhat effeminate softness. Yao Lie held a deep disdain for such individuals, believing their charisma paled in comparison to his own. Who did he think he was following his fiancée around? Behind the young man were two imposing figures, black men, no less. He had to admit that Westerners, particularly those of African descent, were generally taller and more robust than their Eastern counterparts. The presence of two black bodyguards certainly added an air of intimidation. Zhang Shui was clearly impatient with the pretentious young man. Upon noticing Yao Lie approaching, her eyes lit up and she called out from a distance, "Yao Lie, you said you would treat me to dinner. Why are you only arriving now?" Yao Lie was taken aback. It was she who had declined the invitation. However, given the circumstances, he did not wish to appear petty and replied, "I just booked a room. And I'm here to pick you up now." The young man's expression darkened, and he coldly demanded, "Who are you?" His tone was unmistakably rude. Yao Lie, unafraid of confrontation, shot him a sideways glance, adopting a provocative stance. "What is it to you?" Turning to Zhang Shui, he said, "Let us go. My friend is already waiting." Zhang Shui nodded, flashing Yao Lie a sweet smile that nearly captivated his heart. "Just a moment, the driver is taking my car for inspection and will be back soon." With a wave of his hand, Yao Lie asserted, "I have a car. I'll take you." The young man's demeanor shifted abruptly, pointing a finger at Yao Lie's nose while his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Shui. He coldly retorted, "Shui, if you're going to find someone to play the part, at least choose someone worthwhile. This guy isn't worth even 200. Yao Lie felt his anger rise. Since 5th grade, no one had dared speak to him in such a manner. Had it not been for Zhang Shui's presence, he would have likely slapped the young man across the face on impulse. Despite this, Yao Lie could not restrain himself and forcefully swatted the young man's hand away, exclaiming, "What do you know about love? Get lost, or believe me when I say I'll slap you." Yao Lie, already robust and having cultivated the ancient techniques of the Demon Emperor, possessed tremendous strength. Even a light push was more than the inebriated young man could withstand, causing him to teeter. The two black bodyguards, witnessing their employer's misfortune, immediately sprang into action. One rushed to assist the young man, while the other lunged at Yao Lie, aiming to choke him around the neck. Zhang Shui's expression shifted, and she gasped. Clearly worried for Yao Lie in that instant, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him, compelling him to demonstrate his worth to her, to prove that the 1 million was indeed well spent. As the black man attacked, Yao Lie swiftly grasped his wrist with lightning speed, yanking him forward and delivering a powerful punch to his solar plexus. Though he had yet to master even the most basic of supernatural techniques, the innate strength of his enhanced physique, combined with his years of combat experience, made dealing with the two bodyguards a mere formality. Perhaps Yao Lie's fighting skills paled in comparison to theirs, but his raw power was undeniable. As he seized the bodyguard's wrist, the man attempted to twist Yao Lie's arm behind his back, but he found his efforts futile against Yao Lie's supernatural strength. Instead, Yao Lie yanked him closer, catching him off guard with a devastating blow to the solar plexus. This was not a life-or-death struggle. Yao Lie was not using all his strength, yet even a fraction of his nearly 200 pounds of force directed at one of the body's most vulnerable spots was enough to incapacitate the bodyguard. The black man gasped, clutching his gut, his face paling in fear as he realized he could no longer fight back. The other bodyguard's expression shifted drastically. He understood the strength of his companion and, upon witnessing the swift defeat, hesitated to engage. Instead, he swiftly retrieved a taser from his waist, the crackling electricity at its tip capable of incapacitating an adult with ease. Zhang Shui, finally regaining her composure, sternly admonished, "O Debao, what are you trying to do?" O Debao glared fiercely at Yao Lie, but after a prolonged stare, he chose silence and turned to leave, followed by his two bodyguards. Yao Lie was somewhat taken aback. He had expected the young man to be more foolish. It seemed this pretentious individual possessed a modicum of intelligence, making him all the more difficult to deal with. 1 million was proving to be harder to obtain than he had anticipated. His expression shifted as Zhang Shui coldly inquired, "Are you considering breaking the contract?" After a pause, she continued, "I wouldn't blame you for that. The Yao family wields immense power in Sanlong City. Their influence is unparalleled, and few dare to oppose them. O Debao is a direct descendant of the Yao family." Yao Lie chuckled. "Does he wish to pursue you? If the Yao family is truly that formidable, why not acquiesce? Would your godfather disapprove?" "Godfather?" Zhang Shui's expression darkened, and she replied icily, "Zhongbao Group is my own hard work. Not to mention Odebayo's notorious reputation for exploiting women, even if he were not like that. I could never marry him. Why not? Yao Lie asked, somewhat bewildered. Song Shui paused before coldly replying, I do not like men. Yao Lie's mouth fell agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The goddess of her caliber was, in fact, a lesbian? What a waste. After a long pause, he awkwardly asked, so, shall we still dine together? Song Shui regarded him with a hint of confusion. You are aware of the reasons we are marrying. Are you not afraid of Odebayo's retaliation? Yao Lie grinned. Have you heard the saying that people die for wealth and birds perish for food? 1 million is no trivial matter to me. And this kid doesn't he hold a candle to the prospect of losing a beautiful wife. Song Shui's cheeks flushed, but her icy demeanor returned. Where is your car? When Yao Lie revealed his little sheep, Song Shui's frosty facade cracked into a smile. Is this your car? An electric one? You plan to take me to dinner in this? Yao Lie solemnly corrected her misconception. This is a little sheep. A fuel-powered vehicle, and it consumes less than 20 cents per kilometer. Are you getting in or not? He patted the back seat. Song Shui scrutinized him for a moment before sighing, You are indeed a peculiar person. She said nothing more. Settling into the back seat with her legs crossed, Yao Lie asked if she was secure before revving the engine, and the little sheep roared to life, racing into the evening. Chapter 7. The presence of demonic energy as evening approached. Relatives, friends, and classmates gathered after work and school, alongside those bustling through markets to procure ingredients for dinner. During such hours, Sanlong City seemed to be ensnared by a spell of lethargy, its rhythm slowing to a crawl as if the entire population of this small city was aimlessly wandering the streets, creating an impenetrable throng. Fortunately, the little sheep was agile, and Yao Lie deftly maneuvered through the traffic that would typically see luxury cars stranded for hundreds of kilometers, disappearing from sight in a matter of minutes. Song Shui was astonished, never expecting such smooth travel at this hour. Upon hearing her surprise, Yao Lie wondered if she was considering purchasing a scooter. However, when he generously offered to sell the little sheep to her at a low price, she fell silent, leaving him to ponder the enigma of women's hearts. Upon arriving at Longfeng Restaurant, a modest establishment without parking facilities, Yao Lie had no choice but to leave the little sheep at the entrance. As they approached, two young men clutching ice cream cones caught sight of Song Shui disembarking from Yao Lie's vehicle, their eyes widening in disbelief, so much so that they dropped their cones without a second thought. Yao Lie let out a huff, beckoning Song Shui over as he strode confidently towards the entrance of the Longfeng Pavilion. Chest held high in his careless manner, he inadvertently stepped on an ice cream cone. Wishing to prevent those two rascals from being unsanitary by picking it up to eat. After all, consuming dirty things could easily lead to stomach troubles. The two youths, startled by Yao Lie's demeanor, dared not gaze at his fiancée any longer. With their slender limbs, Yao Lie could effortlessly toss them a few meters away. Song Shui surveyed the bustling hall of the Longfeng Pavilion. The mingled aromas of food, sweat, and smoke created an odd atmosphere that caused her to furrow her brow. She turned to Yao Lie and inquired, Are we dining here? It appears rather unsanitary, does it not? Yao Lie waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I frequent this place. Just look at how robust I am. It's indicative of the quality of the food here. He paused, noticing Song Shui still appeared skeptical, and lowered his voice. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the owner, who has assured me that the dishes I order will never utilize gutter oil. Hearing Yao Lie's words seemed to heighten Song Shui's concern. After a long moment of deliberation, she pinched her nose and stepped into the restaurant. Suddenly, Yao Lie recalled something and exclaimed, Shui, wait a moment. Song Shui frowned slightly, likely unaccustomed to Yao Lie addressing her in such a manner. But she said nothing, merely asking, What is it? I forgot to lock the car in my attempt to look cool. Yao Lie sheepishly added, Sanlong City isn't particularly safe. Car thefts happen frequently. People steal electric scooters too? Song Shui questioned skeptically. Alas, the wealthy remain oblivious to the struggles of the poor. Yao Lie shook his head, revealing the harsh truth of life. Of course people steal. This scooter of mine was. Song Shui looked at him with a peculiar expression. Did you steal it? Yao Lie waved his hands repeatedly. How could that be? I purchased it for over 500. Song Shui's expression grew increasingly strange. Didn't you just mention selling it to me for 3,000? Yao Lie hesitated, then chuckled awkwardly. The lock is secure now. Let's go inside. With such a stunning beauty as you standing at the entrance, others will forget to eat. Zhang Shui nodded. Just as she was about to step forward, she paused again. Please do not mention our marriage to others. Does he not have the means to match you? Yao Lie felt a twinge of indignation but suppressed it for the sake of 100,000. Bringing such a superlative beauty to a restaurant elevated Yao Lie's status immensely. For him, reputation held greater importance than substance. The saying goes, a person lives by their face, a tree by its bark, and even someone of Yao Lie's background would not allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. If someone could properly uphold his image and pay a little for information, he might just divulge some truths about that pretentious fellow, as Yao Lie had anticipated. Upon entering the restaurant with Zhang Shui, countless envious eyes fell upon him, likely filled with resentment at how Yao Lie could be so frugal as to bring his girlfriend to such a place. Naturally, more malicious thoughts lingered, such as the likes of a good catch and a fine piece. But Yao Lie chose to ignore them, letting their envy and jealousy simmer. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, the monkey exclaimed, "Damn, why are you only just arriving? We've been waiting so long we could grow hair on our eggs." Wang Daji was shuffling playing cards, and it seemed the three were playing cards and drinking. Malian poured beer for himself and shouted, "Yao Lie, come on." As per tradition, the last to arrive drinks a bottle. Yao Lie chuckled, "I'm not the last to arrive." Before he could finish, the movements of Malian and the others froze, their expressions becoming statuesque as they gazed in astonishment at the stunning Zhang Shui behind him. Seeing their shocked and bewildered expressions, Yao Lie's vanity surged from a low point to unprecedented heights. He turned to Zhang Shui and smiled. "Shui, Malian mentioned the last to arrive must drink a bottle." Zhang Shui frowned, appearing somewhat troubled. "I don't drink beer." Only then did Malian and the others awaken from their stupor, promptly standing up to salute Zhang Shui with an awkward military gesture, exclaiming, "Hello, President Zhang." Zhang Shui offered a rare smile. "No need to be formal, just treat me as a friend. However, I will not be drinking any alcohol. Do you have juice or something similar?" Malian, lacking any backbone, repeatedly fawned. "Of course we wouldn't let the president drink. We were merely joking with Yao Lie." Yao Lie found himself in a bit of a bind. For what juice could one find at the Longfeng Pavilion? He tentatively suggested. "It seems they don't have freshly squeezed juice. How about a bottle of Maiziyuan, Nongfu Spring, or perhaps Waha would suffice?" Yao Lie realized with exasperation that inviting Zhang Shui to dine was a regrettable decision, leaving Malian and the others restless. Zhang Shui likely sensed this as well, for halfway through the meal, she discreetly tugged at Yao Lie's sleeve, indicating she was full and wished to return to the company to handle matters. Just as Yao Lie was about to speak, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open with a bang, and a sprightly old Taoist clad in a robe and sporting a snow-white beard leaped inside. There's demonic energy. Upon entering, the old Taoist scanned Yao Lie and the others with keen eyes before producing a bagua compass and pretentiously began to fiddle with it. "Demonic energy, my foot." Yao Lie cursed in his heart. It was outrageous to be interrupted during a meal like this. However, he felt a twinge of unease. This old Taoist had an impressive appearance, and that compass looked like it had seen some years, its surface polished from long-term handling, suggesting he might possess some genuine skill. Thus Yao Lie refrained from outright cursing him. After all, with the emergence of the Wangu Yao Huangju, one could not dismiss the possibility of hidden celestial beings or masters. Emilian and the others, however, were different. Hot-tempered Malian immediately began to berate. "What are you doing, old Taoist?" Among the security personnel, few had any cultured upbringing. Had Zhang Shui not been present, the few beers Malian had consumed might have propelled him to kick the old man out. The old Taoist ignored Malian, gazing perplexedly at the compass for a while before muttering to himself, "Strange. The demon soul lamp is clearly lit, yet I cannot detect any demons." After pondering for a moment, he adjusted the compass, finally fixing his gaze upon Yao Lie. "Excuse me, young man, have you encountered anything strange recently? If so, please share. Perhaps I can assist." Yao Lie's expression darkened. "What the hell? Should I tell you I'm the demon so you can capture me?" Just as he was about to dismiss this eccentric old man, a charmingly alluring voice interjected, "Grandfather, did you find the demon?" A graceful figure dashed into the private room, and when Yao Lie focused, he found it was a delicate young woman. Her attire was peculiar. Sporting a Taoist bun and wearing a loose robe, her round face giving her an infantile charm. Tall and statuesque, she was hardly shorter than Zhang Shuai, and even in a robe, her voluptuous figure was hard to conceal. With pronounced curves that made Yao Lie think of the phrase, youthful beauty, Ma Lian gulped audibly, his eyes fixated on the entering Taoist maiden, muttering, 36D. Yao Lie scoffed inwardly. Ma Lian's standards were pitifully low. What 36D? He would bet it was at least 36E initially. He intended to eject the old Taoist, but seeing the astonished expressions of Ma Lian and the monkey, he decided to let these two enjoy the view. After all, they likely had little opportunity to encounter such a beauty that, of course, Yao Lie genuinely considered their enjoyment, devoid of any selfish motives. The old Taoist, upon seeing the young maiden enter, shook his head. I have not found anything. However, this individual bears a peculiar aura. It seems he possesses a strong demonic energy, which is why the demon soul lamp has lit up. He pointed at Yao Lie. The beautiful Taoist, following the old man's pointed finger, gasped, Grandfather, his demonic energy is so strong. The old Taoist snorted, demonic spirits dare not harm others. His eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, fixated on Yao Lie, causing Yao Lie to feel a chill run down his spine. This man's eyes seemed to glow like light bulbs, possessing an adjustable brightness feature. Young man, you truly haven't encountered anything strange recently? I'm not trying to scare you. There's an aura of demonic energy surrounding you, and you may be entangled with a demon. If this continues, your life could be in danger. If you are willing, I and my granddaughter can help you dispel the misfortune. He paused before shifting his tone. However, this will greatly deplete my and my granddaughter's spiritual energy. Alas, the temple is dilapidated and in need of repair, lacking funds. If you would be so kind as to donate some incense money, I would be willing to expend several years of cultivation to help you exorcise the demon. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yao Lie's expression turned somewhat peculiar. How much incense money is required for you to help me dispel the demon? The old Taoist assessed Yao Lie, then glanced at Zhang Shuai beside him. Finally sighing, you and I are somewhat fated. A casual donation would suffice. 3,000 is not too much. 5,000 is not too little. His meaning was clear to Yao Lie. It was between 3,000 and 5,000. Not an exorbitant sum, considering Yao Lie did not appear to be a wealthy person dining at such places. The individuals with the and the monkey, though momentarily entranced by the beauty of the female Taoist priestess, proved dependable in crucial moments. Fearing for his brother's potential deceit, the monkey clenched his fists, producing a sharp crack, and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, You old man! How dare you attempt to swindle us? Do you believe I won't send you to the Sanlong Hospital to converse with an orthopedic doctor? Yao Lie waved his hand dismissively. Chuckling, Calm down, monkey. Taoist, you just mentioned that the demon soul lamp glows automatically in the presence of demonic energy. Could you show me? He queried the elderly Taoist priest. Wang Daji frowned, remarking, Yao Lie, this old fellow is clearly trying to swindle money. What demons and monsters? It's the 21st century. Who still believes in such things? The old Taoist snorted disdainfully, Ignorant youth, the mysteries of heaven and earth are profound and wondrous, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Taoist arts. With that, he dramatically flipped his wrist, revealing an octagonal bronze lamp, resembling a vase, shrouded in a thin layer resembling cowhide, exuding an antiquated charm while emitting a soft azure glow. Holding the bronze lamp with one hand, the old priest began to chant incantations softly, then waved his large sleeve towards Yao Lie, extinguishing the glow of the lamp. With an air of superiority, he declared, I have banished the demonic energy from the young man, hence the lamp has dimmed. However, this is merely a temporary fix. To truly avert disaster, one must conduct a ritual to capture the malevolent entities. Yao Lie could not help but chuckle inwardly, finally concluding that these two were not discerning any demonic energy from him, but were merely charlatans seeking to profit off of him. The bronze lamp might deceive others, but Yao Lie's recently enhanced vision allowed him to discern that what lay beneath that thin layer was unmistakably a light bulb. The sudden appearance of the bronze lamp was merely a sleight of hand, concealed within the voluminous sleeve of his robe. Of course, even if Yao Lie requested to inspect the lamp, the old Taoist would never relinquish it. Fabricating excuses such as the lamp being too delicate for mortal hands, or fearing Yao Lie might damage it, a thought flickered in Yao Lie's mind. While he suspected these two were likely frauds, their keen eyes suggested they might possess some knowledge of cultivation. With feigned tears, as if he were reuniting with a long-lost kin, he hastily approached the beautiful priestess, extending his hands towards her delicate, fair ones, exclaiming, "Fair Taoist, no wonder I have felt unwell lately. It seems I have attracted some demons." This exquisite, delicate female Taoist, with an enviable figure, must be guided back to the righteous path. Such a stunning beauty should not be wasted in the realm of the Taoist arts. President Song had already taken the plunge, and Yao Lie could not stand idly by and watch this enchanting priestess stray from her path. To his dismay, the beautiful Taoist subtly shifted behind the old priest, deftly avoiding Yao Lie's grasp. Upon hearing Yao Lie's words, the old Taoist let out a hearty laugh, tucking the bronze lamp back into his ample sleeve, clearly having practiced this routine extensively, akin to a performer at a spring festival gala. "Fear not, young man. Our Tianyun sect possesses a 9-generation legacy of demon-catching techniques capable of ensnaring countless malevolent beings. Although the entity you've attracted may be formidable, it shall be no match for the two of us." Song Shui furrowed her brow, likely disapproving of witnessing her fiancé fall into a trap, and cautioned, "Yao Lie, there are no such things as demons in this world. Do not listen to their nonsense." With her words, the others echoed in agreement. Yao Lie smiled. "It's all right. Think of it as a ritual to seek peace of mind." He then turned to the old Taoist and suggested, "Taoist, it's not the most convenient time right now. Why not leave a contact number, and we can discuss the demon-catching matter later?" The old Taoist, understanding the principle of enticing while withholding, stroked his white beard and chuckled, allowing the beautiful priestess to hand Yao Lie a business card. The two then floated away. The front of the card depicted misty mountains with a half-exposed ancient temple, inscribed with the poetic lines, "In the misty mountains, one resides. In the bustling world, one seeks." The reverse provided the old Taoist's credentials, identifying him as the Taoist of the Tianyun Temple at the Yangguan Peak of Zhihua Mountain, complete with his contact number, QQ, and WeChat, truly keeping up with the times. Song Shui regarded Yao Lie with curiosity and a hint of affection. However, she refrained from interfering in his life, offering a single piece of advice. When she saw Yao Lie dismiss it, she chose not to speak further. Shortly after, her secretary called to inform her that a car was on its way to pick her up, conveniently saving Yao Lie the trouble of escorting her home, which would have felt somewhat awkward. Once Song Shui departed, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively, with and the others converging around Yao Lie, scrutinizing him as if he were a suspect. "Hey, kid, spill the beans. When are you going to win over our esteemed President Song? You've kept us in the dark for far too long." Yao Lie spread his hands in exasperation, replying, "I told my nephew this morning that Song Shui called me to her office, asking me to be her boyfriend, so of course, I agreed." He grinned and added, "Perhaps it's because of my handsome looks." The monkey and the others scoffed dismissively and then extended their hands, demanding, "Show us." "Show you what? Don't play coy with me. Don't tell me you actually believe in those demons and monsters. Hurry up and show us the business card. If you've secured Song Shui, then that female Taoist is all yours." Yao Lie shot him a sidelong glance, smirking. "Have you ever seen a man who complains about having too many women? Beast." The trio exclaimed in unison. Chapter 9. Revenge is best served cold after the meal. The monkey and the others had to head off for their night shifts. With no other plans, they each made their way home. Meanwhile, Yao Lie requested the boss to pack 2 pounds of cooked beef for him. Not that he couldn't finish his meal. After all, he had just devoured 5 bowls of rice, half a fish, and a plate of braised pork, leaving him only moderately full. This prodigious appetite had left the monkey and his friends astounded. If he continued to eat like this, they would surely need to call an ambulance to check if something was wrong with him. Thus, Yao Lie had to take the food home for later. His appetite had grown tremendously, truly a bottomless pit, digesting an astonishing amount of food in a mere half hour with hardly any remnants. He could feel that the energy from the food was not only meeting his physiological needs, but the majority was also being utilized to strengthen his body. with a small fraction transformed into demonic energy to replenish that peculiar force within him. His little sheep frolicked joyfully along the road, having passed the peak traffic hours. The luxury cars that Yao Lie had previously left in the dust finally showcased their true power. And he scoffed at these wealthy individuals contributing to PM 2.5 levels, while thinking to himself that it wouldn't be long before he joined their ranks. After leaving the main road and veering onto a more secluded path, Yao Lie furrowed his brow, confirming that the two vans tailing him were indeed targeting him. He had noticed their presence when he left the Longfeng Pavilion. They had followed him through several turns, and now they had also entered this narrow path, a coincidence too improbable to ignore. Each van could comfortably accommodate 10 or more adults, and Yao Lie knew his little sheep wouldn't outrun them. He had no choice but to slam on the brakes, his expression darkening as he stared at the vans that had come to a halt behind him. Yao Lie understood well that one could run from the monk, but not from the temple. Even if he managed to escape this time, his pursuers would inevitably come knocking at his door. He hadn't offended anyone recently, and if he wasn't mistaken, these men were undoubtedly sent by Ao Bao. The van doors swung open, and a dozen or so burly men emerged, boasting tattoos, dyed hair, and bald heads, clearly thugs. They exuded an intimidating presence, brandishing blunt instruments such as iron pipes and metal rods, indicating their intention to teach Yao Lie a harsh lesson rather than take his life. Yao Lie, having navigated the underworld, was well aware of the realities. If they truly intended to kill him, such a grand display was unnecessary. A couple of individuals could easily slip in, stab him with a dagger, and the likelihood of him being saved from internal bleeding would be slim, far more effective than bashing him with blunt objects dozens of times. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man clad in a tight black sleeveless jacket, stood without any weapons, his robust physique straining against his clothing. His exposed arms were exceptionally muscular, with thick knuckles indicating formidable strength. A punch from him could easily result in a fracture. Seeing Yao Lie calmly folding his arms and looking at them with a smirk, he was somewhat taken aback. Typically, one would expect Yao Lie to be terrified and fleeing or begging on the ground for mercy. "Heh, you've got quite the nerve. Why aren't you running away?" the man in the black jacket remarked. Intrigued, Yao Lie furrowed his brow and retorted, "Why should I run?" The man chuckled. "Can't you see we're here to teach you a lesson?" "Of course I can see that. My head is so thick that I can't tell." Yao Lie shot a sidelong glance at the group. "Did Ao Bao send you?" The man in the black jacket raised a finger, nodding appreciatively. "Correct. If I had known you sooner, I would have taken you under my wing, but alas, it's too late now." Pausing, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "You are quite bold to offend Shao. I want to make things difficult for you. Shao wants a hand and a foot from you. If you don't resist, I'll have my brothers break your hands and feet swiftly and even help you make a call to the hospital, so you won't be completely incapacitated." The black-clad figure harbored no intentions of concealment. In fact, for Ao Bao, it was inconsequential to teach an individual a lesson, even if it resulted in loss of life. There was no need for subterfuge. Yao Lie understood Ao Bao's mindset well. He feared not the knowledge of his actions being exposed, but rather the possibility of being unaware of them. It was akin to a wealthy individual avoiding their hometown, akin to a lavishly dressed specter wandering in the night. What difference did it make if Yao Lie suffered a severe reprimand? If Yao Lie remained oblivious to his involvement, how could Ao Bao possibly swallow that indignation? That said, Yao Lie held a certain admiration for Ao Bao's relentless pursuit of vengeance. He had often acted similarly in the past. But now, with the target of revenge being himself, that admiration morphed into profound disdain. With a cold smirk, Yao Lie was resolute not to allow the black-clad assailant to incapacitate him. He propelled himself forward with a powerful kick. Swiftly covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters, a red-haired thug, caught off guard, found himself struck squarely in the nose by Yao Lie's fist, while the baseball bat in his hand was effortlessly wrenched away. With the explosive power he now possessed, Yao Lie could rival the world's sprinting champion. Should he exert himself fully, he could cover 100 meters in under 10 seconds. The thugs, taken aback by his unexpected aggression, struggled to react. Although Yao Lie was audacious, he was not delusional. He recognized his combat prowess. Even possessing the strength of a monster, he could only match 2 or 3 fully grown men. Faced with nearly 20 armed, robust individuals, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. These thugs were seasoned fighters, their combat skills far superior to those of ordinary men. The leader, clad in black, was no weakling. Should they manage to recover from their shock, it would be he who would face the brunt of the assault. The weapons favored by such thugs, bricks, chains, and baseball bats, were second nature to Yao Lie. After seizing the bat, he swung it with ferocity, smashing a nearby thug's triangular-eyed iron pipe, causing blood to splatter as the thug's palm shattered. It was evident that Yao Lie's strike was immensely powerful. Had he aimed directly at the thug's head, he would have surely cracked it open. With a resounding series of blows, Yao Lie felled 5 or 6 thugs in quick succession. Finally, the remaining assailants began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The black-clad leader bellowed, recognizing Yao Lie's formidable capabilities, and naturally, he would not recklessly approach unarmed. Instead, he snatched a dark bicycle chain from a nearby thug, skillfully wrapping it around his wrist before launching it towards Yao Lie's neck with a swift motion. A shiver ran down Yao Lie's spine. The black-clad man's skills exceeded his expectations. The strike was vicious. If a mere mortal were ensnared by that chain, their neck could easily be broken. Instantly assessing the black-clad man's strength, Yao Lie was determined not to allow himself to be ensnared. He yanked a nearby thug towards him, using him as a shield, and then delivered a vicious kick aimed at the black-clad man's most vulnerable point, confident that he would not dare withstand such an attack. Though techniques like low blows and eye strikes are often scorned, their lethality cannot be denied. As Yao Lie's kick connected, the black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, forcing him to retreat hastily. Fortunately, his proficiency with the chain allowed him to retract it just in time, preventing it from ensnaring the thug Yao Lie had pulled in front of him. These were lessons imparted by Yao Lie's mentor, a figure of considerable renown in Sanlong City, known for his ruthless fighting style. He had once advised Yao Lie that in combat, certain moves and targets were forbidden, as they targeted the body's vital points. To unleash one's full destructive potential, one must strike at those very locations. However, 2 years prior, this mentor had vanished, rumored to have fled after accruing significant gambling debts. With whispers suggesting he had offended a powerful figure and sought refuge in Europe, engaging in underground fights and a one-on-one confrontation, Yao Lie was confident that none of these thugs, including the black-clad leader, could match him. Yet, the dynamics of a brawl differed vastly from a solitary duel. After knocking down 7 or 8 opponents, he himself sustained several brutal hits, feeling the sharp sting of pain, even suffering a stab wound to his back. Initially, Yao Lie had not seen any knives or weapons drawn. It seemed they had only resorted to such measures out of fear of his ferocity. The black-clad leader proved the most formidable, engaging Yao Lie in a fierce exchange that ultimately splintered his baseball bat. The intense exertion caused blood to gush from the wound on his back like a fountain, as the brief yet intense skirmish unfolded. The remaining thugs finally grasped the situation, and several burly individuals prepared to launch a coordinated assault. Yao Lie's expression shifted slightly. He realized the gravity of his predicament. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. He was not one to stubbornly remain and fight to the death. With a sudden roar, he hurled the shattered baseball bat and turned to flee as he escaped. He glanced back to see some enraged thugs attempting to pursue him, only to be halted by the black-clad leader. It was evident that the leader recognized Yao Lie was not fleeing out of sheer desperation. Should they pursue him, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. A man capable of taking on 10 alone posed a significant threat. Unless they eliminated him entirely, he would become a formidable adversary capable of rising to prominence within a gang. Of course, Yao Lie did not view his actions as a retreat. It was merely a tactical withdrawal. Upon exiting the alley and realizing he was not being followed, he discerned the black-clad leader's intentions and gradually came to a halt. The black-clad man, motivated by monetary gain, held no personal vendetta against Yao Lie. He had no desire for a lethal confrontation. Had he wished, catching up to Yao Lie would have been effortless, merely requiring the ignition of a van. Yao Lie had left his little sheep behind, making escape impossible. As he pondered the unwarranted altercation, Yao Lie's frustration grew. Aware that these individuals had been sent by Ode Bao, he found himself in a helpless predicament, one he could do nothing to resolve. Naturally, should Yao Lie find an opportunity to eliminate Ode Bao? It was not beyond the realm of possibility, but having recently acquired the ancient monster emperor's technique, he had no intention of sacrificing his future for a vendetta. A gentleman seeks revenge at a time of his choosing. Once he becomes powerful, retribution against Ode Bao would be inevitable. After calming himself, Yao Lie gritted his teeth and assessed the wound on his back, cursing under his breath. It was undoubtedly inflicted by a dagger or similar weapon, a 2-centimeter gash that elicited a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had managed to retaliate swiftly, breaking the assailant's arm, so the injury was not deep. Bleeding had ceased, likely aided by the monster power within him. Yao Lie could sense the pulsating orb of monster power, roughly the size of an egg, which had diverted a portion to the wound, encasing it and sealing the ruptured blood vessels. This monster power was indeed a remarkable asset. Yao Lie was acutely aware of his bodily condition. While the external bruises appeared severe, they had not inflicted substantial harm to his internal organs. A simple application of ointment and some rest would suffice for recovery. The only concern was the stab wound on his back. He was uncertain of the risk of infection. After considering his options, he opted not to go to the hospital but instead summoned a taxi to return home. When the taxi driver paused to wait for passengers, he noticed Yao Lie's tattered clothing, covered in bruises, with a significant bloodstain on his back. Initially reluctant to take him, the driver was compelled to start the engine upon receiving Yao Lie's fierce glare. Upon arriving at the destination, the driver hurriedly departed without collecting fare. It was only after boarding the vehicle that Yao Lie realized his wallet had fallen during the scuffle. He was momentarily at a loss for how to excuse himself from paying the fare. Once home, he grit his teeth as he cleaned the wound, applied ointment, and bandaged it before succumbing to a heavy sleep. The following day, he awoke to find the bruising on his body had largely subsided, though the stab wound still throbbed faintly, indicating it would require time to heal. What pained Yao Lie most was the diminutive size of the monster power he had painstakingly cultivated over the past few days through indulgence. After a night of healing, it had shrunk to a size even smaller than when it first appeared, causing him to worry that it might vanish entirely. Initially, the presence of this power in his abdomen had caused him considerable anxiety, but after experiencing its benefits, he feared its potential disappearance. This power was his lifeline for future success. If it were to disappear, he knew he would be unable to resist confronting Odebao. For now, he could do nothing about Odebao and had no intention of remaining in Sanlong City to endure humiliation. If word got out, Yao Lie's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, he resolved to venture into the remote mountains to experiment with summoning techniques, hastening his progress. Such a humiliating departure was not in Yao Lie's nature. Before leaving, he made a decision to annoy Odebao, an exceedingly simple plan. He would marry President Song of the Zhongbao Group. When Song Shui received Yao Lie's call, she was taken aback. She had thought that despite Yao Lie's bravado, he would ultimately shy away from the idea of marrying her, given the overwhelming power of the O family in Sanlong City. Consequently, without any grand romance or declarations of love, a mere phone call led Yao Lie to bring his identification and household registration, spend 9 yuan, and acquire a marriage certificate, thus becoming the legally recognized husband of the super goddess president. Song Shui. While romantic sentiments held little weight, the 6-figure sum that appeared in his bank account was a tangible asset. Yao Lie had not engaged Song Shui in discussions of love. His focus was solely on financial matters. After all, he had unwittingly provoked a formidable adversary for the sake of 1,000,000 yuan, nearly losing his limbs in the process. Naturally, Yao Lie would keep these details from Song Shui. Such matters were best resolved by men themselves. Yao Lie's destination has been determined, the majestic Shenangjia mountain range in the northern province. The allure and myriad legends surrounding Shenangjia are well known among the people of Huaxia, as it is named after one of their ancestral figures, Shen Nong, who is said to have constructed a wooden ladder to sample various herbs, alleviating the suffering of the populace and teaching them agriculture. This region is rich in biodiversity, home to golden monkeys, South China tigers, snow leopards, white storks, white snakes, and great bustards, among others. The legends of albino creatures and wild men have garnered worldwide fame, leading Yao Lie to harbor suspicions that these so-called wild men might be transformed monsters. This curiosity is precisely why he chose Shenangjia as his first target. Should he fail here, he even contemplated venturing to places like Tianqi in the Himalayas. Reaching Shenangjia is relatively straightforward. It is a haven for adventurers, with numerous hikers venturing into its depths daily. The internet is replete with accounts of daring exploits and guides for action, alongside lists of equipment necessary for exploration. Yao Lie downloaded relevant information onto his phone and printed a copy, withdrawing 20,000 in cash from the bank. Following the instructions he found, He procured supplies, including various medications, provisions, sleeping bags, and more, then boarded a flight directly to the northern province. Upon arrival, Yao Lie rested at a hotel for a day, purchased a tourist map of Shenangjia, and the next day took a vehicle into the forested region. Armed with the insights left by fellow adventurers, he ventured alone into this realm steeped in mystery and legend. It is imperative to note that entering such primordial forests alone, as Yao Lie did, poses extreme danger. The woods are fraught with peril. Miasma, swamps, venomous snakes, and ferocious beasts can claim lives. Even with Yao Lie's formidable strength, which rivals that of several grown men, he would be powerless against a bite from a deadly snake or a sting from a giant scorpion. Encounters with wild boars, hungry wolves, snow leopards, or even the king of the forest, the tiger, could easily spell his doom. If he were to lose his way in the dense wilderness, mere strength would avail him little, and he could very well perish in the depths of the forest. Despite warnings he had encountered online about the dangers of the forest, Yao Lie, a novice, remained somewhat indifferent. Tightening the cuffs of his pants, he hefted a backpack nearly as tall as himself, stepping onto the fallen leaves. One hand clutching an expensive machete he had purchased from nearby villagers, and the other grasping a compass. Unbeknownst to him, he strayed far from the tourist spots, penetrating the ancient mountain range of Shenangjia for several miles. Delving into its gorges, it must be said that the scenery of Shenangjia is indeed breathtaking. Towering peaks, cascading flowers, and vibrant vegetation, with wild beasts and birds fleetingly visible in the underbrush, creating an almost mythical realm. Isolated from the world, enraptured by the beauty, Yao Lie suddenly realized he had lost all signal on his phone. The satellite navigation had failed him, leaving him unsure of his location. Turning around, he was met with a labyrinth of ravines and trees, his view obscured by towering mountains, rendering him unable to discern the path back. Even seasoned adventurers often find themselves ensnared in such forests, a fact frequently highlighted in news reports of police rescuing lost hikers. For Yao Lie, equipped only with a travel map, a phone, and a compass, it was entirely plausible to become disoriented. "Damn it!" Yao Lie exclaimed after searching fruitlessly for the signs of his previous route. Finding himself only deeper in the wilderness, the surroundings growing ever more unfamiliar, as darkness began to descend, the prospect of finding an exit seemed increasingly bleak. The forest echoed with the distant roars of beasts, and the cacophony of insects and frogs filled the air, sending chills down his spine. If he were to perish before achieving his goal, it would be a grave misfortune. Hastily, he sought refuge in a small cave. Igniting a torch with his lighter and switching on a powerful flashlight to assess his surroundings, the cave was relatively dry, albeit small, providing just enough space for him to take shelter. Yao Lie gathered some dry twigs and kindled a fire. Without delay, he retrieved several 2-liter bottles of what appeared to be mineral water from his backpack, though, in truth, it contained a thick, dark liquid resembling blood. The small summoning technique he aimed to employ required the fresh blood of 3 sacrificial animals, which was a significant factor in his hasty entry into the primordial forest. Lacking long-range weaponry, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to hunt large beasts in the jungle armed solely with a machete, unless one is an experienced hunter capable of setting traps. Yao Lie did not entertain illusions of hunting for sacrificial blood in Shenangjia to perform his summoning ritual. The 3 bags of blood he possessed were exchanged for 500 yuan with local villagers, who charged exorbitantly compared to the city, where he could have acquired them for less than 100. To prevent the blood from coagulating, he had even added an anticoagulant. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this blood would prove effective, as the ancient texts indicated fresher blood was preferable in antiquity. Without anticoagulants, the blood of sacrificial animals was undoubtedly utilized immediately after extraction. Chapter 11. The Toad and the Great White Snake. The last time Yao Lie employed his summoning technique, the blood remained viable for just over an hour. Now, with these 3 bottles of blood having sat for 7 or 8 hours, he needed to arrange the summoning diagram swiftly. Drawing a substantial amount of his own fresh blood, he meticulously crafted the summoning diagram. Unscrewing the lids of the bottles, he arranged them in a triangular formation, channeling the little demonic energy he had managed to regain into the diagram. To his relief, the summoning diagram radiated with brilliant light, seemingly coming to life. The contents of the 3 bottles diminished rapidly, and in a matter of moments, The blood completely vanished without a trace, as if washed away multiple times. Yao Lie widened his eyes at the mineral water bottles. What? Why is this different from the last time? Previously, when he had used the summoning technique, half of the blood had remained. Now, it had all disappeared. Despite the quantity being roughly equivalent, excitement bubbled within him. If this time he summoned 2 police officers again, he swore never to use this technique again. A few minutes passed, and suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in Yao Lie's head, as though someone had cleaved it in two with a knife. Unable to contain himself, he let out a pained cry. Fortunately, this bizarre agony was fleeting. After the pain subsided, he felt as though he hadn't slept in days. What on earth is happening? Yao Lie inhaled deeply, shaking his head vigorously, his pallor betraying his lingering fear. That pain had been unbearable, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Even the formidable Yao Lie could not withstand such torment. He silently counted his blessings that he was in the desolate Shenangjia. Had he been in the city, his dignity would have been utterly shattered. Could this be the splitting of the demonic soul spoken of in the summoning technique? Just as Yao Lie pondered this, a cacophony of croaks echoed from outside the cave. Upon closer inspection, a large toad bounded into the cave. This toad was remarkably large, measuring the width of 2 palms and weighing perhaps 3 to 4 pounds. Unlike the ordinary toads that are often deemed grotesque, this one was a brilliant green, resembling a block of jade, with glistening nodules on its back. However, its bulging green eyes held an unsettling gleam. Upon entering the cave, the toad's eyes darted around before landing on Yao Lie, who was met with a look of sheer terror. It abruptly turned and leapt several meters away, escaping the cave at an astonishing speed. Yao Lie, bewildered, followed it outside, shining his flashlight to discover the toad merely a few meters away, its large eyes flickering as it regarded him. Is this the creature I summoned? Yao Lie mused skeptically, sensing an inexplicable connection to this being. Although it was significantly larger than any ordinary toad, comparable even to invasive bullfrogs, he questioned its utility. Could it combat the formidable Uterbeo? Perhaps it could serve as a side dish instead. As he continued to observe it, Yao Lie's heart sank. He had traversed countless miles to reach this remote wilderness, only to summon such an unimpressive creature. Just as despair began to settle in, the toad croaked twice, then timidly uttered in flawless Mandarin, "Who are you? Why have you summoned me here?" Yao Lie's jaw dropped, unable to process the reality of the situation. What the hell? Who are you? And how can you speak human language? The toad's eyes glinted with disdain as it replied, "Are you daft? Of course, I am a toad." Its gaze shifted to one of confusion. What is happening? I was hiding in my cave, and suddenly, I couldn't resist coming out. It paused, then panic seized it, causing it to leap several meters away, trembling as it stammered, You aren't trying to use some sorcery to imprison my soul for alchemical purposes, are you?" What sorcery or alchemy was it speaking of? This was all quite baffling. Nonetheless, the fact that this toad could converse provided a sliver of reassurance to Yao Lie's wounded spirit. After its fearful proclamation, the toad attempted to escape, but Yao Lie quickly unearthed it from a pile of leaves. He felt a peculiar connection to this toad, allowing him to easily sense its hiding place. "If you run, I'll turn you into braised toad," Yao Lie declared, having realized the toad's evident cowardice, a type he was particularly skilled at dealing with. Grabbing one of its legs, he lifted it before his eyes. Ready to intimidate this peculiar creature, a talking toad should be akin to a human. After all, the toad likely sensed the connection with Yao Lie, realizing that no matter where it hid, it could not escape his watchful gaze. In a moment of desperation, it folded its 2 front legs and began to sway them incessantly, as if in a fervent plea for mercy. With a tone of panic, it exclaimed, "Boss, I admit my mistake. I won't run away again. Please spare my life. My flesh is truly unappetizing." Yao Lie scoffed, "At least you know your place." He then tossed the toad onto the ground, casting a sidelong glance at it. "So, you are the monster from the dragon's lair? Tell me, what abilities do you possess?" The toad tilted its head, pondering for a long while, and finally, in a tone of confusion, replied, "Boss, I don't possess any abilities." "No abilities? Yet you still call yourself a monster? Aren't all those creatures in novels supposed to be formidable?" Do you not understand the power to summon winds and rain? Can you not ride the clouds? Yao Lie exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The toad, sounding quite aggrieved, retorted, Boss, I am merely a little toad. What abilities could I possibly have? After a brief pause, its eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Oh, right, boss, I can catch mosquitoes and moths. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and shot forth a red shadow, which swiftly reached 2 to 3 meters away and returned with a resounding snap. It was a tongue, crimson and capable of extending several meters, which it proudly presented by curling around a large moth before Yao Lie. Go away. Yao Lie waved his hand repeatedly, finding the creature utterly repulsive. Fine, I'll keep you at home as a mosquito catcher. Somewhat disheartened, Yao Lie intended to inquire whether the toad knew the way to leave this place when a sudden, sharp pain pierced his head once more. Another one? Yao Lie mused, feeling bewildered. Hadn't the demon summoning technique stated that once a summoning was successfully executed within the same realm, it could not be used again? Could it be that multiple monsters could be summoned at once? As Yao Lie had anticipated, a large, snow-white snake materialized before him. Its body glistened like white jade, adorned with 3 rings of golden scales around its neck, thick as a wrist and measuring over 2 meters in length, resembling a small python. Snakes are the natural enemies of frogs and the timid toad. Upon seeing the great white serpent, hastily leaped to hide behind Yao Lie's heels, trembling as it stuttered, Boss, a snake, a snake. It's a monster snake. Yao Lie face-palmed, speechless, as it seemed this creature was also a monster. Why was there such a disparity in their qualities? He scrutinized the great white snake, which appeared to be a naturally white species rather than an albino, and such a large specimen was indeed a rarity. If sold to a wild game restaurant, it could fetch 3 to 5,000 yuan with ease. The white snake, unlike the cowardly toad, glanced around with poise before elegantly slithering onto a smooth, dry rock, raising its body to regard Yao Lie with a voice as enchanting as a young maiden's. Did you summon me? Yao Lie was momentarily taken aback. Did this great white snake possess knowledge of the summoning technique? After a pause, he finally nodded. You know the demon summoning technique? The white snake, however, disregarded him, coiling itself and closing its eyes as if to sleep. Yao Lie attempted to voice another question, but a piercing pain struck his head once again. How could the demon summoning technique be so relentless? He felt utterly drained, having split the demon souls thrice in succession. He had never experienced such exhaustion in his life, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Outside the cave, a chilling wind surged, rustling through the forest, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees, finally creating an atmosphere befitting the emergence of terrifying creatures. Yao Lie shivered, only to be met with the thunderous roar of a fierce, striped tiger, measuring a formidable 3 meters in length. This king of the jungle was massive, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, and its slightly parted jaws revealed razor-sharp fangs, leaving no doubt that a single bite could cleave an adult in 2. The once lethargic Yao Lie was jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. He wondered whether he could fully control the summoned beasts, as the toad and the great white snake had not been particularly obedient. If the tiger proved equally unruly, it might spell disaster for Yao Lie. To his astonishment, the timid emerald toad leapt forth from behind him, adopting a valiant posture as it declared, Boss, I will protect you. With that, it shot its crimson tongue forward in a swift motion, striking the striped tiger. With a pop, the tongue struck the beast, causing it to dissipate like a soap bubble, vanishing without a trace. Just as Yao Lie pondered this turn of events, the tiger reappeared a few meters away, albeit its colors now dulled and its outline appearing somewhat vague. If the earlier fearsome tiger was akin to a high-definition version, this one resembled a grainy pirate copy. Having dispelled the tiger with a single blow, the toad refrained from pursuing it, puffing with pride as it proclaimed, Humph, you shadowy spirit, daring to flaunt your power before me, truly unaware of your own mortality. Suddenly, the great white snake opened its eyes, its tongue flicking with a hissing sound, causing the toad to lose its bravado and scurry back to Yao Lie's heels, as the fourth wave of excruciating pain hit him. Yao Lie could no longer articulate any words, his vision blurred and he promptly fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, Yao Lie discovered the dawn had broken, and the campfire had long since dwindled to a pile of ash. The toad, the white snake, and the elusive tiger remained nearby, having not abandoned him during his unconsciousness. Fortunately, with these creatures present, had he fallen into a deep slumber in this primeval forest, he might have become prey for the mountain wolves or wild beasts. He rubbed his head, feeling significantly more alert than before. He recalled that he had fainted after the fourth wave of pain, indicating that he had summoned a fourth demon. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found no trace of this latest creature. Had its summoning failed due to his weakened state? Upon seeing Yao Lie awaken, the toad leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Boss, you're finally awake. You truly are incredible. Managing to summon 4 demons at once. From now on, I'll follow you, boss." Yao Lie sat upright, perplexed. Despite feeling hazy in his mind, his body was brimming with strength. The previously meager demonic power surged unexpectedly, swelling to the size of a rat, a tenfold increase from before. Realizing this extraordinary connection with the toad and others, he understood that they were continuously supplying him with demonic energy. The sudden surge of power must have stemmed from drawing upon the essence of the summoned beasts. This remarkable bond consisted of 4 connections, the most potent of which continuously infused him with energy. Strangely, it was not the great white snake or the others providing this energy, but rather a being hidden within the ashes of the campfire. The last summoning had not indeed failed. Clearing the ashes revealed a dingy old turtle, which had apparently crawled into the fire pit at some point. Its limbs and head were withdrawn into its shell, which resembled a rugged rock and, while not particularly large, likely weighed around 10 to 15 pounds. Judging by the energy it provided, this old turtle was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 summoned beasts. Ironically, the seemingly powerful tiger contributed less energy than the timid toad. Noticing that Yao Lie was ignoring him, the toad dug out the old turtle from the ashes, scoffing, "Boss, I've seen this old turtle before. It's so ancient it probably doesn't even remember its own size. It won't be long before it kicks the bucket." Yao Lie acknowledged with an "oh," picking up a nearby, still burning branch to tap the old turtle. Unfortunately, the turtle remained stubbornly withdrawn, akin to a super reclusive homebody unwilling to emerge from its shell. The toad chuckled, "Boss, it's futile. The old turtle's shell is incredibly hard. Unless it wakes up on its own, no one can rouse it." Yao Lie, undeterred, picked up a stone and struck the turtle shell. With a loud crack, sparks flew, and the stone shattered into several pieces, startling Yao Lie. Had he truly grown so strong that he might crush the old turtle? He had merely struck it casually. Yet even solid granite had cracked under his hand. Fortunately, as the toad had claimed, the old turtle's shell was indeed formidable. Inspecting the turtle, Yao Lie found that despite the tremendous force he had just exerted, it had merely scraped away a layer of moss from the shell, leaving no mark behind. Yao Lie was not a sage who had renounced the world. He had come here to summon demons and, having succeeded, was ready to return. The tiger and others, having grown up in the jungle, knew the way out. The toad even mentioned having been captured and taken to the city as a pet, living there for a time before escaping into the dragon's lair due to the city's lack of spiritual energy and pervasive dangers. However, upon exiting the forest and reaching the village on the outskirts of the dragon's lair, problems arose. The tiger could remain hidden, causing no concern, and both the old turtle and toad could be placed in a backpack. Yet the great white snake adamantly refused to join them in the backpack. Yao Lie could not allow the snake to reveal itself to ordinary people. If such a serpent were seen, the outcomes would be dire. Either the onlookers would flee in terror or resort to killing the snake for its meat. Yao Lie was uncertain about the capabilities of the great white snake, yet he presumed it would not be easily vanquished. Rather, it was more likely to be the one delivering fatal bites. Regardless of the outcome, Yao Lie wished to avoid either scenario. He hesitated to confine it, and after contemplating for a considerable time, he recalled the Demon Emperor's ancient technique for capturing demons. Aside from the cultivation methods, the Demon Emperor's technique encompassed numerous formidable spells. Unfortunately, Yao Lie's demonic power was feeble, rendering him incapable of wielding them. However, with a sudden surge in his demonic energy, he thought it might be possible to employ the capturing technique. Resolutely, he waved his hands and, following the instructions of the Demon Emperor's manual, formed the capturing spell. His demonic energy surged forth from his mouth, transforming abruptly into a character for capture. and he beheld the great white snake morph into a streak of white light, darting towards the red mark on his arm. The toad and the ghost tiger widened their eyes in astonishment. The toad, eager to flatter, exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. I've been practicing for over 50 years and still cannot master any demon techniques. Yet you, so young, have already grasped such an impressive capturing spell." At that moment, Yao Lie was too preoccupied to acknowledge the toad. Although the capturing technique was merely a rudimentary spell within the Demon Emperor's repertoire, the established connection between the great white snake and Yao Lie allowed for a successful capture without resistance, albeit at the cost of half of his demonic energy, leaving him pale and weakened. As for why the great white snake was drawn into the red mark, Yao Lie found it perplexing. Regardless, the current circumstances had thoroughly shattered the worldview he had painstakingly constructed over the past 18 years. He was now prepared to accept even the most bizarre occurrences. With his demonic energy halved, Yao Lie could no longer capture the toad and the others, yet managing the remaining 3 demon companions was significantly easier without the haughty great white snake. The old tortoise remained in a deep slumber. It mattered little whether he tossed it into a backpack or a dung pit. In fact, Yao Lie had carried the old tortoise out with him. The toad, ever sycophantic, eagerly leaped into the backpack without needing further encouragement from Yao Lie. Meanwhile, the ghost tiger transformed into a gust of shadowy wind and slithered into the backpack. Due to its diminished demonic power, it could only manifest at night. During the day, it was relegated to the shadows, wary of exposure to sunlight. After a week of tumult, Yao Lie finally returned to Sanlong City with his demon companions from the northern province. Considering the time, he realized he had been unconscious for a full 2 days and nights at Shenlong platform, without sustenance, leaving him baffled as to how his body had endured. Upon arriving home, he secured the doors and windows tightly, then opened his backpack to release the toad and the old tortoise, while the ghost tiger materialized in the living room, summoned by a gust of wind. As soon as they emerged, the toad began inspecting the living room, hopping around to survey the kitchen and restroom, and remarked with approval, "Hey boss, this place is quite nice, just a tad messy. Is there no mistress to tidy up? It's a spacious house. How much does it cost per square foot?" After completing its inspection of its new abode, the toad promptly returned to Yao Lie's side and croaked to the ghost tiger, "It appears the boss is doing well. We needn't worry about food now." The ghost tiger nodded eagerly, extending its barbed tongue in a flattering manner. "Boss, could you find us something to eat? I haven't had a meal in days, and with the energy you absorbed from me, I fear I may not even be able to manifest my form any longer." Chapter 13. The fatal flaw of the demon technique. Yao Lie released the great white snake from the red mark and inquired, "What do you all wish to eat?" Now, he considered himself somewhat affluent, with several 100,000 in his bank account, and believed he could manage to support a few demon companions. Upon its release, the great white snake cast a cold glance at Yao Lie, then turned its head to survey its surroundings before slithering toward the kitchen. Yao Lie called out towards the kitchen, "Great white snake, don't bother looking. There's nothing to eat in there." The toad jumped excitedly, vying for Yao Lie's attention, and croaked, "Boss, I want pork. Pork is the best. I want a lot of it, and it must be fresh." Yao Lie gaped in disbelief. "Aren't toads supposed to eat mosquitoes and moths? You want pork? With that tiny frame of yours, how much pork can you possibly consume?" He scrutinized the toad, doubtful of its appetite. The ghost tiger interjected eagerly, "I want lamb. Fresh, of course," it added, sounding less finicky than the toad. At that moment, the great white snake emerged from the kitchen, droplets of water glistening on its scales, evidently having washed itself in the kitchen's reservoir rather than seeking food. "I want chicken," it stated coldly, before climbing onto the Italian-style sofa, tapping it with its tail and nodding slightly. The old tortoise had yet to reveal itself since Yao Lie's arrival, so he felt no need to consider its preferences. Aside from the toad's request for pork, the lamb for the ghost tiger and chicken for the great white snake seemed reasonable, though Yao Lie could not fathom how a ghost tiger could consume such foods. Wasn't it supposed to feed on incense? He shook his head in resignation. These 4 demon companions were indeed peculiar, and catering to their needs was no easy task. However, as the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Now that he was continuously drawing demonic energy from them, he could not neglect their sustenance. He nodded in agreement. "All right, you all stay here and don't venture out. I'll return with food." The toad croaked again. Boss, I haven't eaten in ages. Bring back plenty, about 200 pounds should do. Yao Lie nearly stumbled, convinced he had misheard, and turned to the toad. What? 200 pounds? Do you even know how much that is? The toad nodded earnestly. Of course I do. I lived in human cities before. I just never dared to indulge, lest anyone discover I'm a demon and try to kill me. Yao Lie was at a loss for words, then turned to the ghost tiger. And you? The ghost tiger grinned. I only need 100 pounds of lamb. Any more and I can't digest it. What the hell? Yao Lie cursed inwardly. 100 pounds was already excessive. Was the ghost tiger going to request the same? He looked at the great white snake with an incredulous expression. The great white snake nodded matter-of-factly. About that much. You absorbed a significant amount of my demonic power while you were unconscious. I need to replenish it quickly. Yao Lie, not being particularly adept in mathematics, pulled out his phone and used the calculator function, only to realize that maintaining these demon companions was likely more complicated than he had anticipated. This food order alone would exceed 3,000 yuan, even if they only ate once a day. Factoring in the old tortoise, he would be looking at 4,000 or 5,000 yuan per day. With over 600,000 in his savings, he couldn't afford such extravagance for long. Doubting the claims of these demons, he wondered how they could possibly consume food weighing several times their own body weight. It was utterly unbelievable, yet he decided to visit the market to verify the truth of their appetites. The market was not far from his home. Previously, he would ride his little sheep there, but after being ambushed by Black Jacket and his crew a few days ago, his once trusty steed had been reduced to scrap metal. Thus, Yao Lie had to walk. After an hour, he returned, carrying 2 large fiber bags up to his third-floor apartment. Since waking from his coma, his strength had surged considerably. Although he hadn't formally tested it, he estimated that he could easily lift several hundred pounds of fresh meat without breaking a sweat. Just as he set the fresh meat down, the old tortoise, which had been in a deep slumber, emitted a muffled grunt, stretching its limbs and head from its shell, yawning lazily, and glancing around. It then rumbled, is there food? Where is it? Yao Lie was taken aback. He hadn't expected the old tortoise to awaken so suddenly. Just as he was about to greet it, the old tortoise unceremoniously approached, opening its formidable jaws to tear into the lamb that Yao Lie had just brought home. Yao Lie observed the deep claw marks left on the tiled floor, his heart sinking. The old tortoise's claws were extraordinarily sharp. If they were to claw a human, wouldn't it easily shatter bones? The toad, the great white snake, and the others wasted no time in devouring their meals as well. Each demon had its unique method of eating. The toad feasted on pork, curling its tongue to draw in strips of meat, and within half an hour, it had consumed over 100 pounds. As if its throat led to an abyss, showing no sign of fullness. The great white snake swallowed the chicken whole, living up to its reputation as a treacherous predator. The tortoise, with its sharp claws and impressive bite, tore the tough lamb apart effortlessly, even crunching the bones. The ghost tiger's eating habits were the most peculiar. It laid atop the lamb, and before long, the meat was reduced to ash, its essence absorbed into its body. Though the old tortoise had taken a fair share of lamb, the ghost tiger seemed visibly displeased, yet it dared not voice its grievances against the formidable tortoise. After eating, the ghost tiger transformed into a shadowy wind and retreated to a corner of the living room to absorb the nutrients from the food. The old tortoise picked at the remnants of meat stuck to its mouth, extending its neck to survey the area, squinting as if it were nearsighted. After a moment, it finally spotted Yao Lie and slowly approached. You a human, aren't you? How could you possibly cultivate the ancient demon emperor's technique? Are you courting death? Yao Lie was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how the nearsighted old turtle possessed such keen eyesight, instantly discerning that he was practicing the ancient demon emperor's art. Why would he say he was courting death? Could there be some hidden truth behind it? The old turtle seemed entirely unfazed by Yao Lie's anxious demeanor and slowly continued. The ancient demon emperor's art is an ancient technique of the demon race, understood by many among them. While humans can also practice it, they ultimately must transform completely into a demon form. In the recent millennium, I have not heard of anyone practicing this technique. The juxtaposition of recent with millennium struck Yao Lie as peculiar. Who would have thought that such an impressive-sounding technique as the ancient demon emperor's art was so widely known among demons? Transforming into a demon form seemed trivial as long as one could live comfortably. Yao Lie was a bold individual, perhaps lacking in sensitivity, yet he remained quite open-minded. The old turtle, likely sensing Yao Lie's thoughts, snorted and remarked, "Do you think transforming into a demon form is easy? You must consume the supreme Yang Yuan demon grass. This grass cannot be found on Earth and only grows in places with the densest spiritual energy in the upper realm." Yao Lie gasped, "What if I can't find this supreme Yang Yuan demon grass? Then your body will be unable to withstand the increasingly overpowering demon energy from the ancient demon emperor's art, ultimately leading to your demise." The old turtle uttered a chilling statement that sent shivers down Yao Lie's spine. However, the old turtle continued, "You need not worry excessively. Your current strength is far too weak. It is estimated that it will take 20 to 30 years before your body cannot endure the demon energy of the ancient demon emperor's art. By that time, as long as you cultivate to the great demon realm, break through the barriers, and enter the upper realm to seek the supreme Yang Yuan demon grass, there remains a glimmer of hope." For Yao Lie, the idea of becoming a demon posed no problem. In stories, there were many beautiful female demons. Perhaps he could even find a stunning demoness as a companion. Yet, the thought of not finding the Yuan demon grass and facing potential death caused his expression to darken. Most alarmingly, the old turtle also mentioned that once he began practicing the ancient demon emperor's art, he could not cease. Just as Yao Lie, terrified, wished to inquire further, the old turtle's befuddlement returned, and after a few muddled responses, he retreated into his shell. Chapter 14. Mobilization meeting. In his predicament, Yao Lie could only consult the big white snake and the toad. Unfortunately, these two demons, unlike the ancient, knowledgeable old turtle, lacked even the most basic understanding of the upper realm, rendering them incapable of resolving Yao Lie's queries. Despondently, Yao Lie realized he faced two choices. First, within 20 to 30 years, cultivate to the great demon realm and then find a way to enter the upper realm to seek the supreme Yang Yuan demon grass, completely transforming his human body into a demon form. Second, to cease actively practicing the ancient demon emperor's art, though the technique would autonomously continue to draw upon his life essence to metamorphose his body and enhance his power, leading to significant growth and strength within 10 years. Yet ultimately depleting his life essence, resulting in an untimely death. Yao Lie was no fool and clearly understood the implications of his choices. However, the difficulty of reaching the great demon realm in 20 or 30 years was immense. The demon cultivation path was divided into 9 realms: minor demon, intermediate demon, major demon, giant demon, earth demon, heavenly demon, demon god, demon saint, and the ancient demon emperor. Achieving the major demon realm, which allowed one to move mountains, was no small feat. Even the ancient turtle, who had lived for 3,000 years, was only at the intermediate demon realm. Fortunately, amidst this misfortune, Yao Lie had summoned not just 1 but 4 demons, allowing him to absorb their demon energy to enhance his cultivation. He even had the good fortune to summon the old turtle, whose power alone equated to that of the big white snake and the other 3 demons combined. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Yao Lie's strength surged significantly, all thanks to the old turtle. With the support of these 4 demons, he might just have a faint chance of ascending to the great demon realm and entering the upper realm to seek the supreme Yang Yuan demon grass. Knowing the considerable risk he faced, Yao Lie dared not skimp on the food for the old turtle and the other demons. After all, with the spiritual energy being insufficient, the old turtle and others relied on the nutrients and energy from their food to enhance their demon power. For Yao Lie, the more they consumed, the faster his cultivation progressed. Although the old turtle suffered from dementia and severe myopia, he would occasionally have moments of clarity, providing Yao Lie with valuable guidance, helping him avoid many detours on his path of cultivation. However, as Yao Lie's demon power slowly increased, the numbers in his bank account dwindled rapidly. In just half a month, he had spent nearly 100,000. The pressure of raising these demons was immense. A fifth of the money he received for selling his body had vanished in an instant, had it not been for a sudden windfall. Relying solely on the compensation from his parents' accident, he likely would have been unable to sustain himself. Money, money, money. This was the singular focus in Yao Lie's mind. How to acquire money and quickly was a serious concern. Just as he pondered this dilemma, He inadvertently spotted the business card left by the old charlatan, and his eyes lit up. He finally had an excellent idea. Aside from the issue of food, the other concerns regarding his 4 demon pets were not trivial, and Yao Lie had been overwhelmed. For instance, the old turtle, in addition to leaving footprints on the tiles, had taken it upon itself to secretly establish a home on the several thousand yuan Italian sofa while Yao Lie was asleep. Of course, if the old turtle simply lay on the sofa to sleep, it wouldn't be an issue. Yao Lie could clean it more diligently. The problem lay in the old turtle's razor-sharp claws, which had sliced through the sofa's leather and springs, burrowing inside to sleep. This old fellow showed no concern for being pricked by the metal inside. The toad, on the other hand, was utterly indifferent to hygiene, bouncing around the house and leaving suspicious liquids everywhere, whether it be saliva, urine, or something else at night. It croaked incessantly, disrupting Yao Lie's sleep for several days before he finally adjusted. The ghost tiger would occasionally make an appearance, bringing with it a chilling wind, making the entire house feel ominous, akin to a funeral parlor. The big white snake, meanwhile, was less problematic but had a severe cleanliness obsession, fancied itself beautiful, and adored long hot baths. On the very first day, it audaciously declared ownership of the master bedroom and bathroom, driving Yao Lie out, and unless granted permission, Yao Lie was not allowed to enter its domain. Meeting time. Meeting time. One day, after the big white snake and the others had finished eating, Yao Lie announced loudly that it was time for a meeting. The old turtle, preparing to curl back up on the sofa for a nap, turned its head, indifferent to whether it would attend the meeting or fall asleep halfway through. I am here to hold a brief meeting to summarize and motivate. Yao Lie scratched his head, recalling the solemn opening remarks of the black-faced security chief from his company. After finally cultivating a bit of atmosphere, he said seriously, "You have been here for half a month. The situation has somewhat exceeded my expectations. So let me first address the existing issues. In these past 2 weeks, you have collectively consumed an average of 300 pounds of fresh meat daily, costing 5,000 yuan. The old turtle has damaged the floor tiles, and to replace them would likely exceed 5,000. Additionally, it has damaged the sofa, microwave, and water heater, among other items, amounting to a depreciation of 10,000. In total, I have already spent over 115,000 yuan. Yao Lie counted the costs on his fingers and continued, "With the rising meat prices, our expenses in the coming 2 weeks will likely increase by 5 to 10%. These are issues we must all take seriously. Money does not fall from the sky, and I estimate that within a month, my savings will be depleted due to your consumption." Tio put it simply, "I can no longer afford to support you." Upon hearing this, do you have any plans or suggestions? Yao Lie swept a sharp gaze across the big white snake and the others, feeling a touch of authority after his speech. The only downside was that the old turtle disregarded his authority, having only listened to a couple of sentences before retreating into its shell to sleep. The toad, mumbling, said, "Boss, what suggestions could we possibly have? We can't just go out and find food ourselves, can we? You won't even let us outside." Yao Lie huffed, "I don't keep idle demons here. I summoned you back to assist me in my cultivation. The old turtle is one thing, but the 3 of you consume so much daily while providing me with so little demon power. It would be better to use that money to buy food for myself. You are demons, for goodness sake. Surely you possess some demon abilities?" Yao Lie sighed, casting a disappointed look at the big white snake and the others. "Others are demons. And so are you. Why is there such a disparity? I don't expect to summon powerful demons like Sun Wukong or the Bull Demon King, but even a scorpion spirit or a Peepa spirit would suffice." The toad rolled its eyes and said emphatically, "Boss, the scorpion spirit dares to sting even the Buddha. It's much stronger than Sun Wukong." Yao Lie's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at the toad. "Do you still want to eat meat?" After Yao Lie's heartfelt education and subtle threats, the big white snake finally could not help but speak up. "I can concoct recovery pills to accelerate the condensation of demon power. If I sell them to other demons, I should be able to exchange them for a decent amount of gold and silver." Yao Lie's eyes suddenly brightened, not expecting the big white snake to have such a skill. "You can refine pills? Can humans consume these recovery pills?" The big white snake shook its head. "Of course, human cultivators cannot consume demon pills. They possess a specialized elixir." At once, Yao Lie felt a profound sense of disappointment. If humans could not consume it, this precious concoction would be utterly worthless. Where could he possibly find monsters to sell such potions? Should he rely on the four creatures at home? He could not help but inquire further. What would happen if a human were to consume it? The great white snake pondered for a moment before responding. According to the recipe, if a human cultivator ingests it, the magical energy within them would intertwine with our demonic power. Once they reach the late stage of the true elixir realm, which corresponds to our great demon tier, they would need to open their divine sea and give birth to a miniature world within. It is highly likely that due to the mixed energies, they might succumb to madness. Yao Lie scoffed. I meant ordinary people. What do cultivators have to do with this? I've never even heard of such a thing. The great white snake nodded. It appears that there are indeed no human cultivators at present. I haven't seen one in 3 centuries. Ordinary humans can consume it without any issues. In fact, they would grow stronger due to the infusion of demonic energy, as long as their bodies can withstand the potency of the elixir. These creatures, while lacking in formidable abilities, seem to possess lengthy lifespans. The old tortoise was over 3,000 years old, and the great white snake had just mentioned 3 centuries. Even the toad claimed to have lived for decades. Evoking envy and resentment, Yao Lie slapped his thigh and declared, "Very well, you shall concoct the elixir for me." He then turned to the toad. "And you? What skills do you possess? Speak quickly, or from tomorrow your meat rations will be halved." The toad hurriedly replied, "Boss, I can assist the great white snake in alchemy. I know how to use a gas stove and pressure cooker, and I can help with adding ingredients." As it spoke, it extended its 3-meter-long crimson tongue, swirling it in the air until it formed a Chinese knot, demonstrating the remarkable versatility of its agile tongue. Surprisingly, the seemingly fierce yet genuinely straightforward ghost tiger, not waiting for Yao Lie to respond, lamented, "Boss, I truly do not know what skills I possess. I can only frighten ordinary beasts." Among the 4 creatures, the ghost tiger held the highest regard for Yao Lie. This was not without reason. Previously, in the forest, it found it difficult to secure even a single meal each month, often scrounging for the remains of sick or deceased animals, the meat tough and putrid, hardly palatable, with numerous competitors. The ghost tiger was unable to best them and could only rely on intimidation. One can only imagine how dire its situation was. Now, having arrived at Yao Lie's home, it could gorge itself daily, rapidly increasing its demonic power, treating Yao Lie as a benefactor. Yao Lie chuckled, "No worries, I appreciate your ability to frighten." However, the toad was indignant. "Boss, what about the old tortoise? It's on the verge of death. Eating it would be in vain. Why not give its share to the little toad and the great white snake?" It was not foolish. It sought to claim the old tortoise's portion while enlisting the great white snake as an ally for a fair share. As for the intangible ghost tiger, the toad, which feared the strong and bullied the weak, naturally dismissed it. Yao Lie shot a sideways glance at the toad, disdainfully remarking, "If you could provide the same demonic power as the old tortoise, not only would I give you double the meat, but I would also have no qualms about calling you Toad Master." Chapter 15. The Demonic Alchemy. After concluding the motivational assembly for the creatures, Yao Lie opened his computer and logged into his Taobao account. The insights gained from the aging Taoist priest, who had been duping money alongside his granddaughter, had inspired Yao Lie significantly. Although he lacked the old priest's appearance and ethereal demeanor, he possessed a natural advantage. The ghost tiger. During the day, it could reveal its form, scare away the unsuspecting sheep, and then vanish into thin air, instilling terror in them, causing them to plead with the great Yao Master to rid them of demons. Nevertheless, essential tools still needed to be procured. Lacking connections, Yao Lie turned to Taobao, where the selection was abundant, far surpassing that of the flea markets in Sanlong City, and, most importantly, it was quite economical. Upon entering keywords like feng shui divination, bagua compass, and the like, a plethora of products emerged. He casually selected a set of divination tools comprising over a dozen items, including feng shui compasses, yellow paper, red cinnabar, tortoise shells, copper gourds, ancient coins, and swords, all for a mere 200 yuan. After making the payment, he awaited the delivery to his doorstep. The great white snake had shared the alchemical recipe with Yao Lie, yet he was unfamiliar with the various herbs mentioned, such as wild ginseng, fuling, agarwood, blood dragon grass, and old geckos, totaling over 50 varieties. However, Yao Lie was aware that some herbs were quite expensive. For instance, When the great white snake mentioned wild ginseng, it added that it should ideally be over 30 years old, an indication that this particular herb was not easily obtained, likely costing no less than 30,000 taels. Yao Lie's bank balance could not withstand such expenditures, and he intended to sell the elixirs for profit, then use the earnings to concoct higher quality potions for his own consumption later. Thus, he requested the great white snake to streamline the ingredients and create a simplified version of the elixir. The great white snake, somewhat perplexed by the existence of such a recipe, pondered for a moment before presenting Yao Lie with a new formula, cutting down the ingredients by over 20 varieties. Focusing on the rarer and more valuable herbs, it was evident that the great white snake possessed some understanding of human society and recognized the relative value of various herbs. When Yao Lie set out to purchase the ingredients, he was cautious, dispersing his purchases across several traditional medicine shops to ensure the recipe remained concealed. During this process, he inquired about the omitted herbs, finding that most shops lacked stock and required pre-ordering. With prices naturally not being low, Yao Lie estimated that acquiring all the necessary ingredients to brew a batch of elixirs would amount to several hundred thousand. Once he procured the herbs, the items from Taobao arrived swiftly, prompting Yao Lie to urge the great white snake and the toad to commence the alchemical process. The legendary art of alchemy did not unfold as mysteriously as Yao Lie had envisioned. It turned out that a simple clay pot and a gas stove sufficed. The great white snake explained that the gas stove, capable of regulating heat, was perfectly suited for alchemical work, albeit with a slightly lower flame and temperature. Although the great white snake possessed knowledge of alchemy, it lacked the innate ability to perform the task. Fortunately, the toad served as a laborer, utilizing its 3-meter-long, highly flexible tongue to manage various tasks associated with the alchemical process, including opening the gas canister, adjusting the heat, and adding water and herbs to the pot. The creatures Yao Lie summoned were, in reality, not as formidable as humans often depicted. For instance, aside from its ability to speak, the toad had no remarkable traits. Possessing a combat capability of merely 5, even a small chihuahua residing in the apartment of a suspected government official would bark at the sight of Yao Lie, causing it to cower beneath the sofa. It was indeed puzzling how these creatures consumed hundreds of pounds of meat daily, with their caloric intake seemingly unaccounted for. Though the alchemical tools were simple, the process took an extended duration. After a continuous day and night of brewing, with countless additions of water, the entire house was filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs. The ingredients were finally reduced to a concentrated essence, from which the residue was filtered out, yielding a thick paste that was rolled into pill-sized orbs resembling longan seeds. Thus, the batch of pseudo-elixirs was deemed complete. The great white snake, maintaining its lofty demeanor, refrained from acknowledging Yao Lie's contribution, while the toad eagerly presented the mooncake box containing the elixirs to Yao Lie, who was watching television in the living room. "Report, boss, the elixirs are ready." Initially, Yao Lie had watched the process for 2 hours, but soon found it tedious and shifted his focus to practicing the Demon Emperor's technique. Now, upon seeing the completed potions, he inspected the glossy black orbs with curiosity. "Have we truly finished? They won't harm anyone, will they?" The great white snake emerged from the kitchen, letting out a cold snort at his question. The toad quickly chimed in, "Boss, I've tested these potions, and they're safe to consume." Yao Lie swallowed one of the pseudo-elixirs, feeling a warm sensation rise within him, spreading throughout his body and nourishing him. A small portion transformed into demonic energy, replenishing his dantian, though the amount was modest, equivalent to what the old tortoise would provide him in an hour. However, the elixirs were quite palatable, serving as an excellent snack that could also replenish his demonic energy. With regular consumption, it equated to having an old tortoise continually supplying him with energy. After a quick estimation, Yao Lie noted that the mooncake box contained over 30 pills, and given the cost of the ingredients exceeding 10,000 yuan, each elixir would be worth around 400 yuan. If consumed regularly, the expenses would certainly accumulate. Moreover, the efficacy of the elixirs would diminish with excessive consumption. In normal circumstances, such costly pills would be challenging to sell. Fortunately, Yao Lie had no intention of following the conventional route. With the ghost tiger's assistance, he was certain to profit handsomely. Suddenly, a thought struck Yao Lie, and his expression shifted. How were these pills rolled into shape? The toad extended its tongue, causing Yao Lie's complexion to pale further. Thankfully, the toad quickly reassured him, Boss, rest assured. These pills were rolled by the little toad's webbed hands. There was absolutely no saliva involved. With that, Yao Lie breathed a sigh of relief. Pocketing a handful of the elixirs, then extending his wrist and activating the demon summoning technique to seal the tiger demon within the red mark on his arm. Old tortoise, do refrain from causing havoc. Do you have any idea how sharp your claws are? If this happens again, not only will I cut off your rations, but I will also procure a hydraulic cutter to help trim your nails. Seizing the opportunity while the old tortoise had finished eating and had yet to fall asleep, Yao Lie reprimanded it, regardless of whether this forgetful creature could comprehend. He then turned to the great white snake and the toad. You two focus on alchemy for me, with rations based on performance. Otherwise, don't blame me for not having the funds to feed you. After finishing his words, he picked up a backpack and stepped outside, filled with an entire set of tools including a compass. Ancient coins purchased from Tabaugh and yellow-papered IT was solely reliant on these items to earn a living for the monsters. Seeking recommendations and collections, all kinds of requests are welcome. I promise to update quickly. Although the data may be bleak, please do not abandon this book, as I believe it still holds the potential for healing. Chapter 16. The unique use of the ghost tiger, the dilapidated six-seater van emitted suspicious noises as it drove towards the old city center. The little sheep had been smashed to pieces by thugs, rendering the lack of a vehicle quite inconvenient. This van was purchased by Yao Lie from a second-hand car website a few days prior, and it should have been scrapped. It had no inspection or registration, and it was anyone's guess how many traffic violations it had accrued. Naturally, it had not been transferred to Yao Lie's name. In fact, the van's license plates were fake, with the original owner adamantly insisting on reclaiming the plates, leaving Yao Lie with only an iron plate. However, it was a bargain at just 8,000 yuan. With some repairs, it could still be put to use. Yao Lie, a law-abiding young man, knew this was wrong, but carrying 2 large bags of meat home from the market every day would certainly attract attention. He did not wish to be subjected to another sudden police check like last time, which had resulted in him being taken to the station for half a day. Parking the vehicle outside the Donghua restaurant, Yao Lie squinted at the entrance. Shortly after, he spotted a middle-aged man, pale and with a head full of fat, emerging from the restaurant, accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards. Yao Lie's eyes lit up, and he let out a chuckle. This was the hunting ground that Yao Lie had meticulously chosen after much consideration. The Donghua restaurant appeared ordinary, yet Yao Lie was aware that it was a prime location for indulging in game. Frequented by the affluent and elite, where a single meal could cost over 100,000 yuan, an extravagant affair that someone like Yao Lie, a mere security guard, could only dream of. He had only heard upper management discuss this place while working at Zhongbao. Yao Lie hurriedly exited the van, turned down the alley, and strode towards the middle-aged man, feigning a serious demeanor, lowering his head as he walked. Just as he was about to collide with the man, a burly bodyguard immediately intercepted him, bellowing, "Hey, kid, watch where you're going." Yao Lie lifted his head, caught sight of the middle-aged man, and his expression abruptly changed, feigning surprise as he pointed, how come? How come?" The middle-aged man momentarily froze. And just then, a striped tiger lunged toward him. Fortunately, the tiger seemed to hit an invisible wall as it reached Yao Lie, bouncing back quickly, though it still emitted a low growl, its fierce eyes glaring at the middle-aged man. This sudden turn of events caused the middle-aged man to collapse to the ground in fear, a pungent smell rising as he wet his pants. It was understandable. Encountering a super tiger weighing 500 to 600 kilograms would surely rattle anyone. He trembled, his face pale as he stammered, "LLL tiger." The 2 bodyguards' expressions shifted dramatically as they followed the middle-aged man's pointing finger, looking confused, and turned to him. "Boss? What tiger?" The middle-aged man, still reeling from the shock, pointed ahead with trembling fingers. "TT tiger. It's right there. Can't you see it?" Yao Lie smirked inwardly. The tiger demon might not have many skills, but it excelled at creating illusions to frighten others, revealing its form to terrify anyone who laid eyes on it. This might be a special ability of ghostly monsters. With just a poke, it could dissipate the ghost tiger's form. When Yao Lie had initially performed the summoning spell, this creature had startled him. The timid toad had sensed this and, with a flick of its tongue, had dispersed the ghost tiger. The middle-aged man, ignorant of the ghost tiger's nature, was understandably embarrassed at having wet his pants. A formidable individual like Yao Lie had not had such an experience since he was 3 years old. Every morning, he rose with vigor, his health robust, needing neither a leading goat nor a potent drink. The only regret was the absence of a girlfriend to test his prowess. He cast a pitying glance at the middle-aged man, sighed, and muttered to himself, born with a wealthy destiny, yet colliding with the Tai Sui and provoking the tiger demon. Alas, what a pity! With that, Yao Lie shook his head, disregarding the middle-aged man, and continued walking forward. Seeing that both bodyguards shook their heads, indicating they saw no tiger, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open in shock. Suddenly, the super tiger vanished without a trace, leaving the middle-aged man stunned. Following Yao Lie, he let out a scream that echoed like a slaughtered pig. "Master! Master! Save me, please!" The middle-aged man wailed, sprinting to catch up with Yao Lie at an extraordinary speed. His arms clinging tightly around Yao Lie's sturdy waist, tears streaming down his face like a forsaken woman. Yao Lie felt a bit embarrassed. Being embraced by a portly man in the street could easily lead to misunderstandings. He turned his head and earnestly advised, "Calm down. Let go. Please let go. Damn it. Are you going to let go or not?" His frustration grew with each word, and if a familiar face were to witness this, Yao Lie's reputation would be ruined for life. Ultimately, he even roared in anger. The middle-aged man clung tightly to Yao Lie, unwilling to release his grip. Had he not considered the customer is king principle, Yao Lie would have almost kicked him away. Luckily, the middle-aged man had some sense. Feeling Yao Lie's escalating fury, which seemed ready to erupt, he finally released his hold, casting a fearful glance at the spot where the ghost tiger had appeared moments ago, and exclaimed urgently, "Master, please save me. You must help me." Yao Lie quickly adjusted his clothing, this Versace suit having been purchased at a high price under pressure from his aunt for blind dates. Now, it had been sullied by some unknown sticky substance, leaving him uncertain if it could still be worn, causing him great distress. Alas, not only have you offended the Tai Sui, but you have also provoked the most dangerous tiger demon. It's difficult, difficult, difficult. Yao Lie shook his head repeatedly, disregarding the notion of fishing for a big catch and instead opting to collect some pet maintenance fees. He continued, "Your brow is darkening, indicating that the tiger demon has indeed descended upon you. Now, during the daytime when yang energy is strong, the tiger demon cannot manifest. But once the yin energy rises, its power will surge. Oh dear." The two bodyguards looked at Yao Lie's performance with bewilderment, their mouths agape in confusion. The middle-aged man's complexion grew increasingly pale as he repeatedly pleaded, "Master, save me," clearly terrified to an extreme degree. However, if Yao Lie were to enjoy the same standard of living as the middle-aged man, dining at Donghua restaurant for over 100,000 yuan per meal, he certainly wouldn't be so easily frightened. "Master, how could I have provoked the tiger demon? I am usually benevolent, having recently donated 5 million to the Red Cross." "Hey! This fellow is truly wealthy." Yao Lie's heart leaped with joy, yet his face remained impassive as he restrained the middle-aged man, pretentiously pulling out a compass from his backpack. He pretended to calculate for a moment before fiddling with the compass, finally asking with feigned confusion, "Have you really done nothing immoral?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded firmly, "Master, I truly can't think of anything immoral I've done." He hesitated before quietly asking, "Does count? Could it be? Have I truly encountered a great benefactor? In this situation, he probably wouldn't dare to deceive me." Yao Lie had seen many wealthy yet unkind individuals. Genuine good-hearted people were indeed rare. He scrutinized the middle-aged man with skepticism. "Have you ever eaten tiger meat?" The middle-aged man replied uncertainly, "I don't think so. Who can even eat tiger meat these days? Even if it were available, it wouldn't be something ordinary people could consume. I only eat some game like flying dragons or pangolins." Yao Lie smacked his thigh, coming to a sudden realization. Of course, that must be it. Seeing the middle-aged man still somewhat confused, he explained, "Have you heard of the phrase to act as a tiger's minion? You've consumed the minion of a tiger spirit. By eating one of its subordinates, the tiger spirit is certainly seeking revenge, intending to capture you and make you its minion." The middle-aged man questioned with some confusion, "I assent. To act as a tiger's minion referring to those eaten by tigers? I only consume wild animals." Alas, A lack of expertise could lead to dire consequences. Yao Lie truly did not know the specifics of what it meant to act as a tiger's minion, so he could only cough twice. Indeed, tigers do capture small animals as their minions. After all, it is all for their benefit. The middle-aged man, having been frightened to the point of involuntary urination, naturally did not question Yao Lie's minor inconsistencies, repeatedly nodding and asking, "So what should we do now?" Yao Lie, somewhat at a loss, replied, "It's not entirely hopeless. I can find a way to help you dispel the tiger demon, but it will cost me quite a bit of my energy. Go be honest. We are mere acquaintances, and at this moment, accumulating energy for cultivation is not easy." The words of the old Taoist from Dongshu seemed quite effective. Indeed, the middle-aged man immediately exclaimed, "Master, please save me. I will pay any amount." Alas, it appeared he was genuinely terrified by Yao Lie's little pet. Chapter 17. Selling elixirs, really? Any amount will do? Yao Lie repeated, testing the waters. It will take several tens of thousands worth of precious Chinese medicine to replenish my energy. Money is not an issue. The middle-aged man, though timid, spoke boldly, then turned to his bodyguard beside him. "Xiao Wei, go to the trunk and bring me 100,000 yuan. The bodyguard, seeing his boss suddenly behaving like someone who had been drugged, crying and wailing at Yao Lie, now confirmed this suspicion and barked at Yao Lie. "What have you done to my boss?" Without uttering a word, the middle-aged man, filled with urgency and fearing that his bodyguard might offend a master, hastily barked, "What are you doing? If I tell you to go, then go. Are you unwilling to do this?" Goodness, the sum was a staggering 100,000. Yao Lie couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, thinking he should have asked for more, perhaps around 120,000. Who knows, he might have received 200,000. However, it was too late to retract his words. He had to maintain a semblance of a master's image. When the bodyguard named Xiao Wei brought over the 100,000, it was presented in a black plastic bag. Upon opening it, Yao Lie was astonished to find bundles of pristine, unopened banknotes. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had over 500,000 in savings, he had never withdrawn it all at once. The impact of cash laid out before him was undeniably different from the mere figures on a bank card. By now, a few onlookers, oblivious to the truth, had gathered around. To avoid further complications, Yao Lie pretended to consult his compass, surveying the area, before directing his focus towards the spot where the ghostly tiger had appeared. Holding his breath until his face turned crimson, he bellowed, "The king covers the earth tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. Collect." The middle-aged man couldn't quite catch whether it was "little chicken stewed with mushrooms" or "the pagoda suppresses the river demon." In his eyes, the vanishing tiger's spirit reappeared, attempting to flee, struggling momentarily before transforming into a streak of light that flew towards Yao Lie's palm. This was the entire process of Yao Lie capturing demons and dispelling evils. One truth he did not deceive the middle-aged man about was that capturing the ghost tiger did indeed consume a significant amount of his demon power, approximately 20%. When Yao Lie initially departed from Shenlongjia to capture the great white snake, it had cost him more than half his demon power. However, after half a month of cultivation, his magical strength had notably increased. Moreover, since the ghost tiger was insubstantial, the demon power required to capture it into the red mark was considerably less than that needed for the great white snake. Only 20% of Yao Lie's power was necessary. According to the great white snake and others, Yao Lie's red mark was known as the 10,000 demon seal, which contained a sealed space akin to a prison, and none of them were keen to enter it. Given that Yao Lie's demon power was hard-earned, he typically kept the old tortoise and the great white snake at home. Now, as he sought to collaborate with the ghost tiger for profit, he reluctantly expended his demon power to capture the tiger demon into the 10,000 demon seal. Despite the clumsy initial cooperation between Yao Lie and the ghost tiger, filled with errors and missteps, the bizarre nature of the supernatural beings was beyond scientific explanation, leading the middle-aged man to believe wholeheartedly in Yao Lie's abilities. He had been deceived out of 100,000, yet felt deeply grateful. Wishing Yao Lie would trick him out of another 100,000. Achieving such a level of deception, Yao Lie could be considered a paragon within the con artist realm. Indeed, in every profession, exceptional talent emerges. At that moment, even without producing the counterfeit restoration pills, it mattered little. But seeing the middle-aged man move to tears, Yao Lie gritted his teeth and decided to earn him another 100,000. However, Yao Lie genuinely had the man's best interests at heart. This middle-aged fellow could easily discern the toll of excessive indulgence on his kidneys. If he continued down this path, he might not see 50. A few restorative pills could not only help him find a partner, but even secure several mistresses. Thus, Yao Lie put away the compass and thoughtfully remarked, "Brother, I have already helped you dispel the tiger demon, but your body remains exceedingly frail and lacks vital energy. In the future, you may attract these unclean entities again." The middle-aged man, fully understanding, urgently inquired, "Master, what should I do?" Yao Lie sighed, retrieving a restorative pill from his pocket. "This is called the restoration pill, crafted from the essence of the sun and moon, and the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, refined with my own internal fire for 49 days. It can replenish vital energy. Since we share a connection, I'll sell it to you for 100,000. Having witnessed the ferocious super tiger being effortlessly subdued by Yao Lie, the middle-aged man was utterly convinced of Yao Lie's prowess. Without hesitation, he instructed Xiao Wei to fetch more money from the car, completely unaware of how much cash was stashed inside, likely akin to an ATM. Yet, this time Yao Lie was not deceiving him. Although the cost of the restoration pill was merely 300 to 400, its value was immeasurable. Anything below 1,000 was not even worth Yao Lie's glance. Just like that American fruit phone, which some had calculated to cost only a few dozen dollars. Imagine walking into a fruit store with that sum and expecting to buy a phone. Having successfully sold the pill, Yao Lie joyously carried 20,000 in cash and a golden business card back to his van. The card was insistently pressed into his hand by the middle-aged man, who even requested Yao Lie's phone number, expressing a desire to stay in touch. Yao Lie couldn't resist biting down on the card. Indeed, it was pure gold, weighing at least 20 grams. The ostentatious behavior of this nouveau riche was rather vulgar, yet it delighted Yao Lie. If he could collect a few such cards daily, he would surely prosper. The streets were quite deserted at noon, and Donghua restaurant specialized in wild game, relying on its reputation rather than location. Nevertheless, a few bystanders had witnessed Yao Lie's performance and were envious of his swift acquisition of 20,000. As he walked back, Yao Lie noticed several individuals discreetly following him. Having practiced the Eternal Demon Emperor technique, his vision had skyrocketed from 1.2 to an impressive 2.0. The exact figure was unclear, but the highest on the vision chart was 2.0. In well-lit conditions, Yao Lie could even spot two ants fighting or communicating with their antennae from 5 meters away. Furthermore, Yao Lie's hearing was exceptional. Residing on the 3rd floor, he could distinctly hear when the newlywed couple on the 5th floor began their intimate encounters, and when they concluded that, of course, it was not that Yao Lie was eavesdropping. His acute hearing was simply beyond his control. Given such circumstances, how could a few burly men trailing him hope to ambush him and seize the 20,000 he had so painstakingly earned? These small-time thugs did not frighten Yao Lie at all. After all, he had faced off against a dozen individuals in black jackets and had the audacity to strike first. Now, with his strength greatly enhanced, he was far from intimidated by a few ruffians. Indeed, as Yao Lie had anticipated, upon reaching the van and about to open the door, several thugs charged at him from behind, one of whom, a bald man with a large scorpion tattoo on his forehead, pressed against the vehicle door, sneering at Yao Lie. "Hey, buddy, where do you roll? Looks like luck is on your side." He cast a sidelong glance at Yao Lie, flanked by 3 other thugs, clearly believing they had the upper hand. Yao Lie smiled, revealing an 8-toothed gentlemanly grin, and replied, "I've been in the game for many years. Indeed, luck has favored me today. I sold a spirit pill and made 20,000. The bald man likely did not expect Yao Lie's candor. Taken aback for a moment, he then chuckled, "You're quite amusing. According to the rules of the street, those who see it share in the spoils. We want to take all 20,000, just leave 10,000 for you. How about that?" Yao Lie tilted his head, observing the group, and sighed. "I genuinely don't know who gave you the audacity to say such things. 19,000 is available. Please proceed straight ahead, turn left after 50 meters, and you'll find the nearest Huaxia Bank ATM on your left. And no need to thank me. My surname is Lei." The bald man's expression darkened, and he scoffed, "You're asking for trouble." With that, he swung a fist towards Yao Lie's face. The other 3 thugs also sprang into action, some to grapple, others to rob. Perhaps they feared their leader wouldn't be a match for Yao Lie. Given his impressive height of 6 feet and weight of around 150 pounds, which was indeed imposing. Chapter 18. A date with the wife in broad daylight. Such brazen robbery was unconscionable. If they didn't receive a proper lesson, they wouldn't understand the gravity of their actions. Yao Lie snorted coldly, forcefully thrusting his shoulder back with immense strength, effortlessly sending 2 would-be assailants flying. Their cries echoing as they fell, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones likely breaking. Yao Lie had no reservations about this, having taken his first job in security right after high school. It was evident he had a rebellious streak even in his studies, unafraid to confront local thugs since middle school. After knocking aside the 2 assailants, Yao Lie seized the bald man's wrist with his outstretched fingers, propelling him towards the van. The bald man's punch was surprisingly strong, leaving a clear dent in the van's surface, and Yao Lie pondered whether he should demand repair costs. However, judging by the contorted expression on his face, it seemed he wouldn't be using that hand to eat for quite some time. As Yao Lie bent down to snatch the bag containing the cash, he barely registered the shadow approaching his nose before a loud crack resounded. The man's nasal bone shattered under the force of Yao Lie's knee. Although Yao Lie had held back a bit, the power behind his strike was still above 200 pounds, enough to leave this thug reeling. Watching the thug collapse to the ground, Yao Lie couldn't help but smirk, thinking, truly oblivious to their own mortality. Even before my training in the eternal demon emperor technique, handling 4 malnourished thugs like these was a trivial matter. He raised the bag of cash, sneering, "Do you still want to share the spoils?" The bald man, despite his pain, remained defiant. His fingers were likely fractured, yet he managed to stifle his cries. Yao Lie admired his tenacity and chose not to mock them further. He then entered the van, which belched black smoke as it roared away. Having just earned 20,000, Yao Lie was in high spirits. It seemed that although the 4 demons he had raised lacked significant abilities, they were not entirely useless. Relying on the great white snake's alchemical skills and the ghost tiger's acting prowess, he could ensure a life of comfort. Thus, he resolved to visit the meat market to purchase some fresh provisions to reward the great white snake and the others. The resounding thuds of a golden minivan echoed as it arrived at the market, nearly depleting the fresh meats from several stalls, just enough to barely assemble a dinner for the 4 monsters. The butchers at the meat market have come to recognize the extravagant figure of Yao Lie. For these ordinary vendors, selling an extra 100 pounds of fresh meat each day is no trifling matter, effectively boosting their revenue by over 10%. As he drove home, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. "It's me," came a melodious voice on the other end. Yao Lie, at that moment, struggled to recall who it might be. Despite his overwhelming arrogance and self-adoration, he was not well acquainted with many women, and it was rare for one to call him, which explained his continued singlehood. "Who are you?" he inquired, genuinely puzzled. "It's me, Sang Shui." The annoyance in her voice was palpable. Clearly taken aback that Yao Lie could not even recognize her voice, she continued in a low tone, "Do you have time now? I need to speak with you." Yao Lie glanced at the fresh meat in the back seat, feeling a bit awkward. "Is it urgent?" "Not really. How about we meet at Xiangjin at 6? "All right," Yao Lie replied. "I'm driving, so I'll hang up now." Upon hearing the dial tone, Sang Shui's icy demeanor betrayed a flicker of irritation. She huffed softly, surprised that Yao Lie had hung up on her. She couldn't recall the last time someone had done that to her. Yao Lie, somewhat oblivious but punctual, rewarded his companions, the great white snake and others, and casually grabbed a handful of pseudo-rejuvenation pills before driving to Xiangjin. This establishment was a mid to high-end CAF, frequented by many aspiring young professionals who sought a serene ambience to ponder life and perhaps find opportunities for deeper interactions with the opposite sex. Yao Lie found it hard to believe Sang Shui would frequent such a place. It seemed beneath her status as a billionaire beauty. Nevertheless, the CAF's tranquil environment was conducive to attracting patrons. With numerous discreet private rooms for intimate conversations, Sang Shui had just called Yao Lie to arrange a meeting in one of those private chambers. Of course, Yao Lie was aware that Sang Shui wasn't seeking a romantic connection. He sighed at the thought that such a stunning woman as her could actually be uninterested in men. He knocked on the frosted glass door of the private room, and Sang Shui's cold, beautiful voice beckoned, "Come in." Upon entering, Yao Lie was met with Sang Shui's strikingly frosty visage. though a hint of worry marred her otherwise perfect features, a detail not easily overlooked by his keen eye. Zhang Shui regarded him with surprise, sensing a change in his aura. "Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" she asked, suppressing her curiosity and offering him a rare smile. Yao Lie chuckled lightly. "No thanks, I'm not accustomed to this fancy coffee. Just a glass of plain water will suffice." He scratched his head, feeling a bit of pressure being alone with such a wealthy woman. "What do you need me for? Is it necessary to discuss matters here?" Zhang Shui summoned a waiter, who brought Yao Lie's water, and then, with a more serious tone, she said, "I need you to accompany me on a trip to the southern province." She paused, adding, "This isn't stipulated in our agreement. You are free to decline." Yao Lie frowned slightly. "You're going to the southern province? I have some pressing matters here. With so many people at Zhongbao Group, why do you need me to accompany you?" He was currently preoccupied with practicing alchemy to enhance his strength and was reluctant to leave Sanlong City, especially with the 4 monsters at home, as he feared what might happen in his absence. Monsters could go without food for several days, but eventually, hunger would drive them to seek sustenance elsewhere. Monsters couldn't be expected to adhere to human ethics. If they were starving, they might resort to viewing humans as potential meals. Previously, Yao Lie had dismissed such notions as mere fiction, but now that he knew monsters were real, he couldn't afford to treat it lightly. He had strictly forbidden them from going out, fearing the chaos that might ensue. While he regarded the monsters as inconsequential, even the weakest among them could pose a threat to humans. Zhang Shui was taken aback by Yao Lie's refusal. Well aware of her own allure, few men could so readily turn down her requests. Biting her lip, she explained, "I can't go with anyone from Zhongbao Group. I suspect the higher-ups in the group have ties to Odebao." She instinctively glanced around the room, wary of eavesdroppers, clearly anxious. After a moment, she elaborated, "Odebao is furious about our marriage and is exerting pressure on Zhongbao Group, which has significantly impacted our business. Thus, I plan to relocate the group out of Sanlong City." Yao Lie was momentarily stunned. Odebao is that brazen? He seems like a mere spoiled rich kid. Surely his influence can't be that extensive. I mean, Zhongbao Group is a billion-dollar enterprise. Doesn't it have a few backers? Zhang Shui sighed. The O family's influence is beyond your imagination. Moreover, Odebao may have connections to powerful figures within the O family, looking to seize control of my Zhongbao Group. Damn that Odebao. Not only did he gang up on me, but now he wants to take my family's assets. Just you wait. Yao Lie cursed inwardly, clearly considering Zhongbao Group as his own possession. He then looked at Zhang Shui and asked, "Is it really necessary to go all the way to the southern province?" The journey from the eastern province to the southern province was long. While establishing a branch office might be manageable, relocating the headquarters was a different matter entirely, especially since Zhang Shui's business relationships were primarily in the eastern province. Zhang Shui forced a smile, her brow furrowed. "I've already spoken with people from nearby cities, but Odebao has sabotaged those efforts. Clearly, someone within the group leaked information, and now I don't know who to trust, which is why I need you to come along." Her voice lowered, revealing her worry as she continued, "Someone has threatened me, and it could be dangerous for me, even for you." Zhang Shui left her sentence unfinished, but Yao Lie understood her concern. She was likely afraid that Odebao might retaliate against him as well. This request for companionship was likely a means of ensuring her safety. After all, as the president of Zhongbao Group, she could easily hire trusted bodyguards to accompany her to the southern province. In truth, Zhang Shui's fears were not unfounded. Odebao had indeed sent thugs to ambush Yao Lie, but he had managed to evade them due to his considerable strength. Although things had been quiet lately, it was clear that Odebao would not give up easily. "When do you plan to leave? How long do you expect to be gone?" Yao Lie asked in a serious tone. "No matter what?" He could not stand idly by while half of his assets fell into the hands of Odebao. Zhang Shui nodded. "We could leave the day after tomorrow, it's likely to take 5 or 6 days, as we need to scout several locations." Yao Lie furrowed his brow. A 5 or 6 day absence would complicate his arrangements for the 4 monsters. Although he had many iron friends, he couldn't expect them to procure meat for the monsters. He would have to prepare food in advance, ideally live pigs or sheep. However, this would turn his apartment into a veritable farm, rife with foul odors and bloodshed, and if the monsters were to cause a ruckus while feeding, the police would surely come knocking. Keeping the monsters at home was proving to be quite inconvenient. Yao Lie sighed but ultimately nodded. "Let us depart the day after tomorrow. Just give me a call when you're ready. He could easily solve the issue of the monster's food by utilizing a refrigerator. The monsters would undoubtedly be displeased. Although they had never had such an abundance of fresh meat in Shenangjia, their palates had grown accustomed to the luxuries available in Sanlong City. However, faced with the choice of spending 5 or 6 days in the Wanyao Seal or remaining at home with frozen meat, the four monsters reluctantly acquiesced to Yao Lie's demands, with 3 voting in favor and 1 abstaining. As for whether the monsters would help themselves to food, Yao Lie had no concerns. The fact that the toad and the great white snake could now operate a television to watch dramas attested to their remarkable learning abilities. Yao Lie specifically purchased 2 large refrigerators and procured 2,000 pounds of frozen meat from a warehouse, along with over 200,000 in medicinal herbs for the white snake and toad's alchemical needs. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Shui called again. Chapter 19. A subtle maneuver. Not long after receiving Zhang Shui's call, a red Lamborghini swiftly parked beneath Yao Lie's building. This latest model of Lamborghini had a pre-sale price exceeding 5 million, a luxury well beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, especially when driven by an extraordinarily beautiful woman, capturing the attention of countless passers-by. Particularly at the entrance of the community, the 2 security guards were nearly drooling, diligently patrolling the area within a 50-meter radius of the building where Yao Lie resided. The portly guard was proudly puffing out his chest and drawing attention to his robust physique. Upon descending the stairs, Yao Lie was captivated by the sight of Zhang Shui's Lamborghini, exclaiming in awe, "Is it not a mistake? Are we truly driving to Nan Province?" The journey from Dong Province to Nan Province spanned at least 1 or 2,000 kilometers. Even under the best circumstances, it would take no less than 2 days by car, which seemed exceedingly troublesome. Conversely, a flight would only take 2 or 3 hours. Zhang Shui explained, "Our trip to Nan Province must remain confidential. Although the O family's main power is concentrated in Sanlong City, they still wield considerable influence elsewhere. Otherwise, my relocation plans in several nearby cities would not be at risk of being sabotaged. If we fly, they will easily discover our destination and intentions," Yao Lie remarked, puzzled. "Why not travel to another location first and then connect to Nan Province?" Zhang Shui shook her head. "That won't work. The O family's people will still uncover our destination. I have arranged for us to first drive out of Sanlong City, then switch to another vehicle, making it harder for the O family to track us. The O family, I swear. I will ensure they do not remain a family." Yao Lie muttered, lamenting the secretive nature of their trip to Nan Province, likening it to an undercover operation. Nonetheless, Zhang Shui undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the situation with the O family, so he felt it prudent to heed her advice. However, Yao Lie couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be few officials in the city with the surname O, despite their immense power. He had never heard of them before. The driving experience of the Lamborghini was incomparable to Yao Lie's dilapidated minivan. Zhang Shui courteously inquired if he wished to take the driver's seat. But having just obtained his license, Yao Lie struggled to control the minivan at speeds below 80 kilometers per hour. He certainly did not want to embarrass himself in front of his beautiful wife. Resolutely, he declared that this was an opportunity for Zhang Shui to showcase her driving skills and promptly settled into the passenger seat. The sports car sped out of Sanlong City, and Yao Lie felt a heightened sense of awareness, soon noticing at least 2 vehicles tailing them closely. Initially, he questioned why Zhang Shui would choose such a conspicuous car if she was aware of being followed, as it seemed to invite attention. However, once they left the city and merged onto the highway, Yao Lie understood her reasoning. Zhang Shui's judgment was far more reliable than that of his fellow security guards. The fiery personality concealed beneath her icy exterior startled Yao Lie, who gazed wide-eyed at the rapidly passing trees and streetlights, as well as the vehicles retreating at breakneck speeds. He could hardly fathom that the typically serene and composed Zhang Shui could drive at terrifying speeds approaching 300 kilometers per hour, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of unease. He was acutely aware that one misstep could spell disaster, reducing him to a mere heap of flesh with no hope of survival. No wonder Zhang Shui preferred to confront the formidable O family rather than compromise, even going so far as to abandon the foundation of Zhongbao Group and incurring losses in the billions to relocate it from Sanlong City. Despite the fear coursing through him, Yao Lie knew he must maintain his composure. A man's pride must never falter. Fortunately, the 2 vehicles trailing the Lamborghini were economical and inconspicuous, allowing them to follow without drawing attention. Yet, against a reckless driver like Zhang Shui, Their speed was utterly inadequate. Within half an hour, they were left far behind, lost to sight. Only then did Song Shui slow down, turning onto a dirt road devoid of surveillance cameras. She glanced at Yao Lie and smiled. "Are you all right?" I'm fine," Yao Lie stammered, his lips pale, trembling as he spoke, though his legs felt weak beneath him. He had never experienced such fear, even when facing gangs. In those situations, he always had a chance to escape. However, racing at 300 kilometers per hour on the highway felt like teetering on the edge of hell, where any mishap would leave no room for luck. Yao Lie was a daredevil, but not a fool. He relished the feeling of control, and he would never have attempted such reckless driving without Song Shui by his side. Slowly, he retrieved 2 pills from his pocket, swallowing them down with a gulp of saliva. The warmth radiating from the pills seemed to dispel the chill of fear, and after stealing a glance at Song Shui, he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Shui, I had no idea your driving skills were so exceptional." Song Shui, observing Yao Lie's pale visage yet stubbornness, couldn't he help but chuckle, teasing, "Serves you right for hanging up on me." However, she added, "At least we've temporarily shaken off the O family. This road has no surveillance, and even if they check traffic records, they won't find us. Soon, we'll switch cars and then we can truly set forth to Nan province." After driving a short distance, Yao Lie spotted a black off-road vehicle parked by the side of the dirt road. Song Shui informed him that they would be switching to that vehicle. Although Yao Lie didn't recognize the make, its rugged and wild appearance suggested it was undoubtedly an expensive luxury car. Given the long journey to Nan province, they could not rely on Yao Lie's battered minivan, which would likely break down mid-journey. Before the Lamborghini came to a complete stop, a petite woman with a vintage student haircut stepped out of the imposing off-road vehicle. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, reminiscent of a high school student. While not strikingly beautiful compared to Song Shui's breathtaking allure, she exuded a refreshing and clean aura, and her purple dress hinted at a well-developed figure. It was hard to imagine such a delicate and demure girl could drive a vehicle as fierce as the one she had just exited. The short-haired girl waved at the Lamborghini from a distance, and as dust swirled around them, the Lamborghini screeched to a halt. Yao Lie was taken aback to see a hint of tenderness on Song Shui's otherwise icy visage as she approached the girl. Suddenly enlightened, he stammered, "Shui, could she possibly be your—" Song Shui, having already disclosed her attraction to women, nodded graciously, "Indeed, she is my partner, Su Xiaoli." Watching Song Shui embrace Su Xiaoli intimately, Yao Lie found himself at a loss for words. Momentarily stunned by the turn of events, he couldn't help but wonder if, in his absence, these 2 remarkable women would share a passionate kiss or even indulge in a fervent encounter in the off-road vehicle. Yao Lie's mind ventured into dark territories. After exchanging affectionate moments, Song Shui, aware that time was of the essence, patted Su Xiaoli on the shoulder and, once they parted, beckoned Yao Lie to exit the car. Smiling as she introduced, "Xiaoli, this is Yao Lie. He is quite a decent fellow." Yao Lie couldn't resist a sardonic comment, feeling that risking his life to offend Odebeo and traveling thousands of kilometers alongside Song Shui to Nan province only warranted a decent evaluation from the esteemed CEO. He chose to overlook the fact that he had only entered this arrangement for $1 million. Su Xiaoli gazed at Yao Lie with wide, innocent eyes, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. "Thank you, Yao Lie, for helping us. Please take good care of Sister Shui. I've heard the situation in Nan province is quite chaotic." Yao Lie's heart sank at the thought of such a lovely girl being involved with the formidable Song Shui. Realizing she was still underage, faced with Su Xiaoli's request, Yao Lie, embodying the spirit of a true man, thumped his chest and assured her, "Rest easy, Xiaoli, as long as I'm here. No one will harm Shui." Song Shui shot him a sidelong glance. Her icy demeanor softened in Su Xiaoli's presence. She was unsure why she felt irked by Yao Lie's actions despite knowing he was helping her. Perhaps it was his initial impression of being overly mercenary that colored her perception. Yet, recalling that the 2 mercenary bodyguards from Odebeo were no match for Yao Lie, she refrained from voicing her retorts. "Time is of the essence. We must depart," Song Shui urged, leaning in to whisper the last part to Su Xiaoli. Gently kissing her fair cheek, Su Xiaoli, likely unaccustomed to such public displays of affection, flushed a bright red, resembling a ripe Fuji apple. Yao Lie stifled a chuckle, his keen hearing picking up on Song Shui's quiet words. Soon, Su Xiaoli climbed into the Lamborghini, rolling up the window as they sped towards the highway. Zhang Shui and Yao Lie made their way into the rugged off-road vehicle, discreetly heading towards Nan Province. This time, Yao Lie had learned his lesson well, confidently seizing the driver's seat. He genuinely feared Zhang Shui's reckless speed. While his driving skills were merely average, he was capable of handling speeds of 180 kilometers per hour. Even if something went awry, his exceptional physique offered a reasonable chance of survival, making him a safer choice behind the wheel than Zhang Shui. Perhaps only when he cultivates to the intermediate demon realm, mastering a formidable physique akin to that of an ancient tortoise, will he no longer fear President Song's exquisite racing car. Chapter 20. A further request for elixirs. Even the illustrious Yao Lie must succumb to the need for slumber. After driving for 7 or 8 consecutive hours and covering a distance of 500 to 600 kilometers, he could no longer endure and let Zhang Shui take the wheel. Observing that Zhang Shui was not engaging in reckless speeding this time, Yao Lie felt a slight sense of relief and inadvertently drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found the vehicle had departed from the eastern province and arrived at a small town in the western province whose name he did not recognize. The dawn light had begun to break, and it was already the following morning. President Song's face bore a palpable weariness, prompting him to stop the car. He hastily consumed a few morsels, skipped the search for an inn, and chose instead to rest his eyes briefly in the vehicle before calling upon Yao Lie to continue the journey. Noticing Zhang Shui resting her head against the seat, in a state of half-sleep, her brows occasionally knitting together, Yao Lie sighed internally. It seemed that Udabeo had truly driven her to despair. A dignified tycoon with assets in the billions had been compelled to discreetly venture to the southern province, unwilling to waste even a moment of rest on the road. What sort of entity was this family? Logically, even a city committee secretary would find it challenging to mount a more formidable assault on the Zhongbao group than this family had demonstrated. It appeared that he had indeed attracted a formidable adversary this time. However, Yao Lie merely lamented the situation. He was not intimidated. In truth, few things could truly instill fear in him. With the strength of 4 demon beasts and the ancient royal demon sutra at his disposal, he felt adequately fortified to face any hardship or challenge. He retrieved 2 pseudo-replenishing elixirs from his pocket, tossing one into his mouth while offering the other to Zhang Shui. "Hey, would you care for one?" Zhang Shui, upon hearing Yao Lie's voice, felt a surge of alertness and regarded the dark pseudo-replenishing elixir he held with a hint of skepticism. "What is this?" she inquired, her suspicion rising. Yao Lie chuckled wryly. "My dear Zhang, are you truly concerned that I might poison you? With just the 2 of us, any ulterior motives would hardly warrant wasting such precious pills. Forget it." Yao Lie, disheartened, withdrew the elixir. It was indeed a challenge to be a good person. It was rare for him to be generous, offering something worth over $400, only to be met with suspicion. He recalled how that middle-aged man had spent 100,000 for a single one previously. Zhang Shui huffed lightly. "Stingy?" Yet, she refrained from inquiring further about the elixir, though its aroma was enticing. Its dark appearance made her doubt its legitimacy, especially since Yao Lie had produced it directly from his pocket without any packaging. She certainly would not take the risk of consuming it indiscriminately. That moment, Yao Lie's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he broke into a grin. While you may not appreciate rare treasures, others certainly do. Look, someone is calling to place an order." The number displayed was that of the rotund tycoon, who had been swindled out of 200,000 by Yao Lie and Gue Hu. Terms like Tai Sui Hu Sha had been fabricated by Yao Lie himself. The chubby middle-aged man would not have called Yao Lie if nothing extraordinary had occurred. It seemed he had tasted the sweetness of the elixirs and sought more from Yao Lie. To Yao Lie, the pseudo-replenishing elixirs were merely snacks. He had consumed dozens already, and their effects had significantly diminished. However, one must not forget that Yao Lie was no ordinary individual. His physique was over 10 times stronger than that of an average person. What held little effect for him could be a miraculous remedy for an ordinary person, far surpassing the potency of any rare delicacies like blood swallow or winter caterpillar. Placing an order? Zhang Shui regarded Yao Lie with suspicion. Puzzled by his statement, Yao Lie grinned and answered the call, only to hear the jovial voice of the rotund man on the other end. "Is this Master Yao? I am Ming Sanni. Do you still remember me?" Yao Lie chuckled. "Of course I remember. You are the one who..." Cough cough, the one who attracted the tiger Shah, correct? His most vivid recollection of the middle-aged man was the 50-gram 24-karat gold card he had almost blurted out. Yes, yes, that's me, Ming Sanha replied, chuckling. Master Yao, may I inquire if you have time to share a meal? Yao Lie suppressed his amusement and replied nonchalantly, I am currently out of town. May I ask what business you have, Mr. Ming? Ming Sanha hesitated momentarily. I see Master Yao is away. The thing is, after consuming the elixir you provided last time, my health improved dramatically. I hope it is not too presumptuous to reach out, but I would like to request a few more elixirs. If possible, he paused before quickly adding, rest assured. I understand the effort that goes into concocting these elixirs and have prepared 100,000 in cash. If Master Yao does not mind. Yao Lie inhaled sharply. It seemed that Ming Sanha's wealth rivaled that of Zhang Shui. Having sold him one elixir for 100,000 previously, he was now requesting several and had prepared 100,000 cash, clearly indicating he was eager to be taken advantage of. Offering as much as 200,000 per elixir, a tycoon with assets exceeding 100 million would typically have liquid funds well over 10 million. The fact that Ming Sanha could casually produce 100,000 for elixir spoke volumes about his financial prowess. Reflecting on this, Yao Lie felt a pang of discontent. The world was indeed inequitable. When his parents had perished in a car accident, the compensation had amounted to only 20,000, while Ming Sanha was willing to part with 200,000 for a pseudo-replenishing elixir that cost him merely 400. An amount that equated to the lives of two impoverished souls. Receiving Ming Sanha's call, Yao Lie regretted bringing Zhang Shui along. However, one must see things through to the end, and Yao Lie could not abandon her. Fortunately, Ming Sanha had called, indicating that this big fish would not slip away easily. He could always seek him out upon returning from the southern province. Ming Sanha did not insist on Yao Lie hastening back for the transaction but merely inquired about his location. Offering to send someone to find him, Yao Lie refrained from disclosing his whereabouts, and reluctantly, Ming Sanha expressed his admiration for Master Yao before ending the call. Unbeknownst to Yao Lie, Ming Sanha, despite appearing crude and cowardly, was indeed a man of considerable stature, boasting numerous accolades, the most noteworthy being the executive director of the Hulua Charity Foundation. Engaging in philanthropy in Huaxia is a vastly different endeavor than abroad. It is not a realm for the average individual, especially not for a legitimate charity foundation like Hulua. Among the myriad charity foundations in Huaxia, many serve as playgrounds for the offspring of officials, offering ample avenues for revenue while obscuring the expenditure paths. The operational costs of these foundations can consume over 70% of charitable funds, ultimately benefiting the behind-the-scenes owners. Hulua Charity Foundation is well known in the Eastern Province, and industry insiders recognize it as a legitimate foundation with official backing. The fear that Ming Sanha exhibited when confronted by Gu A, who indicated that he might have some skeletons in his closet, revealing that as the executive director of the Hulua Charity Foundation, he was acutely aware of its operational mechanisms. As society progresses, the political climate in Huaxia has steadily improved, with an increasing number of genuinely patriotic officials emerging. Behind Ming Sanha lies such a figure. The Deputy Secretary of the Eastern Province, Ming Yishan, with whom he shares an exceptionally close relationship. Ming Sanha leads a low-key life, and few are aware of his influential elder brother. However, the fact that some do know means that he often finds things going more smoothly than others. Even without engaging in any misconduct, he has amassed a fortune of several hundred million over the years. To the outside world, a younger brother who is a billionaire tycoon and an elder brother who is a high-ranking provincial official represents an unattainable aspiration. Yet, every family has its burdens. Ming Yishan, nearing 50, has only one daughter, whom he adopted in his youth. Ming Sanha understands that this is due to his brother's unspoken malady 30 years ago. To save him from drowning, Ming Yishan plunged into the frigid waters of the river in midwinter, suffering from exposure and leaving him with a chronic ailment that has rendered him incapable of fathering children. As Ming Sanha reached middle age, he too had lived recklessly in his youth, and his health was far from robust. Startled by Gu A Hu, he had become increasingly listless, initially attributing his malaise to the residual effects of the tiger sha. Yesterday, he finally consumed the elixir provided by Yao Lie. The astonishing efficacy of the pseudo-replenishing elixir revitalized him. His spirits soared, and his once languid physique transformed into that of a robust pillar. Ming Sanha struggled to recall when he had last experienced such vitality. In a moment of joy, he shared an intimate moment with his wife, only to be reminded of his elder brother. Ming Yishan. The pseudo-replenishing elixir's remarkable side effects coupled with Yao Lie's demonstrated prowess, instilled in Meng Sanhe absolute confidence. Perhaps it could even improve his brother's health. He mused that even if it were a potent aphrodisiac, it would be worth it to allow his brother to experience the joys of marital intimacy. If it were to rejuvenate his brother, leading to the possibility of a son or daughter, Meng Sanhe would find solace in that thought. For this reason, Meng Sanhe was willing to exhaust his wealth without hesitation. His endeavors with the Halua Charity Foundation were motivated by a desire to accrue merit for his brother. To Meng Sanhe, 20,000 for an elixir was undoubtedly a trivial expense. He simply did not know how many of these elixirs Yao Lie possessed, which is why he requested 3 to 5. He intended to send one for testing, to ensure it contained no harmful substances, and also to be prudent, as his brother's condition was far more severe. He feared that 1 or 2 elixirs might not suffice and deemed it wise to procure several for safety's sake. He is not short of money. The Halua charity allocates over 50 million each year for charitable purposes and occasionally provides funding to other charitable foundations, such as donations to the Red Cross. While this may sound somewhat amusing, to navigate this circle, relying solely on Meng Yishan's influence is insufficient. Maintaining robust charitable connections is imperative. Chapter 21. The robbery, however, no matter how anxious Meng Sanhe might be, Master Yao Lie could not possibly hand over the recovery pill to him immediately. At present, he had traversed from the West Province with Zhang Shui and reached the border of the South Province. In truth, the South Province is remote, characterized by numerous mountains and a fierce local culture, rendering it an unsuitable base for the Zhongbao group. Nevertheless, Zhang Shui values the fact that the O family's influence does not extend to this region, and here in the South Province, there exists a certain level of support. As long as they are not subjected to the oppressive force of the O family, it would be challenging for others to contend with the Zhongbao group. After all, compared to the East Province, the South Province's economy is relatively underdeveloped, making it particularly attractive to investors, especially for significant investments like that of Zhang Shui. Of course, having suffered setbacks, Zhang Shui secretly harbors other plans and has already arranged for an offshore company. Though at this moment, Yao Lie, the nominal male lead, remains oblivious to Zhang Shui's specific intentions. By the way, where in the South Province are you headed? How do we get there? Damn. Now, it was Yao Lie's turn to drive. While Zhang Shui was asleep, he did not inquire about Zhang Shui's destination in the South Province. He had been following the navigation the entire way. As they turned onto a mountain road, the navigation system faltered, presumably due to a loss of signal. Just as he contemplated waking Zhang Shui to ask for directions, he suddenly spotted a black SUV parked diagonally at the bend, less than 10 meters from where Yao Lie had just rounded the corner. Yao Lie's driving skills were rather average, but fortunately, he was not speeding. His reflexes, however, were quite sharp. He slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the rocky ground, narrowly stopping the vehicle half a meter from the obstructing SUV. Despite his courage, he was thoroughly startled. Zhang Shui was thrown forward by inertia, but thankfully she was buckled in. Otherwise, she would have surely sustained some injuries. Yao Lie had never been a virtuous man, and his anger surged within him. He turned to the now awakened Zhang Shui, whose face had turned pale, and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Zhang Shui took a deep breath, gazing at the black SUV before them. "I'm fine. What happened? A car accident?" Yao Lie shook his head. "I don't know." The two vehicles were so close that they completely obstructed Yao Lie and Zhang Shui's view. Just as Yao Lie was about to exit the car to give the owner of the illegally parked SUV a piece of his mind, he saw 4 burly men emerge from behind the vehicle, each wielding weapons. One particularly dark-skinned man brandished a shotgun, his demeanor menacing as he approached Yao Lie's SUV. It dawned on Yao Lie that they were robbers. A slight chill ran down his spine. It seemed he had encountered highway bandits. However, judging by their expressions, they were not merely after money. They were out for blood. Zhang Shui's face turned even paler, her lips tightly pressed together as one hand instinctively grasped Yao Lie's arm. No matter how strong a woman she was, encountering such a violent scene would reveal a vulnerable side. As the 4 hulking men laid eyes on Zhang Shui's luxurious SUV, their eyes lit up. They were clearly discerning individuals who recognized the vehicle's worth. The man with the shotgun aimed it at Yao Lie while the other 3 hastily moved to either side of the car, forcefully banging on the windows, shouting menacingly, "Get out quickly if you don't want to die." These robbers were armed. And the SUV was no bulletproof vehicle. Shattering the glass and dragging the occupants out would pose no challenge. Yet, They refrained from doing so, clearly viewing the SUV as their prize, unwilling to damage such a fine vehicle. The parts for these imported luxury cars had to be sourced from abroad, and even minor repairs could cost tens of thousands. Damn, what terrible luck! Yao Lie muttered under his breath, judging by their demeanor. He knew they were desperate men, likely with blood on their hands. One wrong move could result in bullets flying, so he leaned closer and whispered, "Don't get out if I shout. You duck down, I'll handle them." He understood that no matter what, there would be no peaceful resolution. Offering money was out of the question. If Zhang Shuai exited the vehicle, her appearance would be fully exposed to the robbers. Even an ordinary person would find it hard to resist Zhang Shuai's beauty, let alone these brazen thugs. How could Yao Lie stand idly by and watch a delicate woman, especially his nominal wife, be humiliated before his eyes? It would be better for him to face a bullet himself than to allow that to happen. With his eyes narrowing slightly, he naturally removed the car key from the ignition, his demonic energy surging within him as he slowly opened the driver's side door. For Yao Lie, the other three men, despite their weapons, posed little threat. The only danger to his life came from the man with the gun standing 2 meters away. As soon as he exited the car, the man with the machete did not exchange words with Yao Lie, but swung the weapon with force towards the back of his neck. Yao Lie's eyes glinted coldly, and he swiftly channeled his demonic energy into the car key, shouting, "Get down!" With that, the car key emitted a piercing sound as it flew through the air, propelled by Yao Lie's demonic energy. Hurtling toward the shoulder of the man with the gun, the force was evidently greater than that of an ordinary bullet. Once he released the key, Yao Lie did not even glance back at the man with the gun. He was confident that the assailant would not be quick enough to evade an attack that broke the sound barrier. As he elbowed the door shut, he turned his palm upward, securely grasping the machete aimed at his neck. With a slight tug, he pulled the weapon towards him. With a resounding thud, Yao Lie's right fist connected with the chest of the machete-wielding man, delivering over 500 kilograms of force, akin to a rampaging bull crashing into him. The man let out a half-hearted scream before being sent soaring through the air, landing 3 meters away. In truth, Yao Lie himself was astonished by the ferocity of his own actions. The difference between this encounter and his previous confrontation with the men in black was stark. Not only did his arms possess immense strength, but his reflexes had also sharpened considerably. He was confident that if he were to face the men in black again, he could easily dispatch them. The ancient demon emperor technique truly proved to be extraordinary. Though Yao Lie was still at the novice stage of his demonic powers, the strength he exhibited was already superhuman in the eyes of ordinary people. The two men by the opposite vehicle, witnessing Zhang Shuai's reluctance to exit, intensified their efforts to intimidate her. Suddenly, they heard the anguished cries of their companion. Looking up, they saw a white flash as one of them cried out in agony, the tip of the machete having penetrated his shoulder. If Yao Lie had not shown mercy, the blow could have easily proved fatal, as the force of the car key had been comparable to that of a bullet. Not to mention the sharpness of a 6-pound machete, the remaining robber was momentarily unable to harm Zhang Shuai. A strange and ruthless urge arose within Yao Lie as he stepped toward the man with the gun, kicking it aside. Instinctively, he raised his foot to stomp down on the man's head. Initially, Yao Lie had intended for Zhang Shuai to duck down beneath the seat as soon as he took action, but he was unaware that he had transformed into such a fierce individual. Zhang Shuai, unable to hide in time, watched in shock as Yao Lie ruthlessly took down the robber, and as she saw him mercilessly stomp on the man with the gun, she could not suppress a cry of alarm. It was this very cry that saved the man with the gun. Yao Lie, filled with murderous intent, suddenly regained his senses. Upon seeing the fear in the man's eyes, he quickly adjusted his aim, his foot narrowly missing the man's head as it crashed down beside him, leaving a 1-centimeter deep imprint in the solid mountain path. The force was astonishing, and Yao Lie was inwardly astonished as well. The demonic energy enveloping his sneakers was as hard as steel. He had left a deep imprint without damaging the soles. Undoubtedly, had Zhang Shuai's shout not awakened Yao Lie, the man's head would have been utterly crushed. Beyond the reach of any divine intervention, the shotgun fell against the mountainside, the tremendous impact causing the weapon to disassemble. The man with the gun had lost his threat level, and only then did Yao Lie turn his attention to the last robber. The remaining bandit, stunned by Yao Lie's brutality, quickly realized he was no match for him. Ignoring the precious SUV, he slammed a wooden stick against the window and drew a dagger from his waist. Intending to use Zhang Shui as leverage to threaten Yao Lie, Yao Lie snorted coldly and accelerated suddenly, leaping onto the hood of the SUV. He delivered a powerful kick to the robber's face, visibly altering the man's features as he fell to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth along with 7 or 8 of his teeth. Even if he were to recover, he would likely rely on dentures for the rest of his life. At that moment, a loud bang echoed, and Yao Lie's expression changed drastically. His body shifted, but a sharp pain shot through his left arm, as if a searing iron bar had been thrust into him. Looking down, he realized he had been shot. Yao Lie let out a fierce curse, only to discover that there were 2 robbers in the off-road vehicle ahead. One of them, armed with a pistol, emerged from the driver's side, while the other, a burly man with a face full of brutish features, stepped out from the passenger seat, wielding a military dagger that measured nearly half a meter in length. Gunfire erupted once more, but fortunately, Yao Lie reacted with remarkable swiftness. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled out of the off-road vehicle just as bullets thudded against the glass, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Thankfully, Zhang Shui had already taken cover inside. Otherwise, that shot might have inflicted serious harm upon her. Taking advantage of the vehicle's cover, Yao Lie delivered a powerful punch to the robber on the ground, who was clutching his shoulder, disregarding the possibility of him bleeding out. He then seized the machete lodged in the robber's shoulder and hurled it with all his might at the assailant who had been firing continuously. After being shot, Yao Lie was in no mood for mercy. The force behind his throw was undoubtedly in the thousands of pounds, and its speed was astonishing. The man with the pistol, caught off guard by Yao Lie's ferocity despite his injury, had no time to evade. With a sickening crack, the back of the machete collided violently with his right shoulder, the sheer force sending him flying. His arm severed in the process, blood gushing from the stump as he instantly lost consciousness. The burly man with the military dagger paled at the sight, no longer daring to confront Yao Lie. He quickly retreated into the nearby woods. Yao Lie let out a muffled grunt and leaped after him, returning shortly after, dragging the limp, lifeless body of the giant back onto the road. Upon Yao Lie's return, Zhang Shui had already exited the vehicle, anxiously gazing in the direction Yao Lie had gone. Seeing him emerge, she urgently asked, "Yao Lie, are you all right?" Yao Lie chuckled, "I'm fine." He left behind the robber he had knocked unconscious. Tearing open the sleeve of his left arm to inspect the wound in that brief moment, his sleeve was stained crimson with blood, revealing a gaping, red hole. Luckily, the flow of blood had begun to slow, thanks to the influence of his demonic energy. Zhang Shui's face turned even paler, exclaiming, "You've been shot." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to call for help, her fingers trembling as she pressed the buttons repeatedly until, unfortunately, the call did not go through. Upon closer inspection, she realized that there was no signal at all. The scene on the road was gruesome, particularly with the severed arm robber lying in a large pool of blood, likely to succumb to blood loss shortly. Zhang Shui, being a delicate woman, had already demonstrated commendable composure by remaining awake amidst such horror. Regaining his composure, Yao Lie was also secretly astonished at the extent of his destructive capability. It seemed as though the ancient demon emperor's technique had awakened the most bloodthirsty and cruel thoughts within him. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate them all. Gritting his teeth, he examined the wound on his arm. Fortunately, the gunman's weapon was likely a makeshift firearm, its power inferior to that of standard handguns and loaded with steel balls rather than pointed bullets. Additionally, Yao Lie's body had been reinforced by demonic energy, rendering it several times more resilient than that of an average person. Upon impact, the energy had instinctively surged to his arm, significantly mitigating the bullet's force. Although the injury appeared severe, it was merely a flesh wound, not deep enough to damage the bone within. "Are you all right?" Zhang Shui asked again, clearly flustered. Yao Lie concentrated his demonic energy to his arm. Noticing that the bleeding had ceased, and rather than complicating matters with bandaging, he forced a smile. "No worries, just my luck, huh?" Pausing for a moment, he jested, "Song, the CEO, I've just realized that being your husband is quite a hazardous profession. I've taken a significant hit this time. Perhaps I should discuss a raise when we return." Zhang Shui, seeing Yao Lie still able to joke, felt her tense heart begin to ease. Gazing at his bright and resolute face stirred something within her, prompting her to chuckle weakly. You really are something else, thinking about that at a time like this. She glanced at the varying states of the robbers on the ground. Some unconscious and on the brink of death. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she quickly covered her lips, forcing herself to suppress it before asking, "What should we do now?" Yao Lie shook his head. "What else can we do? We need to find a place with signal to call for help and wait for the police. By the way, this counts as justifiable self-defense, right?" Yao Lie asked uncertainly. Having never taken a law class in high school, he had only attended a few ideological and political lessons and was not entirely clear on legal matters, only knowing that he had dealt a heavy blow and might have caused fatalities. Sang Shui nodded. "Yes, don't worry. You won't get into trouble." Suddenly, Yao Lie's ears perked up as he moved to the side of the obstructing off-road vehicle to take a look inside. The windows of the vehicle were left ajar, and on the back seat lay two young individuals, one male and one female, their hands and feet tightly bound, their mouths sealed with strong adhesive tape. They were whimpering, casting terrified glances at Yao Lie. It turned out that this off-road vehicle was not the robbers' tool for crime. It belonged to these unfortunate individuals. The robbers not only sought to steal money and vehicles, but also engaged in kidnapping. Yao Lie helped free the two captives from their bonds. However, compared to Sang Shui, the pair appeared much more terrified. Despite knowing that Yao Lie had dealt with the robbers, they continued to tremble and took a considerable time to regain their composure. After 5 or 6 minutes, the young man and woman stammered out the details of their abduction. They were also from the eastern province, having come to the southern province to visit friends. And like Yao Lie, they were unfamiliar with the area. They had encountered a middle-aged man who, after inquiring about directions, led them to this place, resulting in the situation Yao Lie had just witnessed. This primitive mountain trail, obscured by towering mountains, had no signal and rarely saw vehicles pass through, making it a route only unfamiliar outsiders would dare to traverse. The robbers had indeed been unfortunate. Or one could say it was the luck of the young couple that, while Sang Shui was asleep and unable to provide guidance, Yao Lie had stumbled into this place, prompting the robbers to believe they had found another easy target, unaware that they were facing a ravenous beast. The young captives were likely in their early 20s, handsome and strikingly beautiful. Though their hands and feet were bound, their ears were still intact, allowing them to hear the commotion outside. They realized that within moments, Yao Lie had single-handedly dealt with the armed robbers, even as the gunmen had fired several shots. Once they regained their wits, they looked at Yao Lie with a mix of awe and admiration. The young man, taking a deep breath, clearly more composed than the young woman, exclaimed, "Brother, you're amazing. You managed to handle those robbers all by yourself. Are you a legendary ancient martial artist?" Faced with such admiration, Yao Lie couldn't help but puff out his chest. In his dictionary, the word humble did not exist. With a hearty chuckle, he replied, "It's nothing much. How do you know about ancient martial artists? Do they really exist?" The young man paused for a moment. "Aren't you an ancient martial artist? The novels say that those who practice national martial arts are all ancient martial artists. How come you're so powerful? Can you teach me martial arts?" Yao Lie wiped the sweat from his brow. "You're thinking too much. There's no such thing as ancient martial artists. I just have a bit of strength and have practiced a few sets of free fighting techniques. Don't keep calling me brother, just call me Lie Go." He was acutely aware that he appeared more mature and towering than the young couple. Yet he had no intention of correcting their misconceptions. The beautiful young woman was the twin sister of the young man, and though she remained silent, the admiration in her eyes was unmistakable, causing Yao Lie to feel a sense of pride swell within him. He even began to entertain the rather inappropriate thought of her feeling indebted to him for saving her life. Just as he was about to regale them with tales of how he had dispatched the robbers, Sang Shui's voice snapped him back to reality. "Yao Lie, there's no signal here. We can't call for help. We should think of a way to alert the authorities quickly. These robbers could be quite dangerous." Her concern for danger was not about the robbers themselves, but rather the threat they posed to themselves. Yao Lie had dealt heavy blows. One of the robbers who had been struck by the car key had an arm that had grotesquely twisted, clearly suffering a devastating shoulder injury. The one with the severed arm was likely dead, while the others were in dire straits as well. Yao Lie pondered for a moment. "How about this? We'll drive back to a place with signal and then call for help." Sang Shui shook her head. "No. We can't disturb the crime scene." She glanced at the nearby hill, Let us head to a higher vantage point and see if there's any signal. Yao Lie nodded. Be careful. I'll go check. Climbing to the hilltop, Yao Lie indeed discovered a single bar of signal on his phone. He quickly called the police, reporting the robbery and his injury, though he couldn't specify their exact location. However, given the gravity of the situation, the police took it very seriously. 20 minutes later, 3 police cars arrived with sirens blaring. 7 or 8 armed detectives surveyed the scene. They all drew in sharp breaths, their gazes towards Yao Lie laced with a hint of fear. With their extensive experience, they understood the difficulty of one person taking on armed robbers, especially upon witnessing the robbers' injuries. They could hardly fathom that such devastation was wrought by a single individual. Was this Yao Lie some kind of human tyrannosaurus? As Yao Lie had anticipated, these robbers were not just guilty of robbery but were also on the wanted list, with 2 of them classified as A-level criminals. At this moment, Zhang Shuai had no qualms about revealing her identity, and soon Yao Lie was taken to the hospital while the other 3 were escorted to the precinct to give their testimonies. Bringing this matter to a close, Yao Lie not only faced no accusations of excessive self-defense, but he was also commended by the police, who assisted him in applying for recognition as a hero. Of course, Yao Lie found the most tangible reward to be the bounty on the 2 Class A criminals, amounting to a substantial 100,000, which somewhat compensated for his suffering due to injury. To the surprise of both Yao Lie and Zhang Shuai, the siblings Su Songpeng and Su Qianqian seemed to hold a certain significance. It was evident from the officers at the police station that they had conducted a background check, their expressions betraying a desire to ingratiate themselves. Even the police chief personally arrived, drenched in sweat and evidently flustered, clearly anxious that Su Songpeng and Su Qianqian might encounter trouble within his jurisdiction. After providing their statements, Su Songpeng and Su Qianqian initially intended to leave with Yao Lie and Zhang Shuai, but the police chief insisted that someone was there to escort them, refusing to let them depart. Thus, Su Songpeng and Su Qianqian had no choice but to ask Yao Lie and Zhang Shuai for their contact information, assuring them they would reach out in the future. Zhang Shui's position as the president of Zhongbao Group proved advantageous, as her vehicle was repaired and returned the following day. Originally, Zhang Shuai intended for Yao Lie to remain in the hospital for treatment while she proceeded alone to Fengdong City. However, Yao Lie was confident that his injuries were minor and, under the nurturing of his demonic power, he would likely recover within 3 to 4 days. Therefore, he refused to stay in the hospital and, after receiving treatment, insisted on being discharged. Fengdong City was not far from the site of the incident in Badong City, yet its economy was considerably more robust. As the saying goes, poor mountains and bad waters breed wicked people. The public safety environment in Fengdong City was also superior to that of Badong City. Particularly, upon hearing about the investors encountering robbers, the officials in Fengdong were eager to avoid leaving a negative impression on Zhang Shuai, hastily dispatching 2 police vehicles to escort her. They encountered no trouble along the way and arrived at their destination smoothly. Upon reaching Fengdong City, Zhang Shuai declined the arrangements made by the officials and chose to stay with Yao Lie at the only 4-star hotel in the area. The authorities in Fengdong even offered to provide security for Zhang Shuai, which she also refused, feeling secure enough with Yao Lie by her side. Chapter 23. I am here to take care of you. Yao Lie looked at Zhang Shuai with suspicion. Shuai, are you certain we only need 1 room? Zhang Shuai's expression darkened as she swiped the room card. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no interest in men. I merely worry that if your injuries flare up, there will be no one to care for you. We will sleep separately. You can take the living room. Yao Lie chuckled, unabashedly saying, though we cannot share the same bed, we are still under the same roof. I feel our relationship could progress to a deeper level. In fact, I wouldn't mind living with Su Xiaoli as well. You. Shameless. Zhang Shuai retorted angrily, slamming the door as she entered. Fortunately, Yao Lie reacted quickly, holding the door to prevent it from closing, and grinned nonchalantly. I was just joking. After all, I am the patient. Shouldn't I be the one sleeping in the bedroom? Zhang Shuai ignored him entirely. Yao Lie, resigned, followed her inside, closing the door behind him. With a forlorn expression, he suggested, how about we share the bedroom? There are 2 beds after all. Wasting them would be a disgrace. Unfortunately, the notion of waste held a different meaning for Zhang, the billionaire president, than it did for Yao Lie, the impoverished man. Undoubtedly, Yao Lie's hopes were ruthlessly dashed by Zhang Shuai. In the end, Yao Lie found himself on the soft, comfortable bed, though he genuinely preferred the sofa. The two male attendants Zhang Shuwei summoned to move the bed from the bedroom to the living room cast him at least 20-odd glances that were laden with confusion. Yao Lie could assure himself he had not miscounted. Alas, he felt utterly humiliated, his dignity thoroughly shattered. Despite the heavy price he paid, it was not without its rewards, for he had witnessed firsthand the meaning of the phrase, emerging lotus. When he saw Zhang Shuwei emerge from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, rubbing her wet hair with a towel, her face flushed, whether from the steam or embarrassment was unclear. She appeared utterly enchanting, especially with her half-open bathrobe revealing an enticing glimpse of her delicate figure. Yao Lie could not help but lament internally, utterly baffled by Zhang Shuwei's audacity to share a room with him. Did she not realize the extent of her allure? It was a recipe for temptation. After all, of course, Zhang Shuwei had an astute sense of judgment, which accounted for her success at Zhongbao Group. Although Yao Lie was somewhat reckless, greedy, and fond of brawling, he possessed a strong sense of principle and self-discipline. He might take advantage of a situation with mere words, but he would not stoop to committing acts that would invite universal condemnation. Yet, in an act of revenge against Zhang Shuwei's allure, he deliberately cast a ravenous gaze upon her prominent figure, which startled her, causing her complexion to shift dramatically as she hurried back into the bedroom. In truth, Zhang Shuwei was not intentionally tempting Yao Lie. Rather, she had been utterly exhausted over the past few days. Although she had not lived a life of indulgence, she had never experienced such profound fatigue, especially since Yao Lie's injury. From Badong to Fengdong, she had been the one driving, in addition to dealing with the officials in Fengdong and the fright brought on by the encounter with the kidnappers. Upon finally reaching the hotel, she indulged in a hot bath to release the weariness accumulated from the journey. Drowsy and blissful, Zhang Shuwei momentarily forgot that there was a male occupant in the room. Emerging in her bathrobe and unwittingly providing Yao Lie with an eye-full, Yao Lie watched Zhang Shuwei dart back into the bedroom like a startled rabbit. He shook his head helplessly, just as he was about to head for a shower when Zhang Shuwei suddenly sprinted out, diving into the bathroom. Confused, Yao Lie observed as she emerged, her face flushed, clutching a bundle of clothes, not daring to meet his gaze before hastily retreating back into the bedroom. Yao Lie stared, dumbfounded, as the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. After a moment, he slapped himself hard, lamenting the missed opportunity. If only he had managed to secure a piece of Zhang Shuwei's intimate apparel. He truly deserved to be chastised. Zhang Shuwei nearly fell asleep while soaking in the bath, but that night, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Despite her disinterest in men, why did her heart race uncontrollably at the mere sight of Yao Lie? She was filled with alarm, akin to a heterosexual man suddenly realizing he had feelings for other men, and she pondered this question throughout the night, finally drifting into slumber around 4 or 5 in the morning. Awakening at 7, a routine she had cultivated, Zhang Shuwei would rise promptly, regardless of whether she had worked until the early hours. The 4-star hotel left much to be desired. The bedroom lacked a private bathroom. Rubbing her aching temples, Zhang Shuwei tidied her appearance before stepping out of the bedroom with her clothes and makeup kit, only to find Yao Lie sprawled across the bed, drooling like a dead pig. Clearly having slept soundly unlike her, Zhang Shuwei, puzzled, took out her makeup mirror for a glance. Did she possess no charm in Yao Lie's eyes that he could sleep so soundly? Observing Yao Lie's infuriating face and her own slight dark circles in the mirror, she felt increasingly dissatisfied. Unable to contain herself, she leaned in close to Yao Lie's ear and shouted, "Get up!" Just as Yao Lie was engaged in a crucial conversation with a certain president in his dreams. Zhang Shuwei's shout startled him awake. He rolled over, eyes wide and guilty, only to see Zhang Shuwei's face suddenly turn crimson as she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Pervert!" before spinning on her heel and retreating into the bathroom. Yao Lie was left utterly perplexed, only to have his confusion lifted when he noticed the little tent pitched beneath his sheets, leading to a sudden realization. Damn, I missed a huge opportunity. When Zhang Shuwei arranged to meet Professor Fu Jiaxian, Yao Lie learned the specific purpose of her trip to Yunnan. Fu Jiaxian, Zhang Shuwei's university mentor, was a renowned botanist and environmental scientist in China, particularly knowledgeable about the ecological environment in the southern provinces. Zhang Shuwei intended to establish a large-scale medicinal herb plantation and processing plant in the southern province, seeking Fu Jiaxian's expertise to assess the situation. Yao Lie was left speechless, astonished at Zhang Shuwei's determination. Even though he was not fully aware of Zhongbao Group's specific operations, he knew it primarily focused on logistics and transportation. While he had heard they were involved in the medicinal herb trade, it primarily revolved around procurement and resale. The actual cultivation of medicinal herbs was an entirely different matter. This transformation was indeed significant. However, Yao Lie was well aware of his limitations and refrained from voicing his opinions. Following Zhang Shuai around for a day, surveying the geographical environment, was rather dull. So he chose to stay in the hotel the next day to practice, confident that with a large entourage accompanying Zhang Shuai, nothing untoward would occur. In economically backward regions, power circles tended to be more insular. The Yao family wielded influence in Sanlong City, but their power waned in the southern province. Zhang Shuai heard from her friends among the officials in Fengdong that there had been attempts to dissuade the city from accepting Zhongbao Group's investment. However, the Yao family received the news too late. Any attempts to sabotage the deal were futile. By the third day, both parties had signed a cooperation agreement with a total investment of 500 million. The sum of money may not hold significant value in the eastern province, yet for the city of Fengdong, it represents one of the most noteworthy investment projects. At the very least, it could elevate the city's economic growth by several percentage points and create over 1,000 job opportunities. Cultivating traditional Chinese medicinal herbs can be competently undertaken by the common populace with merely a modicum of guidance, thereby tangibly augmenting their income. In regions marked by poverty and underdevelopment, local resources manifest their greatest potential. Within the governance structure of Fengdong City, many standing committee members hail from the local community, and one can surmise that they will invariably consider the welfare of their fellow citizens. A local official lacking connections in Fengdong would find it rather gratifying to assist the citizens in enhancing their living standards, as it is certainly more favorable than enduring disparagement behind their back. This scenario elucidates the ineffectiveness of certain familial connections. The healing of the wound turned out to be somewhat better than Yao Lie had anticipated. Whether due to the medicinal effects or his recent training that bolstered his demonic energy, the injury had begun to itch and scab over, suggesting a complete recovery in a day or two. The regenerative abilities of the demon race are not to be underestimated. Even as a half-demon, Yao Lie's recuperative powers far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. With the collaboration framework established, there was little purpose for Zhang Shuai to remain in Fengdong. It would suffice to dispatch senior executives from Zhongbao Group to manage the specific tasks henceforth. Yao Lie also harbored concerns regarding the situation of the 4 demon creatures at home, as well as the 1 million cash in Ming Sanhai's possession. Thus, the two took a flight back to the eastern province, leaving Daiwei in Fengdong as the executive vehicle for the senior management of Zhongbao Group. Upon returning to Sanlong City in the eastern province, the clock had already struck past 8 in the evening. Yao Lie did not rush to seek out Ming Sanha but opted to rest at home for the night, planning to address matters the following day. Thankfully, after being away for 6 or 7 days, his house had not been demolished by the old turtle and the demon creatures. Their propensity for destruction had made Yao Lie uneasy. The solitary silver dragon fish in the aquarium had finally met its demise. It was uncertain which of the creatures had been responsible, leaving behind only a tank of clear water. However, this outcome was anticipated. Even though he had prepared frozen meat for them, the demon creatures still craved snacks, particularly fresh and tender morsels. Initially, he had kept 2 silver dragonfish, but after one mysteriously vanished 10 days ago, Yao Lie had thought that without a robust silver dragonfish, the remaining one would not last long. Indeed, the demon creatures did not disappoint him. Hearing the commotion, the toad eagerly hopped out from beneath the sofa, croaking joyfully, "Boss, you're finally back. Now we don't have to eat frozen meat anymore," it exclaimed, revealing its true motivation. Its usual assistance in alchemy for the white snake was a first-time occurrence of such enthusiasm, which struck Yao Lie as peculiar. He cast a suspicious glance at it and inquired, "What do you have so much free time for? Have you finished preparing the herbs?" The toad quickly replied, "Boss, in the past few days, we've concocted 2 batches of pseudo-replenishing pills, totaling over 60 capsules. We still have some Chinese herbs left, but we've run out of gas." Yao Lie nodded. It was normal for gas to run out quickly given that alchemical processes required continuous heating for 24 hours. He was quite satisfied that the white snake and the toad managed to produce 2 batches of pills without his supervision. Now, Yao Lie realized the remarkable efficacy of the formula provided by the white snake. With 4 demon creatures continuously replenishing their demonic energy, even without training, his strength could steadily increase. While an additional pseudo-replenishing pill might seem trivial, for an ordinary person, it could significantly enhance their physical attributes, verging on the miraculous. With a contented smile, Yao Lie asked, "Where are the ghost tiger and the white snake?" Without needing to inquire about the old turtle, he could surmise it was likely nestled in its little corner of the sofa, asleep. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the living room, and the ghost tiger materialized out of thin air. Grinning broadly at Yao Lie, "Boss, I'm here. I just finished eating and meditating." After a few days apart, the tiger's markings had become more pronounced, and if one did not look closely, it could easily be mistaken for a true tiger. The toad chimed in with a smirk, "Boss, the white snake is in the room. It's rather unsociable and lacks interest." "Sociable? With the two of you?" Yao Lie remarked, glancing at the toad and the ghost tiger. And dismissing them, he washed his face in the bathroom and returned to the living room, only to shake his head in dismay at the tattered leather sofa. He opted to sit on a hard bench instead, retrieving a bottle of beer from the fridge, propping his legs up, and pressing the remote control for the television. Yao Lie did not have many hobbies, apart from occasionally going out with colleagues or visiting flea markets to admire the fairer sex. He enjoyed sipping beer while eating peanuts and watching television. Recently, he had become quite fond of a series entitled Workplace Wins, particularly due to the leading lady being his type, a character he had followed religiously. After pressing the remote several times without any response, Yao Lie initially suspected that it had not been plugged in. A quick check revealed no issues, and his gaze turned quizzically to the television screen. The only anomaly was a small hole, about the thickness of a toothpick, in the center of the 32-inch display. That moment, the toad had stealthily leaped beneath the sofa to hide. Noticing the toad's movement, Yao Lie's anger boiled over, and he bellowed, "You wretched toad, get over here." The hole in the television was undoubtedly the handiwork of that creature. The old turtle's destructive capabilities were not limited to such trivialities. The white snake's venomous fangs would leave paired holes, and the ghost tiger, needless to say, lacked such destructive power. After shouting twice, the toad finally sluggishly emerged from beneath the sofa, half its head peeking out, its eyes darting as it said, "Boss, what's up?" Yao Lie gritted his teeth and pointed at the 32-inch LCD television, stating emphatically, "Do you have any idea? I spent 2 months' salary on this, saving diligently to buy it specifically to watch national football matches. Aren't you going to explain how that hole came to be?" The toad shivered, stammering, "It's like this, boss. While you were away, and since we weren't allowed to go out, we got bored and turned on the TV. It wasn't he foolish. It attempted to share the blame with the white snake. You can ask the white snake. It was the one that suggested watching TV." Yao Lie scoffed. "Watching TV doesn't create holes. These demon creatures might lack various talents, but their ability to learn was commendable. Had they received formal education, their performance would likely rival that of top students. In just 2 or 3 days, they had mastered the use of household appliances, with the white snake even learning to use a pressure cooker for alchemy." The toad, looking quite aggrieved, explained, "We turned on the TV, and it was broadcasting the animal world, where a white swan appeared just in time. Little toad loves eating swan meat, and I just couldn't resist." It then sweetened its tone, "Boss, could we perhaps procure a swan for a taste test? I've had it once, and it was delicious." "Swan, you fool." Yao Lie's expression darkened. "That television costs 3,000 yuan. You will not be tasting any pork for the next 3 days." The toad immediately protested, for it regarded the cessation of food as the most tragic fate imaginable, croaking loudly in protest, "If you don't feed me, I'll refuse to concoct pills." Yao Lie clenched his fist, producing a cracking sound, narrowing his eyes maliciously at the toad. "Are you sure you want to go on strike? Or do you prefer a hot bath, perhaps becoming a braised toad dish?" The toad's tone softened instantly, trembling all over, and it hurriedly said, "I was wrong. Please don't pour boiling water on me." Unable to intimidate Yao Lie, it feigned innocence, its large eyes suddenly shimmering with watery tears. "Boss, how about just giving me half a portion of meat? 3 days without food will starve little toad to death, and then I won't be able to concoct pills for you." Previously, Yao Lie had conducted numerous merciless experiments to understand the capabilities of these 4 demon creatures, such as giving them hot baths, burning them, and cutting them with knives, ultimately concluding that while the toad and the white snake had ordinary abilities, The old turtle was impervious to water and fire, and unfortunately suffered from dementia. The ghost tiger, needless to say, was merely a means of intimidation. The toad had been one of the subjects in the hot bath experiment, though the water used was slightly hotter than usual, around 80 degrees Celsius. Hence, upon hearing Yao Lie mention a hot bath, it immediately recoiled in fear. Once again, a valuable item in the house had been ruined by the demon creatures, but with the prospect of acquiring 1 million yuan in cash on the horizon, Yao Lie felt somewhat reassured. He resolved to extract the economic value from the demon creatures and promptly called the gas company to arrange for a delivery. His house had not yet been fitted with gas pipelines. He relied on bottled gas. Since watching television was off the table, he decided to engage in cultivation instead. Achieving the status of a great demon after 30 years of cultivation was no small feat, however. Yao Lie, accustomed to laziness, found it challenging to shift gears and was not particularly diligent in his training. Moreover, the initial phase of the eternal demon emperor's scripture primarily involved absorbing lunar energy to refine the body, which was most potent during the full moon. Thus, training during regular periods yielded little effect. Additionally, with the demon creatures providing a source of energy, he often opted for idleness. Naturally, according to the eternal demon emperor's scripture, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could also be harnessed for cultivation, albeit not as effectively as lunar energy. Given the current dispersion of spiritual energy, its efficacy was further diminished. This journey to the southern province had truly illuminated Yao Lie to the formidable and vital nature of demonic energy. Reigniting his motivation to practice the demon emperor's scripture, he took out 2 pseudo-replenishing pills and swallowed them, sitting cross-legged and activating the heat within his body according to the methods outlined in the eternal demon emperor's scripture. However, after 2 hours of continuous effort, he saw no tangible results, leading to a growing sense of frustration. The efficacy of the counterfeit Yuan has diminished significantly, now barely reaching a third of its initial potency. It seems a visit to the apothecary is in order to procure the remaining medicinal herbs and concoct the authentic Yuan. He earned 200,000 from Meng Sanhe, which, although already spent on the ingredients for the counterfeit Yuan, leaves him with 1 million on the horizon, providing him with a solid foundation to purchase genuine herbal medicine. The Yao Huangju states that aside from the power of the Taiyin, one can also summon the might of thunder to refine the body. However, the force of thunder is exceedingly fierce, capable of effortlessly vanquishing great demons. Even the most gifted of the demon race dare not attempt to invoke even a wisp of thunder until they reach the realm of great demons. Yao Lie's heart stirred. The power of thunder must indeed be formidable. A science program I watched recently mentioned that the energy of a single bolt of lightning is equivalent to the annual output of a medium-sized nuclear power plant. Directly invoking thunder to refine my body would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, alternating current is a controllable current. I wonder if it could be utilized for body refinement. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. If this were indeed possible, it would pave a rapid path for his cultivation, no longer constrained to practicing only during the few days surrounding the full moon. Moreover, this method is a high-level technique accessible only to great demons, promising far greater efficiency than conventional training. Yao Lie was not a philosopher but a man of action. Once he conceived an idea, he pursued it immediately. However, prioritizing safety, he deemed it prudent to consult an expert. His chosen consultant could only be the old tortoise. Though the old tortoise was merely at the intermediate demon level, its ancient wisdom rendered it a living encyclopedia. It was well versed in the origins of the Wangu Yao Huangju and understood that practicing it required the transformation of the Yuan Yao grass into a demon body. And perhaps it even knew whether alternating current could replace thunder in cultivation. Having never encountered a great demon within the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, Yao Lie found it hard to believe that the old tortoise had not heard of any, especially given its vast experience. Chapter 25. The battery cultivation artifact. Yao Lie single-handedly wrested the old tortoise from the sofa, yet found himself at an impasse against its iron-like shell. Blades would not cut. Clubs would not break it. Even if he were to smash a hole through the cement floor, it would likely not rouse the old tortoise, but would instead elicit complaints from the residents above. Left with no other options, Yao Lie resorted to placing the old tortoise in an induction cooker, filling it with water and cranking the power to the maximum, hoping to wake it if it remained unresponsive. He would not hesitate to employ the ultimate artifact, the pressure cooker. As the water began to bubble vigorously, the old tortoise slowly emerged, stretching its head and limbs, finally waking from its rare stupor and exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! Ah, little one, you've returned?" The old tortoise was seldom alert. Even its feeding was instinctual and somewhat dazed. When coherent, it was quite amiable, yet one could never predict when it would lapse into confusion. Yao Lie felt a surge of joy and quickly seized the moment to ask, "Old tortoise, you're aware of utilizing the power of thunder to refine the demon body, correct?" The old tortoise nodded. "Indeed. In ancient times, great demons employed this method to refine their bodies. Otherwise, it is quite challenging to enhance one's cultivation. However, such practices are perilous. Does the Wangu Yao Huangju not contain a method for refining the body using the power of thunder?" Then, a flicker of fear crossed its eyes, and it hastily added, "You wouldn't be contemplating using the power of thunder to refine your body right now, would you? Cultivation requires a gradual approach. Haste makes waste." "I fail to understand. If I die from using the power of thunder, that is my own affair. Why are you so alarmed, old tortoise?" Observing the old tortoise's frightened demeanor, Yao Lie sensed something was amiss. The old tortoise's eyes flickered momentarily, and instead of answering, it inquired, "You asked me about the power of thunder for refining the body? What was I about to say?" Yao Lie inwardly cursed his misfortune. The old tortoise was slipping back into confusion. He urgently interjected, "Can alternating current be used in place of thunder for cultivation?" The old tortoise's mouth quivered a few times before it drowsily responded, "It should be possible, I suppose." With that, it appeared increasingly dazed. Turning its head to look around before retracting its head and limbs back into its shell, slipping into slumber once more amidst the boiling water. Yao Lie, lacking the old tortoise's ability to sleep in boiling water, had to use a shovel to lift the old tortoise, shaking off the water droplets before returning it to the sofa. Keeping the induction cooker running would surely rack up the electricity bill. However, even if he could indeed use alternating current for cultivation, Yao Lie had no intention of directly using the household voltage of 220 volts. True, he was now physically robust, possessing immense strength. Yet aside from that, he was like any ordinary person, capable of injury and bleeding. Naturally, a powerful electric current could also prove fatal. It wasn't a matter of humility. Finding a safe way to reduce the voltage for practice was genuinely challenging. Fortunately, he was clever and resourceful, and since he could not learn through diligent study, he opted to ask questions. When he was in high school, he had befriended several academic achievers, so he called one of them to inquire how to resolve this issue. Students at prestigious universities truly possess unique insights. How could I not think of such a simple method? Yao Lie exclaimed after hanging up the phone, realization dawning upon him. The suggestion of using batteries had come from the scholar, and upon reflection, it indeed seemed feasible. A nearby automotive parts store operated 24 hours, and Yao Lie promptly set out, spending over 1,000 to acquire several car batteries. To control the current or voltage, he could simply add batteries in series or parallel. This was something Yao Lie genuinely understood. By connecting the batteries with two wires, he would effectively create an electric fishing device. Many rural children knew how to construct simple electric fishers, but let it be known, this is not something one should do. Being shocked by alternating current would spell doom for the fish and shrimp, leading to their extinction, a most unscrupulous act. The power of electricity is immensely potent. Whether direct or alternating current, it is said that the energy of a single lightning bolt could power the entire earth for 1 to 2 years. Yao Lie was in awe of the great demons spoken of by the old tortoise, possessing the audacity to harness the energy of lightning for cultivation. What a display of might! What incredible prowess! Even Yao Lie could only aspire to such feats. He dared only to experiment with batteries. He stared intently at the several sets of batteries in the living room, while the toad and ghost tiger curiously gathered around. Uncertain of Yao Lie's intentions, after much contemplation, Yao Lie resolved to start with a voltage of 36 volts. Even if there were danger, it would not likely be fatal. If 36 volts could kill him, then his recent training would have been in vain, and he might as well find a tofu block to throw himself against. Seated before the batteries, Yao Lie silently recited the precautions for refining his body with thunder, all aimed at minimizing the power of thunder invoked, ensuring that as little of it as possible was summoned to avoid annihilating his demon body at the onset of his practice. Yao Lie felt somewhat exasperated. The greatest challenge of the thunder body refinement, as described in the Yao Huangju, seemed easily within his reach. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the effects of alternating current would mirror those of thunderous lightning. In essence, both were forms of electricity, indistinguishable in nature. It was akin to how the old tortoise and other demons could absorb energy from both beef and lamb, both being sustenance, merely differing in flavor. With hope swelling in his heart, Yao Lie grasped 2 wires, and his hands immediately tingled, as if bitten by countless ants, a sensation both numbing and invigorating, yet devoid of any other discomfort. This could work, Yao Lie exclaimed with delight. Hastily invoking the incantation for refining the power of thunder, as dictated by the Wangu Yao Huangju, a faint flicker of electrical light was visible where his palms met the wires, subsequently merging into his palms, resembling the act of devouring the current. An eerie sight indeed. In truth, Yao Lie was indeed absorbing the charge from the batteries, continuously employing the incantation to stimulate and nourish his body with the electrical current. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he felt his internal demon power surge, replenishing the energy he had lost from his previous injuries, rivaling the efficacy of a night of arduous practice during the full moon. However, this was not merely about replenishing demon power. In fact, the vast majority of the energy from the current was being utilized to refine Yao Lie's body, propelling him further along the path of becoming a robust demon human. Following his practice of the Wangu Yao Huangju, and after consuming the counterfeit Biyuan Dan, his strength had increased significantly. Yet, it was his physical prowess that augmented his strength, not the other way around. The essence of refining the body with thunder lies in harnessing the might of lightning to forge a demon body capable of withstanding catastrophic energies, ultimately evolving into a supreme celestial demon. Just as Yao Lie was reveling in his preparations for further cultivation, the tingling sensation in his arm suddenly dissipated. It turned out the batteries had been drained. The toad and ghost tiger watched in astonishment, and Yao Lie chuckled, "You 2 old fools, I suspect you've never witnessed a demon practicing in this manner. Haha, I truly am a genius. Being clever has its advantages. Have your eyes been opened? Work diligently for me, and should you achieve results, I shall bestow upon you a set of cultivation artifacts, ensuring your progress surpasses that of a high-speed train." The toad and ghost tiger, unaware of what a high-speed train entailed, nonetheless grasped the concept of rapid cultivation. The ghost tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement as it exclaimed, "Boss, let us go out and swindle some money. I'll work hard to help you swindle. Will you truly receive such cultivation artifacts if you manage to gather funds?" Yao Lie regarded the ghost tiger with skepticism, questioning, "You are but a ghost. Can you even utilize electricity for cultivation?" The ghost tiger pondered for a long moment before replying dejectedly, "I'm not sure. Why not let the boss try it on me now?" Yao Lie, disinterested in the spectral presence of Gue Hu, was preoccupied with charging a battery when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Peering through the peephole, he discerned that it was the gas delivery man. It was already past 10 o'clock, and Yao Lie had only just placed the order for gas a short while ago. He was astonished that it had arrived so late. He instructed Gue Hu to conceal himself and cautioned the toad and the white snake to remain silent before he opened the door to allow the delivery man to bring in the gas cylinder. "Where shall I place the gas cylinder?" "Young man," the delivery man asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Just put it here, please. How much do I owe you?" Yao Lie naturally would not permit him to enter the kitchen, which was cluttered with medicinal refuse, and the toad had taken refuge within. If the delivery man were to glimpse a large toad brandishing a tongue several feet long, he would surely be rendered unconscious. Thus, Yao Lie had removed the empty canister from the kitchen prior to opening the door. The delivery man nodded. "That'll be 188 yuan. Goodness, it has increased by 10 yuan in just a few days. Is this how one is expected to survive?" Yao Lie lamented, yet he dutifully retrieved the money. The delivery man accepted the cash and handed back 12 yuan. His curiosity piqued. "You seem to be using gas quite rapidly, young man. I recall delivering a cylinder just 10 days ago." Yao Lie's expression darkened at this remark. "Is it too much for a man to have money?" he thought. "I prefer to use hot water even for the toilet." Yet, the delivery man's comment did raise a red flag for him. This was not a sustainable approach. Everyone in the building was acutely aware of each other's circumstances, and no matter how cautious Yao Lie was, purchasing hundreds of pounds of fresh meat daily and depleting a gas cylinder in mere days, along with consuming several thousand kilowatt-hours of electricity each month, would inevitably raise suspicions. He needed a strategy to conceal his activities. It wasn't that Yao Lie was averse to confrontation. He simply understood the formidable power of the state apparatus. Even if his physique was slightly more robust than the average person's, and even if he possessed superhuman strength, he still had to tread cautiously around the state. Should the secrets of the Demon Emperor's technique be exposed, he would likely spend the rest of his life confined within a research facility. Perhaps establishing a canning workshop or a livestock farm in the outskirts, purchasing machinery to mask his activities, might prove to be a prudent choice. In doing so, the consumption of substantial amounts of gas or electricity would go unnoticed, and the meat could be claimed as processing material. If an urgent need arose to leave, pre-purchasing live livestock would also be convenient. Moreover, Yao Lie was currently concocting medicines at home, with potent herbal aromas wafting through the building. This could not continue indefinitely. He possessed a modest sum of money, and while a large factory was out of reach, renting a plot of land in a remote rural area to set up a small factory was entirely feasible. After finishing charging the battery, the white snake emerged from the master bedroom, drawn by the commotion. Faced with the stern protests of Gue Hu, the toad, and the white snake, Yao Lie reluctantly acquiesced, allowing them to test the potency of the battery as a training artifact. The results left him utterly speechless. Astonishingly, not only did the toad and white snake absorb electrical energy, but even Gue Hu was capable of harnessing the current. This baffling phenomenon explained why lights flickered in ghostly tales when spirits were said to roam. Consequently, the three supernatural companions worked even harder for Yao Lie, with the white snake and toad laboring tirelessly to refine the pseudo-rejuvenation pills, while Gue Hu clamored to venture out and perform for money, all eager for the opportunity to undergo the thunderous body refinement. After all, this was an advanced cultivation method reserved for powerful demons, and mastering it at their current stage would yield immeasurable benefits for their future prospects. As for the old turtle, it was best left to its own devices. Caring for a senile turtle was no small feat, and who could say how many days it had left? Chapter 26. A modest profit. The next morning, Yao Lie rose early, invigorated and in high spirits. It is said that joy brings vitality, and an unexpected income of 1 million yuan was undeniably a positive turn of events. From a business perspective, a profit margin of 300% could compel even the most cautious capitalists to take risks, and Yao Lie's venture, costing only 2,000 yuan and yielding a staggering 1 million yuan upon sale, represented a profit margin of 500 times. In terms of profit alone, not even the likes of President Song or Soros could hold a candle to Yao Lie. Yao Lie had already contacted Meng Sanhe to arrange the delivery time, confidently preparing to hand over 200,000 yuan in cash to him. He wouldn't dare jest with himself. This 1 million yuan transaction was practically guaranteed. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Yao Lie grabbed a handful of pseudo-rejuvenation pills before heading out. Although Meng Sanhe only required 5, it was prudent to prepare a few extra, as he might encounter someone akin to Meng Sanhe along the way. Moreover, having tasted the benefits of electric body refinement, Gue Hu insisted on accompanying Yao Lie, even if it meant entering the prison-like confines of Wanyaoyin. These supernatural beings understood the use of electrical appliances, yet remained blissfully ignorant of their underlying principles, including the fact that batteries could be easily purchased for a modest sum. Yao Lie, of course, had no intention of disclosing such details. Observing that the white snake and toad were laboring overnight to refine pills, Gue Hu felt compelled to keep pace, fearing that they might monopolize the opportunity for cultivation. The iron-plated jinbei then emitted a thick plume of black smoke as it roared to life. Gradually departing from Yao Lie's residence in the 15th district. In the company of Tsang Shui from Nan province, Yao Lie had not only gained a clearer understanding of his own physical prowess, but had also significantly improved his driving skills. Maneuvering the dilapidated van was now much smoother. Despite encountering heavy traffic that delayed their journey for an hour before reaching the vicinity of Donghua Restaurant. In that moment, he fondly recalled the second-hand little sheep he had purchased for over 500 yuan, which had allowed him to navigate Sanlong City with remarkable ease thanks to his exceptional driving skills. Donghua Restaurant was indeed the location where Yao Lie had previously outsmarted Meng Sanhe. Yao Lie had arranged to meet Meng Sanhe there. Although the white snake claimed that ordinary humans could strengthen their bodies by consuming rejuvenation pills, it was important to remember that this was contingent upon their bodies being able to withstand the medicinal effects. Having personally consumed the pseudo-rejuvenation pills without experiencing any adverse effects, Yao Lie could not guarantee the same for others. Every new drug must undergo extensive testing before being approved for the market. His pseudo-rejuvenation pills were, without a doubt, unregulated products, and Yao Lie was wary of exposing his identity and address, lest any mishap occur, and he needed time to escape before the police investigated his background. Of course, Yao Lie had no way of knowing that the seemingly timid and cowardly Meng Sanhe, who possessed all the hallmarks of a naive rich kid, had quite a significant level of competence. With Yao Lie's phone number in hand and a decision made to procure the rejuvenation pills for his elder brother, Meng Sanhe had thoroughly investigated Yao Lie's background. This is why Meng Sanhe was so perplexed. He could not fathom how the seemingly ordinary Yao Lie had suddenly acquired the powers to vanquish demons and the impressive efficacy of such miraculous pills. He could assure himself that the fierce tiger he had witnessed was no mere figment of his imagination, having even gone to the hospital for a checkup upon returning, where he found no traces of illicit substances in his system. As the saying goes, no one in this world is truly foolish. Even those with intellectual disabilities may possess genius in other realms. Meng Sanhe, a tycoon capable of casually producing 200,000 yuan, was not as simple-minded as Yao Lie presumed. Upon arriving at Donghua Restaurant, Yao Lie found Meng Sanhe already waiting under the designated banyan tree. This time, Meng Sanhe had come alone, without his bodyguards. Standing beside his sleek black Audi, the purchase of medicine for his elder brother could significantly impact Meng Yishan's reputation, and the fewer people who knew, the better. When he saw the Jinbei van approaching, his eyes lit up. He instantly recognized it as Yao Lie's vehicle. Truly, extraordinary individuals behaved differently. Meng Sanhe mused to himself. He had a rough idea of Yao Lie's worth. Purchasing a vehicle costing over 100,000 yuan was certainly within his means. Given that the remuneration he had provided last time was more than sufficient, the fact that Yao Lie continued to drive this old van indicated that he held little interest in material wealth. Meng Sanhe could have delved deeper into Yao Lie's circumstances, including why he bought so much fresh meat with no apparent purpose, but he refrained from doing so, recognizing that such actions were not benevolent. Should Yao Lie discover this, their relationship could be irreparably damaged, jeopardizing not only the acquisition of the miraculous pills, but potentially leading to far graver consequences. Unbeknownst to poor Yao Lie, who believed he was in control of everything, the influence of powerful figures extended far beyond his comprehension. As he halted the Jinbei van and stepped out, he greeted, "Mr. Meng, you arrived so quickly." Meng Sanhe approached with overwhelming enthusiasm, his smile warm and inviting, imparting a sense of comfort akin to basking in a spring breeze. This was also why many were unaware of his background, leading to pleasant collaborations. Having been terrified by Gu who during their last encounter, Meng Sanhe was now revealing his true nature, which was one reason he had come without bodyguards. He had dismissed the two who had witnessed his previous embarrassment. Over the past few years, Meng Sanhe had gradually severed ties with business partners he had previously engaged with due to Meng Yishan's influence, relying solely on his own skills and connections to navigate challenges. "Master Yao, I just arrived as well," he replied with a smile. Yao Lie did not engage in small talk with Meng Sanhe, but instead produced a small glass vial, stating directly, "The miraculous pills you requested are inside. However, these pills possess potent medicinal properties and should not be taken consecutively. Only one may be consumed at a time, with a minimum interval of 3 days before the next dose." He kept the pseudo-replenishing pill he consumed in his pants pocket. Yet, in light of the 1 million, this time, Yao Lie deliberately emptied a vial of Niu Huang Jiedu Wan. After all, his current constitution made it quite difficult for him to fall ill. He filled the glass bottle of Niu Huang Jiedu Wan with 5 pseudo-replenishing pills, giving it a semblance of credibility, which certainly appeared more reliable than simply retrieving them from his pocket. When Meng Sanhe beheld the bottle of Niu Huang Jiedu Wan handed to him by Yao Lie, he was momentarily taken aback, however, upon noticing the dark pills inside, which bore the same aroma as the ones he had previously consumed. He swiftly comprehended. "Thank you, master." Meng Sanhe cautiously accepted the vial, and then produced a golden card from his pocket. "Master Yao, this is an unmarked card from Citibank. The password consists of 6 eighths, and it holds 1 million. If you prefer cash, I have prepared it in my vehicle." His dual offerings were intended to facilitate Yao Lie, as carrying 1 million in cash was indeed cumbersome, while a bank card was far more convenient. Yao Lie, however, felt that cash was more dependable, though he trusted that Meng Sanhe would not dare to play tricks. After receiving a black leather bag filled with bundles of 100 yuan notes, Yao Lie did not bother to count it. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, "Boss Ming, these elixirs are not easy to concoct, and my supply is quite limited. However, I am planning to refine another batch soon. If you require some, feel free to contact me later." Yao Lie indeed had pseudo-replenishing pills in stock. The Daybai Shi and the Toad had labored day and night to produce 5 batches, yielding over 160 pills in total. Yao Lie had consumed approximately 50, leaving him with a substantial inventory. Nevertheless, given that others were purchasing them at an exorbitant price of 200,000 each, Yao Lie was keen to emphasize their rarity, enhancing the client's perception and paving the way for future transactions. This exceptionally wealthy individual, with remarkable potential, had a great deal of latent value. Yao Lie was not foolish. His lack of scholarly success stemmed from laziness. Yet his mind was quite agile. Ming Sanhe, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "That sounds splendid, Master Yao. I shall take my leave now, wishing you a successful refining session. Please do inform me when it's ready." "Absolutely." Yao Lie's face radiated with joy. Having secured 1 million now opened the door to potentially acquiring even more in the future, which was simply marvelous. Reflecting on the time when he sold himself for a mere million, he now recognized his short-sightedness. Fortunately, his spouse was a beauty akin to the CEO of Tsangda. Otherwise, Yao Lie would have undoubtedly terminated the marriage immediately. Ming Sanhe hurriedly drove off, eager to have a pseudo-replenishing pill tested. In the past, when his health was frail and he possessed only a single pill, he had to take the risk of consuming it. Now, with a surplus of 5, the one taking it would still be Ming Yishan. Ming Sanhe could hardly risk giving his elder brother an unidentified pill without testing it first. After all, 20,000 was not a trivial sum. His and Yao Lie's perspectives were inherently different, much like how a poor person could never comprehend why a super-rich individual would casually spend hundreds of thousands on a meal. It was akin to consuming the value of a house in a single sitting, a meal that could equate to the lifetime toil of the impoverished. No one ever complains about having too much money. Yao Lie spent his with abandon. The materials for just the pseudo-replenishing pill alone had cost him 300,000, with daily expenditures on meat running into the thousands. Relying solely on Ming Sanhe, a single client, was not secure enough. Having taken the old, smoke-spewing Jinbei for a spin around the streets, Yao Lie lamented that opportunities to swindle money did not arise every day. It was a stroke of luck to encounter a sharply dressed, rosy-faced individual exuding an air of authority. However, after a display with the ghost tiger, Yao Lie only managed to earn 3,000 yuan in return. This individual, despite appearing affluent, was miserly at heart, and Yao Lie had no desire to befriend him. He refrained from selling the pseudo-replenishing pill to him, opting instead to let him remain frugal. The situation grew more tragic, as Yao Lie incurred a cost of 500 yuan for this encounter, resulting in a mere 2,500 yuan profit. His dilapidated Jinbei was unrelenting in its contribution to PM 2.5 pollution, and more critically, it had caught the attention of the traffic police. Given the severe smog conditions in the city over the past few years, authorities had implemented stringent regulations on factory vehicle emissions. The police promptly ordered Yao Lie to pull over for an emissions test. Another officer cast a skeptical glance at the Jinbei's license plate. Yao Lie, fully aware that his vehicle would not withstand scrutiny, hastily slipped 500 yuan into the officer's hand while uttering a stream of flattery, ultimately preserving the van he had purchased for 8,000. Alas, driving a vehicle with a temporary license plate indeed incited guilt. Chapter 27. Precious medicinal materials having unwittingly lost 500 yuan. Yao Lie was understandably displeased. His money did not come from thin air. Nevertheless, considering the price of the pseudo-replenishing pill, he wondered if the genuine replenishing pill would fetch an even higher price. His curiosity piqued, he gritted his teeth and, with the bag containing 1 million in cash, made his way to the traditional Chinese medicine shop on Dongmen Street to check if the rare medicinal materials he had ordered for the replenishing pill had arrived. Sanlong City was renowned nationwide for its traditional Chinese medicine trade market, with the Zhongbao Group boasting assets of 10 billion, deeply entrenched in the industry, revealing the depths of its waters. Dongmen Street was a significant hub for traditional Chinese medicine transactions. Home to numerous apothecaries, the replenishing pill sounded impressive, yet most of its ingredients could be sourced from these shops. Prior to his trip to Nan Province, Yao Lie had once purchased 200,000 worth of herbal materials and had even placed an order for a small quantity of essential ingredients for the true replenishing pill. Upon entering Iha Tang Pharmacy, Yao Lie found the shop nearly vacant. He cheerfully approached the bespectacled shopkeeper, saying, "I am Yao Lie. I ordered some herbal medicines last time. I wonder if they have arrived?" The old shopkeeper adjusted his glasses and immediately recognized Yao Lie. After all, anyone who purchased a significant amount of herbal medicine, such as 100,000 at once, would certainly leave an impression. Yao Lie's previous order of 200,000 worth of herbs had primarily been from this very Iha Tang, where he had spent a staggering 100,000, while the other shops combined barely matched that total. "Ah, it's young Master Yao," the old shopkeeper smiled, pulling out a notebook. "We've received the herbal medicines you ordered. These are quite hard to come by. Would you like to take all of them?" He proceeded to recite the names and quantities of the herbs listed in his notebook, precisely matching what was needed for a batch of replenishing pills produced by Shi. Yao Lie nodded. "Excellent. Are they all available?" The shopkeeper grinned. "Indeed." He then turned to a nearby assistant, saying, "Akai, please fetch the third box from the safe." The third box was a square container measuring about a foot on each side. The old shopkeeper opened it for Yao Lie, releasing a potent aroma of medicinal herbs that filled the air. 30-year-old wild ginseng, 30-year-old red-veined poria, silver-haired vine, yin lianhua, and golden-spotted saffron. The old shopkeeper identified the names of the herbs for Yao Lie. Naturally, Yao Lie could not ascertain the authenticity of these herbs. They were merely what Shi had mentioned. However, Iha Tang was reputed to have a century-long history and an excellent reputation, so it was unlikely they would tamper with the herbs. "How much do they cost?" he interrupted the shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper habitually adjusted his glasses, smiling. "The total for these herbs comes to 385,000. Would you prefer to pay in cash or with a card?" Traditional Chinese medicine shops typically did not engage in haggling, much like Western pharmacies, even though prices could vary between different shops. Yao Lie inhaled sharply. These herbs weighed less than a pound yet cost nearly 400,000. They were far more expensive than the materials for the pseudo-replenishing pill, the last time. The old shopkeeper had readily agreed when Yao Lie expressed interest in ordering herbs, without even mentioning a deposit. Yao Lie had never anticipated that this small quantity of herbs would be valued over 300,000. The herbs he ordered were not even the entirety of those required for the replenishing pill. He had also placed orders at 2 other large pharmacies. At this rate, gathering all the necessary ingredients for a true replenishing pill would likely require 60 to 70,000. Just when he had received 1 million, it was already slipping through his fingers. Yao Lie lamented internally, but there was no alternative. The pressure to ascend to the realm of a great demon within 30 years was immense. Without the aid of elixirs or unconventional methods, it was nearly impossible. Historically, the difficulty of cultivation had always been significant, especially now. With the Earth's environment deteriorating and spiritual energy dissipating, achieving the status of a great demon was even more arduous. The toad, Shi, and the ghost tiger were all low-level minor demons, while the old tortoise, despite being slightly stronger, was merely a mid-level demon. Let us not forget, the old tortoise claimed to have lived for over 3,000 years. This was precisely why Yao Lie was willing to spend exorbitantly, even drawing from his marital funds to support 4 unreliable demons. Cash. Yao Lie gritted his teeth, forcing out those 2 words through clenched jaws. After leaving the third pharmacy, the 1 million in his bag had predictably dwindled to 36,000. The materials for a batch of replenishing pills had cost him a staggering 74,000. Unknown to Yao Lie, just after he exited the third pharmacy, the old shopkeeper's dim eyes gleamed with a piercing cold light as he took out his phone and dialed, "Uncle Lin. The individual who ordered the herbs has just left several pharmacies with the materials." "Uncle Lin? I don't understand. Some herbs are difficult to procure even with money. Considering the materials from the other 2 pharmacies, totaling over 300,000, why would we part with 70,000? It is currently impossible for anyone to concoct the legendary. That is a mythical elixir, and just 3 of them can establish a martial foundation. As for the other 2 pharmacies, I have dispatched individuals to investigate, and the herbs he purchased do not entirely consist of the ingredients for. And moreover, the 2 essential herbs for are absent. Understood. I shall send you the list of herbs immediately." "What? I must deliver it personally?" Lin Shugong. "Faxing is quite secure nowadays. All right, I will return at once." The old shopkeeper was at least in his 70s. Yet he referred to someone as Lin Shugong, who must be at least 120 or 30 years old. It is truly astonishing. Yao Lie was unaware that a mere visit to a traditional Chinese medicine shop for herbs would attract the attention of the shopkeeper. In truth, he was not preparing as the old shopkeeper claimed, but rather at this moment, he was fuming. The 8,000 yuan scrap car had indeed proven unreliable. Infuriatingly, it had suddenly stalled halfway through the journey. Yao Lie, completely ignorant of car mechanics, was fortunate that a repair shop was not far ahead. With no other option, he got out of the car, rolled up his sleeves, and began to push it. Passers-by stared in disbelief at this peculiar sight, some even stopping to record it on their phones, likely to boast about it on social media. "Brother Lie, your car is broken," inquired the repair shop's master. Erguzi. Interestingly, Erguzi was not older than Yao Lie. They had been classmates in middle school, and he had performed even worse academically than Yao Lie. Upon graduating from middle school, he became an apprentice at the repair shop. And after 4 years of toil, he had finally risen to the position of master, overseeing several new apprentices. His monthly income, combined with various side earnings, amounted to just over 10,000, far exceeding Yao Lie's previous salary as a security guard. However, Yao Lie's title of Brother Lie was one he accepted with genuine respect. Had it not been for Yao Lie's assistance back in middle school, he would have been severely injured by local delinquents. This was no exaggeration. When he had been extorted for several dozen yuan and sought revenge alone with a metal pipe, he had been brutally beaten by 5 or 6 individuals. Young thugs were far more dangerous than older ones, as their youthful bravado led them to act recklessly, often resulting in severe consequences. Yao Lie happened to be passing by and witnessed his classmate being assaulted. Without hesitation, he had grabbed a brick and rushed in, incapacitating several thugs and rescuing him. Yao Lie furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, "Guzi, this car suddenly died and won't start. Can you help me figure out what's wrong?" One of the apprentices at the repair shop, noticing Yao Lie's familiarity with the master, was about to approach to inspect the vehicle in an attempt to please Erguzi, but Erguzi waved him off, rolled up his sleeves, and personally examined the car. Afterward, he let out a wry smile and said, "Brother Lie, it seems this car can't be driven anymore. It had been in an accident before, damaging the engine, and to fix it would likely cost around 10 to 20,000. It would be better to purchase a new one." Damn, that guy claimed this car had only minor scratches. I wondered why it was so cheap. Yao Lie had always been the one to deceive others. Yet this time he had been duped by that four-eyed seller. Nevertheless, he had no intention of seeking retribution. Even if he wanted to, he likely couldn't find the seller again, as he had come across the car on a forum and only had the seller's contact number. Forget it. "Guzi, do you have any good recommendations? I want a sturdy vehicle, no sedans, as I need to transport some goods. Spending around 100,000 is no issue." Erguzi smiled and replied, "Brother Lie, are you still considering a second-hand vehicle? Actually, a rugged off-road vehicle would be a great choice. I've heard that a batch of cars is arriving by sea in a few days. I have connections, and they can be quite affordable. You could get a decent one for around 150,000. If you're short on funds, I can lend you a bit." He understood Yao Lie's situation. Spending over 100,000 on a car was no small feat, and he was genuinely trying to help Yao Lie with a significant portion of the cost. Yao Lie recalled the 500 yuan he had just lost and smiled wryly, waving his hand. "I prefer to buy a legitimate vehicle. It's not like I'm using it to impress anyone or attract romantic interests. It just needs to be functional." His primary goal now was to develop discreetly. Driving a Mercedes or BMW to purchase a few hundred gene of pork or lamb would certainly attract unwanted attention. Erguzi chuckled, "All right, I'll keep an eye out. For now, let's leave this van here. I'll do my best to repair it. Even if it can't be fixed, we can sell it for around 10 to 8,000. Chapter 28. The True Initially. Yao Lie believed that the would be more challenging to refine than the counterfeit version, and he was apprehensive about ruining this batch of pills worth nearly 800,000. The great white snake's abilities were not particularly strong. Compared to the old turtle, it was fearful of boiling water, gas stoves, and knives. At best, it was merely a more venomous variant of an ordinary snake, with tougher skin. Nonetheless, Yao Lie was convinced that the great white snake's contributions were not inferior to those of the old turtle. The art of alchemy was indeed remarkable. Within a day, he successfully refined the true. This was akin to a personal printing press, capable of producing wealth without the need for central bank approval. While the old turtle could guide Yao Lie in his cultivation, pointing out the flaws in the wand Gu Yao Huang Ju and providing the most significant amount of demon power. The great white snake was able to generate income for Yao Lie, and the pills could rapidly enhance his strength. Both were invaluable. Observing the toad eagerly dragging a mooncake box with its tongue to present him with the pills, Yao Lie waved his hand, granting the toad permission to practice with a battery for a week, while the primary contributor, the great white snake, received a 2-week training period. Of course, this would not hinder Yao Lie's own cultivation, as he had purchased several sets of batteries to allow him and the creatures to practice simultaneously. However, the electric meter spun rapidly during charging, causing Yao Lie's heart to bleed. The circuit in his home was set to a 10-amp limit, operating at full power nearly 24 hours a day. Although Yao Lie was not particularly skilled in mathematics, he knew that his electricity bill this month would undoubtedly exceed 1,000 yuan, which was equivalent to half a month's salary. If the initial phase was like this, as his strength increased, so would his power needs. Wouldn't that result in a monthly expense of 30 to 50,000 yuan? Raising these creatures truly demanded a significant financial commitment. While others might be poor in culture and rich in martial prowess, Yao Lie was poor in culture and rich in demons. Even with the expense of attending kindergarten for 15 years, the total cost paled in comparison to the monthly expenses of keeping these creatures. Setting aside these convoluted thoughts, Yao Lie began to scrutinize the freshly refined. With raw materials valued at 800,000 yuan, he had only produced 16 genuine, calculating that each one's cost was roughly 50,000, over 100 times that of the counterfeit version. Unbeknownst to Yao Lie, the old shopkeeper, suspecting him of concocting had deliberately sold him the 300,000 yuan worth of herbs at a low price. In reality, the cost of the was close to 200,000 per pill, 500 times that of the counterfeit version. Of course, even if the old shopkeeper had revealed the truth to Yao Lie, he would have certainly dismissed it in an era where one could easily lose everything. It was improbable that a kind-hearted individual would sell him several million yuan worth of herbs for a mere 74,000. As the saying goes, good people do not live long. And with the old shopkeeper's age, it could be deduced that he was not one of the virtuous. The significant disparity in cost between the two types of pills was unsurprising. The counterfeit could be produced using ordinary herbs, while the true required rare ingredients such as wild ginseng aged over 30 years, making its cost incomparable to that of a counterfeit. Nowadays, anything labeled as wild commanded a premium. Regular pork might sell for 10 yuan but required much effort to move, while wild boar meat could fetch 50 yuan per gene yet remained in high demand. The counterfeit were roughly similar in size, but the starkest difference lay in the dark, rich purple aura radiating from the true, which even bore a hint of a golden sheen, resembling a metallic sphere at first glance point. One could detect its potent medicinal fragrance without even bringing it close to the nose. Yao Lie shook the mooncake box, watching the round pills roll around inside. After a rough count, he estimated there to be around 10. Without hesitation, he grabbed 3 pills and swallowed them. The great white snake and the toad stared at Yao Lie with wide eyes. And after a moment, the toad stammered, "Boss, this pill. One gets what one pays for." The disparity between the 20,000 yuan and the 400 yuan counterfeit was quickly apparent to Yao Lie. Previously, consuming a counterfeit felt akin to having a hearty meal followed by a bottle of beer. It was enjoyable, yet lacked any intoxicating effects. However, after consuming 3, it felt as though he had finished an entire pot of boiled fish, coupled with a bowl of broth, downed an entire bottle of spicy sauce, and chugged a bottle of 53-degree erguotu like it was spring water in an instant. His stomach ignited with a fiery blaze, and it felt as if his throat might combust in one gulp. He had consumed 600,000 yuan worth of pills. Surely no wealthy individual would dare boast about abalone or shark fins in front of Yao Lie again. Yet, he had no mind to concern himself with such trivialities. One could imagine that anyone who consumed spicy sauce and followed it with a bottle of erguotu would hardly focus on anything else. Suddenly, Yao Lie's stomach erupted in flames, akin to a level 12 forest wildfire. His complexion changed drastically as he seized a bottle of purified water from the water dispenser, gulping it down repeatedly until he felt somewhat relieved. Catching his breath, he glared fiercely at the great white snake and the toad, demanding, "What did you make for me? Are you trying to poison me?" The toad, taken aback, stuttered, "Boss, I was about to mention that the potency of this is over 30 times that of the counterfeit version. Given your current cultivation level, You should only consume one a day at most. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Can a 3.5-degree beer compare to 53-degree ergo-2? Consuming one, which was 30 times stronger than the counterfeit, meant that Yao Lie had ingested the equivalent of 90 times the potency of a single counterfeit pill. The difference was even greater than that between beer and ergo-2. Strictly speaking, it was akin to the contrast between a bottle of Yinjing beer and 5 bottles of ergo-2. No wonder, it had nearly scorched his stomach and intestines. A person of mere beer bottle stature, suddenly downing 5 bottles of ergo-2, could very well drop dead at any moment. The fire in his belly blazed with renewed intensity, and Yao Lie gritted his teeth against the swelling sensation. Gulping down several large mouthfuls of purified water, grumbling, "What am I to do now?" The great white snake replied nonchalantly, "You must immediately cultivate and refine the medicinal potency. In about 3 days, the pain in your stomach will subside." Compared to the shameless and sycophantic toad, who preys on the weak and fears the strong, the great white snake undoubtedly possessed more integrity, likely confident in Yao Lie's dependency on its alchemical skills. Showing little trepidation towards him, Yao Lie found himself at a loss, unless he was willing to part with the precious recovery pill, which promised rapid enhancement of his demonic abilities. Previously, after consuming dozens of counterfeit recovery pills, his demonic power had surged by a quarter, equivalent to 2 or 3 months of arduous training. Yao Lie's complexion darkened further at the thought of enduring 3 days of pain. It was truly a matter of life and death. Yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and practice. The sensation of fire in his belly was far from pleasant, having just suppressed the medicinal effects with a large quantity of purified water. It surged back with a vengeance, but he was powerless to act. Don't ask Yao Lie why he didn't continue drinking water to suppress the effects, because he simply couldn't stomach it. The cost differential was 500 times, yet the potency difference was only 30 times, which seemed rather unwise. However, as one's cultivation level increased, consuming lower-grade pills became ineffective, akin to the principle of drug resistance in Western medicine. Thus, one had to refine more expensive and superior elixirs. For instance, the counterfeit recovery pill, for that plump middle-aged man, was 10 times more potent than Viagra. Taking just one could lead to a month-long spree of pleasures. But to Yao Lie, it was akin to a dessert after a meal, offering little effect after his demonic power had already increased by a quarter. After enduring 3 hellish days, he finally managed to refine the medicinal potency, a sensation he truly wished to never experience again. It was akin to a 100-fold enhanced version of suffering from diarrhea for 3 consecutive days, leaving him psychologically scarred. For the next 2 days, he dared not touch another recovery pill. Though the pain was intense, the gains were significant. The ball of demonic energy within him surged by a third, nearly the size of an adult field mouse, surpassing the benefits of consuming counterfeit recovery pills for over 10 days. Alas, the increase in strength was not as outrageous, only boosting his physical power by over 100 pounds, roughly a tenth of his total. It seemed that physical strength had its limits and was not easily augmented. Indeed, the human practice of demonic techniques was ill-suited. A body inherently frail struggled to compare with that of a beast. Of course, for an ordinary person, Yao Lie's current physical prowess could already be deemed monstrous. Even a world champion strongman could not rival him. Now, when Yao Lie threw a punch, it could even produce a sound that shattered the air. Though he himself could not ascertain the extent of his strength, having spent the last 3 days practicing at home, too fearful to venture outside. The belongings within his home were his possessions, and he certainly could not use them to test his punching power. What if he accidentally broke something? Initially, Yao Lie had intended to sell the recovery pills for profit, but now it seemed impossible. With his current physical condition, he could barely withstand the potency of the pills, and a mere ordinary person consuming one might well perish on the spot. Should local news channels broadcast such a story, "A charlatan deceives the public. Counterfeit pills claim lives," Yao Lie would be unjustly condemned. Even potent tonics could be lethal. One need only consider how some individuals suffer from nosebleeds after taking supplements. To earn money, he would need the great white snake to refine more counterfeit recovery pills. Just as Yao Lie stood up, under the insistence of the great white snake, he ventured out to procure some meat. During these 3 days, the 4 demons had only eaten frozen meat for 1 day, enduring 2 days of starvation, leaving them utterly famished. Yao Lie gradually understood why demons had large appetites yet weak capabilities. Demons are naturally robust, yet their intelligence is severely lacking to cultivate into true demons. Besides luck, they require a substantial energy supply. The 4 demons he summoned possessed low intelligence and were weaker than humans. Even the old turtle was somewhat better, while the toad and the great white snake were decidedly inferior. He couldn't fathom how they had ever become demons. The only one among them with decent physical attributes, the king of the jungle, had unfortunately lost its corporeal form, reduced to a mere spirit. Falling short even of the toad, which had initially startled Yao Lie but was later punctured by the timid toad's tongue. Now, with spiritual energy dissipating, the 4 demons could scarcely absorb any natural spiritual essence, resorting instead to the most primitive method of energy replenishment through food. The energy from food could be considered the most basic form of sustenance. If the natural spiritual essence were akin to nuclear energy, the caloric content of food would be like coal, vastly inferior in quality, necessitating an enormous quantity of food to enhance their cultivation. Were it not for such a voracious appetite, how could a toad manage to move objects weighing dozens of pounds, effortlessly twisting open gas valves with its tongue? This was not simply equivalent to an adult's strength. For the toad, it represented a 100-fold increase. Imagine if a person's physical capabilities suddenly enhanced 100-fold. Possessing the power of 10,000 pounds, how much food would they require daily? Presently, Yao Lie had to consume dozens of pounds of meat daily, with the 4 demons providing demonic energy. In addition to continuously ingesting spiritual pills to absorb electric energy for bodily nourishment, should food supplies run low, the demon's strength would wane, and they might even lose their sentience, reverting to ordinary beasts. Consequently, after 2 days of food deprivation, 3 of the demons grumbled incessantly, while the old turtle protested through a non-violent method of continuous slumber over 3 days, voicing its discontent with someone's unscrupulousness. Chapter 29. Delivering the medicine. Meng Sanhe, of considerable background and astounding financial resources, executed tasks with remarkable swiftness. Within a day, he received the report from the drug testing center. However, the composition of traditional Chinese medicine differs from Western medicine. Even commercially available traditional medicines seldom yield clear testing results, let alone Yao Lie's counterfeit recovery pill. While the testing center identified most of the components in the counterfeit recovery pill, determining their efficacy proved challenging. Some components were complex compounds formed from the prolonged high-temperature interaction of various medicinal ingredients, leaving the testing center perplexed as to their nature. Fortunately, a small portion of the counterfeit recovery pill was utilized for biological testing. After administration to lab mice, they exhibited heightened vitality, with various bodily metrics significantly improved. Coupled with the testing results, a vague conclusion emerged. It could enhance human vitality, though the side effects remained unknown. Meng Sanhe, of course, did not harbor expectations of fully understanding the ingredients of the elixir. If they could be analyzed and replicated, could it still be called an elixir? The current findings satisfied him immensely. There was no toxicity, and it was safe for consumption, as for its effects. Having personally consumed one, he was quite aware. Meng Sanhe did not reside with Meng Yishan. Upon receiving the testing results, he eagerly called his elder brother, stating directly, "Brother, do you have time tonight?" Meng Yishan, tall and imposing, exuded an air of authority, commanding deep respect from subordinates as the deputy secretary of the provincial committee. Yet, some perceived him as having a gloomy demeanor, suggesting he was deeply calculating. Originally, Meng Yishan could have contended for the top position in the provincial government of other northern provinces, but doubts regarding his temperament for such a role led to his withdrawal, resulting in a promotion of only half a rank to deputy secretary. It might sound absurd, yet that was the reality. In the official circles of Huaxia, physical imperfections have historically hindered one from holding office, particularly in modern times. Globally, very few officials possess physical disabilities. Appearance is crucial for officials, and those who boast a dignified presence tend to ascend more easily. With a soft aura, pale complexion, and lack of facial hair, Meng Yishan fell short in first impressions, compounded by formidable rivals, thus leading to his defeat. Unjustly, Meng Yishan was a naturally cheerful character, yet his high position necessitated a demeanor of authority, preventing him from joking freely with subordinates. His soft appearance stemmed from youthful exposure to cold, which had harmed his vital essence, a trait he could not alter. When he received his brother's call, Meng Yishan was reviewing documents. He set them aside and chuckled, "Ah, it's Sanha. What a surprise to hear from you." Meng Sanha had lost his father shortly after birth, with their mother laboriously raising the brothers. Meng Yishan, older by 7 or 8 years, had taken on a paternal role, caring for Meng Sanha despite the latter's mischievousness leading to a near-drowning incident, which left Meng Yishan with lasting health issues, yet he never blamed his brother. Meng Sanha replied with a smile, "It's been ages since we dined together. I'll come over tonight and bring you something nice." Meng Yishan, residing in the provincial compound while Meng Sanha lived in Sanlong City, both had their own affairs, leading to infrequent meetings. Puzzled, Meng Yishan inquired, "What are you bringing?" Meng Sanha grinned, "You'll find out tonight." "How mysterious." Meng Yishan chuckled lightly, then added, "I have a meeting today. I might be home late. I'll call your sister-in-law Yunfei to prepare dinner. You can head over directly." By the time Meng Yishan returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. Meng Sanha had arrived early, bringing 2 flying dragons and several bags of mountain goods. Yunfei personally prepared dragon soup and a few side dishes, eagerly awaiting Meng Yishan's return. After a hearty meal, while his sister-in-law Yunfei was busy tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, Meng Sanha slyly produced a white jade box, presenting it to Meng Yishan. "Brother, this is for you." Inside the exquisite white jade box was, of course, the counterfeit recovery pill. Meng Sanha would never be so careless as to use a bottle meant for detoxifying pills to store an elixir, and having learned from television and novels that such precious pills require special storage methods, he had commissioned a craftsman to carve a beautiful white jade box, ensuring the elixir's efficacy remained intact, making it a far more presentable gift for his elder brother. Meng Yishan was momentarily taken aback. Occupying a high position, his vision was naturally sharp, and he frequently encountered jade and emerald artifacts. With a single glance, he discerned that the box was crafted from top-quality Hutian jade, estimated to be worth no less than 3 million. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "What purpose does this jade box serve? You know I have no affinity for such things." Meng Sanha chuckled. "Just open it and take a look." With a puzzled expression, Meng Yishan opened the box and discovered 4 dark pills inside, prompting him to inquire, "What are these?" Meng Sanha quickly reached over to close the jade box, lest the medicinal vapors escape, then straightened his expression and said, "Brother, when I was younger, I was foolish." Meng Yishan waved his hand, interrupting, "Why bring that up again?" "All right, I won't mention it." Knowing his elder brother's temperament, Meng Sanha quickly added, "Recently, due to consuming wild game, I attracted a tiger spirit. Thankfully, I had the assistance of a master." Meng Yishan snorted, "You're not a child anymore. How can you believe in such nonsense? In broad daylight, there are no ghosts or demons." In a moment of urgency, Meng Sanha retorted, "Brother, there are countless things in this world that defy explanation. How can you be so certain that there are no spirits or demons? During the day, I saw a fierce tiger following me, yet both of my bodyguards were oblivious to its presence." Meng Sanha paused before continuing, "I'm not foolish. I was startled at first, and after returning, I considered the possibility of hallucinations due to drugs. However, the inspection results showed everything was normal. If this isn't the tiger's spirit, then what is it?" Meng Yishan placed the jade box on the coffee table and regarded Meng Sanha with an increasingly solemn expression. After a sigh, he asked, "What do these pills have to do with the tiger's spirit?" Meng Sanha glanced towards the kitchen, lowering his voice. "These 4 pills were obtained from the master. They not only strengthen the body, but also have remarkable effects in certain areas. Initially, I took one, and it supported me for a full 2 hours. Perhaps it could eliminate your affliction." Meng Yishan's expression darkened. "You actually believe the words of a quack? Those are likely harmful pills. Consuming too many could damage your health. Be cautious." Meng Sanha exclaimed, "Brother, how could I harm you? I originally sought 5 pills, and I've already had one tested. It showed no toxic effects." He presented the test results on the coffee table. "Here are the results. You can see for yourself. Take one every 3 days, and it's up to you to decide." With that, he stood up in a huff, not even bidding farewell to Yunfei, and left through the door. Meng Yishan sighed, aware that his younger brother had long been burdened by this matter and was trying every means to make amends. This was not the first time such incidents had occurred. Previously, Meng Sanha had sent various remedies from abroad and even invited traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for acupuncture, all to no avail. Meng Yishan had thought his brother had given up, but after a period of silence, he had returned with these so-called Master-S pills. In truth, Meng Yishan would never willingly surrender his capabilities in that regard, particularly feeling indebted to Yun Fei, who had always stood by him, unable to provide her with a complete love. Moreover, this issue had cost him the position of head of the provincial government in Beisheng, which only fueled his resentment. He was fully capable of governing an entire province. As his position continued to rise, Meng Yishan had discreetly sought numerous renowned traditional Chinese doctors and consumed various remedies, only to be met with repeated disappointment. Had it not been for his innate resilience, he would have succumbed to despair long ago. That moment, Yun Fei emerged from the kitchen, her brow furrowed as she softly asked, "What were you discussing so fervently that it turned into a quarrel?" Her gaze fell upon the white jade box on the coffee table. "What is this?" "Nothing much. Just some health supplements that Sanha brought over. Please take it to the study for me. You should get some rest. There's no need to wait for me. I still have documents to review." As there's been a surge of work lately, Yun Fei sighed, choosing not to press further, and took the box into the study. Even Meng Sanha was unaware that Meng Yishan and Yun Fei had been sleeping separately for the past few years. The small bed in the study, which was ostensibly a place for work-related rest, was where Meng Yishan slept at night. Just under 50, Meng Yishan was younger than his wife, who was in her early 40s. Similar in age to Meng Sanid. As the adage goes, in your 30s, you are like a wolf, in your 40s, like a tiger. In previous years, Meng Yishan often heard his wife's breathy murmurs in her sleep, her body instinctively entwining with his, leaving him at a loss for words as he pushed away her heated form. Despite being only a deputy, Meng Yishan was among the younger officials of his rank and still had aspirations for the position of head of the provincial government. Though he had faced setbacks, his youth remained his greatest asset. Consequently, he wielded considerable power within the provincial committee, overseeing several critical departments, and typically did not retire for the night until after 11. Recently, the province had been undergoing financial reforms, which had made his workload exceedingly burdensome. Meng Yishan had been resting past midnight for several consecutive days, and this night was no exception. After a long day, his mind felt somewhat hazy, and just as he was about to sleep, his gaze fell upon the white jade box on his desk. Hesitating for a moment, he poured a glass of warm water and swallowed one of the pseudo-replenishing pills. Due to lingering ailments from past colds, Meng Yishan had developed a deep aversion to cold. Even in the height of summer, he would cover himself with a thick quilt, or else he could not sleep. After ingesting the pseudo-replenishing pill, warmth spread through his stomach, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Meng Yishan stretched languidly and was astonished to find his quilt had somehow fallen to the floor. He quickly reached down to feel the quilt, which was icy to the touch, causing his expression to change drastically. It was evident that the quilt had been on the floor for quite some time. What on earth happened? He wondered in disbelief. In the past, if he did not cover himself with the quilt, he was utterly incapable of sleeping. Even if he fell asleep, he would awaken partway through, suffering from poor sleep quality. Last night, despite not using the quilt, he had experienced an unprecedented level of comfort in his slumber. Could it be the effect of the pill? Meng Yishan's gaze shot toward the jade box on his desk, and he couldn't help but reach down toward his abdomen. His expression shifted dramatically, a mix of disbelief and elation washing over him. His hand made contact with a part that had previously felt numb, and to his astonishment, there was a faint sensation. It was not merely a psychological effect. He could even feel a subtle warmth flowing toward that area. His hand tightened around the edge of the bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, fixated on the white jade box, unable to tear his gaze away for a long while. Chapter 30. Framing and entrapment. Sometimes, one takes things for granted, only to realize their importance when they are absent. The scrapped golden cup was causing significant trouble when Yao Lie was out buying food for the monsters. He called Air Guzzi to inquire if he had found a second-hand car. If not, Yao Lie was prepared to buy a new one outright. However, a single furnace of replenishing pills had plummeted him from a state of moderate affluence to one of dire poverty. He was even contemplating heading to the countryside to establish a livestock farm and a canned meat processing factory, which would require at least 500,000 to 600,000. Every penny counted. Air Guzzi, being in the car repair business, surely had some connections. He had his eye on 2 vehicles, but the sellers were asking for slightly higher prices. So he hadn't mentioned it to Yao Lie. Upon receiving Yao Lie's call, who expressed urgency for a vehicle, he promptly arranged to go car shopping together. Having tasted success from Meng Sanhe, Yao Lie had practically turned selling pills into his primary occupation. Even without the ghost tiger, he ventured out with a full set of equipment purchased from Taobao, hoping for a stroke of luck. Ma San's name was quite ordinary, yet he was well known in Sanlong City's underworld. At just 23, he had already been a thief for 8 years. In his first 3 years, he had been caught 3 times for burglary. However, in the subsequent 5 years, he had not been apprehended again. This was due in part to his increasing skill and caution, but also because he had been taking fewer jobs. Ma San gained notoriety 2 years ago when he broke through 3 security doors, including sea-level locks, fingerprint recognition locks, and password-protected doors, stealing a ledger from a high-security safe hidden behind a mural. With that ledger, he extorted $3 million from a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise in Sanlong City. No one knew how Ma San had managed to crack those security systems and safes, but thereafter, he was revered in the underworld as the lock god, meaning there was no lock he could not open. When 7th Master approached Ma San to retrieve something from a certain residence, Ma San initially assumed it to be a perilous endeavor. He personally scouted the area and gathered intelligence, only to be astonished to discover that it was merely an ordinary household, with the door secured by the most common A-grade lock available on the market. Any novice thief could easily open the door within 3 minutes, let alone someone like Ma San, who was heralded as the king of thieves. Ordinarily, Ma San would not take on such an unchallenging job, but 7th Master was no ordinary individual. His mere sneeze could send shivers down the spines of those in Sanlong City's underworld. It was rumored that he had the backing of influential families, and should Ma San refuse, he would likely find himself at the bottom of Duanlong River the very next day. After observing the target residence for several days, Ma San discerned that the young man living there had a predictable routine and was living alone, with no visitors for several days. Such a target was precisely what thieves preferred. Without a doubt, the intended target of Ma San's heist was none other than our brother Yao Lie. As Yao Lie stepped outside with his backpack, Ma San showed no hesitation. Bowing his head, he hastily ascended to the 3rd floor. After pressing the doorbell several times without receiving a response, he withdrew 2 iron wires from his pocket and inserted them into the keyhole. In mere seconds, the lock clicked open. Although he had ascertained that Yao Lie lived alone, Ma San remained exceedingly cautious. He gently pushed the door ajar, even utilizing a specially designed mirror to peer inside and assess the situation, whether it was merely a trick of the imagination. As Ma San entered the room, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and the temperature within was notably 3 or 4 degrees lower than outside, reminiscent of an air-conditioned space. Moreover, a potent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine filled the air. However, it lacked the unpleasantness often associated with such scents, instead carrying a fragrant quality that invigorated him with a couple of deep breaths. Turning to close the door behind him, Ma San surveyed the room and couldn't help but marvel. What a peculiar individual. What on earth is going on here? Why is this sofa in such disrepair? Is it even suitable for sitting? The tattered sofa, repurposed by an old tortoise as a nest, was indeed the most striking feature of the room. The television cabinet stood barren, the TV having been destroyed by a toad, which Yao Lie had taken for repairs, leaving its fate uncertain. Beside it was a fish tank, devoid of fish, and everything that fell under Ma San's gaze seemed exceedingly bizarre. Upon turning his head, his expression abruptly changed. Despite the first rule of a thief being to remain silent during the act, the sudden turn of events startled Ma San, causing him to cry out and stumble backward, crashing into the dining table with a loud thud. No wonder he was so terrified. He was a master locksmith, not a warrior, and his exceptional skills in thievery did not equate to fearlessness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt compelled to come here at the behest of Lord Qiu. As he turned, he unexpectedly beheld a vividly colored, impressively sized tiger looming behind him, its fierce gaze fixed upon him. Given Ma San's slight frame, it was likely that the tiger could effortlessly rend him in half. Terrified by the sudden appearance of the tiger, Ma San's face drained of color as he raised his head. Strangely, the tiger had vanished, leaving the living room devoid of any signs of its presence. Is this a ghost? Ma San couldn't help but rub his eyes, yet still saw no tiger. Could it be the scent of the medicine causing me to hallucinate? As he turned his head to survey the room again, he suddenly spotted a plump, emerald toad staring at him intently from beneath the tattered sofa. Subsequently, a peculiar large snake, entirely white with 3 golden rings around its neck, slithered out, its cold, gleaming eyes also fixed on him. The house was exceedingly strange, sending shivers down Ma San's spine as he involuntarily trembled. Fearing to linger any longer, he hastily shoved the half-kilogram bag of flour entrusted to him by Lord Qi beneath the television cabinet and fled the abode that housed these bizarre creatures. Once Ma San departed, the 3 creatures quickly retrieved the bag of flour, placing it on the floor as they curiously gathered around it, shaking their heads in wonder. When Ma San rang the doorbell, the creatures naturally heard it. However, fearing that Auntie or someone else might come looking for Yao Lie in his absence, Yao Lie had previously instructed them not to open the door, as it posed a risk of exposure. The creatures were not obedient, though. Seeing Ma San's sneaky demeanor, the ghostly tiger couldn't resist revealing itself to frighten him, not anticipating that Ma San would be such a coward. The toad, hiding beneath the sofa, would naturally cease to remain hidden upon being discovered. If not for Yao Lie's orders not to harm anyone, the great white snake would have already bitten Ma San to the ground. What is this? Why did he leave something in our house and run away? Don't thieves usually come to steal? The ghostly tiger inquired, glancing at the toad before shifting its gaze to the great white snake. Somewhat perplexed. Compared to the toad, who was merely over 50 years old, the 300-year-old great white snake was certainly more knowledgeable. The great white snake raised its tail slightly, using the sharp tip to slice through the plastic bag, revealing the flour inside. It then frowned, expressing uncertainty. This seems to be opium. It has the scent of poppy. Poppy is also a form of traditional medicine, and as an alchemical expert, the great white snake was familiar with it. Although it was uncertain about the flower-like transformation, having lived in the forest for so long and rarely venturing out. Opium? The toad curiously extended its tongue to swirl around the flower, subsequently retracting it. Its tongue coated in the substance and began to taste it, its eyes growing brighter. Wow, this opium is delicious. It even enhances our demon power. Everyone should try some. Really? The ghostly tiger, intrigued, leaned in closer, and soon the torn corner of the plastic bag whipped up a small whirlwind, as the flower was inhaled in considerable amounts through the tiger's nostrils. Indeed, it's delicious, the tiger exclaimed after a moment, smacking its lips in approval. The great white snake cast a puzzled glance at the toad and the ghostly tiger before. Without uttering a word, it flicked its tail, slicing off a portion of the flower and consuming a significant amount itself. The great white snake, being fastidious, certainly wouldn't share the delectable offering from Ma San with the ghostly tiger and the toad. Meanwhile, the tiger and the toad took turns tasting the delicacy, finding it utterly irresistible, and before long, the entire half-kilogram of flour was devoured by the 3 creatures. Though these creatures were not particularly powerful, their physical constitution was extraordinary. For an ordinary person, consuming even a fraction of such a quantity of flour could prove fatal. The toad, having frolicked around the living room for some time, eventually lay on its back, motionless. The ghostly tiger, too, succumbed to madness, with the living room filled with howling winds that caused the curtains to flutter, periodically revealing its form as it roared, reminiscent of its former glory as the king of the mountains, before finally vanishing completely. The great white snake, despite its profound demon power, having consumed the most flour, crawled into the kitchen's water reservoir, rolling about, exhaling mist, droplets splashing everywhere, while murmuring words like transformation and ascension. It caused quite a commotion for a while before sinking to the bottom of the reservoir. Chapter 31. The special police arrived this time. Yao Lie took longer than usual to return. It was past 9 in the evening when he drove back in a modern Terracan. The Terracan, a mid-sized off-road vehicle, was the latest model, having been released just last year. Priced at $18,000, Yao Lie managed to acquire it for $12,000, with all licenses and paperwork complete. With Air Guzzi, the mechanic, having inspected the vehicle, there were no significant issues, and he quickly handled the transfer procedures through acquaintances, allowing Yao Lie to drive the car straight home. Upon entering with fresh meat, Yao Lie sensed something amiss. The toad, that sycophantic creature, did not leap out to greet him as usual, nor did the ghostly tiger make its presence known. Only the old tortoise, possessing unique abilities, stirred from the sofa in a groggy state upon sensing the meat. What could be happening? Yao Lie turned his head to discover the toad sprawled on its back beneath the television cabinet, revealing its white-green belly. There was also a torn plastic bag on the floor, though he couldn't recall if such a bag was in his home, wondering if it was yet another mess made by the creatures. Is it dead? Yao Lie was startled, but relief washed over him as he noticed the toad's chest still rising and falling. Just as he was about to investigate further, the doorbell rang. Although curious, Yao Lie did not rush to open the door. Instead, he placed the tortoise back on the sofa and grabbed one of the toad's legs, realizing that it had merely fallen into a deep slumber, leaving behind a puddle of toad slime on the floor, which put him at ease. These creatures had taken him considerable effort to summon. He had nearly exhausted himself in the process, and they were his means of rapidly increasing his power. Naturally, Yao Lie did not want anything to happen to them. Casually stuffing the toad into a drawer of the television cabinet, he prepared to open the door when suddenly, with a resounding crash, the security door was forcefully flung open. 5 or 6 armed special police officers surged in, their guns trained on Yao Lie as they barked, "Hands on your head, don't move." Yao Lie was taken aback. Their ferocity far surpassed that of the 2 police officers who had visited him previously. Uncertain of how he had incurred their wrath again, he observed their uniforms and concluded they were likely genuine. Thus, he complied, raising his hands in surrender with a wry smile. "What is going on? I don't believe I've committed any crime." 2 of the officers swiftly approached, pressing their guns against Yao Lie's waist, instructing him to face the wall as they conducted a search. Not finding any weapons, they sternly declared, "We received a tip-off that this is a drug trafficking hideout. Confess where the drugs are hidden." "Drugs?" Yao Lie was genuinely taken aback, responding with bewilderment. "You must have made a mistake. How could I possibly hide drugs here?" The officer did not engage in conversation with Yao Lie, simply gesturing for another officer to enter. This officer was accompanied by a large German shepherd, clearly prepared for the situation. As soon as the dog entered, it suddenly became agitated, barking furiously with all its fur standing on end. The officers' faces lit up with excitement, indicating their intelligence had been accurate. The officer holding the leash promptly released it that moment. To everyone's astonishment, the barking German shepherd turned tail and bolted out of Yao Lie's house, tail tucked between its legs. The officer responsible for the dog's care changed color in disbelief, never expecting that the well-trained police dog would disobey and flee, and hurriedly chased after it. Yao Lie couldn't help but sneer. Of all the things to investigate, they had chosen to bring a police dog to inspect his home. The sensitivity of canines is remarkably acute, not to mention the old tortoise. In terms of combat prowess, even the great white snake could likely outmatch this German shepherd, and even a toad possesses some degree of fighting capability. Particularly concerning is the ghostly tiger. Although it has lost its physical form, its fierce aura remains, perhaps even more potent than that of an ordinary tiger by several fold. With such a creature present, how could a mere German shepherd dare to linger here? A cold smile crept across Yao Lie's face as his mind raced. Undoubtedly the handiwork of that oud bow. The German shepherd fled at great speed, and although it was soon dragged back by the special police, it dared not approach the door again. The special police, left with no other option, had to conduct the search themselves. The plastic bags on the ground were quickly gathered, but the ghostly tiger and its companions had consumed everything with remarkable thoroughness. The ghostly tiger, in particular, was akin to a vacuum cleaner, having even ingested the plastic bags entirely, digesting every last remnant of the white flour. No trace remained. Additionally, the 2 bags of fresh meat brought back by Yao Lie were emptied out. Particularly the whole chicken was thoroughly examined, scrutinizing its cavity and the like, fearful that drugs could be concealed within. The special police, deploying such considerable manpower, were naturally not satisfied with merely a suspected evidence plastic bag, especially as the firearms mentioned in the tip-off had not been located. As the specialized police conducted a meticulous search, the 4 monsters could not remain hidden for long. The first to be discovered was the old tortoise, ensconced within a tattered sofa. One of the special police officers, with a peculiar expression, extricated the old tortoise from the sofa. Covered in green moss and with a strand of beef jerky clinging to its mouth, it appeared to have dozed off again at some point. "What is going on here? Why is the sofa in such disrepair?" one of the officers inquired in a grave tone, glancing at Yao Lie. Yao Lie, convinced that these individuals were mere lackeys of Out Bao, had no intention of being courteous. He sneered coldly, "The sofa belongs to me. I enjoy tearing it apart to create a nest for my pet tortoise. Is that a crime? Be careful. My pet tortoise is a rare species, and if harmed, you would be liable for a fortune." At that moment, another officer with a strange expression revealed a toad from the drawer of the television cabinet. Yao Lie shouted again, "Don't touch that. That is a jade golden toad, purchased for 3 million. If even a piece of skin is missing, I will sue you." In the kitchen, the floor was strewn with medicinal residue, the scent of traditional Chinese medicine growing increasingly potent. It must be said that these special police had remarkably seasoned inspection skills. The great white snake was fished out of the reservoir. Fortunately, it was in a stupor. Otherwise, given its temperament, it would have undoubtedly retaliated against the officer who attempted to haul it up, and with the snake's venom, survival would have been improbable. After a rigorous examination, with no drugs or firearms found, the special police cast strange glances at Yao Lie. This individual, appearing to be quite respectable, seemed to harbor peculiar hobbies, raising both snakes and toads, suggesting possible mental instability. Their gazes shifted to a middle-aged officer with a sullen expression. This middle-aged officer was their team leader, Chan Tianyan. Their current operation had not received official approval. It was merely a mission initiated by the captain upon receiving credible intelligence. After ringing the doorbell for an extended period with no response from within, fearing Yao Lie might be disposing of drugs or fleeing through the sewer, they had forcibly entered the premises. If they had found drugs or firearms, everything would have been straightforward. Now, with so little evidence, merely a plastic bag, finding traces of white flour seemed a daunting task, and even if found, the amount would be negligible, making it unlikely to implicate Yao Lie, complicating matters further. Indeed, once the officer guarding Yao Lie returned his firearm and relaxed his vigilance, Yao Lie slowly turned around, a cold smile on his face. "You've already searched the house, leaving it in disarray. My pets are terrified. Can I now see your search warrant?" A flicker of discomfort crossed the middle-aged officer's face, but he quickly regained his composure and replied coldly, "We, the special police, value expediency. Upon receiving intelligence, we must act immediately. The search warrant will be delivered to you shortly." He then added in a stern tone, "We will not detain you for the time being, but you must not leave Sanlong City and must cooperate with our investigation." Yao Lie laughed coldly, "What bravado! Breaking into my home without a search warrant and damaging my door. Is this the style of your special police?" The middle-aged officer, aware of his overreach, paused before responding, "Rest assured. Once it is established that you are not at fault, I will personally come to apologize, and I will take responsibility for repairing your door." With that, he coldly declared, "We are leaving." Yao Lie fixed his gaze on the middle-aged officer, feeling a sense of curiosity. He detected emotions of anger and resentment in the officer's eyes, yet there was no flicker of guilt. Logically, if he were sent by Out Bao, he would certainly exhibit signs of trepidation. Having cultivated the eternal demon emperor's technique, Yao Lie possessed keen insight, capable of penetrating hearts. Even the most skilled actors found it challenging to conceal anything beneath his scrutiny. Watching the special police depart, his expression darkened, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. Zhang Shui was calling. Chapter 32. Seeking trouble. The Zhongbao Group is preparing to relocate from Sanlong City, and Zhang Shui has been exceedingly busy of late. However, this evening, amid her hectic schedule, she made time to meet with Xia Hailong at the Tianhao Club. Xia Hailong is a significant client of the Zhongbao Group, providing at least 200 million in orders annually, yielding profits in the millions. Even though Zhang Shui has resolved to leave Sanlong City, the group will establish an office there, and she intends to retain as many valuable clients as possible, particularly large clients like Xia Hailong. Thus, when Xia Hailong invited her to meet at the Tianhao Club to discuss cooperation, Zhang Shui, reluctant to conduct business in such venues, hesitated but ultimately agreed. Upon arriving at the Tianhao Club, Xia Hailong personally welcomed her inside. However, as soon as she pushed open the door to the private room, she was taken aback to find none other than Out Bao, whom she had not seen for some time. Ever since Out Bao had wielded his influence to pressure the Zhongbao Group, attempting to seize 10 billion in assets, the relationship had completely soured. and Song Shui had no intention of extending him any courtesy. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on Xia Hailong. General Manager Xia, what is going on here? Why is he here? Xia Hailong chuckled. Please allow me to explain. General Manager Tong, a few days ago, young Master O signed a contract with Arinia Shipping, investing 300 million to acquire 51% of the shares. As of now, I am working for young Master O, and naturally, it is he who will discuss cooperation with you on behalf of Arinia Shipping. Song Shui replied coldly, if that is the case, then there is nothing further to discuss. With that, she turned to leave. Bao stood up with an insincere smile. Shui, I suggest you reconsider leaving. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Song Shui halted, her gaze icy as she regarded Bao. What do you mean by that? Bao chuckled. I mean no harm. Do you truly believe that relocating the Zhongbao group means I can do nothing to you? He raised his index finger and shook it. You are mistaken. You have no idea what the O family represents in Sanlong City. Do you believe that without my consent, anyone would dare to take over the assets of the Zhongbao group? Not a single cent can be transferred out of Sanlong City. Song Shui's heart sank. No wonder the company had encountered difficulties transferring funds to Yun Province. The bank staff had provided a myriad of excuses, delaying the process. She now understood that this was due to Bao's influence. The primary accounts of the Zhongbao group were established in banks within Sanlong City. If Bao could exert pressure on the banks. While it may sound exaggerated, Song Shui would indeed find it exceedingly difficult to transfer her funds. Given the O family's connections, it would not be a stretch to temporarily freeze the Zhongbao group's accounts under some pretext. What exactly do you want? Song Shui, having built the Zhongbao group from scratch, quickly regained her composure and stepped into the private room, taking a seat as she fixed her gaze on Bao, speaking slowly. Bao beamed, tossing several A4 sheets onto the table before her. Sign these 2 documents, and we can restore our previous relationship. Song Shui picked up the documents and glanced through them, unable to suppress a cold laugh. You want 51% of the Zhongbao group shares for 30 million? The O family's appetite is truly insatiable. Bao nodded. The registered capital of the Zhongbao group is merely 50 million. 30 million for 51% of the shares is quite reasonable. Huh? Song Shui, enraged, laughed mockingly. Now that all the shares of the Zhongbao group were in her hands, it was evident that the O family could resort to such tactics to coerce her. If she transferred over half of the shares to Bao, what would remain of the Zhongbao group? She was certainly not naive enough to believe Bao's words. Song Shui was disinclined to engage in this discussion with Bao. Everyone understood that registered capital and actual assets were 2 different matters. She then glanced at the second document. This is a divorce agreement between me and Yao Lie? Even if I sign it, it would be ineffective unless Yao Lie signs as well, she retorted. At the mention of Yao Lie, Bao's expression darkened, and he sneered, rest assured, once you sign, that brat will naturally follow suit. He should be at the police station now. I imagine he is receiving quite the lesson. You can call him and see if anyone answers. Song Shui could no longer contain her fury, her voice growing cold as she scolded. What have you done to him? Bao leisurely poured himself a glass of red wine, undeterred by the presence of Xia Hailong nearby. After taking a gentle sip, he remarked, it's nothing much, merely asking someone to deliver a bit of white flour to his home. Unfortunately, this information inadvertently slipped to that Chen Tianyan from the SWAT team. Isn't that kid quite the fighter? I wonder if he'll end up in a scuffle with Chen Tianyan, who is the provincial champion in martial arts. How thrilling that would be. The more Bao spoke, the more he felt clever for devising such a brilliant scheme. Prompting a chuckle to escape his lips, however, Song Shui's expression abruptly shifted, her body trembling with rage. Bao was intent on putting Yao Lie in grave danger. If drugs were discovered at Yao Lie's residence, and Bao orchestrated further machinations, the outcome was all too predictable. You shameless fiend. She never anticipated Bao's cruelty would sink to such depths, regretting her decision to involve Yao Lie. Initially, she had naively believed that once she registered her marriage with another, Bao would cease his relentless pursuit. Clearly, she had underestimated his audacity and malice. I am indeed shameless. I once contemplated marrying you, but alas, once I've toyed with you enough, I'll toss you aside for someone else. You'll find yourself in an even more disgraceful situation, Bao sneered. Song Shui's expression darkened, and she chose not to engage with Bao further. Instead, She retrieved her phone from her bag and called Yao Lie. Regardless of Utabeo's words, she needed to ascertain the situation. Initially, she doubted Yao Lie would answer, as Utabeo was not one to merely engage in idle chatter. Yet unexpectedly, Yao Lie's deep voice came through the receiver. "What's the matter?" Song Shui felt a wave of relief, since Yao Lie could still take calls. It indicated that he was safe, though there was no telling when Chen Qianyan might arrive with the team. She urged, "Quickly check if someone has hidden drugs in your house. No, immediately call the police and report that someone has concealed drugs in your home." Utabeo chuckled darkly. What a good actor. He has already been caught. Before he could finish, his phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed furiously. "What? You can't find anything? Useless." With a violent crash, he smashed the phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces, causing Xia Hailong to flinch in shock. Yao Lie, hearing Utabeo's enraged roar and the subsequent crash, felt a sinking sensation in his heart and inquired, "Are you with Utabeo? Where are you now?" "I'm fine. Don't you worry about me. You need to call the police right now." Song Shui's voice conveyed her urgency. Yao Lie replied calmly, "Rest assured, the police have already been here and found nothing." "Where are you now?" He emphasized his question again. Song Shui hesitated. Although Yao Lie had escaped danger this time, she doubted luck would favor him again. She relayed her location, preparing to have Yao Lie arrive and sign the divorce agreement in Utabeo's presence to sever their ties, ensuring Yao Lie would not be needlessly harmed. Utabeo, in a fit of rage, had just destroyed a phone worth several tens of thousands, yet felt no remorse. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he coldly fixed his gaze on Song Shui and said, "This time, consider it luck for him. Don't think you can evade this, I'll tell you. You will sign this document today, whether you want to or not." Xia Hailong interjected, "Song, you should understand that Utabeo is doing this for your own good. Although Zhongbao Group appears grand, it lacks a solid foundation and is merely a castle in the air, floating like a reed on water. Many eyes covet this juicy piece of meat. It won't last long. Once Utabeo invests in Zhongbao Group, it will flourish exponentially, supported by the strength of the O family. From this perspective, isn't your fortune set to increase as well?" Song Shui shot a cold glare at Xia Hailong. "So this is how Yinishan Shipping sold over 50% of its shares to the O family? I caution you as well. The O family is a ravenous wolf that devours its prey without leaving bones. Be wary, or you may lose even the little you have left." Xia Hailong's expression shifted slightly as he chuckled awkwardly, then fell silent. Yao Lie arrived swiftly. Song Shui heard a commotion outside, as attendants from Tianhao Club and Utabeo's bodyguards blocked someone from entering. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the redwood door of the private room was forcefully flung open, and a figure stumbled in, Utabeo's bodyguard. Following closely was, of course, Yao Lie. Utabeo narrowed his eyes. After the previous two ineffective black bodyguards, he had replaced them with two capable members of the O family, though they lacked the flamboyance of the blackguards. Each was more than capable of easily handling the former duo. The fact that these two adept bodyguards could not stop Yao Lie embarrassed Utabeo, prompting a cold snort. It seemed he would need to request even higher level protection. Securing Zhongbao Group would significantly elevate his status within the family. At the same time, he grew wary. Ideally, even if the two-side family bodyguards were merely third-tier fighters, they should easily overpower 10 ordinary men. Yao Lie appeared far more formidable than he had initially assumed. Could he be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Chapter 33. Overwhelming power. Upon entering, Yao Lie closed the door behind him and cast a piercing glance at Utabeo. Utabeo's two bodyguards quickly positioned themselves in front of him, their expressions grim. Clearly intimidated by Yao Lie, Yao Lie surveyed Song Shui before narrowing his eyes coldly at Utabeo and asking, "Utabeo, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you?" Utabeo's face registered shock, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke, before bursting into laughter. "You? Don't make me laugh. Do you know about our O family's standing in Sanlong City?" Before he could finish his sentence, it was abruptly cut short as Yao Lie lunged forth like a tiger unleashed, akin to a 100-ton tank barreling through. With a swift motion, he easily knocked aside the two third-tier fighters Utabeo had mentioned, then grasped Utabeo by the throat with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. "What were you saying about the O family in Sanlong City? My hearing isn't great. Could you repeat that?" The bodyguard's eyes widened in astonishment. Yao Lie displayed no discernible technique. Yet his innate strength made him resemble a humanoid behemoth, every movement carrying immense power. Despite their 20 years of training to ascend to third-tier warriors, they found themselves unable to withstand his force. Though Udabeo lacked martial roots, he was a direct descendant of the O family, the son of the second patriarch, wielding significant authority far beyond what these two-side family members could compare to. If anything were to happen to Udabeo, they would undoubtedly share in the misfortune. Thus, without hesitation, they launched an attack on Yao Lie. One formed a claw, aiming for Yao Lie's throat, while the other executed a low, sweeping punch. Rolling to Yao Lie's feet, their fists striking like dragons emerging from the sea towards his knees. These two were brothers, having trained together for 2 decades, their coordination impeccable. Confident that even if Yao Lie's strength rivaled that of a beast, he would not dare to engage them while holding Udabeo aloft with one hand. Their priority was to rescue Udabeo. With Yao Lie's raw power, a misstep could easily crush Udabeo's throat. Unfortunately, their confidence did not equate to capability. Yao Lie's eyes gleamed with determination as he executed 2 lightning-fast kicks, leaving only afterimages in their wake. The 2O family side members simultaneously emitted muffled grunts as they were sent crashing against the wall. They were unaware that Yao Lie's strength was not simply innate but honed through rigorous training. His formidable physique was complemented by remarkable reflexes. Given proper preparation, he could evade even the slowest bullets. How could he be caught off guard by 2 third-tier warriors? The 2 bodyguards, having been struck in the chest, struggled to breathe, one hand clutching their chest while the other braced against the ground. Staring at Yao Lie in disbelief, they forced themselves to speak, hoarsely saying, "Listen, brother. Let us talk this out. He is the son of our family as second patriarch. If anything happens to him, you will not escape unscathed." This youth was far too powerful for them to contend with, seemingly on par with a first-tier warrior. Such strength at his age suggested he was likely a prodigy nurtured by an ancient martial family, leaving them to reason with Yao Lie about the gravity of the situation. Ordinarily, given the O family's influence, it wouldn't be difficult to arm them with firearms. However, ancient martial families traditionally held a strong aversion to firearms, especially among the older generations, many of whom had lost friends and family to gun violence. Additionally, firearms were a significant factor in the decline of martial arts. If family members carried weapons, they would hardly focus on training. Xia Hailong was equally terrified, his face turning pale. The prowess of the O family was known to all. With rumors circulating that in Sanlong City, without the nod of the O family, even the highest-ranking officials could not establish themselves, Udabeo was brought here by him, and should he fall victim to Yao Lie's wrath, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences himself. The soundproofing at the Tianhao Club was impeccable. Xia Hailong was uncertain whether those outside could hear the commotion or if they would summon the authorities. Nonetheless, he dared not provoke Yao Lie further and, with a face ashen, pleaded, "Brother, please remain calm. If O Xiao has been offended, let us discuss it amicably. Once lives are lost, there will be no turning back." At that moment, Udabeo's face had turned a furious shade of red, his bloodshot eyes bulging as Yao Lie's fingers clutched his throat like a vice, rendering him unable to breathe. Terror was etched across his countenance, and he likely regretted his actions to the utmost, finally grasping the meaning behind the saying that a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Zhang Shuai was equally startled by Yao Lie's actions. In the blink of an eye, so much had transpired. She had called Yao Lie over to dissociate herself from him, not to have him confront Udabeo. As she reacted, she exclaimed urgently, "Yao Lie? What are you doing? Let him go." With a cold snort, Yao Lie finally tossed Udabeo back onto the sofa, his face darkening as he warned, "Udabeo, I advise you. The O family's prestige holds no sway here. If you cause trouble again, I will not hesitate to sever your head from your shoulders." After issuing his threat, Yao Lie disregarded Udabeo's reaction and seized Zhang Shui's hand, declaring, "We're leaving." Udabeo gasped desperately, his expression shifting between anger and despair. Suddenly, without warning, he seized the crystal ashtray from the table and hurled it violently at the projector, howling like a rabid beast, indiscriminately smashing and throwing items around the room. The projection equipment and liquor cabinet of the private room were left in ruins. The staff of Tianhao Club, aware of the chaos instigated by Udabeo, dared not intervene. They were even more perplexed by the young man who had entered the private room and left with a beautiful woman, wondering who he was that he could carry her away right under Udabeo's nose. Was it possible that his background surpassed that of the Yao family? In their eyes, this farce morphed into a narrative where Odebayo attempted to assault a woman, only for her boyfriend to retaliate fiercely, allowing them to leave unscathed. After venting his rage, Odebayo, feeling the weight of humiliation and helplessness like never before, finally sat down, coldly regarding the bodyguard still clutching his chest. Is he dead? If not, hurry up and call the police. Call the police. One of the bodyguards hesitated. Young master, isn't it the family's rule to avoid direct involvement in official matters? Furthermore, this young man could very well belong to another family. Shouldn't we investigate his background before making any decisions? Odebayo's expression darkened. Haven't you all been injured? Why can't you report this? Having been humiliated by Yao Lie, Odebayo naturally would not let the matter rest. However, despite being the son of the second family head, his lack of martial prowess rendered his status within the Yao family rather low. Once he established his own family, he would be removed from the direct lineage and relegated to a branch of the family unless a martial artist emerged among the descendants to restore his position. Hence, Odebayo was eager to leverage the Yao family's influence to seize control of the Zhongbao group. With such an achievement, even if he were cast out from the direct lineage, he would receive a substantial severance pay. It could be said that every branch of the Yao family's direct lineage was guarded by skilled martial artists. For instance, Odebayo's father was a third-tier martial artist. Given Odebayo's standing, it would be challenging to mobilize true experts from the family to deal with Yao Lie. His plan was to have Yao Lie detained for a few days, and once he secured the Zhongbao group, he would find a way to deal with Yao Lie later. Yao Lie was unaware of the Yao family's status in Sanlong City, but those in official circles certainly were not at a company like Zhongbao Group, with assets in the billions, was merely an appetizer for the vast Yao family in Sanlong City alone. The Yao family controlled over 30 companies with assets exceeding 100 million, including multinational corporations worth billions. The family's total assets were likely in the hundreds of billions, and in the underworld of Sanlong City, they were viewed as the undisputed kings. This is the formidable nature of ancient martial families. Although the direct descendants are prohibited from entering official circles due to ancestral teachings, centuries of accumulated wealth and connections render every ancient martial family a colossal entity in the eyes of ordinary people, possessing unimaginable wealth and power. Thus, these ancient martial families must avoid involvement in politics, lest they attract unnecessary scrutiny, disrupting the precarious balance between the ancient martial families and the secular world. Previously, Odebayo had attempted to frame Yao Lie by secretly having Ma San hide a white-faced man in Yao Lie's home and then leaking this clue to officials to orchestrate Yao Lie's capture. Odebayo was indeed ruthless. With the Yao family backing him and evidence purportedly conclusive, Yao Lie would naturally find it difficult to escape death. When Odebayo reported the incident, the police acted swiftly. Before Yao Lie could return Song Shui home, he was intercepted and detained on charges of disturbing the peace and intentional injury. Yao Lie had anticipated Odebayo's actions, even considering that he might resort to more extreme measures. Before stepping out, he had already sealed the 4 monsters within the Wanyao seal. However, he was not afraid. He did not believe that Odebayo could use this incident to bring about his demise. If it truly came to an irreparable point, Yao Lie would not hold back. Taking Odebayo's life would not pose a challenge for him. Truth be told, Yao Lie had contemplated quietly eliminating Odebayo, but the difficulty was considerable. Odebayo was constantly surrounded by bodyguards, and unless Yao Lie acted himself, he could only send the Great White Snake. The Great White Snake was Yao Lie's golden goose, the source of future earnings and cultivation. He could not bear for anything to happen to it. Even if the Great White Snake could indeed kill Odebayo, Yao Lie would not be willing to risk it. After all, Odebayo was but a worthless life when compared to his own future and the invaluable life of the Great White Snake. Moreover, killing Odebayo would not necessarily resolve matters, as many members of the Yao family were lurking in the shadows. Yao Lie was, in fact, a rational individual. Thus, he decided to warn Odebayo, ensuring he would think twice before acting recklessly, while he focused on enhancing his own strength. Aware that he might spend a few days behind bars, Yao Lie nonetheless chose this course of action, believing that not resisting and allowing Odebayo to underestimate him would only embolden him further. Since he could not avoid the situation, he opted for the lesser of two evils, this maneuver serving as a strategic retreat. Of course, Yao Lie intended to reclaim his honor in the future. He never considered himself a magnanimous person. The notion that a smile could erase grievances was merely a tale. Yao Lie had never subscribed to such beliefs. Chapter 34. An unexpected ally. Zhang Xue's complexion was somewhat pallid as she gazed at Yao Lie, who was being handcuffed by the police. With a sigh, she addressed the officers. Could I speak to him for a moment? As the rising star of the business world and the beautiful president of Sanlong City, her name was known to many. The police, naturally, were willing to grant her this courtesy. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Zong, please keep it brief. We have received direct orders to detain Yao Lie immediately. There's little we can do. Zhang Xue nodded, looking at Yao Lie, hesitating before saying, I've caused you trouble. Yao Lie smiled, don't worry, it's nothing. With the money you provided, you certainly earned your keep. And no matter how downtrodden I am, I cannot simply stand by and let others bully my wife. He paused, his expression filled with regret. Honestly, I do regret it. Since I was already in a fight, why not give that scoundrel a couple of slaps so he'd have to wear dentures for his noodles in the future? Zhang Xue couldn't help but chuckle, but soon her expression turned serious as she said, I will hire a lawyer to defend you. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and added, if it comes to that, I'll just sell Zhongbao Group to the O family. Yao Lie was at a loss for words. He knew that Zhongbao Group was Zhang Xue's labor of love, and to have it taken away without cause was unbearable. At that moment, he truly wished to eliminate O Debao without a second thought, but the potential retribution from the O family could lead to their ruin. He finally recognized the importance of strength and power. Watching Yao Lie being escorted into the police vehicle, Zhang Xue discreetly wiped the corner of her eye before pulling out her phone. In Sanlong City, she had some connections, but when she called, those on the other end, upon learning the matter involved the O family, were evasive, which only heightened her anxiety. Fortunately, large enterprises like Zhongbao Group, especially those involved in investment and logistics, encountered numerous disputes and thus had their own legal teams. Zhang Xue, unable to find any support, resorted to contacting the lawyers, knowing they could not guarantee Yao Lie's acquittal, but at least could prevent O Debao from fabricating charges against him. Meng Yishan had just finished work, even canceling a dinner with Vice Governor Su. He hurriedly grabbed his bag and instructed the driver to head straight to Meng Sanha's residence in Sanlong City. Having finished his 4 pills the night before, he was right on schedule. The past 10 days had been the happiest of Meng Yishan's 30 years, even surpassing the joy he felt upon being promoted to deputy secretary of the province. Everyone at the provincial committee noticed the change in Meng Yishan. He no longer wore a perpetual frown, appearing much more cheerful, even joking with his secretary on a couple of rare occasions. Because he saw a glimmer of hope. This morning, when Meng Yishan awoke, he unexpectedly experienced a morning vitality that had not graced him in 30 years. Though it could hardly be described as a surge, it was at least a gentle revival, suggesting that there was a genuine prospect for the complete restoration of his chronic ailment. After ingesting the elixir, Meng Yishan distinctly felt a transformation within his body. He not only brimmed with energy and radiated vitality, but he also appeared to have shed several years from his age. His chin tingled with the sensation of emerging stubble, and Meng Yishan even fancied that he could reignite the romantic sparks with his beloved wife. However, he refrained from acting on this impulse, as Meng Sanha had merely provided the pills without imparting any warnings regarding their use. Should he indulge in momentary pleasures and compromise the efficacy of the elixir? Meng Yishan feared he might find himself contemplating death. He had not even confided this news to his wife, Yunfei, for fear that it would only lead to a hollow celebration. Based on prior experiences, the potency of a single pill could last at least 3 days. Yet, with the elixir consumed, Meng Yishan felt uncertain about whether he would achieve complete recovery within the remaining days. Thus, he resolved to acquire another dose of the miraculous remedy, not only for healing but also as a safeguard for the future, to be taken when age inevitably sapped his vigor. Consequently, he hurriedly made his way to Meng Sanha's location after work. Upon entering, he cheerfully greeted Meng Sanha. Sanha, I truly owe you one this time. Is the master available? Have you managed to acquire the elixir? Also, please remember to ask the master when one can engage in those activities after consuming the elixir. It was indeed a challenge for Meng Yishan, a high-ranking official of considerable authority, to voice such matters, even to his own brother. Soon, Meng Yishan noticed a peculiar expression on Meng Sanha's face, prompting him to inquire, Sanha, what is the matter? Did you not find the master? Meng Sanha offered a wry smile. It's not that. The master has been located, but he is currently embroiled in some troubles. Troubles? Meng Yishan's expression shifted. having just glimpsed a beacon of hope in life. He could not permit any complications to arise. And thus he pressed on. What kind of trouble could possibly be beyond your reach? Meng Sanha elaborated. Master Yao has been apprehended by the authorities, linked to the Yao family. In Sanlong City, Meng Sanha was a figure of substantial influence. And a brief inquiry quickly revealed the situation's intricacies, which he promptly relayed to Meng Yishan. Although Meng Yishan held a prominent position and had formidable backing, the Yao family operated as local power brokers, possessing significant connections. The clash between the two entities left the outcome uncertain, and Meng Sanha could only await his elder brother's arrival to make a decisive judgment. Listening to Meng Sanha, Meng Yishan's countenance darkened with uncertainty. And after a pause, he coldly remarked, I have long heard of the Yao family's tyranny. I never imagined them to be so outrageous as to target a conglomerate worth billions without fear of consequences. With that, he picked up the phone and called his secretary, Lin Jingguang, who had been by his side for over 3 years. Jingguang, I have a friend named Yao Lie in Sanlong City who has inexplicably been detained by the municipal police. Please make a call to investigate the situation. Even if a confrontation with the Yao family was inevitable, a person of Meng Yishan's stature could not afford to take center stage immediately. He could not afford to speak too candidly. However, sending Lin Jingguang to represent him would convey the underlying weight of Meng Yishan's influence, compelling the Yao family to think twice before proceeding against Yao Lie. As Meng Yishan's secretary, Lin Jingguang was well attuned to his superior's intentions. And given the gravity of the situation, he quickly responded, Understood. Boss, I will make the call right away. Meng Yishan nodded, about to end the conversation, but hesitated and added, On second thought, do not make a call. Go directly to inquire. I am currently in Sanlong City, so gather any pertinent information and report back to me. Lin Jingguang gasped in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the implications. Merely making a phone call would signal Meng Yishan's stance, allowing for some leeway without losing face. Yet, if he went in person, it would signify a resolute commitment to protect his friend Yao Lie, no matter the cost. Having served Meng Yishan for many years, Lin Jingguang understood his character. Despite Meng Yishan's often stern demeanor, he was devoid of personal desires beyond his career and the welfare of his constituents. The fact that Meng Yishan was so overtly involved in municipal affairs was unprecedented. Who exactly was Yao Lie, to warrant such a close relationship with his boss? Lin Jingguang felt a pang of guilt for not being more informed, particularly as Meng Yishan had already arrived in Sanlong City while he was still engaged in dining and socializing with others back in the province. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Jingguang's brow. Such circumstances were undeniably irregular, suggesting a lack of trust from his superior. If Meng Yishan had not assigned him this task, he might have suspected that a change in secretarial staff was imminent. The boss's affairs were of paramount importance, eclipsing any concerns of his own. Thus, as soon as Meng Yishan concluded the call, Lin Jingguang swiftly addressed the 2 executives who had been entertaining him. Gentlemen, I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend and I must take my leave. One of the rotund executives chuckled, We understand, Secretary Lin. We shall look forward to the opportunity to treat you to drinks another time. Without sparing a moment for pleasantries, Lin Jingguang grabbed his briefcase and hastened out of the private room, wasting no time as he drove directly towards Sanlong City. Meng Yishan's typically stoic visage betrayed a hint of worry. He could not ascertain whether the Yao family would grant him a favor. At his level, he was aware of various matters concerning ancient martial families, especially considering that this involved the billion-dollar Zhongbao group. Should the Yao family extend him any courtesy, they would likely refrain from pursuing the Zhongbao group further. Meng Yishan was uncertain whether his standing could outweigh the value of Zhongbao group in the eyes of the Yao family. The drive from the provincial capital to Sanlong City took approximately an hour. And just over an hour later, Lin Jingguang called with news. Yang Jiping, the head of the municipal police department, had received a report from the Yao family regarding an incident involving Yao Lie. Although surprised that anyone would dare to lay hands on members of the Yao family, he dutifully dispatched officers to investigate the matter. Even for a layperson reporting a crime, such procedures were standard, especially when the report came from the Yao family. However, he was utterly unprepared for the hot potato he had just acquired. Having just apprehended Yao Lie and begun questioning him about the altercation, Yang Jiping's office phone rang. It was a call from Secretary Su's office, inquiring about Yao Lie's situation. Director Yang, this is Chao Ningquan. Yang Jiping recognized the name immediately and, puzzled as to why he was receiving a call, replied with a chuckle, "Ah, Secretary Chun. What prompts this unexpected call?" Chun Inquan replied, "Nothing of great import. It's just that our superior heard about a young man named Yao Lie who seems to have gotten into a bit of trouble. If he dares to misuse the name of our superior for his own gain, Director Yang, please do not let him off lightly simply because of that connection." Yang Jiping felt a jolt. He had not anticipated that Yao Lie, who had clashed with two members of the O family, would be linked to Deputy Secretary XU. As a director promoted through the ranks of law enforcement, he understood the implications of this call clearly. There was a discernible bias in favor of Yao Lie. Faced with the O family on one side and Deputy Secretary Su on the other, Yang Jiping found himself in a precarious position. This was the O family's territory, and if he offended them, they had myriad ways to ensure he could no longer serve as director. Thus, Yang Jiping resolved to handle this matter with utmost professionalism. Since Yao Lie had indeed assaulted someone, he would proceed according to standard procedures to determine guilt, leaving the sentencing to the court. This approach would satisfy the O family while also acknowledging the difficulties posed by Deputy Secretary Su, ensuring he would not bear the brunt of any backlash. However, just as he set down the phone, it rang again within mere minutes. This time, it was none other than Secretary Du, the top official in Sanlong City, calling directly. As the foremost figure in Sanlong City, he was acutely aware of the O family's significance. Although there were no direct relatives in government, the local officials had complex ties to the O family. The newly appointed Secretary Du, having initially intended to assert his authority, soon discovered the challenges of maneuvering within this intricate web of connections, leading him to adopt a more subdued approach. Many had presumed that he would simply bide his time until the end of his term, but his sudden involvement in Yao Lie's situation left Yang Jiping utterly astonished. Faced with Deputy Secretary Su, Yang Jiping had felt uncertain about how to proceed, but with the addition of Secretary Du, who was his direct superior and had called personally, he knew he had to think long and hard about his next steps. Yao Lie believed that the life of Odebayo was of lesser significance compared to his own future and the existence of the White Snake. Conversely, Odebayo deemed Yao Lie's life to be trivial and, out of fear, refrained from engaging in a deadly confrontation. Even if he were to contend with Yao Lie, he would need to devise a strategy with a high probability of success. On a grander scale, resorting to violence that resulted in injury could justifiably lead to Yao Lie being sentenced to serve time. Conversely, a stern reprimand followed by his release would also suffice. It was no wonder that this individual dared to confront members of the O family. Indeed, he possessed formidable backing. Yang Jiping made his decision with remarkable ease. Lin Jingguang did not call. Instead, he drove over personally, albeit too late. By the time he found Yang Jiping, Yao Lie had already been admonished and subsequently released. Lin Jingguang naturally felt somewhat perplexed, knowing it was unlikely that the boss had intervened directly. If that were the case, there would have been no need to summon him specifically to handle the situation. Having traveled a considerable distance, he was determined to ascertain the facts before reporting back to the boss. Yang Jiping, however, concealed nothing, revealing that both Vice Governor Su and Secretary Du had advocated on Yao Lie's behalf, effectively aligning themselves with him. He promptly recounted the events to Lin Jingguang, including the contact information of Su's secretary and Du's secretary. Moreover, he was genuinely curious to probe into Yao Lie's background. He was utterly unaware that Sanlong City harbored such a formidable figure who dared to stand against the O family, compelling the three major powers to intercede on his behalf. With the combined strength of these three giants, bolstered by their behind-the-scenes influence, even the O family would find it challenging to contend with them. Were they truly contemplating an offensive against the O family? Not only did Lin Jingguang find this notion bewildering, but Yao Lie himself was equally confounded. Upon leaving the Tianhao Club, he had left Guihu behind. Increasingly, Yao Lie felt that his four monstrous companions were not only far from useless, but possessed immense potential, perfectly encapsulating the adage that there are no weak monsters, only those who do not know how to utilize their abilities. Guihu's ability to conceal himself made him an ideal candidate for espionage. From Guihu, Yao Lie learned that Odebayo had no intention of using this incident against him. Rather, he aimed to divert Yao Lie's attention to facilitate the unimpeded takeover of Changshui's Zhongbao group. As for the police officers who had interrogated him, their demeanor had suddenly shifted 180 degrees, offering him a few mild rebukes before letting him go, leaving Yao Lie utterly bewildered. Could it be that Changshui had capitulated and sold Zhongbao group to Odebayo? Yao Lie, perplexed, called Sangshui, only to hear her voice filled with surprise and confusion. She had not been in contact with Odebeo, thus could not be said to have surrendered. Meng Yishan, upon seeing Lin Jingguang and hearing that Yao Lie had been released, with the intervention of Vice Governor Su and Secretary Du, couldn't help but pause, questioning, what is the meaning of this? Su and Du are not from the same circle, yet they both spoke on Yao Lie's behalf. Su Dinghai, known as a likable figure in the province, was well-connected and even a year younger than Meng Yishan. He had been parachuted into Dong province, reportedly with connections to Yinjing, and no one dared to underestimate him. Just before Meng Yishan arrived in Sanlong City, Su Dinghai had even treated him to a meal. And he could scarcely fathom that Yao Lie's affair had escalated to Su Dinghai's level. Lin Jingguang, internally lamenting, thought to himself that if the boss was unaware of his own friend's situation, how could he possibly know? Of course, he would never dare to voice such thoughts, merely shaking his head in honest confusion, as Yang Jiping remained oblivious to the circumstances. Meng Sanha remarked with a smile, brother, Yao Lie is no ordinary person. It's not surprising that he has some connection with Vice Governor Su. Shall we go find him now? Lin Jingguang's mind surged with tumult. From Meng Sanha's words, he deduced that Yao Lie's significance was likely far greater than he had imagined. The boss's involvement was not merely to express gratitude on Yao Lie's behalf, but rather to seek him out. Who exactly was this extraordinary figure? Yet, he found himself without the opportunity to witness Yao Lie's true nature. As for the matter of medicinal herbs, Meng Yishan and Meng Sanha would not act recklessly. After dismissing the driver and secretary, Meng Sanha dialed Yao Lie's number. In Jiangdu province, within an ancient residence nestled beside a forested ravine, the elderly proprietor of the traditional medicine shop, who had sold Yao Lie the restorative herbs at a low price, gazed quizzically at the white-bearded, rosy-faced elder seated on a cushion. He quietly inquired, Uncle San, I fail to comprehend. Does Yao Lie truly merit us extending such a significant favor by enlisting Secretary Du's assistance? The O family's influence is considerable. A direct confrontation may well bring us considerable trouble and weaken our strength, interjected another elder clad in black, appearing somewhat younger, but still in his 50s. Uncle Air is correct. Now that we have obtained his formula for the elixir, although it is intermingled with misleading ingredients, with sufficient experimentation, we will surely uncover the true formula, he continued. However, Uncle San did not respond to their queries. Instead, he turned to the elderly man standing beside him, his voice slow yet remarkably forceful as he asked, Kai Tai, how confident are you in deriving the authentic formula? Lin Kai Tai nodded and replied, Uncle San, the alchemical process is exceedingly intricate. Every component's variation, differing quantities, methods of refinement, and the sequence of ingredient additions, as well as the required intensity of the flames, will all significantly influence the efficacy of the potion, potentially leading to catastrophic results. From their titles, it was clear that the individuals present belonged to 4 generations, with Uncle San being the eldest, followed by Lin Kai Tai. He continued, despite my 80 years of immersion in the art of alchemy, I possess at most a 30% chance of identifying the genuine formula. To successfully create the elixir, it will likely require a minimum of 5 years of meticulous experimentation. The shopkeeper and the black-clad elder were both esteemed medical practitioners, possessing exceptional skills, yet not being particularly versed in the art of alchemy. Upon hearing Lin Kai Tai's words, they realized the complexity of the situation. Uncle San then directed his gaze toward the shopkeeper and the black-clad elder, stating with a hint of aloofness, although this formula differs slightly from the Butian Dan, our collective judgment suggests its potency will not be significantly inferior. It can not only enable the Lin family descendants to awaken their martial roots, but also assist ordinary martial artists in enhancing their strength. Should we secure Yao Lie, our Lin family will undoubtedly experience a substantial increase in power, rendering us unafraid of a Miro family. A glimmer of determination sparked in the eyes of the black-clad elder. In that case, should we not retrieve him and compel him to disclose the method of crafting this elixir? Lin Kai Tai shook his head. It is not that simple. Even if he divulges everything, we may still be unable to replicate it. The black-clad elder expressed astonishment. If even the family head lacks the confidence to replicate it, how could Yao Lie, merely a youth, possibly possess the ability to create such a miraculous elixir, even if he has been practicing alchemy since infancy? No. Lin Kai Tai decisively shook his head. He can indeed produce it. Otherwise, how do you think he, at such a tender age, easily overcame two third-tier martial artists from the Yao family? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I suspect that Yao Lie possesses a deeper background. The identity we have uncovered may not reflect the truth. It was unfathomable for an orphan, bereft of both parents since childhood, to suddenly emerge as a formidable figure rivaling a first-tier martial artist, adept in the art of alchemy. This was incomprehensible, leading Lin Kaidai and his companions to ponder deeply. Despite Sanlong City not being the Lin family's territory, their apothecary had established a presence there, and their influence was not insignificant. They had already dispatched individuals to investigate Yao Lie's circumstances, even stationing someone near his residence to promptly learn of the special police's visit and Yao Lie's conflict with the Yao family. None of them were fools. They had come to realize that coercing Yao Lie to concoct elixirs was a futile endeavor. Given his remarkable alchemical prowess, should he be compelled against his will? Even the slightest misstep could turn a miraculous elixir into a lethal poison. The Yao family, unafraid, would not compromise for the sake of a woman. Although the Lin family ranked 13th among ancient martial families, slightly above the 18th-ranked Yao family, they lacked the means to subdue Yao Lie. The eldest of the Lin family, Uncle San, closed his eyes and remarked softly, "Lin Feng is a fine child, gifted and intelligent. Alas, he lacks martial roots and can only manage the secular company. Let him interact with Yao Lie. If he can awaken his martial roots because of it, it would be his fortune. Remember, anyone capable of creating the Bu Tian Dan is an object of desire for various families, potentially even those from the heavenly ranking. This news must be kept confidential." Lin Kaidai nodded, understood. As the current head of the Lin family, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The significance of this formula necessitated the involvement of the reclusive Uncle San. The presence of the Lin family's last remaining elder, aged 140. Even the family head had to bow his head in deference. Among the ancient martial practitioners, there are 3 tiers of martial artists, 6-tier martial masters, and 9-tier martial sections. The Lin family's ancestors were formidable 3rd-tier martial sects. Without the oldest generation of Uncle San, the Lin family's strength would undoubtedly wane considerably. At the quinquennial ancient martial arts competition, the Lin family's ranking would likely plummet several places, with the possibility of falling off the rankings altogether. Chapter 36. The Medicine King Group. The unexpected visit from Meng Sanhe and Meng Yishan took Yao Lie by surprise. While Meng Yishan did not explicitly reveal his identity, the aura of authority born from his prolonged high status made Yao Lie acutely aware that he was no ordinary individual. Additionally, Meng Sanhe subtly indicated that Yao Lie's emergence was facilitated by Meng Yishan's efforts, although in reality, Yao Lie had already been released by the time Lin Jingguang approached Yang Jiping. However, with the signature of Meng Yishan, the Yao family will now have to think twice before making any further moves. Yao Lie could hardly fathom that an unsuspecting encounter with an unsuspecting rotund individual could lead to such significant ramifications, compelling even the Yao family to concede. Little did he know that the Lin family was also exerting influence from behind the scenes, and that Vice Governor Su had somehow spoken up on his behalf. Yao Lie initially believed that it was solely Meng Yishan's intervention that caused the formidable Yao family to relent in Sanlong City. In light of recent events, Yao Lie came to a profound realization. While wealth is undoubtedly a powerful asset, its efficacy is often not as overwhelming as he had once envisioned. Despite having a fortune of 10 billion, Zhang Shui was utterly powerless in the face of the Yao family's might. His perspective began to shift. He now recognized that beyond mere monetary wealth, strength and authority held far greater significance. The Meng family, seeking his favor, represented a formidable ally. With this in mind, Yao Lie was more than willing to extend goodwill towards Meng Yishan, especially after having offended the Yao family. If Yao Lie were to stubbornly refuse to lower his pride, he would no longer be the esteemed figure he was, but rather a fool. Naturally, Meng Yishan departed with satisfaction, while Yao Lie, in a gesture of gratitude, sold 10 counterfeit primordial pills at half price to Meng Yishan and Meng Sanhe, feigning profundity as he offered them a few words of wisdom. This not only allowed him to profit, but also left a favorable impression on the Meng brothers, all the while preserving his own illustrious image, an endeavor that bore multiple fruits in the subsequent days. The Yao family remained eerily silent, as if they had retreated into the shadows. Yao Lie dispatched Gu Hu to gather intelligence from the Yao family's estate, but to his astonishment, a pair of stone lions stationed at the entrance possessed an unusual aura. scattering Gu Hu's approach with their imposing presence, rendering him incapable of infiltrating the estate. It was then that Yao Lie learned from Di Bai Shi that these lions were sculpted from Taishan stone, imbued with the ability to ward off evil spirits and suppress malevolent entities. Although they had not been consecrated by any adept practitioner, Gu Hu's feeble strength rendered him unable to withstand the lion's formidable aura. Yao Lie was not particularly surprised by Di Bai Shi's account. Where there are demons, there are also immortals and practitioners of arcane arts. However, given the current scarcity of spiritual energy and the ravaged state of the mountains, it was far more arduous for humans to cultivate than for monsters. It was likely that practitioners were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, making the legendary figures of ancient lore even more elusive. With the O family's retreat, the funds from Zhongbao Group were successfully extracted. Although the headquarters of Zhongbao Group and various warehouses remained without a successor, the retrieved funds were more than sufficient to finance the medicinal herb base in Yun Province. Yao Lie had no intention of letting matters rest as they were. He had been diligently honing his skills, with the household's electric meter spinning at an astonishing pace around the clock. Yet, he did not concentrate solely on enhancing his own demonic power. Instead, he began to study the demonic techniques recorded in the ancient tome of the Eternal Demon Emperor. This was a suggestion from Di Bai Shi, who pointed out that in dealing with someone like Odebeo, brute force was not always necessary. The demonic arts presented an excellent alternative. Prompted by Di Bai Shi, Yao Lie discovered that the tome contained numerous cunning and practical demonic techniques, some of which could be utilized even at the lower realms of demonic existence, such as the demonic possession and the soul-devouring incantation. Among them, the demonic possession was particularly easy to master. Thus, Yao Lie devoted himself to the rigorous practice of these two techniques in recent days. The demonic possession was akin to the ghostly ascendance method employed by specters, wherein the ghostly essence attaches itself to a target, siphoning their vital energy or coercing them to act according to the ghost will. In contrast, the demon's possession involved refining one's demonic power into a demonic soul avatar that could infiltrate the target's body, similarly absorbing their vital energy to bolster the demon's strength. Fox demons and the yellow toad were particularly adept at the demonic possession, frequently appearing in tales of deities and spirits. The demonic speech technique was somewhat akin to control spells found in online games, capable of bewitching the minds of others. A powerful demon could wield this technique to manipulate targets into committing acts of violence or self-harm. In the ancient, carefree society, such techniques had limited efficacy, as the controlled or possessed were often weak, and most demons preferred more direct and straightforward approaches, using their claws and fangs to eliminate foes. In today's lawful society, indiscriminate killing is a grave offense, while these insidious and cunning demonic arts could effectively circumvent legal repercussions. Yao Lie would never employ these techniques against innocent civilians, although the demonic possession could siphon others' energy to enhance his own power. Its efficacy paled in comparison to summoning techniques. Instead, he would be better off finding ways to improve his summoning prowess or have Di Bai Shi concoct more elixirs. However, should he encounter someone like Odebeo, who was foolish enough to provoke him, Yao Lie would certainly show no mercy. Dad, what is going on with Yao Lie? You can't just ignore him. He is the savior of both your daughter and beloved son. Su Qianqian pouted, continuously shaking Su Dinghai's arm, her tone sweet yet insistent. Su Dinghai, a refined middle-aged man absorbed in his newspaper, had his glasses askew from her antics. Adjusting them with a wry smile, he replied, "Stop shaking. You're making my head spin. Really, you've got nothing to worry about. Your Yao Lie brother is just fine. That guy is quite capable, you know. Even if I didn't intervene, he would be fine. Both Secretary Meng from the province and Secretary Du from Sanlong City have spoken on his behalf," Su Qianqian exclaimed, her large, sparkling eyes widening in surprise. "Really? Would your father lie to you? I, too, find it strange that both Secretary Meng and Secretary Du have taken action." The weight of these two individuals was not to be underestimated. Meng Yishan was the third most powerful figure in the eastern province, while Du Qingxi, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, also served as the secretary of Sanlong City, rumored to have considerable connections. The simultaneous advocacy from both men for Yao Lie certainly piqued Su Dinghai's curiosity. If Meng Yishan and Du Qingxi were to unite, along with the closely allied Disciplinary Inspection Secretary, they would collectively wield 3 votes in the Standing Committee, forming a force that could not be disregarded. Aligning with either the first or second position could disrupt the balance between them. a matter of considerable significance that undoubtedly raised Su Dinghai's suspicions, since Yao Lie is the savior of both you siblings. Do invite them over for a meal sometime, so your father can personally express his gratitude. Su Dinghai chuckled. Su Qianqian wrinkled her nose and huffed. I want tea. I can tell you're up to no good. You can't fool me. Su Dinghai shook his head helplessly, sighing, daughters grow up too fast. Just now, you were sweetly calling me dad while inquiring about Yao Lie, and now that you know he is safe, you've turned your back. Sada, he was indeed correct. Inviting Yao Lie over was intended to probe the young man's background and clarify the relationship between Meng Yishan and Du Qingxi. The political arena is fraught with complexities and uncertainties. A minor misstep could lead to ruin, especially for someone like him, who lacked allies in unfamiliar territory. Even with a solid background, one's influence could be minimal. Reaching such heights, it is rare for anyone to lack a substantial background. Grasping the nuances of power dynamics would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. It is no easy feat for someone under 50 to ascend to the provincial standing committee. The doors to such positions are not easily opened. Were it not for Yao Lie's impressive connections, merely saving Su Songbong and Su Qianqian's lives would hardly have warranted an invitation to dinner. Once Su Dinghai extends an invitation to Yao Lie, it would signify treating him as a younger relative. Should Yao Lie leverage his newfound status to cause trouble, it could tarnish Su Dinghai's reputation or even jeopardize his position. Su Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment as she huffed and turned away, ignoring Su Dinghai. Meanwhile, Yao Lie remained blissfully unaware of the significant backgrounds of Su Qianqian and Su Songpeng, who he had inadvertently saved. At that moment, upon hearing of his arrest, they had hastily contacted Su Dinghai to intercede on his behalf. Zhongbao Group's assets in Sanlong City finally found a willing successor. Initially, Zhang Shui had resigned herself to leaving over 200 million in real estate abandoned in Sanlong City, reasoning that even if she slashed the price to its lowest point, no one would dare to offend the O family and seize the opportunity. Just then, a formidable player emerged, Lin Feng, the general manager of Yaowang Group from Jiangdu Province, who proactively approached Zhang Shui, offering a purchase price that exceeded her own by 30% for Zhongbao Group's fixed assets in Sanlong City. While the headquarters of Yaowang Group is located in Jiangdu Province, it boasts branches across the nation, making it a supergroup with assets exceeding 500 billion. Rumor has it that Yaowang Group is privately held, with a highly mysterious figure behind the scenes, seldom making public appearances. All matters are handled by the general manager, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in a peculiar twist, acquired Zhongbao Group's fixed assets for 6 million more than Zhang Shui's offer. With a modest stipulation, he invited Zhang Shui and Yao Lie to a private banquet hosted by Yaowang Group. To alleviate any potential misunderstandings, Lin Feng disclosed that Yao Lie had safely emerged from custody through the efforts of Yaowang Group. Only then did Yao Lie and Zhang Shui comprehend the reasons behind Du Qingxi's involvement, yet the sudden intervention of the Yaowang Group remained a mystery to them. With a clear directive for Yao Lie to attend the banquet, Zhang Shui naturally understood that the Yaowang Group was primarily interested in him. Yao Lie, however, couldn't help but wonder when he had attained such stature that a figure like Lin Feng would go to such lengths. Offering a remarkable gift by purchasing Zhongbao Group's South real estate at such an inflated price, he mused that if only that 6 million had been granted to him instead. Could it be that he believes his wife's assets are equivalent to his own? Regardless, Lin Feng has indeed left a favorable impression on Yao Lie. After all, anyone who would lavish 60 million just to meet someone would surely make a lasting impression. Chapter 37, Brother Taihu. Zhang Shui called to inquire about Yao Lie's opinion. Although Yao Lie was diligently practicing his demon arts, he decisively agreed. Both strength and authority are of equal importance, and here was a super-rich individual who could summon the number one figure from Sanlong City. His conglomerate dwarfs Zhongbao Group by 10-fold or even 100-fold, and most crucially, he is exceedingly generous. Yao Lie had no reason to decline a meeting with him. If he could extract even a small sum from this individual, Yao Lie's training would no longer suffer from financial constraints. Having just refined a batch of rejuvenating elixirs had already depleted over half of Yao Lie's assets, and now, with only a few elixirs remaining, he needed to procure materials to refine more potions to sustain his growth in demonic power, which incurred astronomical expenses. Additionally, the costs of nurturing 4 demons were not insignificant. Yao Lie absorbed the demon's power. Yet as the depth of this power increased, he needed to find ways to enhance his summoning skills. Naturally, aiding these summoned demons in their cultivation would require substantial financial investment. It was akin to shopping at a supermarket. If Yao Lie were to go alone, his purchasing speed would naturally be slow, taking 3 days to complete the shopping. However, if he hired a few individuals to assist, the process would speed up and he could finish in a day. The catch, however, is that the funds for the purchases would still come from Yao Lie himself. Given the current state of Yao Lie and Zhang Shui's relationship, which had weathered trials together, Zhang Shui had even contemplated selling Zhongbao Group at a low price to the O family to protect Yao Lie. Though this was born from desperation under immense pressure from the O family, it also demonstrated Zhang Shui's regard for Yao Lie. If Yao Lie were to ask for 10 to 20 million from Zhang Shui, it would undoubtedly be feasible. Zhang Shui had even expressed her willingness to transfer the 6 million premium offered by Lin Feng directly into Yao Lie's account. However, despite Yao Lie's greed for wealth, he maintained certain principles. His masculinity prevented him from making such a request of Zhang Shui, and he resolutely declined her offer of 6 million, albeit with a heavy heart. Previously, their relationship had been transactional. Now, it had evolved into a friendship, even tinged with a hint of affection. Yao Lie could not bring himself to negotiate with Zhang Shui. His principles were simple. It would be foolish not to capitalize on a bargain. He reciprocated kindness with kindness. And if someone sought to insult him, he would retaliate. Regardless of their status, It was precisely this character that had led Yao Lie to develop a deep enmity with Odebeo. It was less about the monetary reward and more about preserving his dignity. Yao Lie did not request Zhang Shui to pick him up. After an hour of practicing with the battery, he handed it over to the Great White Snake for further training. He donned the Versace suit he had been compelled to purchase during a previous blind date and drove his second-hand Taraka towards Anhuiyuan on the outskirts of Sanlong City. This suit was Yao Lie's finest attire, a gesture of respect towards the super-rich individual he was about to meet, as he understood the importance of maintaining a polished appearance. Sanlong City was the domain of the O family. Many industries, particularly nightclubs that required a certain background to operate, were predominantly controlled or invested in by the O family. Their immense economic power was a significant factor in their status as the underground rulers of Sanlong City. However, despite the prevalence of ancient martial families, the O family was merely a family ranked 18th in the human list in Zhang Shui's eyes. The O family seemed omnipotent in Sanlong City, yet there were still numerous matters beyond their control, such as Anhuiyuan. Even an ordinary individual like Yao Lie had heard of Anhuiyuan's name. It resembled a farmhouse club, situated at the foot of Baohuan Mountain near Sanlong City, covering a vast area and renowned in both Sanlong City and the eastern province. It boasted amenities such as a man-made reservoir for boating and fishing, extensive hunting grounds populated with wild game, and guests could even hunt and cook their own catch if they so wished. Anhuiyuan catered to the elite wealthy, and it was rumored that the behind-the-scenes owner had connections in Yinjing, making it a realm where even the O family could not intrude. Now, with Lin Feng hosting a private banquet here for Yao Lie and Zhang Shui, it indicated that Anhuiyuan had little association with the O family. Lin Feng would hardly slap the O family in the face and then host a banquet for Yao Lie and Zhang Shui on their territory. Upon Yao Lie's arrival at Anhuiyuan, he was intercepted by a man in a black suit who forcefully knocked on his car window and gruffly stated, "Hey, this is Anhuiyuan's private parking lot. You can't park here. Move along and don't block the road." Private parking lot. Yao Lie had never been to Anhuiyuan and was unaware of the regulations. Seeing others driving in, he followed suit. "Are customers not allowed to park?" he inquired. The man in the black suit chuckled derisively, glancing at Yao Lie's Taraka with disdain. "Of course, guests can park, but are you even a customer here at Anhuiyuan?" Yao Lie turned to look and realized the vehicles parked inside were of brands he had never seen before. Even the familiar BMWs and Benz S were the latest luxury models, likely with prices starting at over 2 million. He finally comprehended that he was being looked down upon. He snorted, "Are you so arrogant? Does your boss know?" The man's expression darkened as he was about to retort when another man in a black suit, who had just parked in front of Yao Lie, approached. Upon catching sight of Yao Lie, he paused. "Yao Lie, is that you?" Yao Lie was equally taken aback as he stepped out of the car and remarked, "Tiger brother, what are you doing here? Didn't you say that I had run away to another country?" The man chuckled, revealing himself to be Tai Hu, Yao Lie's senior from middle school with whom he had a good rapport. Tai Hu had not only taught Yao Lie many fighting techniques, but had also helped him out of numerous predicaments. "Initially, I did plan to flee after offending someone, but I unintentionally met Brother Ma from Anhuiyuan and ended up here." Tai Hu briefly explained his reason for working there. The man who had stopped Yao Lie calmed down upon realizing Yao Lie was acquainted with his colleague. Ahu, since you know him, I won't pursue this matter. Let him go quickly. We can't afford to delay the other guests. Taihu nodded and then turned to Yao Lie. How did you end up here? Yao Lie smiled. Oh, nothing much. Someone is hosting a banquet here and invited me. Do you have time? Why don't we go grab a drink together? It's been a while since we last met. Taihu widened his eyes and scrutinized Yao Lie, responding with a peculiar expression. Are you joking? Aren't you supposed to be studying? You're not planning to sneak into the banquet to steal something, are you? Today, Anhuiyuan had been booked exclusively by someone, and Taihu was unaware of the guest's background. However, given that even the owner of Anhuiyuan personally received these mysterious guests, their status was evident. The individuals previously welcomed were all prominent figures from Sanlong City and even important personalities from other provinces. Taihu was well aware of Yao Lie's background and knew he had no qualifications to be invited to such a banquet. Taihu paused. You better not mess around. This isn't just any place. Causing trouble here could lead to severe consequences. Having recognized that Yao Lie might have entered with the intent to steal, Taihu, being a good friend, could not stand by and watch his friend walk into danger. Anhuiyuan appeared ordinary, but it housed numerous formidable individuals. Even someone of his caliber could only serve as a parking lot security guard. And creating a ruckus inside was tantamount to courting death. Yao Lie chuckled wryly. Tiger brother, I genuinely was invited by someone. The nearby man in the black suit scoffed silently, his contempt growing. Driving a vehicle worth merely over 100,000 and claiming to have been invited to Anhuiyuan? Did they think the security staff were fools? Taihu's expression hardened as he could not let Yao Lie enter after hearing him refer to him as Tiger Brother. He huffed, Don't try to deceive me. If you say you were invited, then where's your invitation? Show it to me. Yao Lie was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had no idea about needing an invitation. Perhaps it was in Song Shui's hands. However, when Song Shui had called him earlier, he had been practicing, so he had asked her to go ahead. He waved his hand and admitted, I don't have an invitation. Get lost then. Are you looking for trouble? Do you want to cause a scene here? Taihu reached out, intending to shove Yao Lie back into his car and send him away, but to his surprise, Yao Lie's body remained as stable as a mountain, not budging an inch despite his efforts to push. Hey, you've really improved, he exclaimed involuntarily. Yao Lie chuckled bitterly. It was no wonder Taihu didn't believe him. The changes he had undergone over the past 2 to 3 months were astonishing even to himself. He sighed. Fine. I'll call someone to come pick me up. That should convince you. Seeing Yao Lie speak with such conviction, Taihu hesitantly released his grip on Yao Lie's shoulder. Who are you calling? My wife. Yao Lie replied with a wry smile, then took out his phone. Shui, I'm at the parking lot, and it seems I can't get in without an invitation. Can you come and get me? Moreover, the security guard finally displayed a look of astonishment. Was it truly possible that someone had invited this individual, who drove a car worth over 100,000, to come here? Soon, Song Shui arrived, not alone, but accompanied by a grand entourage of more than 10 people. Beside Song Shui stood a dashing and suave young man. From their synchronized stride, Yao Lie deduced that he was Lin Feng, the host of this soiree. Indeed, he was a super-rich tycoon who had casually forked out 60 million. His demeanor was leagues above that of the foolish Udabeo. Upon witnessing Lin Feng and his entourage emerge, the black-suited man who had previously obstructed Yao Lie immediately profusely apologized and obediently entered Yao Lie's Taraka to park it as expected when Song Shui approached. She smiled and introduced, Yao Lie, this is Master Lin Feng, and these individuals are renowned businessmen from our Sanlong City in the eastern province, all invited by Lin Xiao to attend the gathering. Lin Feng chuckled, extending his hand. No need for titles like Lin Xiao or Master Lin. You may simply call me Lin Feng. Brother Yao Lie, you truly are a remarkable figure. Seeing you in person is far more impressive than merely hearing about you. Udabeo definitely got what he deserved. At that moment, Taihu was left in a state of shock, for standing next to Lin Feng was none other than Anhuashu, the owner of Anhuiyuan. He found himself devoid of the right to speak, merely smiling awkwardly in the background, particularly upon hearing Lin Feng remark that Udabeo had received his just desserts. Taihu could hardly believe it. In Sanlong City, who didn't he know of Udabeo's notorious reputation, bolstered by the powerful O family? Udabeo was known for his arrogance, and how could Yao Lie have struck him yet still be standing here unscathed? Even if he had merely offended a wayward scion of the Yao family's collateral line, he would have been on the run if it weren't for Brother Ma intervening to resolve the matter. Otherwise, he would have fled to another province or even abroad, or worse, ended up as mere bones in the river. Chapter 38. Brother Yao Lie chuckled. It was merely a moment of impulse. Thankfully, Brother Lin lent a helping hand, otherwise, I might still be languishing in a cell. Lin Feng laughed. It was but a trifling effort on my part. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely my doing. I heard that Secretary Ming from the province and Governor Su both spoke on your behalf. The businessmen accompanying Lin Feng were initially puzzled as to why the illustrious Lin Feng of the Yaowang group would go to such lengths for Zhang Shui, organizing a grand banquet. Although Zhang Shui was a beautiful and capable president who built her empire from the ground up, those invited were not ordinary folk. The least among them boasted a net worth in the 9 figures, with few being less affluent than Zhang Shui herself. They initially thought Lin Feng was enamored by Zhang Shui's beauty, for she was indeed a stunning woman of catastrophic allure, but more importantly, her acumen in business was remarkable. Marrying into the Lin family would significantly bolster Lin Feng's control over the Yaowang group. However, they soon realized that Lin Feng's true purpose was this unremarkable young man, who dressed rather simply. The Versace outfit that Yao Lie had purchased for over 2,000 was akin to rags in their eyes. Yet, they dared not underestimate this youth. Their discerning eyes recognized that Yao Lie's significance in Lin Feng's eyes afforded him a place among them. Hearing that Yao Lie had struck the son of the second master of the Yao family, and with both the Lin family and provincial giants backing him, they perceived Yao Lie as an enigmatic figure. No wonder a mere phone call had Lin Feng come down to greet him. They had come to attend Lin Feng's banquet not as people from the Yao family, and Yao Lie's altercation with Bao mattered little to them. They were all generous in their praises and flattery towards Yao Lie. After all, it cost them nothing. Lin Feng briefly introduced Yao Lie to some acquaintances before suggesting, "Let us retreat inside to converse further. Leaving our guests standing here would be a slight on my part." Yao Lie nodded. Smiling, Lin Feng, "This is my brother Tai who I hadn't expected to find him working here. It's been a while since we last met. Could you grant him the courtesy of joining us inside?" Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Brother Yao Lie, you are being overly formal. Your brother is as good as my brother, and a distinguished guest at this gathering. I shall gladly welcome him." However, he turned to an Huashu beside him and jested, "If Brother Tai who is on duty, then he must have Boss An's permission. Should his wages be docked as a result, I shall not take responsibility." And Huashu, well aware of Lin Feng's formidable lineage, understood the weight of the Lin family. Despite the Lin family ranking merely a notch above the Yao family in the ancient martial arts hierarchy, in a true confrontation, it was likely that 2 Yao families could not rival the Lin family. This ranking was based solely on martial prowess, with no other factors considered. The Yao family, despite its size and considerable influence in the underworld, could not match the Lin family's centuries-old heritage of healing significant figures across the nation. And Huashu's own father had been cured by someone from the Lin family. Moreover, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't someday find themselves seeking the Lin family's aid in a time of illness, leading them to prefer offending the Yao family over confronting the Lin family. Although Lin Feng was merely the secular representative of the Lin family, his standing was incomparable to that of a wastrel like Bao. In response to Lin Feng's banter, and Huashu smiled wryly, "Master Lin is merely jesting. Tai Hu, you should have mentioned your acquaintance with Brother Yao Lie sooner. You'll owe 3 rounds of penalty drinks when we go inside." Naturally, no one would expose in Huashu's pleasantries. Prior to this, who knew what Yao Lie's significance was? The black-suited man who had been parking Yao Lie's car came scurrying over with utmost respect, handing the keys to Yao Lie with both hands, standing there anxiously without daring to speak, fearful that Yao Lie might hold a grudge against him. If he were to say something amiss in front of Bossin, it would be disastrous. Despite in Huashu's genial demeanor before Lin Feng, all at Huayuan understood his formidable reputation. Without sufficient ruthlessness or capability, how could one possibly navigate the Yao family and establish a foothold in Sanlong City? The black-suited man let out a sigh of relief, for until everyone entered in Huayuan, Yao Lie did not speak ill of him, silently hoping that since Yao Lie and Tai who were so familiar, he would let this issue slide. As for being the sole guardian of the parking lot, he certainly dared not voice any complaints. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he had inadvertently offended Tai who in the past. Damn. He should have mentioned knowing such an impressive brother sooner to avoid nearly landing himself in trouble. Before long, Brother Ma arrived with 5 or 6 robust men to patrol the parking lot. Typically, an Huayuan maintained 3 patrol teams for security, but with Lin Feng hosting a banquet today, the security detail had doubled, deploying 6 patrol teams, and Brother Ma was the leader of one of them. Tai Hu and the black-suited man were under his management. When Tai Hu found himself in trouble, having nowhere to turn, he encountered Brother Ma, who recognized Tai Hu's prowess and recommended him for a security position at An Huayuan. As the head of security at An Huayuan, Brother Ma had some renown in Sanlong City. He was bold and ruthless, leading a dozen underlings into An Huayuan. With the backing of An Huayuan, even the thugs of the O family's wayward scion would hesitate to provoke him, and with Tai Hu's conciliatory demeanor, the tension between them had eased. As Brother Ma and his team patrolled this area, they noticed the parking lot was only staffed by the black-suited man, prompting a frown from Brother Ma as he inquired, "Gui Yin, why are you alone here?" Whereas Tai Hu, Gui Yin, the black-suited man, upon hearing Brother Ma's question, pointed towards the main building of An Huayuan and replied with a wry smile, "Brother Ma, Tai Hu is inside drinking." Drinking inside? Brother Ma was taken aback. How did Tai Hu get in there? Gui Yin quickly asserted, "I wouldn't he dare deceive you." Brother Ma. Tai Hu has a rather impressive friend whom he hasn't seen in ages. They just reconnected today. This friend is truly remarkable. Even Lin Xiao, the host of the banquet, and our boss are treating him as an equal. The moment he mentioned it, Tai Hu followed him inside. At this, he looked at Brother Ma with envy. "Brother Ma, you must have benefited greatly. All of Tai Hu's troubles are surely being resolved by you." Brother Ma and his subordinates gaped at Gui Yin. With one of them, a buck-toothed fellow, incredulous as he asked, "Tai Hu knows such an impressive person. Why hasn't he ever mentioned it before? Would I lie to you? Once the banquet concludes and you see Tai Hu, you'll know I'm not exaggerating. If you're bold enough, you could go inside right now to verify." Gui Yin retorted with some annoyance. Brother Ma's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. Smiling as he said, "All right, enough of that. We have a task at hand. Sanzi, you stay here to cover for Tai Hu, and the rest of you continue patrolling." Although Yao Lie had signed an agreement with Zhang Xuwei to accompany her to banquets when required, being a youth who had mingled in society since middle school and dropped out of high school, he found it difficult to adapt to the atmosphere of such gatherings, particularly as he witnessed the affluent elite raising their glasses, delivering absurdly insincere pleasantries, and seizing opportunities to expand their networks and conduct business. He felt utterly out of place. He decided to retreat to a corner with Tai Hu, calling over a waiter to bring 2 bottles of erguotu, and began to drink and discuss matters that had transpired during their time apart. Reflecting on Lin Feng, this dashing young man emerging from the Lin family, he navigates such an environment with remarkable ease. The guests at the banquet feel no sense of neglect. Even Yao Lie senses a twinge of guilt for being somewhat aloof in the corner, overshadowed by Lin Feng's warm hospitality. The stunningly beautiful CEO, Zhang Xuwei, mingles effortlessly among the tycoons and their companions, displaying a far superior demeanor compared to Yao Lie. Tai Hu heaves a sigh, taking a hearty sip of erguotu. Nothing beats the kick of white liquor. Those thousands of yuan red wines taste like watered-down urine. Yao Lie. How come you're so impressive now, rubbing elbows with someone as esteemed as young Master Lin? He muses, feeling a mixture of admiration and disbelief. After all, Tai Hu is merely a small-time thug who left school after middle school. Without Yao Lie, he would have likely never crossed paths with someone of Lin Feng's stature, yet Lin Feng had shared a drink with him earlier. Yao Lie raises his glass to toast with Tai Hu. Chuckling, "I can't say I'm accustomed to it either, he'll be honest. I have no idea why young Master Lin would want to befriend me. Surely, it's not based on my looks." Tai Hu gives Yao Lie a scrutinizing glance before replying earnestly, "I highly doubt that." He then glances at the ethereal beauty, Zhang Xuwei, and whispers, "You better confess, Zhang Xuwei is truly your wife. How on earth did you win over such a breathtaking beauty?" Yao Lie lets out a resigned sigh. "Well, she suddenly offered me 1,000,000 as long as I agreed to marry her. Who would be foolish enough to turn down such a bargain? Naturally, I accepted." "You must be joking." Tai Hu dismisses Yao Lie's words. Like Yao Lie, he finds it impossible to adapt to the atmosphere and pours himself another glass of white liquor. At that moment, Lin Feng, having dealt with 2 real estate moguls from Jiangdu province to bolster his influence, approaches Yao Lie with a glass of red wine in hand. His grand entrance into Sanlong City, unafraid to offend the O family, is solely to host this banquet, with the primary objective being Yao Lie. Thus, he would never truly neglect him. Lin Feng sits down effortlessly, placing his glass of red wine aside, and, like Yao Lie, pours himself a glass of white liquor, chuckling. Brother Yao Lie seems unaccustomed to this atmosphere. Yao Lie nods candidly. Indeed, it's rather uncomfortable. I would prefer to gather with a few brothers at a roadside eatery, cracking open a couple of boxes of beer alongside some barbecued skewers. Lin Feng laughs heartily. Brother Yao Lie is indeed quite carefree. I, too, yearn for such a lifestyle, but alas, circumstances bind me. Everything regarding the Yaowang group rests on my shoulders, compelling me to mingle with these business elites. He gazes at Yao Lie. It's been ages since I've indulged in barbecue. I'm not too familiar with Sanlong City. Why don't you recommend a good eatery nearby? And we can enjoy some skewers together? Yao Lie pauses momentarily. As the host, can you really leave your guests unattended? Lin Feng responds with a smile. Our group has personnel to entertain the guests. My presence is not critical. Yao Lie has numerous questions for Lin Feng, but it's not the right time or place, so he nods in agreement. In that case, there's a barbecue place near Duanlong River with excellent skills. Shall we head there? I feel rather out of place here. Lin Feng nods, asking Yao Lie to wait a moment while he informs his group, then takes the microphone to apologize to the guests before leaving Anhua Garden with Yao Lie. Zhang Shui is aware that Yao Lie is heading to the barbecue restaurant but does not follow. Many of the businessmen present are partners or clients of the Yaowang group, and establishing good relationships with them will greatly benefit her future endeavors in the medicinal herb business. After all, not many know of her connection with Yao Lie, so she is unbothered by the notion that her husband is leaving without her. Tai, who also chooses not to follow, as an employee of Anhua Garden. He feels it is inappropriate to leave the banquet. Even if Anhua Shu doesn't speak ill of him, he would be perceived as lacking propriety. Tai, who cannot rely on Yao Lie for his entire life, maintaining a good impression with his boss and colleagues is essential. Lin Feng, devoid of any pretentious airs, is remarkably approachable, casually slipping into the passenger seat of Yao Lie's Taraka as they drive away from Anhua Garden. Upon exiting the gates of Anhua Garden, Lin Feng chuckles. Brother Yao Lie, I imagine you're quite puzzled as to why I'm assisting you. Yao Lie nods. Indeed. Could it be that you have a grudge against the O family? Lin Feng shakes his head. Our Yaowang group's main strength lies in Jiangdu. We have little entanglement with the O family. Yao Lie looks confused and inquires, is Secretary Du one of your people? And what is the deal with Vice Governor Su? He has pieced together the involvement of Meng Yishan and Du Qingxi, but remains unclear about Vice Governor Su's motives for assisting him. Lin Feng shakes his head. It's not quite accurate to say that. Secretary Du once owed our Yaowang group a favor, and since he was in Sanlong City, I merely asked him for assistance. As for why Vice Governor Su spoke on your behalf, I truly have no knowledge. He lets out a wry smile. Although our Yaowang group is quite sizable and connected, we are not omniscient. We cannot uncover every matter. At this point, Lin Feng pauses momentarily before suddenly asking, Brother Yao Lie, your strength is formidable. Even the two third-tier martial artists from the O family are no match for you. Have you heard of ancient martial families? Or are you perhaps a member of one? The Lin family wishes to court Yao Lie and must first ascertain his background, particularly whether he has any ties to other ancient martial families. Yao Lie is taken aback, unable to resist asking, are there really ancient martial families? Lin Feng chuckles. Of course there are, and quite a few. Even in the West, with their mere 200 to 300 years of history, numerous prominent families exist, not to mention our 5,000 years of civilization in Huaxia. To be candid, both the O family in Sanlong City and our Lin family can be classified as ancient martial families. Yao Lie nods in understanding. No wonder those two bodyguards of O de Bao possess considerable strength. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, emphasizes, Brother Yao Lie, they are merely third-tier martial artists, which is already commendable. Many individuals train for a decade without advancing to that level. Third-tier martial artist? How is that classified? Yao Lie is no fool. Upon hearing this, he begins to suspect Lin Feng's involvement is linked to the elixirs he has concocted. The pseudo-replenishing elixir has significant effects on ordinary people, let alone the authentic replenishing elixir. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand the potency of the genuine replenishing elixir. But if one is a so-called ancient martial artist with a robust physique, They can endure the elixir's effects, thereby greatly enhancing their strength. As for the elixir's inherent demonic energy, that poses little issue. Ancient martial artists are not cultivators. And what resides within them is not celestial energy but rather primal biological energy. At worst, they could practice demonic arts like Yao Lie, as long as they aren't cultivating excessively domineering techniques like the eternal demon emperor scripture. They need not fear the risk of explosive demise. Even considering the possibility of such a risk, how could ordinary ancient martial artists ever reach such a level? That is the realm of great demons, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Seeing that Yao Lie has no connections to ancient martial families, Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief and explains, ancient martial artists are categorized into martial artists, martial masters, and martial sections. Martial artists have 3 tiers, martial masters possess 6 levels, and martial sects have 9 ranks. There are legends of even higher realms beyond martial sects, but no one has ever reached that stage. It remains merely a legend. Our Lin family's ancestor was a 3rd-tier martial sect, while the strongest of the O family, Owentian, is a 2nd-tier martial sect, slightly inferior to our Lin family. The bodyguards from the O family whom you injured earlier are 3rd-tier martial artists. But they come from a collateral branch and do not practice the true teachings of the O family, rendering them weaker among their peers. Many individuals within ancient martial families are aware of these matters, and there is no need for Lin Feng to conceal anything from Yao Lie. Yao Lie is taken aback, realizing that ancient martial artists possess such a multitude of ranks. Although he easily defeated the 2 bodyguards of Odebao, he estimates that he would stand little chance against a martial master, let alone the ancestor of the O family. It seems the O family's strength exceeds his initial impressions. No wonder they wield such immense power in Sanlong City's political sphere without any visible representatives. He had thought he could resolve matters with Odebao simply by relying on the Great White Snake, but now he realizes he was rather short-sighted. Just how formidable is a 2nd-tier martial sect? He is curious and intends to compare it with the realm of demonic cultivation to have a clearer understanding. After all, offending the O family could potentially provoke their ancestor, Owentian, which would be troublesome. Lin Feng candidly shares with Yao Lie, it's difficult to quantify the exact power of a martial sect, but once one reaches that realm, conventional firearms pose no threat. Any ancient martial family that has a member ascend to the martial sect level is considered a 3rd-rate family, capable of competing in the ancient martial family rankings. This is precisely what makes ancient martial families a source of concern for the secular world, as it is crucial for balancing the 2 realms. Yao Lie turns to Lin Feng, curious, and asks, what level are you at? Lin Feng's face flushes slightly, and he awkwardly admits, I lack martial roots, so I cannot practice martial arts. I am just an ordinary person. Martial roots? Another new term. Today, Yao Lie has learned quite a bit of hidden knowledge from Lin Feng. Wugen serves as the foundation of martial cultivation. Typically, individuals from ancient martial families who cannot cultivate inner strength before the age of 18 are deemed to lack Wugen. Even if they possess a robust physique through rigorous training, they are regarded as abandoned children in the eyes of the family, with no prospects for development. Lin Feng sighed and candidly revealed, Brother Yao Lie, do not be deceived by my outward appearance of glory in front of others. In truth, I am merely one of the representatives designated by the family to manage worldly assets, holding a rather ordinary status within the family. At last, he broached the crux of the matter. My visit to Sanlong City was, in fact, to seek your assistance, Brother Yao Lie. You seek my assistance? Although Yao Lie had anticipated Lin Feng's intentions, he still followed suit and inquired. Lin Feng nodded and stated directly, the apothecary on Dongmin Street is, in fact, a branch of our Yaowang group. Brother Yao Lie, you have purchased a considerable amount of medicinal materials from our store, which I presume is for the purpose of refining elixirs, correct? Yao Lie understood that Lin Feng had deduced his elixir refinement activities from his recent purchases, realizing that the inquiry was grounded in thorough investigation. Hence, he decided not to conceal anything from Lin Feng. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other rummaging through his pocket, he retrieved a remaining Biyuan Dan, which he had yet to consume, and handed it to Lin Feng. Is this what you meant? Lin Feng's jaw dropped, rendering him momentarily speechless. How could such a precious and rare elixir, worth its weight in gold, be casually kept in a pocket? He was at a loss for words, inhaling deeply as he carefully accepted the Biyuan Dan despite lacking Wugen. His innate intelligence and profound understanding of pharmacology enabled him to manage the Yao group effectively. Upon holding the elixir and catching a whiff of its subtle fragrance, he noticed the hidden purple glow, instantly recognizing it as a coveted elixir among martial practitioners, likely rivaling the efficacy of the famed Butian Dan. The Butian Dan is known to stimulate Wugen and enhance the cultivation of martial artists. Many ancient martial families possess the formula for Butian Dan, yet its refinement is exceedingly challenging. This is due to the fact that, after years of harvesting, two of its primary ingredients have become exceedingly rare. Even the Yao group struggles to procure sufficient quantities. 3 years prior, they managed to refine only 7 Butian Dan. Given Lin Feng's ordinary standing within the Lin family, it was evident that such a Butian Dan would not be allocated to a waste who lacked even the potential for Wugen. Moreover, to stimulate the birth of Wugen, at least 3 Butian Dan would be required. With no guarantee of success, of the 7 Butian Dan, 2 were offered to the family's ancestral figure, Lin San Shukong. 2 were reserved for the family head, Lin Kaida, and the remaining 3 were distributed among the younger generation of the family's elite, leaving Lin Feng with merely a fleeting glance at them. For someone like Lin Feng, who lacked Wugen, the allure of the Butian Dan was overwhelming. He yearned with all his might to obtain 3 Butian Dan, and witnessing Yao Lie's casual treatment of such a precious elixir nearly provoked him to chastise him. Even if it were not enshrined in a jade box, it should be placed with care to prevent the loss of its medicinal aura. Chapter 40. A major deal. Unbeknownst to Yao Lie, the Buyuan Dan represented an invaluable opportunity for a discarded child from an ancient martial family devoid of Wu Jin. To him, it was merely a matter of convenience. As the Daba snake and the toad could effortlessly produce a furnace of over a dozen Buyuan Dan in a single day. Having consumed over a dozen himself, Yao Lie saw no extraordinary worth in them. Observing Lin Feng's astonishment as if he were holding a diamond, he chuckled, "Brother Lin Feng, consider this Buyuan Dan a gift." Lin Feng was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, contemplating whether he should return the Buyuan Dan to Yao Lie or inquire how Yao Lie could part with it. Suddenly, Yao Lie offered it to him, causing Lin Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief as he stuttered. "What did you say? This Buyuan Dan is a gift to me. Are you aware that such an elixir might help someone awaken their Wugen?" Lin Feng felt as though he were pursuing a goddess, only to find her pursuing someone else who hardly regarded him. Yao Lie, oblivious to Lin Feng's expression, focused on driving and nodded, saying, "You helped me, and I have nothing substantial to thank you with. A single Buyuan Dan is of little consequence." Having learned from Lin Feng about the true strength of the O family, particularly O Wentian, who likely stood at the middle demon realm, Yao Lie pondered when he might elevate his own status to that level. With the Lin family surfacing at this opportune moment, it was clear they were coveting his Buyuan Dan. Yao Lie had no reason to shy away from forming an alliance with the Lin family. At the very least, he recognized that he might soon be embroiled in the vortex of ancient martial families. Perhaps, by practicing demonic techniques, he had already become a part of the martial world and sought a sturdy tree to lean upon for better growth. Given the Lin family's display of goodwill, collaborating with them was far more advantageous than confronting the O family alone. Should he refuse the Lin family's goodwill, he risked not only offending the O family but also the potentially more powerful Lin family. Lin Feng felt conflicted. For an ordinary martial artist, acquiring a single Buyuan Dan would be immensely satisfying. Regular consumption would alleviate over a month of arduous training while also fortifying the body, unlocking greater potential. However, for someone without Wugen, a single elixir was utterly insufficient. Not knowing the precise efficacy of the Buyuan Dan compared to the Butian Dan, he naturally planned to request several more from Yao Lie. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yao Lie, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. This Buyuan Dan holds exceptional importance for me, and one alone is insufficient. Might I inquire if you possess any additional Buyuan Dan?" Pausing, Lin Feng's face flushed slightly, yet he resolutely added, "I am willing to offer a considerable sum to purchase from you." A considerable sum? Yao Lie's interest was piqued. His earlier decision to attend the banquet with Zhang Shui was primarily motivated by monetary gain. Upon realizing the true power of the O family, he had only then resolved to forge a relationship with the Lin family. Now, hearing Lin Feng's proposition to buy the Buyuan Dan at a high price, he was genuinely intrigued. He glanced at Lin Feng and parked the car by the roadside, asking, "May I ask how much you are willing to pay for the Buyuan Dan?" Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before responding, How does 50 million per piece sound? What? This time, it was Yao Lie's turn to be astonished, his voice stammering. Are you saying 50 million for a Biyuan Dan? Are you certain it is 50 million? Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, slightly embarrassed as he replied, Brother Yao Lie? 50 million may indeed be a bit low, however. I acquired this independently and cannot utilize the group's funds, so I cannot muster that sum at the moment. Yao Lie was genuinely taken aback, unable to suppress his hands as he silently began counting. 150 million, 250 million, 350 million. After counting to 10 fingers, he realized that he would be consuming 6 billion in merely 10 days. That is 600 million, not just $6. Yao Lie was already pained at the thought of spending a few thousand on meat for the demons, and now he realized he had unwittingly offered half of the Zhongbao group's value in just over 10 days, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Previously, he thought Lin Feng was foolish for spending 60 million just to meet him, but now he recognized himself as the true fool for casually gifting away a Biyuan Dan valued at 50 million. Are you truly not jesting with me? Yao Lie glared at Lin Feng, a hint of menace in his voice. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. I would never joke with you, Brother Yao Lie. He had grown more familiar in addressing him, referring to him as Brother Yao Lie instead of the more formal Brother Yao. Yao Lie had refined 16 Biyuan Dan in total, consuming 12 himself and gifting one to Lin Feng, leaving 3 at home. Fearing that Lin Feng might retract his offer, Yao Lie decisively stated, I have 3 more Biyuan Dan, and I will sell them all to you. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Uncertain of the relative potency of the Biyuan Dan compared to the Batian Dan, he had worried that 3 elixirs might not suffice. Upon hearing Yao Lie's assurance, he quickly exclaimed, Excellent. May I ask where your Biyuan Dan are located? I haven't kept them on me. They are at home, Yao Lie replied honestly. Lin Feng nodded. How about we finish our barbecue, and then head to your place to collect the Biyuan Dan? Barbecue? What nonsense. We are returning right now. With that, Yao Lie pressed the accelerator, and the truck roared to life, swiftly exceeding 100 kilometers per hour as they sped toward Yao Lie's residence. Upon reaching the building, Yao Lie dashed up to the 3rd floor, retrieved the mooncake box from beneath the television cabinet, grabbed the remaining 3 Biyuan Dan, and hurried back down. He swiftly handed the Biyuan Dan to Lin Feng, saying, Here they are. When will you make the payment? Lin Feng gazed helplessly at the coveted elixirs, now handed to him as casually as vegetables, and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems Brother Yao is in need of funds? How about this? You provide me with your bank account, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. He was genuinely puzzled, considering that Yao Lie was Zhang Xue's husband and should not be lacking in financial resources. Yao Lie looked at Lin Feng with some suspicion. You aren't pulling my leg? Are you? Transferring money now? I believe online transfers have limits. Lin Feng smiled. We operate special accounts, as our group frequently requires large fund transfers, so there are no limits. With that, he obtained Yao Lie's bank account number, manipulated his phone for a moment, and soon Yao Lie received a notification from the bank. After counting 3 times, he confirmed the 9-digit transfer amount, 150 million, exactly. The frightening aspect of life lies in its unpredictability. Likewise, the wonder of life stems from its capriciousness. 3 months ago, Yao Lie was nothing more than an utterly ordinary security guard, toiling daily for mere sustenance. Yet, in just 3 months, he has mastered the ancient art of the Demon Emperor's technique, summoning 4 formidable creatures of immense power. Just yesterday, he was fretting over the costs of materials required to forge a replenishing elixir, and today, he finds himself transformed from a pauper to a wealthy individual, suddenly possessing over 100 million in cash, a feat that would render him a veritable tycoon in the eyes of the common folk. The 4 summoned creatures, initially deemed useless, have now proven their potential and have become highly esteemed in Yao Lie's eyes. The transformation from a destitute individual to a man of wealth has been instantaneous. Describing these creatures as powerful is no exaggeration. Even the seemingly least useful toad holds significant value in his perspective. The great white serpent may possess knowledge of alchemical practices, but it lacks the innate ability to refine elixirs. The toad is the true artisan in this regard, showcasing a talent that is anything but ordinary. The head of the Lin family, Lin Kaidai, has stated that even if he were to possess the formula for the replenishing elixir, it would take him years of contemplation to successfully concoct it. Without the toad's assistance, Yao Lie would likely have to expend several million more to produce even a counterfeit version of the elixir. Lin Feng observed Yao Lie as he repeatedly checked the transfer notifications on his phone. Utterly perplexed by Yao Lie's exuberance, as a scion of an ancient martial family born with a silver spoon, he could not fathom the profound allure that wealth holds for ordinary individuals. Despite his attempts to empathize with the struggles of the impoverished, he reasoned that Yao Lie, being married to Zhang Shuai, should not be overly concerned about financial matters, especially since Yao Lie is adept at alchemy, an invaluable skill coveted by all ancient martial practitioners. Akin to legendary alchemical prowess, making the acquisition of wealth seem effortless. Cautiously, he tucked away the replenishing elixir and jestingly remarked, "Brother Yao Lie, I fail to comprehend your overwhelming excitement over what seems to be a modest sum." Yao Lie shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "You, with your wealth, could never understand the hardships of us impoverished folk. Do you have any idea how much I earned during my month-long labor at the Zhongbao Group? 3,000. Lin Feng held up 3 fingers. Continuing with feigned indignation, that meager sum had to cover utilities, internet, phone bills, television fees, and so forth. Not to mention the costs of food, water, and cigarettes, while still needing to save a little for potential romantic pursuits. It's enough to drive one to the brink of a nervous breakdown." "You smoke?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled by Yao Lie's words, as smoking is considered a grave taboo among martial practitioners. Observing Yao Lie's healthy teeth and fingers, it seemed implausible that he would indulge in such a habit. Yao Lie, visibly exasperated, clarified, "I was merely exaggerating." Lin Feng chuckled, "In truth, money is a fickle thing. Once you elevate your strength, brother Yao Lie, you'll realize that wealth's significance is limited. The resources essential for our cultivation grow increasingly scarce, many of which cannot be purchased with money. Sufficiency is all that we require." After a brief pause, he added, "If brother Yao Lie is inclined to pursue profit, I have 2 suggestions." Intrigued, Yao Lie inquired, "What ideas do you have?" Lin Feng nodded. "Firstly, since you can concoct the replenishing elixir, and although I have yet to personally test its efficacy, based on my understanding of traditional medicine, selling it to martial practitioners for 30 million per elixir is certainly feasible." He cautioned, however, "I must advise you, while few would dare offend an alchemist, there are many ancient martial families, some of whom are not so principled. For example, the Ouyang family. It would be prudent to keep your ability to refine the replenishing elixir under wraps." This was part of the mission assigned to Lin Feng by the Lin family's ancestors, to prevent other martial families from easily discovering Yao Lie's alchemical secret, a precaution taken with Yao Lie's best interests in mind. Suddenly, Yao Lie recalled something. "By the way, brother Lin Feng, the potency of the replenishing elixir is considerable, and ordinary individuals may not be able to withstand its effects. You, without a martial root, would you be able to endure such potency?" Lin Feng chuckled, "Fear not, brother Yao Lie. I know precisely how to handle it. The stronger the elixir, the better." Yao Lie furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. "But if we are to sell the elixir while maintaining secrecy, doesn't that seem contradictory?" Lin Feng replied with a grin, "The Lin family can assist in this regard. Should you succeed in refining the replenishing elixir, we can handle its distribution. Our family has a long-standing medical tradition and a respectable reputation. Selling the elixirs will pose no issue. Of course, should any of our Lin family members require it, we will purchase it from you at a fair price," he added. Yao Lie contemplated this, realizing why Lin Feng had asserted that earning money would be straightforward. Indeed, it seemed plausible. After all, he wouldn't need to undertake the labor of refining himself. Given an ample supply of materials, the great white serpent and the toad could concoct over 10 elixirs in a single day. At 30 million each. That amounts to an impressive 5 billion in revenue. By this calculation, one could expect an annual income of 160 billion, even after accounting for discounts and fluctuations in the market due to increased supply, and considering rest periods for the great white serpent and the toad. An estimated 4 to 500 billion annually seemed entirely achievable. Could it be possible that within 2 to 3 years, he could amass wealth rivaling the Ouyang family? Yao Lie felt his mind spinning. Was this truly the reality? Is being an alchemist truly so lucrative? Seeing the astonishment on Yao Lie's face, Lin Feng adopted a serious tone, stating, "Brother Yao Lie, one need not be overly preoccupied with wealth. Becoming enamored with the pursuit of riches will only hinder your cultivation. What does it matter if a family possesses trillions, if one's own strength is lacking? Wealth can easily invite calamity. Should one reach the 9th rank of martial master, possessing centuries of life and unparalleled might. A single individual could effortlessly overturn a family with untold wealth. Yao Lie nodded, fully aware of the wisdom in Lin Feng's words, especially since he understood that if he failed to evolve into a great demon within 30 years, all his amassed wealth would be rendered moot. "And what is your second suggestion?" he asked casually. Lin Feng laughed heartily. "The second suggestion not only offers a pathway to wealth, but might also provide you with a splendid opportunity for revenge." Intrigued, Yao Lie probed, "How so?" Lin Feng elucidated, "Given that the Ouyang family is aware of your connection to the Lin family, as well as your ties to the authorities, they are unlikely to confront you directly. The Ouyang family, being a prominent name on the ancient martial rankings, is formidable, and we cannot afford to clash with them head-on. However, creating trouble for Ouyang Debao should pose no challenge." He paused, then continued, "Our investigations have revealed that Ouyang Debao, lacking a martial root, will be expelled from the Ouyang family lineage by the age of 20-5. To secure a lavish future, he has engaged in numerous clandestine activities, such as attempting to swallow Zhongbao Group, which is solely his ambition. Ouyang Debao's primary financial ventures stem from two avenues. One involves substantial smuggling operations, particularly high-end vehicles. Recently, he has invested in maritime shipping, intending to expand his smuggling operations. The second involves the publicly listed Jiada Trading Group, in which he holds a 30% stake, equating to approximately 15 to 16 billion in assets. Yao Lie interjected, "Are you suggesting that we target Ouyang Debao's finances through these two fronts?" "Precisely," Lin Feng affirmed. "We can gather evidence of his smuggling activities. Secretary Ming and Governor Su would undoubtedly appreciate this gift, particularly as the Ouyang family has infringed upon the traditional codes of ancient martial families, deeply infiltrating various industries in Sanlong City, including the underworld. Their actions have already drawn the ire of the authorities, who would have no qualms about seizing the opportunity to undermine the Ouyang family's arrogance. Moreover, with the Lin family lending our support, the Ouyang family is unlikely to protect Ouyang Debao." Lin Feng, being the most astute of the Lin family's fifth generation, had taken the reins of a pharmaceutical conglomerate worth hundreds of billions at a young age, and his analytical prowess impressed Yao Lie immensely. He continued, "As for Jiada Trading, I can discreetly reach out to wealthy businessmen to initiate a hostile takeover of Jiada Group, effectively cutting off Ouyang Debao's financial resources. This would serve as poetic justice for his attempt to annex Zhongbao Group. Let us seize Jiada Group in return. This will undoubtedly serve as a satisfying reprisal for both you and President Song." Though Yao Lie was included in this scheme, he understood that his influence would be minimal. Whether it was collecting evidence of Ouyang Debao's smuggling or orchestrating a takeover of Jiada Group, it would primarily rely on the Lin family's strength. He could only serve as a facilitator for Meng Yishan and Lin Feng. This plan would not yield significant benefits for Lin Feng himself. Rather, it would likely provoke further animosity from the Ouyang family, serving merely as a grand gesture of goodwill on Lin Feng's part. After discussing the finer details, Lin Feng hurriedly departed once his driver arrived, eager to return and consume the replenishing elixir in hopes of awakening his dormant martial root. Yao Lie also hastily returned home, shutting the door behind him as he entered his room. He powered on his computer and began checking his accounts online. Although he had received notifications confirming the arrival of funds, the sight of a lengthy string of numbers was undeniably gratifying. He could count them 100 times without growing weary. Initially, the computer had been placed in the common area, but after the costly lesson learned from the LCD television incident, Yao Lie had relocated it to the guest room, establishing a strict rule that no demons were allowed in his personal quarters. He was determined to protect the computer he had purchased for over 3,000. Just as he was about to count his bank account numbers for the umpteenth time, the doorbell rang. Yao Lie, puzzled, wondered who could possibly be visiting at this hour, especially since it was already past 11 at night. Could it be those special police again? "I just repaired my door." "Is that you, Aunt?" Yao Lie exclaimed as he opened the door, only to be taken aback. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Yao Lie's aunt is named Yao Shuezheng, the only family he has, who single-handedly raised him, and Yao Lie has always regarded her as a mother. He used to live with her, but during his middle school years, Yao Lie's rebellious nature led him to associate with unsavory characters, resulting in several reprimands from his uncle, which strained their relationship. By the time he reached high school, he had moved back to his own residence. Upon entering the house, Yao Shuezheng couldn't help but furrow her brow, exclaiming, What on earth is going on? Why is the house in such disarray? And why is this sofa damaged? Yao Lie forced a smile and replied, It's nothing. I'll clean it up shortly, by the way. Aunt, why are you here so late? If there's something urgent, just call me over. Only then did Yao Shuezheng remember the purpose of her visit. Glaring at Yao Lie, she said, It seems we truly need to find someone to keep an eye on you. I just encountered an old colleague who mentioned she has a daughter around your age. We thought it might be a good idea for you two to meet. So let us all go out for dinner tomorrow. Yao Lie grimaced, Aunt, not again. I'm still quite young. Is there really a need to rush into marriage? Listen here. Your father married your mother at 18, and now that you're 18 too, you don't even have a girlfriend. How can I not worry about you? Start dating now, and in 2 or 3 years, you can register your marriage. Yao Shuezheng paused before adding, I came specifically to ensure you would go to. Don't worry. I've seen a picture of that girl. She is quite beautiful, and you'll surely like her. Yao Lie muttered, Didn't you say something similar last time? And look what happened. He was already registered in a fake marriage with Zhang Shuai, and due to his age, he had to spend quite a bit of her money to obtain the marriage certificate. However, he dared not disclose this to his aunt, fearing it would lead to her unnecessary excitement, not to mention her possibly pressuring him for grandchildren. Yao Shuezheng huffed, If you dare not go tomorrow, you can forget about having me as your aunt. Here, take this. With that, she pulled out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from her purse and stuffed them into Yao Lie's hands, the amount estimated to be around 10,000. Yao Lie was taken aback. Aunt, what is this for? Yao Shuezheng's expression turned serious. Take this money. Buy yourself a decent outfit. We've arranged to dine at the Jinyang Hotel, and it won't be inexpensive. Yao Lie frowned. Aunt, I have money. Please take it back. Otherwise, Uncle will scold you again. Yao Shuezheng's household was not in the best condition either. Her eldest son was 26 and had been dating someone for over 2 years, reportedly reaching the stage of discussing marriage, while her daughter was still in university, incurring significant expenses. Yao Shuezheng often secretly gave Yao Lie money, much to her husband's annoyance whenever he noticed. Yao Shuezheng chuckled, Silly boy. Your uncle didn't want me to give you money before because he feared you'd go out and misbehave instead of focusing on your studies. Now that you're working, he wouldn't scold me for it. In fact, he encouraged me to bring this money. Yao Lie shook his head. I have enough money. Let Aunt save this for my cousin's wedding. Yao Shuezheng's eyes widened. Don't squander your money on frivolous things. Once you start dating, getting married, and having children, you'll find plenty of places to spend it. Yao Lie found himself at a loss for words. His aunt's train of thought was jumping ahead far too quickly, from matchmaking to marriage and children in mere moments. However, being a billionaire, he felt no need to argue with her. After all, he could always ensure she wouldn't go hungry, so he finally relented, nodding, All right, I understand. I'll call you first thing tomorrow morning. Is that acceptable? It is quite late. Why don't you stay over until tomorrow? Yao Lie's apartment, consisting of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, had been occupied by the big white snake in the master bedroom. But the others, namely the toad and ghost tiger, did not share such privileges, leaving 1 guest room available, which Yao Lie had specifically prepared for his aunt. Yao Shuezheng waved her hand, resuming her chatter, No need for that. Your uncle is waiting for me downstairs. You two are such stubborn mules. Is it so hard to just say a kind word? Hearing Yao Shuezheng's comments, Yao Lie was at a loss for words. Over the past 2 years, he had matured and realized that his uncle genuinely cared for him, but during his rebellious phase, he had endured a few slaps from him, which was quite hard to accept. Their relationship had only soured further due to repeated arguments, making it difficult to mend things anytime soon. Accompanying his aunt downstairs, Yao Lie indeed spotted his uncle's Volkswagen parked beside the corridor. He was sitting inside the car, gazing up the stairs, and upon seeing Yao Lie, he turned his face away with a grunt. Yao Lie had no desire to engage with this stubborn old man, knowing a conversation would likely end in reprimands. He stood at the stairway, watching his aunt get into the car before turning back upstairs. Chapter 42. Forced matchmaking. Yao Shuezheng was more anxious about Yao Lie's blind date than her own son's. She called him early the next morning to wake him for the preparations. Not only did she call, but she also arrived at his doorstep, though her husband, Tian Zixing, did not accompany her. Tian Zixing, at 48 years of age, still had some time until retirement. He was an old electrician at the city's power supply bureau. Although his salary was modest, his seniority afforded him decent benefits, allowing him to support his 2 children along with Yao Lie, without having to dip into Yao Lie's parents' compensation money for years. After sending his wife to Yao Lie's place, he headed off to work. Upon hearing his aunt's arrival, Yao Lie reluctantly instructed his companions to hide, opened the door for her, and forced a smile. "Aunt, why are you here so early again?" Yao Shuezheng shot him a glare. "Your uncle had work, so he dropped me off. We're having lunch with the girl at noon, so hurry up and get ready. You need to get a haircut and buy a decent outfit. Time is of the essence." Yao Lie frowned. "Aunt, I just bought a Versace outfit for the last blind date. What more do I need?" "That outfit is out of style and not suitable for the season," Yao Shuezheng replied. Despite her age, she had a rather trendy disposition. The Versace ensemble he purchased the previous year seemed outdated in her eyes. She scrutinized Yao Lie for a moment, then curiously remarked, "You seem taller?" Yao Lie indeed had grown. He was around 6 feet tall before, but now he stood at about 6 feet 3, not due to any late growth spurt, but rather as a result of practicing the ancient techniques of the myriad beasts emperor at that moment. The toad, hiding in the bathroom, poked its head out, and Yao Lie quickly addressed his aunt. "Aunt, please have a seat. I'll wash my face and then we can go out to buy clothes." "All right." Saying this, he hurried into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. He kicked the toad into the corner and whispered harshly, "I told you to hide. What are you doing?" Although the toad wasn't as formidable as the old turtle, it was still tough and resilient. After taking a kick from Yao Lie, it remained unfazed and retorted, "Boss, that is not fair. Ghost Tiger often goes out with you. I want to go out too." It added indignantly, "Staying cooped up at home is driving me crazy. Other people take their pet dogs out for walks. Why can't we go out?" Yao Lie felt a headache coming on. While the old turtle and Ghost Tiger were manageable, the big white snake and toad had been increasingly restless lately, refusing to focus on their alchemical practices, constantly clamoring for a breath of fresh air. Yao Lie understood that it was indeed unfair to keep them confined in a space of merely 100 square feet. Previously, they had roamed freely in the vast forest of Shenlongjia, even if the conditions were poor. Now, however, they were confined to a small apartment, not much different from being trapped in the myriad beast's seal. Yao Shuezheng's curious voice came from outside. "Yao Lie, who are you talking to?" Yao Lie shot the toad a glare before answering loudly, "Just talking to myself, Aunt. I'll be right out." He then had to concede quietly to the toad, "All right. Stop causing trouble. I'll take you out in a couple of days." These two alchemical creatures were undoubtedly Yao Lie's lifeline, and he didn't dare mistreat them. The toad, being clever, recognized Yao Lie's attitude towards his aunt, understanding her significant position in his life, and thus seized the opportunity to request an outing, knowing that with Yao Lie's agreement, it would no longer fuss. Though timid and somewhat of a sycophant, this creature had an excellent sense of timing and understood compromise. If it were human, it would surely excel in the political arena. After hastily washing up, Yao Lie left with his aunt. With 4 restless creatures at home, it was best to find them a new residence as soon as possible. With Lin Feng's generous support of over 100 million, Yao Lie felt much more confident. He no longer needed to lower himself to deceive others on the streets, and many of his previous plans were now within reach. After having breakfast with his aunt at a nearby stall, Yao Lie took out his Tarka. Yao Shuezheng frowned. "Yao Lie, is this your car? When did you buy it?" Yao Lie understood what his aunt was implying and nodded. "I just bought it recently. It's a second-hand car from a friend who sold it to me at a low price." Yao Shuezheng nodded in approval. "It's about time you got a car. It'll make dating much easier. But don't spend the remaining money frivolously, all right?" Yao Lie offered a bitter smile and remarked, "Aunt, I have actually secured a good job now, one that allows me to earn money rather effortlessly. In the future, you and Uncle need not toil so hard. You are no longer employed at Zhongbao Group?" Yao Shuezheng paused mid-step, having just lifted her foot to get into the car. Upon hearing Yao Lie's words, she halted and turned to him, asking, "Where then?" "I had mentioned to the other party that you were still at Zhongbao Group." Yao Lie immediately realized that his aunt had likely told the other party that he was working for a major corporation to entice a girl into meeting him. This was not the first time she had employed such a tactic. She had done the same during a previous blind date. When the other party discovered that Yao Lie was merely a lowly security guard at Zhongbao Group, earning a meager salary of 3,000, the situation had naturally fallen apart. He explained, "I am still at Zhongbao Group, but now I hold a senior position in the company, earning several tens of thousands a month. If my performance is good, there are year-end bonuses as well, and making $1 million is not out of the question." Given the current relationship between Yao Lie and Zhang Shui, it was certainly feasible for her to lend his name at Zhongbao Group. In the future, when he provided his aunt with financial support, he would have a legitimate reason to do so, far more credible than claiming he had won the lottery in these times. Lacking connections and hoping to win the lottery is nothing short of a joke. Yao Shuizheng immediately burst into laughter, exactly as Yao Lie had anticipated. That sounds perfect. I even told her you were a mid-level manager at Zhongbao Group. While the elderly were frugal with their own spending, they were exceedingly generous toward their children. Even if it meant depleting their life savings to assist their children with marriage and housing, they bore no resentment. Earlier, Yao Shuizheng had cautioned Yao Lie against reckless spending, merely out of concern that he might become accustomed to extravagance and face difficulties in the future. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, they arrived at the city's most renowned upscale shopping mall, where she purchased for Yao Lie an ensemble of French casual wear costing over 3,000, along with a pair of sneakers priced at over 500. Though Yao Lie had amassed a fortune in the billions, he still felt a pang of discomfort, as he had not fully adjusted to the identity of a wealthy individual. The French brand offered nothing particularly special. A string of letters in English or French adorned the clothing, which Yao Lie recognized but could not decipher. Were it not for his aunt's insistence, he would have certainly refrained from purchasing it. However, once donned, it fit comfortably and suited him well. Last night, Yao Shuizheng had given Yao Lie 10,000. She intended to cover the cost herself, but Yao Lie promptly took out his bank card to settle the bill. Subsequently, Yao Lie was escorted by his aunt to a well-known hair salon, where he had his hair trimmed and beard shaved. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yao Lie noticed a distinct change. The already tall and somewhat handsome Yao Lie had become even more striking, exuding an air reminiscent of a scion from a distinguished family. In comparison to Lin Feng, he was certainly not lacking. Although it is said that one does not become a prince merely by donning a dragon robe, there exists the adage people rely on clothing, and Buddhas rely on gold. Yao Lie's robust and imposing figure, already a natural fit for fine clothing, elevated his demeanor when clad in new designer attire. Yao Shuizheng scrutinized Yao Lie from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. Noticing the time, she finally led Yao Lie to Jinyang Grand Hotel. Upon arriving and parking the car, Yao Shuizheng's phone rang. Initially, Yao Lie presumed it was a call from the blind date. But after listening for a moment, he realized it was the hotel staff, informing her that the room she had booked was undergoing renovations and could not be made available. Yao Shuizheng furrowed her brow and inquired if there were no other rooms available, only to receive a negative response. After hanging up, she turned to Yao Lie, frowning, and stated, "The chandelier in our reserved room is broken and is being replaced. They cannot provide us with a timeline for its completion, and all other rooms have been booked. There is only space in the lobby. Shall we consider dining elsewhere?" Jinyang Grand Hotel is one of 3 five-star establishments in Sanlong City. Although the expenses are exorbitant, the business thrives. Even the most ordinary private room requires a minimum expenditure of 1,888, while the highest-tier VIP room demands 10 times that amount. Despite it being barely past 10 o'clock, all rooms were fully booked. Yao Lie had initially intended to placate his aunt, not genuinely pursuing the blind date, and felt no desire to run around. He shook his head and replied, "The lobby will suffice. After all, it's merely a matter of meeting someone for a meal. Aunt, you surely do not wish for me to settle down with a gold digger, do you?" Yao Shuizheng pondered for a moment and then agreed, "That's true. The lobby it is, and it will be a good opportunity to gauge the young lady's character." Though it was the lobby, being a 5-star hotel, the ambience was certainly not comparable to that of an ordinary restaurant. Not to mention, the last time Yao Lie had taken Zhang Shui to Longfeng Pavilion, the entire lobby could be described as resplendent and opulent. Yao Shuizheng chose a relatively quiet spot to sit before calling an old female colleague to inform her that she and Yao Lie had arrived. After waiting for over half an hour, Yao Lie began to feel a bit impatient when he finally spotted 2 women and a man approaching. His aunt stood up to greet them with a wave. Yao Lie observed the trio, noting their striking resemblance, indicative of a mother-son-daughter relationship. The young woman appeared quite refined, wearing light makeup that accentuated her delicate features. With a petite stature, she bore a resemblance to Zhang Shui's friend, Su Xiaoli. In the past, Yao Lie might have found himself enamored by such a girl, but recently, the women he had encountered were of such extraordinary beauty, Zhang Shui, Su Xiaoli, and the exceptionally stunning female Taoist, that this girl, rated around 70 points, naturally seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Yao Shuijing welcomed the guest to sit down and then turned to Yao Lie, saying, Yao Lie, this is Aunt's former colleague, Sister Li. Quickly greet Sister Li. She then added, and this is Yao Lan. Indeed, she is charming, even more so than in the photographs. Yao Lie maintained a well-mannered demeanor in front of his aunt, greeting Sister Li sincerely. Hello, Aunt Li. Sister Li nodded with a smile, responding, So, you are Yao Lie? A rather impressive young man. Having tidied himself up completely, Yao Lie's first impression was indeed quite favorable. The man accompanying Sister Li, however, frowned and remarked, Why are you dining in the lobby? Booking a private room isn't prohibitively expensive. Is it? Yao Shuijing explained, We had originally reserved a room, but unfortunately, there was an issue with it, and it is currently being renovated. All other rooms have also been booked, but this area is relatively quiet. Akin to a private room. The man nodded and settled into silence. This is my son, Hong Yi, who insisted on accompanying me to see his sister's blind date. I have no way to refuse him. Dining here is not a problem. Sister Li then turned to Yao Lie with a cheerful expression. I heard from Sister Yao that you work at Zhongbao Group? Yes, I am employed at Zhongbao Group, Yao Lie replied. Maintaining a conventional demeanor, he wished to clarify that he was merely a lowly security guard, hoping to dissuade any unrealistic expectations, but having just told his aunt about his promotion to a senior position, he felt it inappropriate to backtrack. What is your role at Zhongbao Group? Ji Hongyi immediately pressed with a stern expression. Yao Lie's brow furrowed slightly. If not for his aunt's presence, he would have likely stood up and left. I am considered a senior member of the group, overseeing various matters. He was uncertain of what title to assign himself. He could hardly claim to be the husband of the beautiful president of Zhongbao Group. A senior member? What is your annual salary? Ji Hongyi continued his relentless inquiry. Upon Ji Lanyu's arrival, she greeted Yao Shuijing before turning crimson and falling silent, appearing somewhat bashful. She then furrowed her brow and exclaimed, Brother, what are you doing? Ji Hongyi said with righteous indignation, What do you mean by that? Naturally, I am here to ensure you find a suitable husband. He looked directly at Yao Lie and stated plainly, Do not think my sister is here for a blind date because she cannot find a boyfriend. There are many suitors vying for her attention. Allow me to be clear. I will absolutely not permit my sister to marry a poor man. If you do not earn at least 300,000 a year, do not even think about climbing the social ladder with her. Our family is well connected. I work at the Provincial Finance Department, and my father is the director of the Provincial Water Resources Bureau. Sister Li's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? If you continue like this, I will send you back. Ji Hongyi, however, remained defiant. Am I wrong? I have not spoken incorrectly. A mismatched union is destined for unhappiness. Clearly, he had come to cause disruption. Turning to Yao Lie, he added, I am straightforward. Judging by your appearance, you do not seem to belong to the wealthy class. I suggest you reconsider. I will cover this meal, as dining here is not inexpensive, to avoid any implications that we are spending your money. Yao Shuijing's expression shifted, taken aback by Ji Hongyi's blatant remarks that offered no semblance of respect. Ji Lanyu could no longer contain her anger and exclaimed, Mom, I told you not to bring him along, but you wouldn't listen. Seeing his aunt's face grow increasingly awkward, Yao Lie chuckled and said, In that case, it appears my sister and I are indeed well matched. I work at Zhongbao Group, and making 300,000 a year is certainly within reach. Ji Hongyi eyed Yao Lie with suspicion. You earn 300,000 a year? Do not boast. How old are you this year? Though he was clearly materialistic, his discerning gaze was sharp. Yao Lie was dressed in several thousand yuan worth of casual wear, yet Yao Shuijing's plain appearance suggested he had no significant connections. A person without status or background, barely in his 20s, could hardly be expected to ascend to a senior position at Zhongbao Group, leading Ji Hongyi to remain skeptical. Yao Lie was on the verge of speaking when Ji Hongyi's expression suddenly shifted. A look of astonishment flashing in his eyes, he hurriedly stood up and briskly left the dining table, scampering towards several middle-aged men approaching him. Hello, Secretary Lin. The once imposing Ji Hongyi now wore a face full of sycophantic smiles, bowing and nodding as he greeted the foremost middle-aged man. Leading the group was Lin Jingguang, secretary to Meng Yishan. He regarded Ji Hongyi with some confusion and inquired uncertainly, Who are you? Ji Hongyi quickly responded, I am Xiao Yi from the finance department. Secretary Ming and Secretary Lin have come to our department for an inspection. I am fortunate to have met Secretary Lin on 2 occasions. Lin Jingguang acknowledged, Ah, it's you. You were present at the dinner with Director Pang? Guarantee you. You are from Sanlong City? Ji Hongyi nodded vigorously. Yes, today my sister is on a blind date, and we happened to come here for a meal. I never expected to see Secretary Lin here. Lin Jingguang felt a slight stir within. As the secretary to the province's third-in-command, his presence in Sanlong City had to have a reason. The last time Meng Yishan visited Sanlong City, he personally met Yao Lie, without even bringing Lin Jingguang along, which had left Lin Jingguang quite astonished. The affairs of the leaders were indeed the concern of their secretaries, and as a competent secretary, Lin Jingguang naturally sought to glean more information about Yao Lie. Unfortunately, the details he had gathered were rather mundane, lacking any extraordinary aspects, leaving him utterly perplexed as to why Yao Lie warranted a visit from such a high-ranking official. Meng Yishan, responsible for provincial financial matters, had come to Sanlong City at the behest of the City Finance Bureau's leadership, hoping to extract more information about Yao Lie from the local populace. Following Ji Hongyi's direction, he caught sight of Yao Lie seated across the room and was immediately taken aback. Despite having cultivated an impassive demeanor, he could not help but be startled, as he recognized the young man as the very subject he sought to investigate. He had never seen Yao Lie in person, but having perused numerous photographs of him, he was confident in his identification. Although Lin Jingguang nearly succumbed to the impulse to approach Yao Lie for a greeting, he understood that such an abrupt advance would be inappropriate. Suppressing his eagerness, he patted Ji Hongyi on the shoulder and smiled. Director Pang has spoken of you. You have quite a promising future ahead. You came here to accompany your sister on a blind date? So it would be best for you to return to your seat for the moment. I will come by later for a drink. He was not speaking idly, considering the connection between Yao Lie and Meng Yishan. If Ji Hongyi's sister were to end up with Yao Lie, a mere word from Meng Yishan could propel Ji Hongyi, a lowly clerk, into the stratosphere of success, illuminating his future. Thank you, Secretary Lin. I will come over to toast you later, Ji Hongyi replied. At this moment, he paused, blinking his eyes in uncertainty, and ventured, did Secretary Lin just say for me to come over for a toast? The individuals accompanying Secretary Lin from the City Finance Bureau now looked at Ji Hongyi with expressions of astonishment. Their minds in turmoil, they had clearly heard Lin Jingguang state that he would come over to drink with this young man. Given Lin's status, anyone who could warrant such attention was certainly not an ordinary individual. Indeed, only someone of stature, like Secretary Du, could inspire such deference from Secretary Lin. Who was this young man that could elicit such a promise from Lin Jingguang? Lin Jingguang shook his head with a smile. No need for that. We actually have no pressing matters to discuss. Just make sure you don't leave before I come over, haha. Ji Hongyi stood there, dazed, watching Lin Jingguang and the Finance Bureau officials move away. His mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend. What just happened? Am I dreaming? Did Secretary Lin say he would come over to drink with me? He was acutely aware of his own standing. His father had only recently ascended to a minor position, having invested considerable effort and connections to secure his own place in the finance department. To the average person, he appeared quite formidable, but to Lin Jingguang, he was merely a negligible figure. How could such a person possibly approach him for a drink? Ji Hongyi pondered this conundrum, pinching his cheek hard enough to nearly bring tears to his eyes, confirming he was indeed awake. Suddenly, a sense of urgency gripped him, fearing Yao Lie and Yao Xuezheng might leave in a huff. Unsure how to explain the situation to Lin Jingguang, he hurried back to Yao Lie and said, All right, since you claim to have an annual salary of 300,000, I will permit you to interact with my sister. However, do not harbor any ill intentions. Until I give my consent, you are not to touch a single finger of my sister's, or I will not let you off lightly. His tone had shifted dramatically from the obsequiousness displayed in front of Lin Jingguang, now brimming with self-importance as he proclaimed, Did you see that? That is Secretary Lin, the aide to our provincial secretary Meng, a true bigwig. He even said he would come over for a drink. You better be careful not to offend him. Secretary Lin does not converse so easily with the likes of us. I will cover this meal, he added. Yao Lie could only smile wryly. Despite Ji Hongyi's braggadocio, he did possess some redeeming qualities. His insistence on footing the bill was a far cry from those who merely sought free meals under the guise of a blind date. Yao Lie had little regard for hypocrites, but he bore no ill will toward true scoundrels. Upon hearing the mention of Secretary Meng, Yao Lie deduced the reason for Secretary Lin's impending visit. It was undoubtedly to make a connection and subtly inquire about his relationship with Meng Yishan. When Meng Yishan had instructed Lin Jingguang to liaise with the city police, it must have piqued Lin's curiosity regarding Yao Lie's identity. However, Meng Yishan would never divulge the matter of obtaining medicine for treatment to his secretary, which explained Lin Jingguang's intrigue. Chapter 44. To whom shall the toast be made? Ji Hongyi had no inkling that Secretary Lin's interest lay with the seemingly ordinary young man before him. He continued to boast to Yao Lie, although I am merely a clerk in the provincial finance department, you should know that my family comes from a lineage of officials. The heads of the department hold me in high regard. It is only a matter of time before I am promoted. Hehe. Do not think that just because you are a lowly clerk, even the president of Zhongbao Group would have to treat me with respect if he were to meet me. Yao Lie, suppressing a laugh, interrupted, you just mentioned that. A director from the Water Conservancy Bureau and a clerk from the provincial finance department dared to proclaim themselves as members of an official lineage. What would someone like Su Dinghai, who had ties to the capital's Lin family, think of such claims? At that moment, Ji Lanyu could no longer hold back, interjecting with a huff, brother, could you please refrain from speaking? With a slight blush, she turned to Yao Lie and said, my brother has this habit. Please do not take offense. Ji Hongyi glared, what habit? I am not boasting. Just wait, Secretary Lin will come over to drink with me. Casting a sidelong glance at Yao Lie, he added, once I am promoted, your annual salary of 300,000 will seem insignificant. If you want to date my sister, it will take at least 500,000 a year. Aunt Li frowned, Hongyi, stop it. I apologize, Yao Jia. He has a penchant for speaking out of turn. I think Xiao Lai is a good kid. It would be beneficial for the two young people to spend more time together, she said with a smile to Yao Shuezhing. Yao Shuezhing found Ji Lanyu quite agreeable. The elder generation favored demure and refined girls. Although she appeared slightly slender, she would surely fill out over time with more nourishment. Smiling, she said, yes, I feel the same way. Let us order something to eat. We are all a bit hungry. Ji Hongyi unceremoniously summoned a waiter and ordered 8 dishes in one go, all of which were of considerable expense, fearing that his mother and sister might choose something cheaper and embarrass him in front of Secretary Lin. Naturally, he disregarded the opinions of Yao Lie and Yao Shuezhing. After all, Secretary Lin was going to come over for a drink. If the total cost of the meal did not even reach 1,000 yuan, Hongyi's reputation would be tarnished. In fact, his personality bore a striking resemblance to Yao Lie's. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. And perhaps this was why Yao Lie was able to suppress his anger. As the dishes were served, Yao Lie, a voracious eater, could not help but indulge. Despite his attempts to restrain himself, he polished off 5 bowls of rice and nearly half the food on the table in an instant. Yao Shuezhing frowned, repeatedly coughing to remind Yao Lie to be mindful of his image, while Aunt Li watched him with a smile, constantly serving him more dishes and remarking that eating well was good for his health. Ji Hongyi, of course, took every opportunity to deride Yao Lie, doubting the authenticity of his claim of an annual salary of 300,000, but he hesitated to reprimand him too harshly, fearing that if Secretary Lin arrived and witnessed their quarrel, it might tarnish his own reputation in Lin's eyes. Having eaten to a comfortable fullness, Yao Lie noticed Aunt Li's expression growing increasingly severe and decided to put down his utensils, reaching for the Maodai liquor in front of Ji Hongyi. Knowing that Lin Jingguang was coming over for drinks, Ji Hongyi had splurged on 2 bottles of the premium Faiyan Maodai. Yao Lie, who had once aspired to navigate the social sphere, understood that one needed a certain tolerance for alcohol. Although he preferred beer, Ji Hongyi had not ordered any, and Yao Lie was too lazy to voice his preference. He would make do with the liquor. After all, the more unfavorable the impression he left, the happier Yao Lie would be. If the other party did not consent, Aunt Li could not force him into a relationship or marriage. Ji Hongyi, without hesitation, swatted Yao Lie's hand away, saying, hey, you are quite ungracious. This is Faiyan Maodai, over 2,000 a bottle, specially bought for Secretary Lin. If you want a drink, you will have to wait for him to arrive. Yao Lie rolled his eyes. What a cheapskate. Yet, he did retract his hand. Ji Hongyi, with a stern expression, snorted and said, don't say I didn't give you a heads up. Navigating the social world is vastly different from school. Even if Secretary Lin is indifferent to these details, we must remain cautious and prudent. If we leave a poor impression, someone like you, a mere junior staff member, would not even need a word from them. The subordinates will ensure you lose your job. In our provincial finance department, There was a colleague who was caught reading on his phone while a leader was inspecting. Although the leader was unaware, he was reassigned the very next day. Do you understand? With someone as prominent as Secretary Lin taking an interest in him, Ji Hongyi felt quite pleased and kindly took it upon himself to educate Yao Lie on the nuances of social conduct. Secretary Lin, with impeccable timing, seemed to have instructed the hotel staff to observe their table. After Yao Lie and the others had nearly finished their meal, he approached with a glass in hand, smiling warmly. 5 or 6 individuals from the Municipal Finance Bureau had just entered with Secretary Lin. But now only 2 accompanied him. Director Li Yanting and Deputy Director Ma Hongtu. Ma Hongtu was affiliated with Secretary Ming, and it was he who had facilitated this banquet for Secretary Lin. Remaining in the private room, Deputy Director Yuanliang watched as Secretary Lin, Li Yanting, and Ma Hongtu stepped out. Once they were a distance away, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Who was that young man?" Even Secretary Lin went over to toast him. Earlier, Secretary Lin had asked Ji Hongyi if he was from Sanlong City, and with such a distinguished figure present, they felt compelled to investigate. Even if they couldn't establish a connection, they needed to tread carefully to avoid inadvertently offending him. They had toiled for decades to reach their positions, and offending someone untouchable could jeopardize their hard-earned status. Gyo them, Ji Hongyi, who was under 30, was indeed a young man. The Mediterranean, seated beside Yuanliang, wore a look of astonishment, shaking his head as he remarked, "Old D, how can such a person exist in Sanlong City?" For Secretary Lin to proactively toast him, he must be at least a provincial or ministerial level official, or perhaps the top 2 in the city. He paused before continuing, "We are familiar with the local officials, and none of them match this young man's stature." Even Secretary Du's son wouldn't have the clout to warrant such attention from Secretary Lin. Could it be a connection from Yinjing? Another middle-aged man, portly and flushed from drink, frowned and said, "That seems unlikely. I've lived in Sanlong City for decades and haven't heard of anyone with ties to Yinjing." They were oblivious to the fact that the seemingly influential figure in their eyes was merely the son of a minor department head at the Water Resources Bureau. Although their ranks were equivalent to Ji Hongyi's father, the disparity in status between the Finance and Water Resources departments was significant. Their authority far surpassed that of the Water Bureau personnel. They were not even well acquainted with the situation of the Water Bureau director's children, let alone that of a low-level official. While the private room was rife with speculation about Ji Hongyi's identity, Lin Jingguang had already approached Yao Lie alongside Li Yanting and Ma Hongtu. Upon seeing Lin Jingguang, Ji Hongyi dared not sit casually and quickly stood to greet him. Yao Lie, however, remained composed, taking advantage of everyone's attention on Lin Jingguang to discreetly pop 2 pieces of braised pork into his mouth, only to be caught by Ji Lanyu, who stifled a giggle. For Yao Lie, even if Meng Yishan himself were to come over, he would find it difficult to display any enthusiasm, let alone for just Meng Yishan's secretary. When Aunt Li's gaze returned, she noticed Yao Lie's calm demeanor, which only endeared him to her further, completely unaware that Yao Lie's mouth was still stuffed with food. Despite appearing youthful, Ji Lanyu was actually 21. 3 years older than Yao Lie, and had previously been in 2 relationships with ordinary individuals, both of which had been unceremoniously ended by Ji Hongyi. As her daughter matured, Aunt Li felt an increasing urgency. Meanwhile, her husband doted on their son, further emboldening Ji Hongyi. Even though Aunt Li disapproved of Ji Hongyi's opportunistic nature, she felt powerless against him. Initially, she had intended to sneak out with Ji Lanyu without Ji Hongyi's knowledge. But somehow word had leaked, and Ji Hongyi insisted on tagging along. Compared to the obsequious Ji Hongyi, the steadfast Yao Lie naturally garnered Aunt Li's approval even more. Come, Secretary Lin, allow me to toast you first." Ji Hongyi's bottle of Fate Yin Mutai had remained unopened, but since Secretary Lin brought his own drink, Ji Hongyi could only fill his own glass, appearing remarkably generous as he raised it and downed a hefty shot of the potent liquor. Much to the dismay of Aunt Li and Ji Lanyu, who frowned at the sight. Determined to make his mark in the political arena, Ji Hongyi had certainly honed his drinking skills, and downing a full glass without so much as a flush of his face surprised Yao Lie. Were it not for his training in the Demon Emperor's art, Yao Lie might have found himself outmatched in drinking capacity. Lin Jingguang, with a warm smile, clinked glasses with Ji Hongyi. Given his current position, he seldom needed to consume the same amount as others, if at all, and merely took a small sip before turning his attention to Yao Lie. Yanting and Ma Hongtu were perplexed. Typically, when Secretary Lin personally toasts, One would expect him to drink fully, while the other party would respond in kind. If Secretary Lin left his glass empty, they naturally wouldn't dare to keep theirs full. Now seeing that Lin Jingguang had only taken a modest sip, they both cheerfully downed half a glass. Unfamiliar with Ji Hongyi's identity, and not wanting to follow Lin Jingguang's example of taking it lightly, they refrained from overindulging, especially since they had already consumed quite a bit in the private room and were not inclined to make a scene upon entering a new setting. Yao Lie understood the reason behind Lin Jingguang's visit, and Lin Jingguang was equally aware that Yao Lie knew why he was there. After all, as the third secretary of the provincial committee, it was unlikely he would deign to come and drink with Ji Hongyi without a compelling reason linked to Yao Lie and Meng Yishan. Although Lin Jingguang took only a small sip, Ma Hongtu and Li Yanting graciously drank half a glass, leaving Ji Hongyi feeling a bit lightheaded. While Ma Hongtu and Li Yanting did not recognize this minor official from the provincial finance department, Ji Hongyi was certainly familiar with them. If Ji Hongyi were to have an opportunity for promotion, it would likely lead him to work in lower-tier county or city bureaus, necessitating an understanding of the leadership there. The intricacies of political relationships were such that offending someone without knowing their connections could lead to reprimands from one's superiors. Ji Hongyi often contemplated the various connections within the provincial finance system. Having memorized the names of leaders from various municipal bureaus upon joining, Ma Hongtu and Li Yanting had both been at the City Finance Bureau for 2 or 3 years, making their names familiar to Ji Hongyi. This time, Ma Hongtu had leveraged his connection with Li Yanting to approach Lin Jingguang, hoping to capitalize on opportunities for advancement from the City Finance Bureau to the Provincial Finance Department. Just as Ji Hongyi was feeling elated, he heard Lin Jingguang, this significant figure, chuckle and address Yao Lie. "You are Yao Lie, my brother?" Ji Hongyi's eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape as he glanced between Lin Jingguang and Yao Lie. Utterly bewildered as to how Lin Jingguang knew Yao Lie's name, particularly using the term brother, which signified that Lin Jingguang regarded Yao Lie as an equal. Could it be that this young man truly held a senior position at Zhongbao Group with a salary of 300,000? Had he previously been acquainted with Secretary Lin? Both Ji Hongyi and the others were astonished. The astute Ma Hongtu and Li Yanting understood from Secretary Lin's words that the one who warranted such attention was this youth. Likely not even 20 yet. Initially, Ji Hongyi had approached Lin Jingguang alone. Now it seemed Yao Lie had maintained his composure because of Lin Jingguang's esteemed status, which even Secretary Lin couldn't compel him to vacate his seat. Who exactly was this young man, that he commanded such respect? Before Ji Hongyi, Ma Hongtu, and Li Yanting could fully absorb the shock, Lin Jingguang introduced himself with a smile. "I am Lin Jingguang, Secretary Meng's aide. Knowing that Brother Yao Lie is here, I specially came to share a drink. I hope you don't mind, Brother Yao Lie." From the incident with the O family, Yao Lie had gleaned an essential truth. Before possessing overwhelming power, it was crucial to cultivate friendships and weave a broader network of relationships, particularly with prominent figures like Meng Yishan, who had far-reaching prospects and could accomplish things Yao Lie could not, such as acquiring rare medicinal materials that money alone could not procure. Therefore, faced with Lin Jingguang's overture, Yao Lie felt no inclination to maintain an aloof demeanor. He smiled and replied, "Secretary Lin is indeed a significant figure. I would be delighted to share a drink." As he spoke, he discreetly cast a sideways glance at the increasingly anxious Ji Hongyi. Lin Jingguang chuckled, "Brother Yao Lie is jesting. What am I? But merely a subordinate? Aren't you drinking, Brother Yao Lie?" He looked curiously at the empty glass before Yao Lie. Yao Lie grinned. "Of course, but this wine is quite expensive. I must wait for Secretary Lin to arrive before indulging." Ji Hongyi's face paled instantly. Lin Jingguang chuckled upon witnessing Ji Hongyi's expression, akin to someone swallowing live flies, and naturally understood what had transpired. However, he chose to remain silent. After all, Ji Hongyi's sister was currently on a blind date with Yao Lie. Should any genuine developments occur, it would be unwise to offend Ji Hongyi. Subsequently, he filled his own glass and prepared to pour wine for Yao Lie. Realizing the situation, Ji Hongyi hastily snatched the bottle of Faiyan Maodai from Lin Jingguang's hands, doing a complete about-face in his demeanor towards Yao Lie. With a face as radiant as a daisy, he exclaimed, "How could I let Secretary Lin pour the wine? Here, Yao Lie, allow me to serve you." Once Ji Hongyi had filled Yao Lie's glass, Lin Jingguang remarked with a smile, "As this is the first meeting with Brother Yao Lie, we must finish this drink." With that, he tilted his head back and downed a couple of shots of white liquor. Secretary Lin was not incapable of drinking. He simply did not find it necessary. Earlier in the private room, the primary drinkers had been Ma Hongtu and his companions, and Secretary Lin had scarcely consumed a full glass. Ma Hongtu and Li Yanting exchanged glances, realizing that Lin Jingguang had intentionally switched to a larger glass before their departure, not merely for show, but in preparation for an earnest drinking contest. Seeing Lin Jingguang take the lead, Ma Hongtu laughed and said, "Secretary Lin certainly has a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Director Yanting and I cannot abstain." Ji Hongyi had just filled their glasses, and now they were emptied in an instant. Ji Hongyi glanced at Yao Lie, gritted his teeth, and joined in for a toast. Yao Lie chuckled. With his drinking prowess, he was hardly intimidated by Lin Jingguang and the others. Having consumed 3 Buyuan Dan previously, a mere glass of white liquor posed no challenge for him, and he promptly downed it. Yao Xuezhing and her companions watched the dramatic turn of events, bewildered as to why such a prominent figure as Lin Jingguang would treat Yao Lie with such deference. Particularly for Yao Xuezhing, who had watched Yao Lie grow up, she found herself at a loss for words. As a secretary as astute as Lin Jingguang would certainly not neglect Yao Xuezhing and her companions, he engaged them with a few witty remarks, and with Li Yanting's agreement, the atmosphere quickly warmed. However, his intention was merely to greet Yao Lie, not to engage in a drinking contest, as overly ingratiating himself might lead Yao Lie to look down upon him. After emptying 2 bottles of Mao Dai, Lin Jingguang exchanged contact information with Yao Lie, assuring him that he could call any time should any matters arise, before returning to the private room with Ma Hongtu and Li Yanting. Once Lin Jingguang and the others departed, Ji Hongyi turned to Yao Lie with a grimace, saying, "Xiao Lie, it seems you have quite the rapport with Secretary Lin. I, Ji Hongyi, may have a bit of a sharp tongue, but don't hold it against me." "Brother-in-law." Ji Lanyu's expression shifted as she exclaimed, "Brother, are you drunk? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Hongyi shot her an annoyed glance and retorted, "Drunk? Hardly. I'm quite sober. Where else can you find such a wonderful boyfriend for Xiao Lie? Let me tell you, I am set on this brother-in-law. I won't recognize anyone else." He patted his chest and added, "Xiao Lie, rest assured, I will keep a close eye on my sister." Yao Lie was genuinely speechless. Ji Hongyi was quite the peculiar character, possessing a thick skin that was a skill in itself, comparable to a toad, making him well suited for the political arena. Ji Hongyi strongly insisted that Yao Lie take Ji Lanyu out for a private conversation. And astonishingly, Yao Xuezhing and Aunt Li also supported Ji Hongyi's suggestion. Yao Lie felt helpless. He feared no one but his Aunt Yao Xuezhing. Meanwhile, Ji Lanyu appeared bashful, lowering her head and fiddling with her clothing, leaving the decision entirely in Yao Lie's hands. Although Yao Lie thought Ji Lanyu was a fine girl, he was not in the frame of mind for romance. Just 18, he had many secrets to contend with, including training and rearing monsters. Maintaining close ties with a woman felt inappropriate. Even his legally recognized wife, Zhang Xuwei, had never visited his home, let alone Ji Lanyu, whom he had just met that moment. His phone rang. It was Lin Feng calling. Yao Lie quickly excused himself, claiming there was a matter at the company that required his attention, and seized the opportunity to make a discreet exit. Ji Hongyi offered to cover the meal, but given Yao Lie's current standing, he was hardly worried about a few thousand yuan. If Ji Hongyi were to settle the bill, Yao Xuezhing would undoubtedly give him a piece of her mind. When they called for the bill, Yao Lie and the others discovered that it had already been paid by Ma Hongtu. Having finally extricated himself from the blind date dinner, Yao Lie dialed Lin Feng's number. "I apologize for the earlier interruption. What is it you needed?" Lin Feng had returned home the previous night, and had already combined other herbs to consume a Bu Yuan Dan. The potent effects of the Bu Yuan Dan had left him pleasantly astonished. While he could not compare it to the Bu Tian Dan, based on descriptions from those who had taken it, Lin Feng subtly sensed that the Bu Yuan Dan's potency might surpass that of the Bu Tian Dan. Merely one pill had begun to stir his dormant dantian, with a gentle warmth circulating within. Once this warmth solidified, producing an energy sensation, it would signify the emergence of his martial roots, enabling him to practice genuine ancient martial arts. In truth, Lin Feng's instincts were correct. Both the Bu Yuan Dan and Bu Tian Dan were foundational elixirs. However, the Bu Yuan Dan was designed for demonkind, whose bodies were far more robust than those of humans, thus rendering its effects considerably stronger, especially since the Bu Yuan Dan had been concocted by a 300 to 400-year-old demon. A single Bu Yuan Dan's potency could rival that of 1.5 Bu Tian Dans. Recognizing the formidable power of the Bu Yuan Dan, Lin Feng placed even greater importance on Yao Lie. That evening, he relayed the news back to the Li family, mobilizing dozens of elite members to fly overnight to the eastern province. They also dispatched forces to investigate Ao Bao's smuggling activities and learned that a batch of vehicles was set to arrive by water in a few days. Lin Feng promptly called Yao Lie to inform him. After being repeatedly provoked by Ao Bao and nearly landing in legal trouble, Yao Lie was seething with anger. He quickly arranged to meet with Lin Feng to strategize on how to severely undermine Ao Bao. Additionally, given that the Bu Yuan Dan was more lucrative than the counterfeit versions, Yao Lie had just completed his course and casually asked Lin Feng to bring him a batch of herbs. After all, Lin Feng had mentioned that several pharmacies on Dongmin Street were part of the Yaowang Group's holdings, making it relatively easy for the group to source materials for the Bu Yuan Dan. Of course, Yao Lie had his wits about him and included those inconspicuous herbs on his list. Although a single batch of materials for the Bu Yuan Dan could cost several million, this amount was but a drop in the bucket for the Yaowang Group. When Lin Feng arrived, he brought with him enough materials for 7 or 8 batches and did not even mention the cost of the herbs to Yao Lie. In the past, Yao Lie would have seized such an opportunity without hesitation. He would have been willing to sell himself for 2 years for a mere million, let alone materials worth 20 or 30 million. Now, he understood that the previous low pricing offered by the Lin family was merely a test to see if he could successfully refine the Bu Yuan Dan after Lin Feng's guidance. Yao Lie had effortlessly acquired over 100 million in windfall, and he began to sense an elevation in his status. He realized that money was not the most important factor, rather, it was connections and strength that mattered. While it was acceptable to lean on Lin Feng occasionally, maintaining this dynamic long-term would undoubtedly strain their relationship. Moreover, as his demon abilities advanced, the Bu Yuan Dan would likely no longer suffice. He would need the Great White Snake to concoct higher-level spiritual pills, which would be even more rare and precious. Asking the Yaowang Group for these would be challenging, so he generously promised Lin Feng that the materials would be the responsibility of the Lin family. For every batch of Bu Yuan Dan he successfully refined, he would gift one to the Yaowang Group as a principal for the materials. For Yao Lie, this was a no-risk business proposition. The Lin family would provide the materials, while the labor would be handled by the Great White Snake and the Toad, allowing Yao Lie to simply await the elixirs. Each batch of Bu Yuan Dan would yield at least 15 or 16 pills. Giving one to the Yaowang Group would not be a burden. Chapter 46. Scheming Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed in his understanding. Even a master-level alchemist would not dare to claim that every batch of pills would be successfully refined. And even the yield was typically low. Producing 9 pills from a single batch was already a remarkable feat. It was quite common for only 5 pills to be produced. Yao Lie's commitment to provide 1 pill per batch to the Yaowang Group was a significant gesture. Even if the materials for a single batch cost 3 million, the Bu Yuan Dan was worth at least 30 million each, representing a 10-fold return on investment. Furthermore, there were times when wealth could not guarantee access to the Bu Yuan Dan or Bu Tian Dan. More importantly, since Yao Lie's Bu Yuan Dan would be distributed through Lin Feng, who was now cultivating martial roots, he had secured his position within the family. As he gained mastery over the Bu Yuan Dan channel, the family's support for him would undoubtedly increase, elevating his status in the Lin family and opening limitless opportunities. To outsiders, the president of a billion-dollar conglomerate appeared to be living a life of grandeur. However, for ancient martial families, secular enterprises merely served as placements for their children without martial roots. Individuals like Lin Feng were merely spokespersons. Ownership of the enterprises remained firmly in the hands of the family. A single word from the family could easily replace the president, becoming an important figure within the direct lineage. Possessing formidable martial prowess was paramount. With this newfound exchange of interests, their relationship deepened. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then I won't hold back with you. Yao Lie, we have already gathered intelligence on Ao Bao. This fellow isn't playing small. The first time he controlled maritime transport, he brought in 700 or 800 vehicles, assuming each costs 300,000. That amounts to 2 or 3 billion. Definitely a major case and a prime opportunity for us to act. Just call me Yao Lie. Don't refer to me as Yao Lie brother. It feels too formal. I'll call you Lin Feng as well." Yao Lie was somewhat taken aback and continued, "Where does Ao Bao get all this money? I thought he was merely a side branch of the O family. How could he have such powerful overseas connections to transport so many vehicles? If Ao Bao were truly that formidable, he wouldn't need to bother with swallowing up the Zhongbao Group, although this was also partly due to Zhang Xue's exceptional beauty, which had drawn Ao Bao's unwanted attention." Lin Feng elaborated, The Yao family possesses rather intricate connections in the underworld, with ties to overseas Chinese societies as well. It is likely that Yao leveraged the Yao family's reputation to acquire such a substantial number of vehicles. In truth, the cost of these vehicles is relatively low. In Europe and America, one can procure a vehicle for about 100,000, and upon shipping here, the profit margin could be at least threefold. Yao certainly has grand aspirations. Lin Feng remarked that while the family has amassed great wealth effortlessly, many of the collateral family members still find themselves lacking in resources. For instance, Lin Feng himself could only muster 1 or 2 billion to purchase the rejuvenating pills from Yao Lie. The fact that Yao can make such moves indicates he possesses a certain level of capability, contrary to Yao Lie's assumptions that, of course, as a descendant of the second patriarch of the Yao family, even if his abilities do not match Lin Feng's, he undoubtedly receives more familial support, making it relatively easy for him to allocate 3 or 4 billion for the acquisition of silver shipping and smuggled vehicles. After all, not everyone has access to the formula for the rejuvenating pills. Yao Lie is indeed an anomaly in that regard. In other families, cultivating an alchemist demands immeasurable resources, and without sufficient power and backing, pursuing the path of alchemy is nearly impossible. However, the great white snake is quite mysterious. While one might assume the old turtle understands alchemy, it remains perplexing how a naturally clawless and legless serpent, with a lifespan of only 300 years, could grasp the intricacies of pill concoction. A conundrum Yao Lie still cannot fathom. Yao Lie furrowed his brow and inquired, "Now that Yao has the support of the Yao family, what are your plans?" Lin Feng chuckled, "I suspect it is merely his father's covert backing. If the influence becomes too significant, the Yao family would not safeguard someone who is about to be eliminated from the direct lineage and lacks martial roots. The ancient martial families, with their legacies spanning hundreds to thousands of years, have extensive branches, resulting in a diverse populace. Unless one is a direct descendant, collateral members who find it difficult to receive full family support. In some families with a thriving lineage, it is even stipulated that if collateral descendants do not produce a martial artist within 3 generations, they will be removed from the family tree." Lin Feng elucidated the reasons behind ancient martial family members expending immense effort to cultivate martial roots and strive for inclusion in the direct lineage. He continued, "I have already devised a plan to discreetly capture video evidence of the smuggling vessels while notifying the law enforcement agencies to seize these vehicles. Even if there is no direct evidence linking Yao to the smuggling, the investigation into silver shipping will certainly bring him significant trouble. Additionally, over the past few days, I have secured authorization from the family to gather funds and covertly acquire Yao's Jyad Trading Group. Once Yao's involvement in smuggling is exposed, the stock prices will undoubtedly plummet. We can then divest our shares to exert pressure, which will likely incite panic selling among Jyad Trading Group shareholders. And Yao may even liquidate his shares to raise funds for crisis management. This would grant us the opportunity to acquire enough shares to surpass Yao's 30% stake, making us the largest shareholder of Jyad Trading Group." Lin Feng spoke rapidly, leaving Yao Lie somewhat bewildered, unsure whether this was Lin Feng's own idea or a suggestion from his advisors. Yao Lie, with a wry smile, remarked, "I truly do not understand these acquisitions. Just tell me what you need me to do. However, even if the provincial authorities wish to investigate Yao, it would be challenging to implicate him if the Sanlong City does not cooperate." Hearing from Tang Shui that Sanlong City is the domain of the Yao family, Yao Lie mused that if Yao were to sever ties with silver shipping and scapegoat someone, the authorities would likely refrain from probing too deeply. After all, confronting the Yao family could result in repercussions. And even if the authorities prevail, they would face retaliation from the Yao family. It might be wiser to take down a scapegoat and claim credit for a job well done. Lin Feng laughed heartily. "The Yao family's influence is formidable. But our Lin family is not to be underestimated. By leveraging some connections, it should not be difficult to shift the focus onto Yao. Moreover, I plan to upload the captured video online to generate buzz. The greater the impact, the more the authorities will take notice. The concept of balance is crucial for both our ancient martial families and the authorities. They require our assistance just as we seek theirs. While ancient martial families cannot directly intervene in governmental affairs, subtly demonstrating our stance will make it clear to the authorities. In fact, the more intensely we vie against each other, the better it is for them, provided it does not affect the general populace. However, the Yaowang group cannot publicly engage. The funds authorized to me are limited. The acquisition of Jayad Trading Group will proceed under my personal name, with only 10 billion allocated to me. If the other party discovers this and resists fiercely, this amount may prove insufficient. If you could contact Song Shui to raise 5 billion, this acquisition would be almost guaranteed. Yao Lie was uncertain about the veracity of Lin Feng's claims, suspecting it might be self-serving. For a supergroup with assets of 5 to 600 billion, dispersing 10 billion should be a trivial matter. Yao Lie believed that Lin Feng would undoubtedly find additional funding. The mere stature of the president of the Yao Group could secure billions from banks or business partners for liquidity. Observing Odebao's impending misfortune contrasted sharply with directly orchestrating it. Yao Lie remained silent, knowing that Song Shui, forced to liquidate her assets and retreat to the southern province, harbored resentment towards Odebao that likely surpassed his own. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded that he could contribute 1 billion, while Song Shui still had about 5 to 6 billion in cash after liquidating her assets, which meant she could likely part with 4 billion. It was just a matter of whether she would agree. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded. I will need to discuss this with Shui and provide you with an answer by tomorrow. Lin Feng smiled. Excellent. In any case, we have sufficient startup capital. I will return shortly to arrange the acquisition. As for Secretary Ming and Governor Su, your connections might be more effective. Why not reach out to them? He casually retrieved a document bag from the vehicle's storage compartment and handed it to Yao Lie. Chuckling, the contents of this bag should be sufficient for the authorities to take action. If your connections are strong enough, you might even eliminate the need to upload the video online to create a stir. They could directly investigate Odebao and have him incarcerated for several years. This was essentially a substantial gift from Lin Feng. And as Yao Lie needed to expand his network, he accepted the document bag without hesitation, replying with a smile, no problem. I will take care of this. By the way, have you ever heard of Taoist Dongshu from the Tianyan sect at Tianyan Temple on Jihua Mountain? Yao Lie suddenly recalled this old Taoist, who had once gazed at him with piercing eyes, reminiscent of a light bulb. Now, it seemed quite likely that this Taoist Dongshu was a deeply skilled practitioner of ancient martial arts. However, Lin Feng shook his head, expressing his confusion. Taoist Dongshu from the Tianyan sect? I have not heard of him. He paused before adding, however, China is vast, and it is home to many extraordinary individuals, especially in its renowned mountains and rivers, where ancient hidden sects often reside. Compared to the current ancient martial families, these sects are even more insular, reluctant to embrace technological advancements, and seldom engage with the outside world. As he continued, Lin Feng shifted his focus. These ancient martial sects have a sparse population and adhere to strict traditions, often disregarding bloodlines and only accepting exceptionally gifted disciples. The masters concentrate their efforts on a select few students, resulting in formidable strength among the sect members. Many ancient martial families prefer to avoid provoking these sections. What prompted your sudden inquiry about this individual? Would you like me to investigate further? Yao Lie chuckled, no need. I was merely curious. He certainly could not disclose that his recollection of Taoist Dongshu was triggered by the striking beauty of the 36E. Lin Feng subsequently took his leave, with numerous matters on his agenda. In addition to the internal affairs of the Yao Group, he was committed to executing his plan against Odebao. Failure was not an option. A setback would not only tarnish his reputation in Yao Lie's eyes, but would also draw ire within the Lin family, for Yao Lie's ability to concoct rejuvenating pills rendered him invaluable. Securing Yao Lie's unwavering support could potentially augment the Lin family by dozens or even hundreds of descendants endowed with martial roots, should 1/3 of them ascend to martial artists. It would significantly bolster the family's strength, ensuring its prominence for the next century would not be an exaggeration. Not to mention that Yao Lie might eventually develop even more potent elixirs. Chapter 47. The divine dragon rides the giant statue. Yao Lie ascended the stairs with the document bag containing the materials for the rejuvenating pills. Upon entering, he found the great white snake and the toad practicing beside the battery, the electric sparks crackling, indicating they had only recently commenced their training. The old turtle remained unchanged, but the 3 little demons had undergone remarkable transformations. In just 3 or 4 months, the toad's coloration had intensified to a vibrant green, now adorned with a glimmering layer that enveloped its entire body. Its skin had become significantly tougher, and the power of its tongue had doubled. With a full leap, it could now soar 3 meters high, nearly grazing the ceiling. The great white snake had unconsciously grown half a meter longer, its body thickening. and the 3 rings of golden scales around its neck glimmered even more brightly, resembling a suit of golden armor. The transformation of the ghost tiger was the most pronounced, its form becoming increasingly distinct, so much so that it was challenging to discern it from a real tiger even at close range. Its claws, in particular, had nearly achieved a semi-materialized state, containing sparks of electricity. Its sharp claws could effortlessly slice through paper, and if this trajectory continued, the ghost tiger could indeed pose a lethal threat. However, this is hardly surprising. Yao Lie supplies an abundant amount of flesh and blood to them every day and employs high-tech battery technology, enabling the 3-headed monsters to practice the thunder refinement technique, typically reserved for advanced demons. Even at the minor demon stage, this consumes tens of thousands of pounds of fresh meat and thousands of kilowatt-hours of electricity. If they cannot enhance their strength under such circumstances, it would have been inconceivable for them to cultivate into demons in the past. Naturally, the increase in the demon strength also signifies a rapid rise in Yao Lie's own power, as the demonic energy provided by the 3 minor demons has significantly surged. What Yao Lie did not anticipate, however, was that the most substantial increase was attributed to the toad, whose strength had more than doubled. Even the always slumbering, muddled old tortoise showed some improvement, though its increase was still less than that of the ghost tiger, indicating that it had reached a bottleneck and was finding it difficult to progress further. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the old tortoise still provided the most demonic energy, as it was undeniably a true middle-tier demon. Possessing formidable strength. Upon seeing Yao Lie return, the toad opened its mouth and inhaled, causing 2 electric wires to surge with energy, drawing the electric sparks into its mouth. It then hopped in front of Yao Lie, drooling as it spoke. "Boss, you're back. When will you take us out for a spin?" The proud white snake raised its head and glanced at Yao Lie, clearly showing interest in the toad's suggestion. Yao Lie rubbed his head, wearing a look of helplessness as he replied, "I'll take you out tomorrow. But first, let us establish some ground rules. While we're outside, you must listen to me at all times. And no talking, otherwise, if you get caught and sliced up, don't blame me for not rescuing you. I'll just tell them I don't know you. Also, tonight, I need you to refine a batch of recovery pills for me. The materials are right here." He lifted a bag full of herbs, saying, "These herbs are enough for you to refine 7 or 8 batches. Put your heart into it, and you can keep a third of the pills you produce." Yao Lie could consume the recovery pills himself, but the toad, being a genuine demon with a pure lineage, would find it even easier to absorb their medicinal power. However, the first batch only yielded around 15 to 16 pills, which was insufficient for Yao Lie to share with the demons. Now that his pockets were full, he was certainly not stingy with this little expense. As the saying goes, fair distribution according to labor is essential to motivate workers. The toad joyfully bounced around, exclaiming, "Boss is magnificent. Lazy snake, let us quickly go refine the pills." The white snake hissed at the toad, baring its fangs that shimmered with a golden light. Despite the toad's substantial increase in power, it remained as timid as ever, quickly hiding behind Yao Lie. In recent days, Yao Lie had not taken the ghost tiger out to scout for profitable ventures, and at this moment, the ghost tiger manifested its form, shaking its large head and asking, "Boss, will you take me out too?" Yao Lie, exasperated, replied, "Fine, fine, fine. Everyone can come out." After all, the ghost tiger could conceal its appearance and would not attract attention like the toad and the white snake. He continued, "I have good news for everyone. I plan to find a place in the countryside, perhaps a hill, and establish a ranch. You will be able to roam freely there and enjoy fresh meat. However, I still need some initial capital, so it depends on you, the white snake and the toad. The pills you refine sell for a good price. If you finish these herbs, I estimate we will have enough startup funds." The white snake suddenly inquired, "How much more do we need?" Yao Lie was momentarily taken aback and could not help but ask, "Do you have money?" He certainly was not short on funds. Even if he collaborated with Lin Feng to deceive Uterbeo out of $1 billion, he would still have 500 million left. Not to mention, he could establish 10 ranches without issue. He was merely concocting an excuse for the white snake and the others to refine pills. The white snake hesitated for a moment before saying, "At the Shenlong rack, I discovered a colossal metal giant statue, glimmering yellow, either made of brass or gold. If we excavate it, it should fetch quite a sum." Yao Lie was astonished and could not help but inquire further. "A metal giant statue? How large is it?" The white snake pondered before responding, approximately 5 zhang tall. Yao Lie gasped. The white snake, being a relic, preferred to use traditional measurements, and although Yao Lie was not well versed in such matters, he knew that 1 zhang equals roughly 3 meters. 5 zhang means over 16 meters. The statue, naturally, would be proportionate to a real person. Thus, a 16-meter-tall giant would have a volume 1,000 times that of an ordinary human, nearly the size of a whale. Yao Lie calculated briefly and, feeling overwhelmed, pulled out his phone and used the built-in calculator. Based on a copper price of 5,000 per ton, the statue was worth an astonishing 20 to 30 million. If it were made of gold, the value would be even more staggering. It was difficult for Yao Lie to fathom the worth of 2 to 3,000 tons of gold. Where exactly is this metal giant statue at Shenlong Rak? He asked the white snake after putting down his phone. The white snake thought for a moment and said, "It's near the place where you summoned us last time. In a cave at the base of the hill, about 50 meters underground, with only a small crack to enter." Yao Lie felt somewhat disheartened. Forget it. Excavating it from over 50 meters underground will not be easy. If it were made of gold, that would be one thing, but if it's brass, it would be better to refine a few recovery pills instead. While hundreds of tons of brass sounded impressive, Yao Lie began to feel intimidated. However, upon calculation, it was merely equivalent to the price of a single recovery pill. By the way, how could such a colossal metal statue exist underground? When did it appear? If it was in the past, it would have been impossible to cast such a large statue, right? Yao Lie asked curiously. The white snake shook its head. In the past, it was indeed possible to cast giant statues. According to legend, during the Qin dynasty, 12 golden statues were forged using the gold from myriad mountains to guard the nation's fortune, wielding power comparable to giant demons. This giant statue in the cave, while covered in scars and damages, bears intricate inscriptions of profound formations, yet it lacks any aura of magical energy. I suspect this statue may be one of the 12 golden guardians of the Qin dynasty or a later imitation. Did the Qin dynasty really cast 12 golden statues? Yao Lie had always thought this was mere legend. But to his surprise, the white snake claimed it to be true. He then spoke with a peculiar tone. "So you want me to excavate it for sale?" The white snake huffed. "First, we excavate it. A common metal statue can be sold without issue. If it is indeed a national guardian, it certainly cannot be sold. If we can repair the formation of the Golden Guardian, it would be an immense boon, not just in this realm but even if we ascend to a higher plane." The toad's eyes sparkled as it croaked, "Boss, if it truly is a guardian of the Qin dynasty, we'll be set. Who would dare bully you and little toad then? Given how advanced human technology is today, excavating a mountain to retrieve the metal giant shouldn't be too difficult. Right? It shouldn't be too difficult." Yao Lie chuckled. "But for me, it would indeed be quite challenging. Moreover, excavating it would not be ours to claim. So let's not worry about it for now. We can explore it later when the opportunity arises." The white snake blinked and, with a flick of its tongue, added, "Recovery pills are relatively low tier, so they won't sell for much. However, rare spiritual herbs are scarce now, making it difficult to refine other pills. Why not try to find materials for soul-tempering pills? I can refine those as well." Soul-tempering pills? Yao Lie inhaled sharply. This white snake was indeed capable of refining other pills. He hurriedly asked, "What are the benefits of soul-tempering pills?" The white snake explained, "Soul-tempering pills are a tier above recovery pills and can refine the demon body and solidify the spirit, proving beneficial even to middle-tier demons. Damn, my master once said these pills could sell for at least 100 taels of gold, and even human cultivators have purchased them from my master. If we can refine some, they should fetch a good price." 100 taels of gold? Yao Lie scoffed. The white snake had evidently fallen behind the times. After hiding at Shenlong Rak for too long, 100 taels of gold amounted to just over 1,000,000 yuan. That was even less than the value of recovery pills. If the efficacy was as the white snake claimed, effective against middle-tier demons, Yao Lie believed that martial artists from the Lin family and others would undoubtedly spend vast sums to acquire them. Selling for 1,000,000,000 would hardly entice him. Those martial sects had strengths comparable to middle-tier demons. Yao Lie was particularly curious about the white snake's master and inquired, but the white snake only mentioned that its master had passed away and offered no further details. Being prepared is always wise. Yao Lie immediately requested the white snake to write down the formula for soul-tempering pills. Even if he could not refine them now, he could seize the opportunity to ask Lin Feng later about finding the necessary materials. However, the first ingredient listed in the formula dampened Yao Lie's enthusiasm. It was the old mountain ginseng, just like the recovery pills, but with a noted age of over 300 years. The other 20 or so ingredients were mostly names Yao Lie had never heard of, entirely different from those for recovery pills. The only commonality was that all required an age of over 100 years, leaving him to wonder how many times more difficult it would be to find them compared to the materials for recovery pills. Since it cost 3 to 4 million for a single batch of recovery pills, Yao Lie estimated that the cost for soul-tempering pills would exceed 100 million. No wonder Lin Feng had said that money held little significance for ancient martial artists. Take these soul-tempering pills, for example. Even with money, one might not necessarily be able to purchase the required materials. If they existed, it was likely that bartering would be the primary means of transaction. Chapter 48. The Free-Range Plan at last. Yao Lie managed to temporarily pacify the demons. The white snake and the toad went off to refine the pills, while the ghost tiger obediently pressed its paws against the 2 electric wires to practice. The honest tiger felt that Yao Lie no longer required its services, as it had not been taken out for days to earn money. Unlike the big white snake and the toad, which possessed alchemical skills, it could only strive to enhance its own strength to provide Yao Lie with greater demonic power, lest it be abandoned. Upon returning to his room, Yao Lie first examined the documents given by Lin Feng, which were filled with evidence of Bao's smuggling activities, including the dates and times of smuggling, specific details of the contraband, and testimonies from various intermediaries, all duly notarized. Additionally, there were small ledgers and related materials, revealing that the total amount involved in the smuggling exceeded 2 billion. Were it not for Bao's formidable connections, these documents alone would suffice to condemn him to a lifetime in prison, or even face a bullet. These files truly illuminated the terrifying power of ancient martial families for Yao Lie. Even though Lin Feng had only recently arrived in Sanlong City and had begun investigating Bao's affairs, he had managed to gather such a wealth of intelligence and evidence in just a few days, indicating the immense strength at his disposal. Without the intervention of the big white snake and the toad, Yao Lie, possessing a strength comparable to a first-tier martial artist, would merely appear as a robust ant in the eyes of these colossal ancient martial families. For instance, in the case of the O family, without the backing of the Lin family or individuals like Meng Yishan, Yao Lie's demise would be a matter of mere moments. Setting the documents aside, Yao Lie called Zhang Xuei to inquire whether she wished to collaborate with Lin Feng in acquiring the Jyad trade group. To his surprise, Zhang Xuei readily agreed without hesitation. Yao Lie, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Xuei, are you not afraid that Lin Feng might deceive you, or that the acquisition could fail, resulting in a complete loss? This is not a matter of 5 million or 50 million. 500 million is nearly half of the Zhongbao group. Isn't it?" Zhang Xuei, unaware of the Lin family's status as an ancient martial family and their true strength, did not understand why she had agreed so swiftly. The identity of the general manager of the Yaowang group certainly cannot be fraudulent, and if he truly coveted my small company, he would not overpay 60 million for the real estate I hold in Sanlong City, she replied with a hint of ire. The money is sitting idle in the bank. It is better to use it to acquire the Jyad trade group. Even if I incur losses, I will accept it. Bao is too despicable. Yao Lie chuckled. Knowing the Lin family's deep resources and possessing the evidence provided by Lin Feng, he was not worried about Zhang Xuei losing money. The Zhongbao Group is no trivial company. However, you only need to contribute 400 million. I have a bit of money as well. 100 million shall be my share. With some funds in his pocket, Yao Lie felt more confident, no longer needing to bargain with Zhang Xuei for a little extra for his own benefit. Zhang Xuei, taken aback, asked, "You can contribute 100 million? Where did you get the money?" Yao Lie chuckled. "I just sold some items to Lin Feng and made a small fortune. I have some matters to attend to and need to call a friend. Let's leave it at that. We can contact each other tomorrow, or you can discuss the stock acquisition directly with Lin Feng, as you both understand these matters better than I do." Zhang Xuei gazed helplessly at the busy tone on the phone, biting her lip in frustration. This fellow was truly infuriating, just like Bao, having hung up on her a second time. Covered by a silk sheet, the petite and well-formed Su Xiaoli lay beside Zhang Xuei, and upon seeing Zhang Xuei gnashing her teeth at the phone, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Darling, was that a call from Yao Lie?" Zhang Xuei huffed. Yes, that despicable guy hung up on me again. The second time. Su Xiaoli giggled. Are you perhaps developing feelings for him? Why else would you care so much about him hanging up? Naturally, Zhang Shui would not reveal her icy demeanor in front of Su Xiaoli. Hearing this, her expression stiffened, and she reached out to pinch Su Xiaoli's delicate blush, pretending to threaten her. You little minx, dare to speak carelessly, and I shall teach you a lesson. Who fears you? Su Xiaoli was not intimidated in the slightest. Sticking out her little tongue, in truth, we should be grateful to Yao Lie. Had it not been for him, I cannot imagine what might have happened. Bao is truly inhumane. Actually, if you like Yao Lie, I wouldn't mind being together with him, as long as he doesn't separate us. You're asking for trouble. Zhang Shui scolded Su Xiaoli fiercely, while her other hand reached to tickle Su Xiaoli's armpit. Su Xiaoli, of course, would not submit easily. She retaliated, and soon the bedroom was filled with rapid, enticing gasps that quickened the heartbeat. Yao Lie was genuinely wronged. He had no idea that hanging up a phone would displease the esteemed Zhang president. He was merely calling Tai Hu regarding matters concerning the ranch. Tai Hu hailed from Wonshui town, located beneath Sanlong City, which was known for its more abundant mountains and forests, making it an ideal site for Yao Lie to establish a ranch. Finding a place for the demonic creatures to settle was not merely about enclosing a patch of land and constructing a few houses. It required a location with mountains, water, and trees. As a local, Tai Hu would have the best insight into suitable areas. Moreover, Yao Lie intended to enlist his help in managing the ranch since he could not be there all the time and needed someone trustworthy to assist him. Tai Hu's voice was filled with astonishment. What? You want to set up a ranch? Have you lost your mind? You're the one who has lost your mind. Yao Lie retorted, then continued, Here's the thing. I have some money on hand and am unsure what business to pursue. So I plan to open a pet shop and, incidentally, set up a hunting ground like the one behind Anweiyuan, to raise some pets and wild beasts. Only then did Tai Hu realize Yao Lie was serious and asked, If you're establishing a hunting ground, the area cannot be small, and the investment will be significant. I heard that the hunting ground at Anweiyuan cost a whopping 2 billion. Do you have that kind of money? Yao Lie had not considered that a ranch-style hunting ground would require such a substantial investment. His idea was straightforward. To enclose a mountainous area, house the big white snake and others within, and buy some pets to mislead onlookers. Even if the big white snake and others were discovered, he could claim they were merely his pets. The notion of a hunting ground was merely a cover for the monstrous appetites of the demonic creatures, allowing him to purchase animals for them to hunt without raising suspicion. Previously, with limited funds, he had contemplated setting up a canning workshop. Now that he had sufficient capital, his ideas naturally expanded. Money is not a significant issue. The initial investment is around 30 million. What do you think would be a suitable location? Yao Lie conservatively communicated a figure to Tai Hu. Upon hearing that Yao Lie could produce 30 million, Tai Hu quickly accepted, unaware of the recent changes in Yao Lie's circumstances. Nevertheless, it was entirely normal for someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng, the general manager of the Yaowang Group, and who the O family could not manipulate, to have access to 3 to 5 million. Given that you have this much money, securing a mountain is certainly feasible. Tai Hu pondered for a moment and added, Actually, there is a place that fits your criteria, namely the Zhaoyushan and Yinyuxia areas, located at the junction of Wonshui Town and Qingyou Town. Zhaoyushan and Yinyuxia? Yao Lie paused. Isn't Zhaoyushan quite vast? Weren't their plans for tourism development last year? Tai Hu scoffed, Don't mention it. According to my father, that project has already fallen through. They had built quite a bit of infrastructure and even completed a small villa area. But then they said Zhaoyushan was haunted, and the project was halted. After the local officials were reassigned, no one has brought it up since. If you're genuinely interested in acquiring it, I can help you inquire. As a local of Sanlong City, Yao Lie was certainly familiar with Zhaoyushan and Yinyuxia. He had visited Zhaoyushan during his school days and heard last year that Wonshui Town had partnered with some company for its development. But he had not heard anything further until now. Upon Tai Hu's mention, Yao Lie indeed felt that Zhaoyushan was quite suitable for housing demonic creatures. The mountain was not particularly high, only about 300 to 400 meters in elevation, but it spanned over 1,000 mu, with a complex terrain featuring streams and small waterfalls, dense with lush trees. It was said to harbor wild boars and mountain cats. And near Wonshui Town lay a gorge several dozen meters deep, known locally as Yunyuxia, characterized by its picturesque scenery. Establishing a hunting ground there would undoubtedly attract numerous city dwellers. Taihu, unaware of Yao Lie's true intentions, naturally focused on the profitability of the hunting ground, knowing it needed to attract customers, which is why he recommended this location to Yao Lie. With that matter settled, Yao Lie contemplated delivering the documents to Meng Yishan and Su Dinghai. Lin Feng had been meticulous in his work, having prepared the documents in triplicate, one original and two copies. After some thought, Yao Lie decided to give the original to Meng Yishan. Merely providing him with copies might not guarantee his cooperation, and it could also create distrust, straining their relationship. True, Yao Lie had used a fake recovery pill to cure Meng Yishan's hidden ailment, but that had been purchased with Meng Yishan's own funds, and he had also helped Yao Lie fend off the Yao family's aggression, thus returning a favor. Meng Yishan was not obligated to take risks to help Yao Lie, and he would undoubtedly weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, whether he received the original or a copy would make a significant difference. As for Su Dinghai, Yao Lie still did not understand why he had spoken up on his behalf. So he planned to gauge Meng Yishan's stance. If Meng Yishan had no objections, he would provide Su Dinghai with a copied Tio House, the Great White Snake, and others within. One might also acquire some pets to divert the attention of onlookers. Even if the Great White Snake were to be discovered, it could simply be claimed as a beloved pet. The notion of a hunting ground merely serves to obscure the voracious appetites of these creatures. Purchasing animals for them to prey upon would raise no suspicions. Previously, due to limited funds, he contemplated establishing a canned goods processing workshop, but now that financial resources are ample, his aspirations have naturally expanded. The monetary aspect is manageable. The initial investment is around 30 million. What do you think is an appropriate location? Yao Lie conservatively shared a figure with Taihu. Upon learning that Yao Lie could produce 30 million, Taihu readily accepted, unaware of the recent changes in Yao Lie's circumstances. Nevertheless, anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng, the general manager of the Yaowang Group, was not to be trifled with, and it was entirely plausible for him to secure 3 to 5 million. Given such substantial funds, acquiring a mountain peak poses no challenge. After a moment's thought, Taihu continued, in fact, we do have a suitable place, the Zhaoyushan and Yunyuxia, located at the junction of Wenshui Town and Qingyou Town. Zhaoyushan and Yunyuxia? Yao Lie paused momentarily. Zhaoyushan is quite extensive. Wasn't there talk of tourism development last year? Taihu scoffed. Don't even mention it. According to my father, that project has fallen through. A significant amount of infrastructure had already been established, including a small villa area, but then they claimed Zhaoyushan was haunted and construction ground to a halt. Once the town's leaders were reassigned, the matter was never brought up again. If you genuinely wish to acquire it, I can inquire on your behalf. Being a local of Sanlong City, Yao Lie was indeed familiar with Zhaoyushan and Yunyuxia. He had visited Zhaoyushan during his school days and had heard last year about a collaboration involving Wenshui Town and some company for its development, but he had not followed up on it until now. Learning that the project had indeed collapsed, Taihu's mention of Zhaoyushan made Yao Lie realize it would be quite suitable for housing his supernatural beings. The mountain, while not particularly tall, standing only 300 to 400 meters above sea level, boasted an area exceeding 1,000 acres, featuring intricate terrain with mountain streams and small waterfalls. The area was lush with dense forests and was rumored to harbor wild boars and lynxes. Near Wenshui Town, there was a gorge several dozen meters deep, known locally as Yunyuxia, renowned for its picturesque scenery. Establishing a hunting ground there would undoubtedly attract many urban dwellers. While Taihu was unaware of Yao Lie's true intentions, he was primarily concerned with the profitability of the hunting ground, thus recommending this location. With that matter settled, Yao Lie began contemplating the task of delivering documents to Meng Yishan and Su Dinghai. Lin Feng had meticulously prepared these documents, producing 3 copies, 1 original and 2 duplicates. After some reflection, Yao Lie decided to present the original to Meng Yishan. Simply providing a duplicate would not guarantee Meng Yishan's cooperation and might lead him to feel mistrusted, thereby straining their relationship. Indeed, while Yao Lie had utilized a pseudo-supplementary vital elixir to cure Meng Yishan's hidden ailment, it had been Meng Yishan who funded the purchase. Furthermore, Meng Yishan had assisted Yao Lie in fending off the Ojia family's advances, thus repaying a favor. Meng Yishan had no obligation to risk his own safety for Yao Lie's sake, and he would undoubtedly weigh the potential gains against the risks. Consequently, whether he received the original or a copy made a significant difference. As for Su Dinghai, Yao Lie remained puzzled about why he had spoken on his behalf, intending to gauge Meng Yishan's stance. If Meng Yishan had no objections, he would provide Su Dinghai with a copy. The following day, Zhang Shuwei and Yao Lie met with Lin Feng to sign a cooperation agreement, formally initiating the acquisition of Jiada Trading Group. Zhang Shuwei, as the representative of Zhongbao Group and Yao Lie, had assembled several capable employees from the company, directly moving into the Yaowang Group's branch building. This branch was essentially the Baoyuan building, which had previously served as the headquarters of Zhongbao Group before being acquired by Yaowang Group. Now functioning as its command center in Sanlong City. By the time Zhang Shuwei and her team arrived, over a dozen seasoned operatives and analysts were already engaged in covert operations. Apart from Lin Feng and Zhang Shuwei, all others involved had signed confidentiality agreements. Various communication devices were secured, and even restroom breaks were strictly monitored, with no one allowed to leave Baoyuan building unaccompanied. Given that Jiada Trading Group was a super conglomerate with assets exceeding 5 billion, equivalent to 5 Zhongbao groups, and entangled with the Ojia family's interests, it concealed many influential figures within its depths, rendering its web of interests extremely intricate. Should they become aware of the acquisition efforts, they could mobilize substantial funds for a counter-acquisition, in such a scenario. Even if Lin Feng sought assistance from the Yaowang Group or other business allies, the costs incurred to achieve a forced acquisition would be exorbitant. Naturally, Yao Lie could not remain at Baoyuan building. He concluded his business dealings during the day and dined with the supernatural beings in the evening, finally fulfilling his promise and taking some of them for a stroll. Although the toads were indeed supernatural creatures, apart from the ghost tiger, the other 3 were not entirely unpresentable. During the last inspection, they had been dragged out by the police, but as long as they did not engage in ostentatious behavior, such as speaking human language, they would be fine. The old turtle had no need for such concerns. It had previously slumbered for 2 to 3 years at a time, and spending a few months at Yao Lie's home was nothing unusual. The ghost tiger could conceal its form, so Yao Lie only needed to take the emerald toad and the snow-white golden-scaled snake out. Although they attracted many curious glances, no major incidents ensued. These 2 pet-like supernatural beings, while somewhat large, possessed an undeniable charm. The toad lacked the usual repulsive qualities, appearing as if carved from exquisite jade, while the great white snake, entirely snow-white with 3 golden rings around its neck, seemed even rarer than a golden python. Many citizens eagerly pulled out their phones to photograph the toad and the great white snake, sharing them on social media. Having previously seen news articles about citizens walking exotic pets like golden pythons in parks, Yao Lie had never anticipated becoming the subject of such news himself. If given the choice, he would have preferred to keep the toads hidden from public view, but continuously concealing the supernatural beings was impractical. They were not mere toys but possessed their own thoughts and opinions, and would inevitably come into contact with others. Thus, the idea of opening a pet shop suddenly took root in his mind. Initially, Yao Lie feared that taking the supernatural beings out would incite terror. But in reality, the onlookers, wholly unaware of the true nature of the toads and the great white snake, exhibited no fear whatsoever. Many even approached him, requesting to take pictures with the great white snake and the toad, with several being delicate young women, causing Yao Lie's masculine pride to swell significantly. Some even offered to purchase the toad and the great white snake at a high price. Upon reaching the park's lake, the toad and the great white snake ventured into the artificial lake, leaving the astonished crowd wondering how Yao Lie could allow them to enter. This artificial lake had been expanded from several wetland ponds, covering over 5,000 square meters and reaching depths exceeding 3 meters. In addition to the fish released by the management, many residents had secretly introduced their own pets, including alligator turtles and snakehead fish. There had even been instances where a small crocodile was discovered in the park, prompting the management to seal off the area for 2 days while they dispatched a team to capture it. Regardless of whether the great white snake and the toad would resurface, the plump toad's body could easily become a meal for the alligator turtles and snakehead fish in the lake. It would indeed be a great pity if such an exquisite, emerald green toad were to meet its demise at the hands of the lake's ferocious inhabitants. The toad and the great white snake lingered beneath the surface. The gathered crowd expressed their regrets before gradually dispersing. It was only when the park was nearing closing time that Yao Lie used his supernatural energy to summon the great white snake and the toad back. This time, not allowing them to follow him but rather directly storing them within the Wanyao sealed. As time passed, Yao Lie's connection with the supernatural beings deepened. enabling even simple communication through spiritual channels over short distances. Observing their slightly swollen bellies, Yao Lie deduced that they had feasted upon countless aquatic creatures, while others worried that the alligator turtles and snakehead fish might harm the great white snake and the toad. Yao Lie felt no such concern. Unless they were also supernatural beings, ordinary creatures would find it exceedingly difficult to harm the great white snake and the toad, barring ferocious species like crocodiles or sharks. Having satisfied the supernatural being's desire for fresh air, along with Yao Lie's assurances regarding the livestock farm and hunting ground, the two supernatural creatures could finally relax and assist Yao Lie in refining elixirs. As the number of supplementary vital elixirs increased, Yao Lie's finances naturally swelled. However, he did not intend to hand over all the elixirs to the Lin family. The more precious the supplementary vital elixirs became, the greater their allure. Yao Lie's own strength remained insufficient, and relying on external forces was inherently unstable. Thus, he only planned to sell a small portion to acquire enough funds for materials to craft soul-refining elixirs or directly exchange materials with the Lin family. It was only upon entering the intermediate supernatural realm that Yao Lie would be entitled to converse as an equal with ancient martial families. The criminal documentation provided by Lin Feng regarding Ao Bao was also handed to Meng Yishan at an opportune moment. Yao Lie had Meng Yishan's contact number, and in Meng Yishan's eyes, Yao Lie was a towering figure, shrouded in mystery, deserving of respect. Moreover, he intended to leverage this opportunity to establish connections with Su Dinghai and Du Qingxi. Although Meng Yishan hailed from humble beginnings, his wife, Yun Fei, was from the capital and had substantial connections, including the admiration of former leaders, resulting in a complex and extensive network. His ability to vie for the second position in the northern province was a testament to this. After consuming the pseudo-supplementary vital elixir, Meng Yishan not only felt invigorated, but the softness that had once characterized his demeanor vanished, replaced by the emergence of a black beard, imparting a newfound ruggedness. And the barriers to his ascension had dissipated. The second in command of the eastern province, not in the bloom of youth, is approaching retirement, and one cannot fathom how many individuals are vying for this position. With Meng Yishan being no exception in his heart, Yao Lie is undoubtedly a harbinger of good fortune, having not only cured his ailment, but also possessing profound connections. Du Qingxi and Su Dinghai advocate on his behalf. And should he leverage Yao Lie's connections to bring Du Qingxi and Su Dinghai, both members of the Standing Committee, into his fold, alongside the closely allied Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhu Fangtian, this coalition would be immensely powerful and formidable. Among the 13 members of the Provincial Standing Committee, aside from Meng Yishan and 4 others, only 9 remain, all of whom are exceedingly difficult for Meng Yishan to sway. Both Du Qingxi and Su Dinghai are newly appointed and can be considered Meng Yishan's optimal allies, unlikely to contend for the top position in the provincial government. The remaining 9 have already pledged allegiance to the first and second leaders of the province. The first leader naturally holds an advantage, with 4 of the 9 standing committee members being staunch allies, while the second in command has ascended from grassroots levels, having long managed affairs in the eastern province. Possessing seniority and deep-rooted influence, with 3 steadfast supporters. Frequently, the first leader's plans require the second in command's approval to be effectively executed. This dynamic is precisely why Su Dinghai was initially concerned about the potential alliance between Meng Yishan and Du Qingxi. If Meng Yishan were to form a trio with either party, it could disrupt the equilibrium between the first and second leaders, rendering his role as the newly appointed vice-governor seemingly inconsequential in the struggle for power. Politics, in its essence, is the pursuit of interests through balance and compromise. Without balance, the discourse on interests becomes moot. When Meng Yishan received a call from Yao Lie proposing a meal together, he was initially unaware of Yao Lie's intentions. However, upon Yao Lie presenting the documents, he readily acquiesced, recognizing the potential of securing the support of Du Qingxi and Su Dinghai through this connection, bolstered by the strength at his back, thus enhancing his prospects for attaining the second-in-command position. Accomplishing this task would also yield a monumental achievement in the form of a smuggling case valued in the billions, significantly aiding his bid for the second-in-command role. Hence, fully aware that such actions would irreparably sever ties with the O family, Meng Yishan cast aside his reservations and unflinchingly assured Yao Lie that he would take responsibility for the matter. As a prominent figure, the third in command of the province addressing Yao Lie in such a manner undeniably reflects a perception of Yao Lie as a trusted equal ally. Yao Lie did not directly deliver the copies to Su Dinghai, given that he had not yet met him, and without Meng Yishan's endorsement, arranging a meeting with Su Dinghai would prove challenging. Instead, he left the copies with Meng Yishan to facilitate discussions with Su Dinghai. An extensive operation aimed at combating smuggling began to unfold under the meticulous planning of Meng Yishan and his associates, with Yao Lie remaining oblivious to the developments. Days later, he learned from the news that provincial police and military personnel had jointly intercepted a smuggling vessel. Rumors regarding the Jiada trading group's involvement in the grand smuggling case began circulating online, accompanied by footage of the police detaining the smuggling ship, with one of those apprehended being a senior executive of the Jiada trading group. According to Lin Feng, this was Meng Yishan's reciprocation. Otherwise, the video would not have surfaced online, potentially disrupting the plans of Meng Yishan and his cohorts. Amidst the financial might of the Lin family and the influence of social media, the news proliferated across major portals and forums, swiftly escalating from a mere spark to an inferno. Often, rumors bear a kernel of truth. Those with insider knowledge were acutely aware that an unexpected scene was unfolding at the Provincial Standing Committee meeting, where Meng Yishan abruptly presented a document concerning the involvement of Yi shipping in the smuggling case, directly implicating the Jiada trading group and the O family. Unsurprisingly, following the revelation, the stock price of the Jiada trading group plummeted, leading to an emergency suspension of trading, with the stock facing consecutive declines over 4 days, nearly halving its value. The Yi shipping smuggling case was also brought to the Provincial Standing Committee's attention. While the second-in-command was not merely a puppet of the O family held entrenched power in Sanlong City, and one of the second-in-command's staunch allies had close ties to them. Should an all-out investigation into the O family be initiated, they would not easily capitulate. As the deadline approached, the second-in-command was disinclined to witness any upheaval, thus opting to oppose a rigorous inquiry, suggesting that only those directly responsible should be held accountable. The three steadfast allies of the second-in-command voiced their agreement, leading many to believe that the matter was settled. To everyone's astonishment, in the face of such formidable opposition, Meng Yishan refused to retreat, advocating for a thorough investigation. The unexpected audacity of Meng Yishan caught the first leader off guard. Logically, one would expect Meng Yishan, who might contend for the second-in-command position, to avoid offending him, as the recommendations from the second-in-command hold significant weight in the selection of successors. Many assumed that even if Meng Yishan opposed the inquiry, it would be futile, as the first leader would not confront the second-in-command at this juncture. However, before the first leader could solidify a stance, Su, the vice-governor who had consistently abstained from voting since taking office, remarkably articulated his opinion, aligning with Meng Yishan in delving into the root of the smuggling case. The assembly had yet to process the implications of Su's shifting relationship with Meng Yishan when Du Qingshi's remarks further stunned the attendees. They suddenly realized that Meng Yishan's influence had grown to such an extent, and with the support of Secretary Zhu from the Discipline Inspection Committee, they now possessed 4 votes, enabling them to directly challenge the second-in-command. When the first leader's staunch ally, Minister Xia from the Organizational Department, expressed support for Meng Yishan, it signified the provincial government's intention to take decisive action against the O family's nefarious influence. O Debao, being the largest shareholder of the Jiada trading group, was bound to face severe repercussions. Even before the meeting concluded, multiple significant sell orders flooded the market for the Jiada trading group, instantly driving the stock price, which had only just begun to recover, back down to its limit. Retail investors, unaware of the intricacies, followed the trend, a characteristic of their nature, as major shareholders began to sell off, with daily volumes exceeding 7 figures pushing the stock down. Retail investors dared not hold their positions, and the stock price of the Jiada trading group plummeted to alarming levels. Considering the next day's limit of 1.8 million shares sold at a price of 8 yuan, it would require 1.4 billion yuan to breach the limit, nearly a quarter of the Jiada trading group's assets, especially since the main force comprised the 50 million shares held by Lin Feng and others, who would certainly not participate in a price increase. The Jiada trading group would need to invest at least 1 billion yuan to stabilize its stock price. Under normal circumstances, O Debao could rally other major shareholders to collectively raise the necessary funds. But now, with the provincial government openly investigating the smuggling case, other shareholders were eager to distance themselves from O Debao, unwilling to throw their money into this bottomless pit. They became the primary sellers, making it impossible to stabilize the stock price. At this juncture, minimizing losses was paramount. Lin Feng had purchased his shares at elevated prices, above 7.5 yuan. Their adept operational strategies had enabled them to absorb such a substantial number of shares, raising the stock price from 7 to 8 yuan, resulting in a limit up. Debao, possessing sufficient funds to acquire the shares being sold by Lin Feng and his associates, could stabilize the stock price and reap significant profits, thereby avenging against Lin Feng and the others. However, with Debao now in custody assisting with the smuggling investigation, he could no longer leverage the O family's connections to secure funds to rescue the market. Under Lin Feng's relentless pressure, the stock price swiftly plummeted from 8 yuan to 5 yuan. Although the limit was breached, the downward momentum could not be halted. Yao Lie remained particularly attentive to the fluctuations of the Jiada Trading Group stock price. Given his investment of 100 million yuan, a sum he had never envisioned, the opening of the stock limit for the Jiada Trading Group signified Lin Feng and his associates beginning their covert accumulation. For Lin Feng and his group, profit was not the primary objective. Their intent was a hostile takeover, aiming to seize control of the Jiada Trading Group, thereby rendering them indifferent to potential losses. Within mere days, they amassed over 200 million shares, securing a quarter of the Jiada Trading Group stock and becoming its second-largest shareholder. Despite the O family's efforts, they could not withstand the formidable assault from the authorities, compounded by the Lin family's covert machinations, ultimately failing to protect Debao. As the principal perpetrator of the smuggling case, Debao received an 8-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole, in addition to the confiscation of smuggled gains and a staggering fine of 1.5 billion yuan. Although the second head of the O family seethed with rage, there was little they could do, considering the multi-billion-dollar smuggling case. The fact that Debao was not sentenced to death was already a testament to the O family's influence. The shares owned by Debao in the Jiada Trading Group were auctioned off to cover the fines, which meant that even with Lin Feng secretly acquiring 200 million shares, the stock price saw minimal uplift, allowing Lin Feng and his associates to conserve substantial funds. Subsequently, insiders discovered that the storm brewing within the provincial government had not genuinely impacted the Jiada Trading Group. When they intended to capitalize on the opportunity to accumulate shares, they found that the secondary market for the Jiada Trading Group had transformed overnight. A colossal force commenced a frenzied buying spree, swiftly driving the stock price to its limit-up position. An announcement from the Jiada Trading Group revealed that the Lie Wind Group, which had acquired 30 of the Jiada Trading Group shares from Debao, now possessed 53 of the stock. Becoming the controlling shareholder, the Lie Wind Group, an offshore company registered by Lin Feng, was named after Yao Lie and Lin Feng, with both holding equal shares, while Zhang Shui played a minor role, merely receiving returns on her investment and profits without any further involvement with the Lie Wind Group. Yao Lie remained perplexed regarding the operational intricacies of Lin Feng. In a mere fortnight, his investment of 100 million had inexplicably transformed into a 50% stake in the Liefeng Group, which in turn held dominion over the Jiada Trading Group, currently valued at an astounding 38 billion. Although nearly 20 billion of this sum was earmarked for compensating Zhang Shui's expenses and profits, alongside the funds Lin Feng had withdrawn to acquire over 200 million shares of Debao, the remaining assets still amounted to an impressive 18 billion. This meant that Yao Lie's initial 100 million had burgeoned to 900 million, surpassing the profits Zhang Shui had accrued through her 400 million investment. Of course, this was largely attributable to Lin Feng attributing half of his own 10 billion gains to Yao Lie. Despite some members of the Lin family's collateral branches within the Yaowang Group expressing skepticism regarding Yao Lie's integrity and critiquing Lin Feng's selling out behavior, the tide turned when Lin Feng entrusted Yao Lie with 3 medicinal materials as dividends from the refining of the Biyuan Dan, along with 3 additional pills for sale, totaling 6 Biyuan Dan handed over to Lin Kaidai. This swift action compelled the dissenting factions within the Lin family to be ruthlessly expelled from the Yaowang Group, silencing any further objections. Yao Lie had previously committed to allocating a Biyuan Dan to the Lin family for each batch refined, and with 3 batches completed, he had upheld his promise, at Lin Feng's behest. Yao Lie presented 3 more Biyuan Dan, permitting the Lin family to either sell them or utilize them for their own needs. The Lin family invested merely 30 million for the materials to produce the Biyuan Dan, reaping a profit of 7 to 800 million from the acquisition, alongside a purchase price of 30 million per pill, thereby cultivating martial roots in 2 of their direct descendants, with only 1 failing. This was undoubtedly a lucrative deal for Lin Kaidai. Talent serves as the cornerstone of familial survival, particularly within direct lineage. Moreover, Yao Lie's substantial profits were not deemed excessive, as even Zhang Shui acknowledged that such earnings were rightfully his. Without Yao Lie's connections, the collaboration with provincial authorities would have rendered Lin Feng's acquisition of the Jiada Trading Group significantly more arduous. Not only had they secured control over the Jiada Trading Group, but they had also made a tidy profit, epitomizing a successful hostile takeover. When Yao Lie received Lin Feng's call, he was taken aback. Having done nothing more than invest 100 million, he found himself inexplicably positioned as a major shareholder in a publicly listed company valued at 60 billion, owning 26% of the Jiada Trading Group. In just half a month, Yao Lie had transformed from a mere small-time player with $1 million in savings into a tycoon with assets exceeding 1 billion, now rivaling Zhang Xui's fortunes. This remarkable leap was indeed difficult for Yao Lie to fathom, especially as he was currently en route to Wenshui Town with Tai Hu to negotiate a deal worth several tens of millions. Tai Hu had already contacted individuals in Wenshui Town, yet the terms presented were daunting, demanding that Yao Lie lease the entirety of Zhao Yushan and Yinyuxia, 1,000 acres of mountainous terrain, for 300,000 a year, equating to 3,000 per acre. Furthermore, the lease would span a minimum of 10 years, requiring an upfront payment of 15 million for the first 5 years, with subsequent increments of 20% every 5 years to offset inflation. Such financial demands were comparable to leasing fish ponds and reservoirs, and the returns from the mountain lands were naturally inferior to those from aquaculture. This was precisely why Zhao Yushan had remained unleased. Even potential investors had been deterred by Wenshui Town's stringent conditions. Nonetheless, Wenshui Town faced its own predicaments. Although the town was only providing land for investment, the haunting reputation of Zhao Yushan had led to withdrawal from potential investments. Farmers who had their orchards expropriated were left uncompensated, prompting protests that compelled the town to allocate 10 million in compensation. As Yao Lie took the reins, this lingering debt would inevitably fall upon him. Fortunately, the town acknowledged its own shortcomings and proactively offered Yao Lie the opportunity to utilize the land without charge, even proposing to sell it to him at a reduced price, resulting in minimal losses for Yao Lie. Had it not been for the ghostly tales surrounding Zhao Yushan, other investors might have already seized the opportunity. Over the past half-month, Yao Lie had visited Zhao Yushan twice and was now making his third trip to Wenshui Town to finalize the contract. As for the ghost stories, Yao Lie was undeterred. It is important to note that he was not dismissive of the idea, but rather unafraid. With the practice of the ancient demon emperor's art, his vitality was robust, and he had mastered both the art of demon speech and the art of demon possession. With the assistance of the demon tiger, even if there were genuine hauntings, it mattered little. In life, one's strength may not surpass that of a fierce tiger, so how could one expect to be more formidable after death? If ghosts could not rival the demon tiger, Yao Lie had no reason to fear. Chapter 51, Zhao Yushan, Yinyuxia Wenshui Town, and Qingyou Town are among the most impoverished regions in the eastern province, where residents earn less than 3,000 annually, and the capable often migrate elsewhere. The towns are characterized by rugged terrain, unsuitable for agriculture, and it was only in recent years that funds were gathered to construct a provincial road, connecting them to other parts of the province. However, the lack of investment projects has hindered development. Although both towns boast numerous hills, the highest, Zhao Yushan, at only 300 to 400 meters, fails to attract significant tourist interest, especially with nearby cities offering more developed facilities. The distance from Sanlong City to Wenshui Town is approximately 50 kilometers in a straight line, yet the winding roads extend this to a daunting 70 to 80 kilometers. After an hour's drive, Yao Lie and Tai Hu finally arrived at Wenshui Town. The town's leaders showed great deference towards Yao Lie, with the mayor and the party secretary greeting him at the entrance of the Dujin Bridge. The boundary between Wenshui Town and Yinyuxia, their presence signified a strong commitment to welcome him. Zhao Yushan had long been a source of frustration for the town's leadership. If feasible, they would have willingly turned the project over to Yao Lie without charge. However, the inability to recover compensation payments made it a ticking time bomb for the current leaders, who feared losing their positions if the matter were mishandled. The compensation was meant to address the losses incurred by local farmers due to the expropriation of their orchards and reservoirs, along with annual rent payments to the villagers. Residents from nearby villages had protested numerous times, especially upon witnessing the compensation received by those who had leased orchards and reservoirs, further escalating tensions. The mayor of Wenshui Town, demonstrating considerable resolve, had decided to forego the 1 million in compensation, opting instead to purchase the villa area within the mountains to offset the financial shortfall, while planning to return the land to the nearby villagers. The issue lay in the villagers' refusal to agree. Many of the residents were elderly or lacked job skills, rendering them ill-equipped for work. Even if there were arable lands on Ziro Yushan, the villagers faced significant challenges in accessing them, yielding minimal economic benefit. The town's expropriation would provide an average of 800 in annual rent per villager, amounting to 4,000 for a family of 5, a substantial sum for the townspeople, making it unlikely they would relinquish their land rights. From a logical standpoint, the town had acted correctly by compensating those affected and returning the land that could not be developed. Yet, the villagers remained adamant. With over 3,000 protesting in the mountainous area, and no leader possessed the audacity to forcibly reclaim the land. Meanwhile, Wonshui town could not afford the annual 2 million payments to the villagers. They demanded 300,000 in annual rent from Yao Lie, the majority of which would be passed on to the local populace, leaving the town with a maximum income of 500,000, a far cry from exploiting Yao Lie. Just as the town leaders faced a crisis, Yao Lie's unexpected appearance garnered their earnest welcome. After only 2 discussions, an agreement was reached, and today, Yao Lie had come to sign the formal leasing contract. Please. This way, Boss Yao, spoke Xu Danyan, the town's party secretary, the local resident in his 40s, who had taken over after the previous officials were reassigned due to the Ziro Yushan issue, as the higher-ups sought someone with experience to stabilize the town's leadership. Upon first encountering Yao Lie, Su had doubted the young man, driving a modest $10,000 Volkswagen SUV, could muster such a significant investment. After meeting with Yao Lie, Su initially felt hopeless and passed the matter to Mayor Chen Yuan. However, after 2 discussions with Yao Lie, Chen informed Su that an agreement had been reached, with Yao Lie accepting all the town's terms and even proposing a 20-year contract. The smoothness of the negotiations left Su incredulous. He was not concerned about being deceived, as signing the agreement would necessitate Yao Lie parting with over 10 million in cash. Without the town having to invest a single cent, Su couldn't help but feel regretful, as a distant cousin had introduced him to this opportunity, but he had dismissed it as untrustworthy, opting to let Chen handle it to avoid the fate of his predecessors. Little did he know that the negotiations would unfold so favorably, leaving him to personally welcome Yao Lie to ensure he didn't miss out on the political accolades. Yao Lie was not well versed in these matters, yet his aspirations were solely focused on Shaoyu Mountain and the Wild Bull Gorge. Securing a contract was all he desired, regardless of whether the representative was the town mayor or the secretary of the town committee. Upon noticing their arrival, he had no choice but to exit the vehicle and exchange pleasantries with Su Danian and Chen Yuan. Tai Hu followed suit, and upon spotting his uncle Su Shanjin, he approached him for a chat. Su Shanjin, observing Yao Lie engaged in jovial conversation with Su Danian and Chen Yuan, curiously inquired, "Tiger, is it true that this Yao boss intends to lease Shaoyu Mountain? That must require a considerable sum, no?" Tai Hu chuckled softly, replying, "Of course it's true. Aren't we here to sign a contract with the town leaders? Uncle, rest assured. I have already assured Yao Lie that over 70% of the land rent will be distributed to the villagers, with no less than 800 yuan per year." Su Shanjin nodded, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "That's good to hear. You know our lives are not easy. We are counting on this few hundred yuan in rent to improve our circumstances." After exchanging greetings with Su Danian and the others, Yao Lie cheerfully said to Tai Hu and Su Shanjin, "Let us head to the town hall first. Once the contract is signed, we can enjoy a few drinks together, Uncle Shanjin." Su Danian laughed heartily. "It is only right that we host a welcoming feast for Yao Boss in our town. Dinner is already prepared, and Yao Boss must not decline." He then turned to Su Shanjin. "Yao Boss may not know, but Brother Shanjin is my distant cousin. We haven't seen each other in ages, so we must catch up properly. Brother Shanjin, why don't you ride back with me?" Su Shanjin was momentarily taken aback. "Secretary Su, how can I accept this? It's too much." Su Danian chuckled. "What is there to feel embarrassed about? Brother Shanjin, bringing Yao Boss here for investment is a tremendous contribution to our town. We are already discussing how to reward you for this." Naturally, Su Shanjin did not dare to refuse Su Danian's goodwill. Although they were distant cousins, one was an ordinary citizen while the other held the esteemed position of town committee secretary. They had never had much contact before. Had it not been for Tai Hu, who sought him out regarding Shaoyu Mountain, he would not have approached Su Danian. After the contract was signed, the leaders of Wonshui town breathed a sigh of relief, finally shedding the burden of Shaoyu Mountain while simultaneously increasing the town's financial revenue. A substantial achievement indeed, leading to a joyful and hearty celebration. Yao Lie, now a billionaire, transferred the advance rent of over 10 million yuan to Wonshui town immediately after signing the contract. Su Danian generously announced a reward of 30,000 yuan for Su Shanjin on the spot, leaving Su Shanjin stunned and incredulous. How could he, simply inquiring about Xiaoyu Mountain, have 30,000 yuan fall into his lap? For a town like Wenshui, where the average annual income of residents was merely 3,000 yuan. 30,000 was an unimaginable fortune, and Su Shanjin was undoubtedly overjoyed. This decision faced no opposition. As per the town's investment attraction regulations, those successfully bringing in investment could receive a reward of 1,000th of the investment amount, with a maximum cap of 100,000 yuan. Yao Lie signed a 20-year long-term contract, amounting to a fixed 300,000 a year, totaling a staggering 60 million yuan in investment, which entitled a reward of 60,000 yuan. Even though Su Shanjin was not a government employee, a reward of 30,000 was entirely reasonable. As for the remaining 30,000, he need not worry, for there would surely be others to assist him in spending it. Tai, who, having previously mingled in Sanlong City, shared a relationship with his father akin to that of Yao Lie and his uncle Tian Zisheng, rarely returning to Wenshui town. However, as he matured, he began to understand that his father acted out of concern for him. Yet, with poor academic performance, he was uncertain what legitimate work he could find. Relying solely on Ma Guo's connections, he managed to resolve troubles with the thugs working under the O family, and thus could only find employment at Anhuiyuan. Now, with Yao Lie planning to appoint him to manage the Xiaoyu Mountain Ranch and hunting ground, Tai Hu felt he had finally secured a legitimate occupation. After dinner, he bid farewell to Yao Lie and returned home with his uncle. Yao Lie, having no particular destination, entrusted the Taraka to Tai Hu to take his uncle home, while he himself mingled with the leaders of Wenshui town until past 10 in the evening, finally arriving at the hotel arranged by the town for rest. Keeping the monsters at Xiaoyu Mountain would undoubtedly bring troubles to the local officials. Thus, cultivating good relations with them was of paramount importance. Yao Lie had gradually matured, gaining an understanding of social nuances. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Shanjin clutched the 30,000 yuan reward from the town, his expression shifting for a prolonged moment, before finally steeling himself to take out 10,000 yuan and hand it to Tai Hu. Here, Tiger, take this. Tai Hu was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Su Shanjin hesitated before saying, Tiger, that Yao boss was brought in by you. I merely mentioned it to Secretary Su in passing. Even if the town provides a reward, this money should rightfully be yours. Despite being cousins, their relationship was quite distant. In fact, within a single village, most people could trace some connection, yet Su Shanjin would not dare to refer to Su Danian as his younger cousin, instead addressing him respectfully as Secretary Su. He paused, hesitatingly adding, however, your cousin Housie is getting on in years. He has finally found a partner. He needs money for the wedding, and your uncle, being just an old farmer, has no means. Tai Hu laughed heartily. Cousin is getting married? Congratulations to you, uncle. This money is a government reward for you. Please keep it. Rest assured, Yao boss is a good friend of mine. He specifically called me back to help manage Xiaoyu Mountain. So do you think he would treat me unfairly with several million at stake? I'm looking forward to celebrating cousin's wedding. Is this 30,000 enough? If not, I can find a way to ask Yao boss for an additional 10 or 80,000 without issue. Su Shanjin sheepishly withdrew his hand. Nodding hurriedly, that's enough. I have some savings, and with this 30,000, it should suffice. Tiger, it's not that your uncle is criticizing you, but if you come across a suitable partner, do consider marrying early. Your parents may not voice it, but they are both hoping for grandchildren. Tai Hu was at a loss for words. He was merely 3 or 4 years older than Yao Lie. When Yao Lie was in his first year of junior high, he had just graduated from his 3rd year. Now at 22, he found himself amidst a culture where young people often married early, with several in the village his age already married or even raising children. Previously, Su Shanjin had refrained from addressing Tai Hu's situation, but now, having observed his apparent maturity, he felt it appropriate to say a few words. Noticing Tai Hu's silence, he too fell quiet. Chapter 52. The Haunting of Tai Family Village. Tai Family Village is one of the several small villages located beneath Xiaoyu Mountain. The village is modest in size, with a population of around 500 and approximately 200 acres of mountainous land. However, Tai Family Village now only has about 200 residents year-round, as many have migrated to nearby cities for work or have relocated entirely. The living conditions in Tai Hu's family were poor. Both his father and mother were old farmers, toiling in the fields year-round, while his younger sister, Tai Ying, attended high school in the county. Tai Hu's father, Tai Wenhua, had chosen a name full of expectation, hoping for his son to achieve great things. Unfortunately, reality proved harsh. Tai Wenhua was not only uneducated but also a standard illiterate. Unable to even write his own name, he, having no education himself, was determined that his son should not walk the same path. He firmly believed that education was the only way out, and thus he worked tirelessly and frugally to support Tai Hu in tying through their studies. The result was that Tai Hu, upon graduating from junior high, chose not to continue his education, nearly driving his well-meaning father to despair. Tai Wenhua chased Tai Hu for 2 villages, intending to give his ungrateful son a stern lesson on cherishing opportunities. Tai Hu had attended junior high in Sanlong City, not in Wonshui town, for which Tai Wenhua had spent considerable money on banquets and paid over 1,000 yuan in tuition fees for Tai Hu's enrollment. After graduating, Tai Hu had drifted in Sanlong City, where he befriended Yao Lie, a troublemaker from his elementary school days, and rarely returned home. Whenever he had a little money left over, he would transfer it to his mother's bank account. On his previous 2 visits to Wonshui town, he had not returned home. This time, however, he went back to Tai family village with his uncle, marking his first visit in 2 years. Despite its poverty, Tai family village had well-maintained roads, repaired alongside the provincial road 2 years prior. A cement road led to the village entrance, and the villagers had pooled together 30,000 yuan to pave the main road with gravel. Tai Hu's house was right at the village entrance, allowing the Taraka to reach his doorstep directly. After finishing dinner, Tai Hu left Wonshui town, and the journey to Tai family village took merely 20 minutes. He arrived home by 8 o'clock, but the house was shrouded in darkness. Tai Hu could not help but pause. Are Mom and Dad not home? Su Shanjin shook his head. What do you mean they're not home? You and your sister are out. What can 2 old folks do at night? They've probably gone to bed early. He paused before adding, you should make an effort to return home more often to spend time with them. Your father may act tough, but deep down, he is longing for your return and just can't bring himself to admit it. Tai Hu remained silent for a moment before responding with a smile. Uncle? Don't worry. This time I'm back to stay. Even if I remain at Shaoyu Mountain, I'll still have time to come back to the village. After exiting the vehicle, Tai Hu knocked on the door. After a while, an elderly voice called out, Who is it? It's me, Tai Hu replied. Is it you? Tai Wenhua's voice was tinged with unexpected delight, but it quickly turned somber. You remember how to come home? Have you gotten into trouble and come back to hide? That was quite a harsh remark. Tai Hu's mother, Deng Tsuelon, quickly hushed her husband. Old man, don't say that. Tiger rarely comes home. Do you wish to drive him away? Then, raising her voice, she added, Tiger, just wait. I'll open the door right away. Su Shanjin and Tai Wenhua, this brother-in-law, share a close bond, often indulging in drinking together. At this moment, Shanjin could not help but exclaim loudly, Wenhua, you are mistaken about Huzi. This time, Huzi has truly accomplished something remarkable. From now on, the neighboring villages will remember the good deeds of your family. Tai Huzi, what brings you here? Tai Wenhua's voice carried a hint of confusion. What great achievement could this unworthy child have accomplished? Deng Tsuelon, with a look of surprise, opened the door to let Tai Hu and Su Shanjin enter the house. Tai Wenhua also rose, sitting in the hall, smoking. Upon seeing Tai Hu enter, he scrutinized him for a moment before grunting, What great achievement has this unworthy child accomplished? How did you end up with him? Su Shanjin maintained a stern expression. I wonder if you could temper that foul temper of yours. If I were in Huzi's shoes, I would find it unbearable. He pulled out 3 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills and tossed them heavily onto the table. See this? 30,000 yuan. This is what Huzi helped me earn back. Finally, there's hope for Huzi's marriage. Tai Wenhua was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the 30,000 yuan. Due to the necessity of supporting 2 children in their education, his household had never possessed more than 3,000 yuan in cash. He couldn't help but inquire, what is the meaning of this? Su Shanjin managed to calm Tai Wenhua before chuckling. Huzi has become quite the figure now. He has befriended a big boss in the city, persuading him to contract Xiao Yushin. The contract has already been signed. I merely mentioned it to Secretary Su, and he rewarded me with 30,000 yuan. We just had dinner with the leaders of the town. We were supposed to have a program tonight, but Huzi wanted to return home, hence our departure. Xiao Yushin? Tai Wenhua turned to Tai Hu. Someone has contracted Xiao Yushin? How come we never heard of this? Su Shanjin scoffed. Who would dare tell you? Aren't you already causing enough ruckus in the town? If you knew about it and Boss Yao decided not to invest, wouldn't there be chaos? But the contract has already been signed, and I expect you'll be notified in a couple of days. Deng Zuelan then asked, what exactly is going on? Isn't Zaibo Yushin haunted? Who would dare contract it? Taihu chuckled, Mom, there are no such ghosts or deities. This is merely feudal superstition. That Boss Yao is a junior from my old school, planning to establish a livestock and hunting farm. I thought the environment of Zaibo Yushin was quite suitable, so I recommended it to him. I intend to stay here and will visit you more often. Deng Zuelan's expression changed slightly. Huzi, you mean you will remain here? At home, or at Zaibo Yushin? Taihu, puzzled by his mother's sudden change in demeanor, replied, my friend intends to put Zaibo Yushin under my management, which means I will likely have to stay there frequently. Absolutely not. Tai Wenhua's voice darkened as he firmly stated, everyone around here knows about the haunting on the mountain. Otherwise, why do you think that tourism company terminated their contract and withdrew their investment? The term terminated contract and withdrew investment was a fashionable phrase provided to the villagers by the town, shifting all responsibility onto the tourism development company. Unfortunately, the villagers were not convinced, and Tai Wenhua was all too familiar with it, casually mentioning it. Deng Zuelan shook her head. Your father is right. Huzi, Zaibo Yushin is indeed haunted. There are all sorts of strange noises at midnight. Construction workers have witnessed it firsthand. Suddenly, a swarm of ants appeared on the construction site, forming a line of characters instructing everyone to leave Zaibo Yushin. Besides, the mosquitoes and venomous bees there viciously attack the workers, nearly causing fatalities. Isn't that provoking the mountain spirit? We only regained peace at Zaibo Yushin after we burned incense and offered sacrifices to appease the mountain spirit. Taihu, who did not believe in ghosts, chose not to argue with his mother, nodding instead, Mom, rest assured, even if it is haunted, my friend has assured me that he will invite skilled practitioners to exorcise the spirits. There will be no issues. If it truly becomes untenable, I will step away from it. Deng Zuelan, aware of her son's temperament, sighed, I hope everything will be fine. Recently, many strange occurrences have transpired. We cannot dismiss them. Uncle Wancher from the eastern end of our village has also faced troubles. His son has fallen gravely ill, rumored to be afflicted by malevolent spirits, and they've gone to the city to seek a master for exorcism. Taihu frowned. What happened to Uncle Wancher? Why not seek a doctor for his son? Deng Zuelan shook her head. They have consulted a doctor, but the physician could not identify the problem. How could it be that a person is fine one moment and then feverish and rambling the next? He must have come into contact with something unclean. You would understand if you saw him. Let us not dwell on this. I will prepare some water for you to wash up. You reek of alcohol. Taihu nodded, having consumed quite a bit during dinner and now feeling slightly dizzy. Su Shanjin, however, was in high spirits, urging Tai Wenhua to bring out the bottle of his prized snake liquor, while he went to the village store to buy a pound of salted peanuts, and the two began to drink together. The vehicle swiftly approached Tiejia village, and to Yao Lie's astonishment, Zhang Baoshan claimed to possess a thorough understanding of the village's circumstances. However, they were halted at the village entrance. Two burly men, their arms thick and bodies enveloped in dark flesh, immediately blocked the path as the vehicle approached, gruffly demanding, "Stop the car." Wei Kongping felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Old Zhang, didn't you say you were well acquainted with the situation in Tiejia village? What on earth is going on?" Zhang Baoshan's expression darkened as he turned to Yao Lie, apologetically stating, "Please wait a moment, Boss Yao. Let me ascertain the situation." He then exited the vehicle, his tone stern as he addressed the two imposing figures. "Who are you? Why are you preventing us from entering the village?" Upon recognizing him, the dark-skinned men's faces shifted in color. Although Zhang Baoshan did not know them, they certainly recognized him as the deputy director of the town government office. For the villagers of Huanshan and Tiejia, he was an esteemed figure, far beyond their reach. When villagers from Huanshan ventured outside, they often boasted about their director Zhang. However, since Zhang Baoshan's family had moved to the town, he seldom returned to the village. Now, accompanying Yao Lie to Tiejia village, he found himself obstructed at the entrance, his expression understandably darkening. One of the burly men, flustered, quickly explained, "Director Zhang, please do not misunderstand. We did not intend to block your vehicle. You see, Our uncle Tai Wansher has encountered some trouble and is currently seeking a master to perform rituals to ward off evil spirits. We cannot allow outsiders to disturb him, which is why we were instructed to stop all vehicles from entering the village. He paused, then stammered. If Director Zhang has business in Tiejia village, you may enter through the road of Tai Wenhua. Tiejia village has two entrances, not far apart, merely about 200 meters. The implication from the burly man was clear. Despite their fear of Zhang Baoshan's authority, they remained resolute in their decision to block the vehicle, which intrigued Yao Lie. Wei Kongping, already at odds with Zhang Baoshan, couldn't help but sneer. Old Zhang, it seems your influence is lacking. Perhaps we should just enter the village through the other entrance. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Baoshan would have engaged in a witty exchange with Wei Kongping. Yet this time he frowned, contemplating before replying, Boss Yao, it seems that Brother Tiehu is associated with the family of Tai Wenhua. Conveniently located at the other entrance, Yao Lie chuckled. In that case, there is no need to enter the village. After all, I merely came to find Tiehu. Once Zhang Baoshan returned to the vehicle, he sighed and smiled ruefully at Yao Lie. I truly apologize. Boss Yao, if it were anyone else, it would be manageable, but this Tai Wansher. What about him? Yao Lie inquired with curiosity. Zhang Baoshan elaborated. Tai Wansher has a temperament as stubborn as stone and holds considerable prestige in Tiejia village. A significant portion of the village, nearly 1/3, is related to him. He has frequently brought people to the town to cause a ruckus over matters concerning Xiao Yushan, making him quite a headache. While I am not afraid of him, any conflict could easily frighten you, Boss Yao. Is that the same old man who often brings people to the town demanding compensation? Wei Kongping asked, somewhat surprised. Zhang Baoshan nodded. Indeed, it is he. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the village entrance as a group of people chased after two individuals clad in Taoist robes. Yao Lie's keen eyes immediately spotted Tiehu among the crowd. To his further astonishment, the two individuals in Taoist attire were none other than the ones he had encountered before, the Taoist Dongshu from the Tianyun Temple on Zhihua Mountain, and the beautiful Taoist priestess with a youthful visage and striking figure. Could it be that Tai Wansher has summoned these two to perform rituals? Yao Lie thought, rendered speechless. Now convinced of the existence of spirits, he recognized that the ghostly tiger was indeed a malevolent entity, so it was not surprising that Tai Wansher had encountered trouble with some evil spirit. However, he was acutely aware that Dongshu and the beautiful Taoist priestess were nothing but swindlers. Their so-called spirit lamps that glowed in the presence of evil were merely equipped with small light bulbs. Yao Lie's second fortune had been gained through a scheme involving Ming Sanhe, inspired by these two very individuals. Recalling their dubious performances, Yao Lie felt a flush of embarrassment. Had it not been for the ghostly tiger's assistance, he would never have secured his second fortune, let alone established a connection with Ming Yishan. Naturally, he promptly signaled to Wei Kongping to halt. With Tiehu present, there was no need to wait at his residence. Moreover, with the beautiful Taoist priestess in sight, Yao Lie was determined to disembark. Do not question the reasons behind his eagerness to leave the vehicle upon seeing the beautiful priestess. If you were a man of considerable wealth with a partner who was not particularly feminine, encountering such an enchanting beauty would compel you to step out. Yao Lie had initially sought her contact information not with the intention of requesting assistance in exorcising demons. He was an ordinary man, both mentally and physically, and the presence of such a delicate beauty would naturally incite his desire to rescue her from any peril. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the two burly men noticed Yao Lie striding toward the crowd and their expressions changed slightly. Hesitating for a moment, they still positioned themselves before him, though they refrained from imposing any physical obstruction, mindful of Zhang Baoshan's reputation. Yao Lie paid them no heed, casually gesturing them aside with a wave of his hand. The two men felt an overwhelming force surging toward them, causing them to stumble and step aside. Allowing Yao Lie to pass through effortlessly was absurd. Although Yao Lie was merely at the level of a minor demon, his strength had been augmented by the thunder tempering technique, making him formidable. Practicing the domineering Wan Guyao Huangju, he was undoubtedly a cut above the rest among minor demons, possessing the strength of over 1,000 pounds and mastering 2 practical demon techniques. His prowess could easily rival that of a few third-tier martial artists, rendering him impervious to mere ordinary men. Zhang Baoshan and Wei Kongping were taken aback, knowing well the villager's brutish nature and fearing Yao Lie might unwittingly place himself in jeopardy. They hurriedly followed, cognizant that their status might provide some leverage against the villagers of Tiejia. From a distance, Yao Lie extended his hands, warmly greeting Taoist Dongxiu. It has been quite some time. What brings you here? Taoist. Upon seeing Yao Lie approach, Dongxiu's brow furrowed slightly. The female Taoist whispered something in his ear, prompting him to nod and respond, "Ah, it is you, young brother." He scrutinized Yao Lie for a moment before shaking his head and sighing, "Your demonic aura has intensified. Young brother, unfortunately, I have just vanquished the mountain demon for Tiejia and expended considerable energy. It may be challenging to assist you in dispelling your demonic aura." Yao Lie's expression shifted dramatically. "What should I do then?" "You must assist me, esteemed Taoists." Dongxiu smiled lightly, exuding an air of wisdom. "Do not worry too much, young brother. In a few days, once I regain my strength, I shall personally perform a ritual for you. Our Tianyun sect's 9 generations of demon-catching techniques can capture any demon." Chapter 54. The Possession of a Demon. The 9 generations of demon-catching techniques from the Tianyun sect can capture any demon. Yao Lie smoothly completed Dongxiu's statement. Gazing at the beautiful Taoist priestess with a flirtatious look, "May I ask who has stirred up such evil that it necessitated your presence here, Taoist? And what is the name of this enchanting priestess?" The beautiful Taoist priestess maintained a stern expression, coldly replying, "I am called Miaozhen." Dongxiu coughed discreetly, quickly redirecting the conversation, gesturing with his hand. "It is the only son of the esteemed Tai Wanshi, Tai Jinin, who has been afflicted by the mountain demon's corpse energy. However, I have already expelled the evil spirit, and after taking a couple of doses of my ancestral secret medicine, he will be just fine." Tai Wanshi was stout and robust, his expression exuding a certain innocence that belied the wildness described by Zhang Baoshan. Initially, upon seeing Yao Lie approach, he contemplated driving him away. However, upon realizing Yao's acquaintance with Taoist Dongxiu, and given that the malevolent spirit had already been subdued by the latter, he decided to restrain himself. Yao Lie followed the direction indicated by Taoist Dongxiu, his expression shifting dramatically. This time, his astonishment was genuine, devoid of pretense. Before him stood a young man with a pallid complexion and fierce, glaring eyes. Emitting guttural sounds reminiscent of a beast, he was being restrained by 2 burly men. His arms held tightly as his wrists were bound in front of him. It was evident that his fingers bore claws as sharp as a cat's, lending an air of eerie strangeness to the scene. Previously, Yao Lie had dismissed the villagers as ignorant for seeking the assistance of Taoist Dongxiu to subdue demons. However, witnessing the plight of Tai Jinin made him realize that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Tai Jinin was clearly possessed by a malevolent spirit, utilizing the very demon-summoning techniques that Yao Lie had recently mastered, demon possession. The overwhelming aura of malevolence was unmistakable to Yao Lie's keen senses, as it radiated pure demonic energy. Although this energy was denser than that which resided within Tai Jinin, it was merely a consequence of the latter's possession by the spirit's manifestation. Yao Lie understood clearly that if it were the actual demon, its prowess would certainly surpass his own. Even the great white serpent and the toad could not compare. After all, the technique of demon possession was beyond the capabilities of both the serpent and the toad, let alone that of the ghostly tiger. Nevertheless, Yao Lie discerned that the demonic energy within Tai Jinin seemed to be suppressed by some force, for despite his ferocious glare and guttural growls, his body exhibited little resistance. Taoist Dongxiu, having noticed Tai Jinin's unusual state, approached him and placed a firm hand on his shoulder, stating in a grave tone, "Though the mountain spirit has been subdued, the residual demonic energy cannot be eradicated immediately. A medicinal concoction is required, and he shall return to normal in a few days." Yao Lie furrowed his brow slightly. With Dongxiu's touch, he sensed the suppression of Tai Jinin's demonic energy and began to harbor doubts. Could it be that this Taoist truly has the power to exorcise demons? Yet, what of the small bulb in the demon's soul lamp? Surely it is improbable that a centuries-old bronze lamp contains such a trivial light source. Iron, whose face mirrored a peculiar expression, evidently influenced by Tai Jinin's condition, as he found himself unwittingly believing in the haunting tales of Shaoyu Mountain. He hesitated, unsure of how to approach Yao Lie, thus refraining from greeting him. Having learned from the experiences of the travel company, the folks in Wenshui town had become astute, stipulating in their contracts that should Yao Lie unilaterally breach the agreement, the advance rental fee of 15 million would be forfeited. Iron, who could not possibly inform Yao Lie of the ghostly occurrences at Xiaoyu Mountain, hoping instead to persuade him not to pursue its development. However, if he continued, and if there truly were sinister entities present, Iron, who was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Initially, he had intended to invite this enigmatic Taoist Dongshu to the mountain for an inspection, but upon discovering Yao Lie's acquaintance with him, he opted against it. Yao Lie, perceiving a flicker of fear and peculiarity in Taoist Dongshu's eyes, soon witnessed the fair maiden Taoist Miaozhen producing yellow paper and vermilion ink. Swiftly inscribing a prescription before addressing Tai Wenshi, "Mr. Tai, your son shall be fine. We must return to refine the demonic presence and eradicate the root of his affliction, so we shall not linger here." For several days, Tai Wenshi had been unable to sleep or eat, as his son exhibited frenzied behavior, leaping about while emitting bizarre feline cries. His fingers and toes had sprouted sharp claws, his frame emaciated yet astonishingly strong. Ultimately, it took several robust men to subdue Tai Jinin, binding him with ropes and chains. When Taoist Dongshu arrived, he merely burned a few talismans and pressed 2 fingers against Tai Jinin's forehead, after which the young man calmed. Ceasing his desperate struggles, it was evident that the Taoist possessed genuine supernatural abilities, and upon hearing that the malevolent spirit had been subdued, Tai Jinin immediately expressed his gratitude, offering several large red envelopes, which appeared bulging and likely contained several thousand yuan in cash. Taoist Dongshu, appearing fatigued, did not accept the envelopes. It was Taoist Miaozhen who took them. Just as Tai Wenshi was about to summon a vehicle to escort the 2 Taoists back to Sanlong City, Yao Lie interjected, "Taoist Dongshu, please take your time." Taoist Dongshu waved his hand slightly. "No need for concern, young brother. Miaozhen, please bestow upon this young brother a talisman to ward off demons. This talisman will protect him from demonic energies for 5 days. At that time, you may contact me, and I shall help expel the demonic forces." Yao Lie's expression shifted to one of urgency. "Taoist, it is as follows. I have just contracted Xiaoyu Mountain, and having heard of its hauntings, would it not be prudent to invite you to stay in the villa area for a couple of days to regain your powers? At that time, you could assist me in expelling the demonic presence and perhaps deal with any ghostly entities that may reside there. I assure you, I will reward you handsomely." Accompanying Tai Wenshi were the able-bodied men of Tai Family Village. According to Taoist Dongshu, the presence of women could amplify negative energy, hence only the accomplished female Taoist Miaozhen would remain on site. Tai Wenhua and Tai Wenshi were of the same lineage and had accompanied Iron Hu to this gathering. Upon hearing Yao Lie's proposal, their eyes brightened. Despite his obstinate demeanor, Tai Hu had no reason to doubt that his son, especially given the lack of news over the past 2 years, might have been in peril had it not been for the regular remittances sent to Deng Tsuelon. In the underworld, where life was precarious and uncertain, things could turn dire at any moment. Had it not been for this, Tai Wenhua would not have severed ties with his son. Now that his son had returned, appearing much more sensible and inclined to stay in Wenshui town to manage Xiaoyu Mountain, Tai Wenhua naturally supported him wholeheartedly. The only concern that lingered in his mind was the matter of the haunting at Xiaoyu Mountain. However, despite the terror instilled by the ghostly tales, the absence of fatalities allowed Tai Wenhua to view the situation pragmatically. Even if he were to venture to Xiaoyu Mountain, he believed it to be preferable to mingling with the underworld, where the vitality of young men would deter malevolent spirits. At worst, he could offer additional sacrifices to appease the spirits, as the previous disturbances had calmed after the villagers conducted rituals. Now, witnessing Taoist Dongshu's prowess and extraordinary abilities, and hearing that Yao Lie was the principal contractor of Xiaoyu Mountain, Tai Wenhua was elated, believing this would ensure his son's safety while working there. He eagerly interjected, "Indeed, Taoist, the ghostly entities at Xiaoyu Mountain have instilled fear among us. Your compassion and supernatural abilities could help us subdue these spirits and restore peace to our village." The villagers of Tai Family Village shared expressions of astonishment, glancing at each other and inquiring, "Did he really contract Xiaoyu Mountain? Will our rent finally be paid? Isn't that Zhang director from Huanshan Village accompanying this youth? We should ask him for confirmation." "Yes. The other individual appears to be Director Wei. I recognized him from the last time he came to the town for funds, a prominent figure indeed." The crowd erupted in excitement, for this was monumental news. They had previously believed that no one would dare to contract Xiaoyu Mountain, especially with locals hesitant to approach it, let alone outsiders who could not possibly establish a tourist attraction. Their discontent had stemmed from the inability to find anyone to contract the mountain's fruit orchards and reservoirs, resulting in a complete loss of income. Zhang Baoshan had no choice but to step forward. Gesturing with both hands to command attention, and in a solemn tone proclaimed, "Everyone, listen. This is Mr. Yao, the esteemed contractor from the city. He speaks the truth. The contract has been signed, and formal notification will be forthcoming in a few days." With Tai Jining possessed, the villagers were understandably concerned. However, now that the malevolent spirit had been subdued, their focus swiftly shifted back to the contract for Shaoyu Mountain. The residents of Tai family village were few in number. Yet the land belonging to them on Shaoyu Mountain was substantial. Should someone contract it, the rental income would undoubtedly surpass that of other villages. Following the previous agreements with the travel company, which had yielded monthly earnings of 700 to 800, this young man's contract would likely prove even more lucrative. The travel company had been driven away by the haunting, and the villagers of Tai family village were also wary of Yao Lie potentially abandoning them. Thus they urged Taoist Dongshu to exorcise the spirits. Taoist Dongshu hesitated, scrutinizing Yao Lie before inquiring, "Have you truly contracted Shaoyu Mountain?" Given that Tai Jining had fallen ill after returning from Shaoyu Mountain, the villagers naturally associated his affliction with the hauntings. Taoist Dongshu had already heard of the ghostly occurrences from the villagers. Shaoyu Mountain spans over 1,000 acres. It must require several million annually. Correct? He questioned, his skepticism evident. The last time he had encountered Yao Lie was in a lowly establishment like Longfeng Restaurant, where a mere couple of hundred yuan sufficed for a meal. Now, this young man had transformed into Mr. Yao, claiming to have contracted Shaoyu Mountain, which left Taoist Dongshu somewhat incredulous. Yao Lie nodded earnestly. "It will take around 2 to 3 million. I have already paid over 10 million in deposits. Taoist, you must assist me. Money is not an issue." This statement struck a familiar chord with Yao Lie, reminiscent of how Ming Sanhe had once addressed him. Presently, Yao Lie's assets were unlikely to be inferior to those of Ming Sanhe. Thus he spoke with conviction. However, his desire to retain Taoist Dongshu was not solely motivated by the enchanting Miaozhen. There was something exceedingly peculiar about Taoist Dongshu. At the outset, Yao Lie believed him to be a charlatan, but upon learning about the ancient martial arts families, he assumed the old Taoist was a practitioner of such arts. Now, as Yao Lie discovered the old Taoist possessed the ability to suppress the demonic aura emanating from Tai Jining, revealing an expression of both terror and peculiarity, it was evident that the situation surrounding Tai Jining was far more enigmatic than Yao Lie had anticipated. As a practitioner of demonic power himself, Yao Lie felt compelled to uncover the truth behind the old Taoist's methods of suppression. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to achieve peace of mind. Tio put it plainly, the old Taoist's ability to suppress the demonic energy made him a natural nemesis to creatures like the toad and the great white serpent. And simultaneously, he was an adversary to Yao Lie, who was a novice in the realm of demonology. Chapter 55. The decision of the Yao family, the money is not an issue. This phrase, in most contexts, possesses a tremendous impact. After a moment of hesitation, the old Taoist inquired, "The ghostly entity on Shaoyu Mountain is exceptionally powerful, being the ghost king of this region." Tio confronted, "Extensive preparations are necessary, including the construction of an altar and the arrangement of a magical formation, along with 100 years' worth of vermilion, golden liquid, and spirit paper. We may even have to destroy a treasured artifact of our Tianyun sect to serve as the focal point of the formation." The villagers of Tiejia village gasped in astonishment upon hearing his words, unable to fathom that the ghostly entity on Shaoyu Mountain was, in fact, an immensely formidable ghost king. The expression on Tai Wenhua's face was particularly one of profound concern. The old Taoist paused briefly before continuing, "I must speak frankly. As the saying goes, money can summon spirits. Moreover, we shall need real gold and silver to invite the night-roaming god and the mountain deity of Shaoyu Mountain to assist us in subduing this ghost king. At the very least, we will require this amount." He raised a hand and waved it in front of Yao Lie. Miaozhen, the enchanting female Taoist, suddenly changed her expression and urgently interjected, "Grandfather, your powers have not yet been restored. You cannot subdue the ghost king. We should return and discuss this later." Clearly, she did not wish to linger in this place. However, the old Taoist ignored his granddaughter. his gaze fixed intently on Yao Lie. Yao Lie smiled and replied, "No problem. 50,000 is but a trifle. Once we capture that ghost king, I shall provide it, whether in cash or via transfer." F 50,000? The old Taoist's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his voice trembling slightly. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Young brother, that is indeed 50,000. Are you truly willing to part with such an amount?" Miao Zhan was equally taken aback, unable to believe that the seemingly humble Yao Lie would propose such a sum. She understood her grandfather's intentions, as he was likely only seeking 5,000, which was already an exorbitant request. Usually, their schemes yielded at most 5,000 yuan. "Grandfather, we should return." She hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely insisted on leaving. Leaving Yao Lie puzzled. The old Taoist and this stunning female Taoist had traveled all the way from Sanlong City for just a few thousand yuan. Yet now that he had offered 50,000, she was unwilling to accept the deal. The old Taoist, however, declared firmly, "As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to subdue demons and dispel evil. How can we be deterred by the formidable presence of the Ghost King? Rest assured, young brother, I shall do everything in my power to subdue that Ghost King." However, his expression turned serious. "I hope you can prepare the 50,000 in advance. We will need cash, as I must burn 30,000 to invite the night roaming god and the mountain deity for assistance during the ritual. If there is insufficient wealth to offer to the spirits and we provoke them, I cannot guarantee your safety." Miao Zhan bit her silver teeth, stamping her foot in frustration, and shot Yao Lie a fierce glare. Yet she did not continue to dissuade the old Taoist. Despite the villagers' prior fears of Shaoyu Mountain, the presence of the old Taoist emboldened them. Additionally, with Yao Lie's generous offer of 10,000 yuan, the villagers found their courage, and including Tai Hu, several strong men brought fresh supplies to the bamboo forest villa area on Shaoyu Mountain, swiftly clearing out 2 mixed-structure villas of bamboo, wood, and brick, allowing the old Taoist and Miao Zhan to recuperate and restore their powers in peace. Meanwhile, the O family, the dominant underground force in Sanlong City, was experiencing significant setbacks. Although O Debao lacked martial roots, he was the biological son of the second patriarch of the O family, still in the prime of his lineage and not yet of an age to be relegated to a collateral branch. The business card of a direct descendant of the O family carried more weight in Sanlong City than that of many high-ranking officials. To quantify this, O Debao acquired 51% of the shares of a silver shipping company valued over 800 million yuan for 300 million. And the Zhongbao Group, with assets of 10 billion, was powerless to resist under the influence of this card. Without Yao Lie's intervention, the Zhongbao Group would undoubtedly have faced ruin. The card of a direct descendant of the O family was worth 10 billion yuan. The heavyweight figures of Sanlong City were astounded to learn that O Debao, the son of the second patriarch of the O family, not only had his business dealings and companies sealed, but was also sentenced to 8 years in prison without the possibility of parole, along with a staggering fine of 15 billion. Such a result was unimaginable to anyone. Even the ancient martial arts families were taken aback, unaware of why the Lin family had suddenly allied with the authorities to strike such a blow against the O family. In the world of ancient martial arts families, the survival of the fittest prevailed. To grow stronger, families often sought to absorb others. The O family had suffered this silent blow and had retaliated against the Lin family in various ways. The most direct response was that the Lin family's pharmacy on Dongmin Street was suddenly smashed by dozens of people, and several companies that supplied medicinal materials to the pharmacy tore up their contracts, ceasing all business with the Yaowang Group. The ongoing clandestine conflict between the O and Lin families provided an opportunity for others to infiltrate Sanlong City. Within a mere 2 weeks, the Mo family from Fenghuang City, the Xie family from Baiming City, and even the Gu family from the neighboring Dongfang province contacted the authorities in Sanlong City to establish branches of their enterprises. The ancient martial arts families understood that this was the 3 great families joining forces to enter Sanlong City, seeking to profit from the conflict between the O and Lin families. Faced with such a situation, the O family was undoubtedly troubled, as they had not anticipated that O Debao's actions against the flimsy Zhongbao Group would lead to such dire consequences. O Yanzheng, as the patriarch of the O family, found himself in a very difficult position. This was not merely a matter of O Debao's arrest. It was a signal, a beginning. The authorities were not powerless against the O family. They merely wished to avoid provoking unrest. The ancient martial arts families were not enough to intimidate the authorities into submission. which was why ordinary ancient martial arts families aggressively developed secular enterprises to expand their influence. However, if those with significant martial prowess, such as the families on the celestial and earthly rankings, possessed overwhelming strength, even powerful firearms could not harm their elite, causing the authorities genuine concern. Now that the O and Lin families were in conflict, the authorities seemed to have tacitly allied with the Lin family to launch an offensive against the O family. Many enterprises under the O family, particularly those involved in illicit activities, were subjected to rigorous scrutiny, and several nightclubs and hotels had been shut down for inspections. The O family appeared to be at a disadvantage in this confrontation, further inviting opportunistic families like the Gu family to take advantage of the situation. Should they mishandle their response, the O family could easily find themselves relegated to the status of an ordinary family, perhaps even compelled to retreat from Sanlong City, relinquishing their long-held territory. All of this turmoil stems from that Yao Lie. He must possess some secret, or the Lin family would not risk an alliance with the authorities to target us. O Yin Hai, the second patriarch of the O family, declared with a grim expression. The ancient martial arts families were exceedingly wary of engaging with the authorities. At most, they allowed collateral descendants to establish limited connections under the guise of businesses. The Lin family's actions were perilously close to breaching the bottom line of ancient martial arts families, risking a coalition of other families to resist them. This was why O Yinhai asserted that the Lin family was recklessly collaborating with the authorities. O Baohua, not a direct brother of O Yanjing but a collateral descendant, had astonishing talent, achieving the rank of martial master at just 28, and had now reached the realm of a first-grade martial sect, making him exceptionally formidable. His strength was only surpassed by O Wentian and O Yanjing. While O Yinhai, the second patriarch, was merely a sixth-tier martial master, far inferior to O Baohua, the O family faced grave dangers. O Baohua, who had been training outside, hurried back to discuss countermeasures with O Yanjing and others. He nodded, stating, "According to our intelligence, this seemingly ordinary individual who suddenly possesses the strength to rival a first-tier martial master likely acquired some elixir that rapidly enhances strength. It is probably for this reason that the Lin family forged an agreement with him." O Yanjing pondered, "Though the Lin family is somewhat stronger than us, this is our territory, and they know they cannot contend with us here. Their willingness to go to such lengths, even allying with the authorities, indicates that whatever Yao Lie possesses far exceeds our estimates. If he indeed has an elixir for enhancing strength, it must be in substantial quantity." O Baohua's expression darkened as he glanced at O Yinhai and scoffed. "We have indeed overstepped our bounds, delving into matters we should not have. Otherwise, the authorities would have found no reason to act against us. Especially O Debao, his actions were utterly reckless." The other significant figures of the O family could not help but cast their gazes towards O Yinhai upon hearing this. However, they dared not speak out, for only O Baohua, a first-grade martial sect master, had the courage to disregard O Yinhai's authority. O Yinhai's expression turned icy, and he was about to respond when O Yanjing waved his hand. "Discussing this now is futile. I summoned everyone here to discuss how to cope with this crisis. What are your thoughts?" Ren Wuxin was not a member of the O family, yet he had benefited from them in his early years and, under the auspices of O Wentian, had married a woman from the O family, thus becoming one of them. Although the ancient martial families valued bloodline inheritance, they were not rigid. Relying solely on their own progeny made it challenging to expand and flourish. Absorbing outstanding talents from the outside world to enhance the family bloodline was one of the methods that ancient martial families employed to maintain their prosperity. Offspring born to outsiders who possessed martial roots often took their mother's surname, as was the case with Ren Wuxin's son, whose exceptional aptitude ranked among the top in the O family's third generation. Consequently, Ren Wuxin's status within the O family had also risen, granting him the qualification to participate in core meetings. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Yao Lie possesses something coveted by the Lin family. Judging by their reaction, it seems they have not yet acquired it, or perhaps they have not obtained the entirety of it. Why don't we capture Yao Lie and take what he has? The Lin family would have no reason to act against us, and we, the O family, might reap considerable benefits. As for the officials, it is likely merely a warning to us. Once the Lin family backs off, they cannot afford to be excessive. If they truly provoke our O family, even the high-ranking officials in the province would find it difficult to sit comfortably in their positions." O Yanjing nodded and remarked, "Wuxin is correct. Here is the plan. Baohua, you and Wuxin should take a trip to Wenshui town and bring Yao Lie back. However, the Lin family may have arranged for people nearby, so be cautious and take a few more individuals with you. Additionally, Mingyuan, you should lead a group to Yao Lie's residence and see if anything can be discovered. Mingyuan, a core figure of the O family, known for his reserved nature, nodded silently upon hearing O Yinjing's words. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed O Yinhai's face as he interjected. Yao Lie has an aunt with whom he shares a close relationship. What if? O Yinjing's eyes flashed with cold intent as he retorted. Our O family has endured countless dangers to exist until now and to ascend the human rankings. Not merely due to luck, but because we uphold our principles. We may resort to any means against the Lin family and Yao Lie, but we must never involve innocent bystanders. Do not mention this again. His expression darkened. Do not think I am unaware of your actions. Since you have brought someone out, let him remain far away. O Yinhai's countenance changed, and though his mouth moved, he dared not speak further. I and the O family. Only two individuals truly held authority. The venerable ancestor O Wentian and the current family head. O Yinzhang, Chapter 56. A foray into mystery. The O family speculations were remarkably close to the truth. For ancient martial families, the only things that could genuinely attract them were three types of entities. First, cultivation techniques. Second, elixirs and treasures that could enhance strength. And third, individuals with exceptional cultivation aptitude. Wealth was never the focal point of conflict among ancient martial families. These three elements could bolster the strength of an ancient martial family. And even when different martial factions clashed over territory, the underlying reasons invariably traced back to these three factors. Sanlong City was the domain of the O family, making it easy to investigate Yao Lie's background. A slight deduction would reveal that Yao Lie had likely inadvertently acquired a precious elixir left by predecessors, which had piqued the interest of the Lin family. This was indeed the case. Though the O family members could never have imagined that the elixir in Yao Lie's possession was concocted by the monster he had nurtured. O Mingyuan's visit to Yao Lie's residence was not expected to yield any valuable items or clues. If the Lin family could not retrieve what they needed from Yao Lie, they would certainly not leave it in his home, lest it be secretly taken by members of the Lin family. After all, if O Debao could frame Yao Lie for the incident, it was even less likely that the Lin family, with superior strength, would miss such an opportunity. However, knowing that Yao Lie had gone to Zaiwo Yushin, the O family could not forego a visit to Yao Lie's home. It was not just O Mingyuan who went. He was accompanied by two external third-stage martial artists. Given the covert struggle between the O and Lin families, even if it remained in the shadows, the O family had to exercise caution. In the realm of ancient martial family conflicts, certain unspoken rules existed. One must not recklessly harm innocent civilians, nor cause excessive disturbances. For instance, when the O family members acted against the Yaowang Group's pharmacy on Dongmin Street, they utilized their underworld connections to obscure the truth if large-scale brawls or the use of explosives and firearms occurred. It would be a grave violation and invite severe repercussions from the authorities. Should O family martial artists encounter those from the Lin family in isolated circumstances, even if fatalities ensued, as long as it did not attract the attention of ordinary citizens, the officials would likely turn a blind eye or handle the matter discreetly, maintaining a certain tacit understanding with those of the ancient martial world. Present, the core figures of the O family rarely ventured out alone to avoid giving the Lin family any opportunity. Naturally, the same applied to the Lin family. Even Lin Feng had 2 or 3 Lin family martial artist bodyguards by his side. Simultaneously, one of the O family's 3 martial sects, O Baohua and others, set off towards Wanshui town Zaiwo Yushin. According to their information, the Lin family's martial sect member, Lin Kuang, had already arrived in Sanlong City, yet the O family could not ascertain his whereabouts. O Baohua, being a martial sect member, dared not underestimate the situation. In addition to Ren Wuxin, a 5th-stage martial artist, he had 2 4th-stage martial artists and 2 3rd-stage martial artists accompanying him, totaling 6 individuals of formidable strength. After concluding the family meeting, O Yinhai returned to his villa in Yunyu district with a sullen expression. The O family possessed ancestral estates, with a garden-style mansion nestled deep in the woods on the outskirts of Sanlong City serving as the family headquarters, where the family head, O Yinzheng, resided. The mansion housed the core members of the clan, but even the core members, merely from family business dividends, enjoyed earnings exceeding 100 million. They certainly owned properties in other locations as well. As the second head of the family, Yanhai owned more than 3 villas, each valued at over 10 million. Yanhai did not possess exceptional martial aptitude. Were it not for his connection to Yanzheng, he would never have attained the position of second head of the O family. Among the 30-odd core figures of the O family, fewer than 10 were weaker than him, and this was a result of the preferential treatment he received due to being Yanzheng's younger brother. In the O family, strength was paramount. Thus, Yanhai had little say in matters. He truly dared not defy Yanzheng's orders, knowing all too well his brother's temperament and ruthlessness. Had it not been for Debao being his own nephew, leading to the O family facing such a significant predicament for selfish reasons, Yanzheng would have decisively dealt with Debao. Upon returning to his villa in Yunyu district, Yanhai coldly shouted, "Get out here." Debao peeked his head out from the second-floor room, grinning. "What has got you all worked up again?" "My dear, what's wrong?" A charming voice followed. Yanhai's expression darkened further. "You need to leave immediately. I don't care where, Europe, America, whatever. If you dare return here within 8 years, I'll make sure to break your legs." Debao frowned. "Didn't someone say they'd take the fall for me? He looks just like me and has had surgery. No one will recognize him. So why should I leave? Moreover, I haven't even settled the score with that Yao Lie and the wretched Song Shui yet. He was not foolish. In Sanlong City, under the protection of the O family, he could act with impunity. However, in America or Europe, who would recognize the O family? The local mafia and gangs were exceptionally powerful, particularly since they had no qualms about using firearms. Some formidable families even employed large groups of mercenaries. Killing someone was trivial for them. Naturally, Debao was reluctant to leave Sanlong City. Otherwise, given his usual arrogance, without the O family's protection, he could easily fall victim to a hidden gunman. Yanhai snorted heavily. "You either leave on your own or I'll break your legs and carry you out. You two, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 middle-aged men, aged approximately 30 to 40, with grim expressions entered the villa. Yanhai looked at them. "You will accompany him abroad, and he is forbidden from returning for 8 years. I don't want to see him here tomorrow." "Understood." The 2 middle-aged men nodded in unison. Yanhai shot Debao a dark glare before turning and leaving the villa without looking back. Realizing that Yanzheng had actually sent 2 personal bodyguards to accompany him, Debao understood he had no choice. However, these bodyguards, both third-stage martial artists, would ensure his safety abroad. Although the shares of Inya Shipping and Jada Trading Group had been auctioned off and hefty fines paid, Debao could still find 1 or 200 million in cash, making it easy to live as a small, wealthy individual abroad. A sinister expression deepened on Debao's face as he pushed away the alluring figure that had approached him. Murmuring to the 2 middle-aged men, "Fine, I'll leave tomorrow, but before that, you must help me with something." His lips twitched slightly. "Song Shui, you wretched woman, today you will learn of my might." Although Yao Lie's house was situated within a community, the security at the entrance was ineffective, primarily concerned with collecting parking fees. While ostensibly, strangers were required to register before entering, in reality, Mingyuan and the others passed through the entrance without any inquiries. As the 2 security guards were engrossed in their phones, Mingyuan surveyed the vicinity of Yao Lie's building, finding nothing unusual. Of course, he was unaware if the Lin family had arranged for individuals to monitor them from the neighboring buildings using telescopes. Upon reaching the 3rd floor in front of Yao Lie's residence, Mingyuan pressed the doorbell several times, but received no response. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed one of the external martial artists to remain at the door. Then retrieved a universal key he had prepared in advance and inserted it into the keyhole. With a couple of twists, Yao Lie's garbage security door was opened by Mingyuan. Were it not for the concern of causing a disturbance, Mingyuan, as a 5th-tier martial artist, could have easily shattered this exceedingly ordinary security door with a mere strike. A potent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted into the nostrils of Mingyuan and the stout martial artist who followed him. Causing Mingyuan to be taken aback, he inhaled deeply. The intense fragrance invigorated his inner energy, clearly indicating its substantial effects on those engaged in martial arts. The stout martial artist beside him also displayed a look of astonishment. Unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Brother Mingyuan, could it be that Yao Lie is concocting medicine at home?" "Impossible." Mingyuan shook his head. "Our people are watching the Xiaoyu Mountain area and just called back. Yao Lie is at Xiaoyu Mountain. Otherwise, Bao Hua wouldn't have gone there." At that moment, A series of loud thuds emanated from the kitchen. Oming Yuan's expression tightened as he exchanged glances with the stout martial artist. Focusing his energy, they cautiously approached the kitchen. Inside, the gas was burning vigorously, and the steam caused the lid of the pot to rattle. Both Oming Yuan and the stout martial artist's expressions changed dramatically. There was someone in the house. According to their intelligence, Yao Lie lived alone. How could there be someone brewing medicine? And why had there been no response when they rang the doorbell? Oming Yuan's internal energy surged, his clothing billowing as he narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "There is someone here. Let us split up and search. Be careful." The kitchen was small, cluttered with remnants of herbs and water stains, making it impossible to hide anyone. Oming Yuan had already checked the only place where someone could conceal themselves, the water storage tank. The two quickly retracted from the kitchen and began searching the other areas of the house. Suddenly, a toad leapt out from behind the gas cylinder, its gaze suspiciously darting towards the door. The enormous head of a white snake also emerged from a stainless steel cabinet, its eyes glinting with a vicious glimmer. Oming Yuan, unable to find anyone in the house, relied on his keen senses as a fifth-tier martial artist. Even if someone were hiding, it would be difficult to evade his abilities. Could it be that the person concocting medicine has stepped out? Oming Yuan's expression grew increasingly puzzled as he could not help but return to the kitchen. His eyes brightened when he spotted a mooncake box on the marble counter, containing several round elixirs, specifically, the replenishing pills that the white snake and the toad had concocted just 2 days prior. Since Yao Lie had not returned from Shaoyu Mountain, they were left in the mooncake box. Originally, there had been 13 replenishing pills, but the white snake, toad, and ghost tiger had already consumed 2. Leaving only 7, Yao Lie could take the replenishing pills to enhance his demonic strength, and for the authentic demonic creatures like the white snake, the effect would be even more pronounced. Initially, Yao Lie had been reluctant to share. But now that he had a fortune of over 1 billion, he need not worry about scarcity and generously distributed the pills among the demons, knowing that their increased strength would only bolster his own. Oming Yuan could not help but take a deep breath. The medicinal fragrance alone indicated that these pills were extraordinary. The two finally understood why the Lin family had traveled such a great distance to oppose the O family. They were trying to protect Yao Lie, who, unbeknownst to them, had someone capable of refining spiritual pills by his side. Instinctively, he reached towards the mooncake box. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A burst of red light erupted from behind the gas cylinder, swiftly wrapping around Oming Yuan's feet. The speed of the toad's tongue was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and its attacks were seldom missed, especially coming from a demon like the toad. Despite being a fifth-tier martial artist, Oming Yuan was caught off guard and felt as if his feet were ensnared by steel cables, tightening fiercely. His expression darkened as he forcefully spread his legs apart. And with a loud crack, he broke free from the toad's grip. A martial artist of 1 tier must possess a strength of at least 1,000 pounds, with each subsequent tier requiring an additional 1,000 pounds. Being a 5th-tier martial artist meant Oming Yuan's strength exceeded 5,000 pounds. The toad's tongue, possessing only 200 or 300 pounds of force, could not possibly bring him down. Yao Lie currently had about 2,000 pounds of strength, which was merely comparable to a 2nd-tier martial artist in brute force. Oming Yuan's face darkened as he bent his body, his fingers resembling eagle claws as he swiftly lunged towards the toad's tongue. The ancient martial families not only inherited core techniques but also acquired a plethora of supplementary practices. This eagle claw technique was something Oming Yuan had obtained years ago after defeating a master from the eagle claw sect. The eagle claw technique was a formidable external martial art. Although Oming Yuan was not as skilled as a true master from the eagle claw sect, he had trained for several years and could easily pierce through steel plates several millimeters thick and tear apart container metal. Without any prowess, how could he possibly be regarded as one of the core figures of the O family? Beside him, the stout martial artist, weighing at least 300 pounds, reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly grasping a kitchen knife and preparing to strike at the toad's tongue. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, jolting him with shock. Turning to look, he saw the ghost tigeress' massive maw lunging towards his waist. The stout martial artist had no time to ponder how such a gigantic tiger had appeared in the small kitchen, nor how it could even fit in the confined space. His face paled as he quickly dodged the fierce attack of the tiger. Wielding the kitchen knife with a sharp whoosh, aiming for the tiger's forehead, The stout martial artist was a third-tier martial artist with a strength of 3,000 pounds, specializing in soft power. His ample physique had its advantages. Ordinary attacks from fourth or fifth-tier martial artists were unlikely to penetrate his defenses, making his resilience comparable to that of a fifth-tier martial artist. However, possessing great strength does not equate to withstanding attacks of equal magnitude, a simple truth. An average person possesses around 100 pounds of strength, yet a well-placed punch to a vital area, or a stab from a knife, could easily prove fatal without requiring 100 pounds of force. The ghost tiger, being an extremely vigorous beast, typically possessed over 2,000 pounds of strength, a super tiger like the ghost tiger, standing at 1 meter tall with a head as large as a grinding wheel, was incredibly fearsome. One would not be surprised if it could rival a martial sovereign. A single bite could result in its 12-centimeter fangs tearing through his body, rendering him a mere shell of his former self, particularly affecting his renal functions, leaving him with no choice but to sleep with adult diapers. In such a predicament, how could he possibly assist Mingyuan? In shock, he evaded the tiger's ferocious assault. To his astonishment, the knife, propelled by the force of his swing, struck the tiger's head with tremendous force, as if encountering no resistance whatsoever. The tiger let out a pained howl, its body exploding into a cloud of mist and vanishing without a trace. Staring at the kitchen, which was barely a meter wide, the stout martial artist suddenly realized, if the 1-meter-tall ghost tiger were real, it could not possibly launch an attack from that side of the wall unless it had the ability to pass through walls. Was that even possible? Certainly not. Unfortunately, it was too late for such realizations. The stout martial artist suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw a large, snow-white snake with scales protruding from the stainless steel storage cabinet beneath the kitchen counter, biting fiercely into his kidney area before retracting, its eyes glinting ominously. Seeing the snake's 2 fangs, which were as thin as toothpicks, the stout martial artist felt a chill run down his spine. The attack methods of snakes and pythons differ. While ordinary snakes can only bite, non-venomous snakes pose little danger, but a bite from a venomous snake can easily be fatal. The eerie, light golden fangs of the white snake filled the stout martial artist with an ominous sense of foreboding. At that moment, Mingyuan had seized the toad by its head, pulling its body out from behind the gas cylinder and tossing it against the wall with a loud thud, creating a palm-sized dent and spiderweb-like cracks in the surface. Fortunately, the toad had been consuming over 100 pounds of meat daily and had cultivated its body through electric currents, making it exceedingly resilient. Even under such forceful impact, it let out a scream, spitting forth an odd, pale green blood. With another forceful throw, Mingyuan hurled the toad against the marble countertop, shattering it into fragments, causing half of the kitchen counter to collapse. Mingyuan believed that after such a series of heavy blows, not only would a peculiar frog be reduced to a pulp, but even a bowl would be left with broken bones. Finally releasing the toad's tongue, he swiftly tossed it out of the kitchen and, with an eagle claw strike that cut through the air, seized the white snake by its golden-scaled neck. The strength of a fifth-tier martial artist was indeed formidable. The white snake had merely bitten the stout martial artist before it could retreat. But Mingyuan had already grasped its neck tightly with his 5 fingers, causing its bones to creak ominously. Had it not been for the snake's inherent resilience, Mingyuan could have easily crushed its neck with a single claw. The white snake, unable to withstand Mingyuan's immense force, had most of its body dragged out. Mingyuan was astonished that the snake could endure his eagle claw technique. Fortunately, a kitchen knife lay nearby, and he quickly seized it, pinning the snake's head against the cutting board. The knife gleamed coldly as it descended towards the white snake's head. The resilient skin of the great white snake is impervious to the ordinary kitchen knife wielded by mere mortals. However, this particular blade is brandished by Mingyuan, a renowned practitioner equipped with the esteemed Yangjang 18, a high-quality implement priced at 20 yuan, remarkably sharp and infused with Mingyuan's formidable strength capable of cleaving through rebar with ease. Naturally, it can sever the great white snake in twain. Despite the snake's fierce struggles, they prove futile. As the blade descends, it appears certain doom awaits. Yet, in an instant, Mingyuan's movements come to an abrupt halt, his eyes wide with astonishment as he slowly turns his head toward the kitchen entrance. The portly martial artist shares a similar fate, his body rendered numb and immobile, as if bound by countless rubber bands. his expression mirroring Omingyuan's shocked at that moment. A tortoise, larger than two cupped hands, sluggishly crawls into view from the kitchen doorway, its eyes glinting with a chilling crimson light. Without any discernible movement, Omingyuan loosens his grip on the great white snake, which swiftly escapes, casting a bewildered glance at the ancient tortoise. Though I have not taken a life in centuries, encountering someone capable of cultivating the ancient demon emperor's art and possessing true dragon bloodline after a millennium is our only hope as lowly creatures of this realm. I shall not allow anyone to disrupt his cultivation. The old tortoise murmurs indistinctly, causing both Omingyuan and the portly martial artist to feel a sharp pain in their chests, as if an invisible hand were squeezing their hearts, rendering them unable to beat. Their faces grow increasingly pale, and before long, their eyes dull, their heads drooping as their bodies collapse to the ground. The great white snake was already aware of the ancient tortoise demon residing near the lair of the divine dragon. This demon, however, seldom emerged from its watery abode, subsisting on small fish and shrimp, often hibernating for an entire year. Even the toads regarded the tortoise with disdain, frequently snatching its share of food during mealtimes. Oblivious to the old tortoise's fading eyesight, the great white snake, genuinely unaware of the tortoise's formidable power, realizes that beings of peak demonic prowess, like its own kind, stand no chance of resistance against the tortoise, which extinguishes their vitality with utter ease. The tortoise glances at the great white snake and then calmly states, "There is another person outside. Bring him inside." The tone in which it speaks betrays none of the symptoms of senility one might expect. The great white snake instinctively nods and, upon stepping outside, discovers the martial artist from the O family lying pale on the ground, devoid of life, unaware of when the tortoise had claimed him. The substantial weight of the fallen martial artist proves no obstacle for the great white snake, which drags him into the hall. By the time it does so, the tortoise has already crawled out of the kitchen and, with a deep breath, exhales a cloud of white mist that envelopes the martial artist's lifeless form. In the astonished gaze of the great white snake, the martial artist's body rapidly dissolves within the mist, which transforms into a crimson haze, erasing all traces of him, including his clothing. With a single inhalation, the tortoise consumes the red mist. Despite enduring 2 heavy blows from Omingyuan, the toad does not meet the explosive demise one might expect. Instead, it drags itself over, its rear leg limping, its mouth agape in a stupor as it watches the tortoise devour the O family martial artist. The ghostly tiger displays a similar shock, having just teamed up with the great white snake to bite the portly martial artist, only to suffer a wound from the latter's blade, its ghostly aura dissipating somewhat. Fortunately, it appears to sustain no severe injuries, faring much better than the toad, which has lost a hind leg and is bleeding profusely. Naturally, the bodies of Omingyuan and the portly martial artist in the kitchen are also consumed by the tortoise in the demon realm. There are no prohibitions against consuming humans, especially since Yao Lie is not present. Having feasted upon 3 individuals, totaling 500 to 600 pounds of meat, with the portly martial artist alone exceeding 300 pounds, the tortoise shows no signs of satiation, indicating its formidable prowess. From another perspective, the greater a demon's capacity to consume, the stronger it is, particularly in an era where spiritual energy is scarce and sustenance is derived purely from consumption. In contrast, the toad and the great white snake merely require 30 to 50 pounds of meat daily to sustain themselves. The tortoise, under the astonished gaze of the 3 demons, finishes off the 3 O family martial artists, its crimson gleam in its eyes gradually dimming as it reverts to the guise of a senile tortoise. It yawns and sluggishly remarks, "I feel a bit tired. Please call Yao Lie and inform him of the situation." With that, it makes its way to its cozy spot on the sofa and burrows in to continue its slumber. The great white snake and the toad exchange glances, regaining their composure after a moment in pain. The great white snake makes its way to the telephone, activating the speakerphone and quickly dialing Yao Lie's number. Chapter 58. The righteous mountain god Yao Lie has invited Taoist Dongshu and the female Taoist Miaojin to reside in the villa area of Xiaoyu Mountain. This bamboo forest villa area, nestled on a hillside, spans approximately 6,000 square meters, bordered by a year-round mountain stream, offering a serene environment. Comprising 6 courtyard-style villas, the area boasts a somewhat retro and elegant design, complete with a natural swimming pool surrounded by bamboo for leisure. The living facilities are largely complete, featuring a water reservoir, installed plumbing, and even traces of solar panels and generators, as well as remnants of air conditioning and television systems, which have evidently been removed by others. According to the villagers who ascended the mountain, the local government was responsible for the removal of the air conditioning and televisions. The villa area is fully constructed and merely awaits an opening ceremony to welcome guests. But with the current haunting, the event has been indefinitely postponed, resulting in the valuable items being dismantled by the town. The only remaining valuable items are the high-capacity generator and solar panels, which the local government has not removed due to their considerable weight, making them difficult to transport down the mountain. The villagers, steeped in superstition, fear to venture up the mountain, thus preserving the environment and facilities of the villa area. It is said that this villa area cost the tourism company over 5 million yuan. Even accounting for some embellishments, it surely amounts to no less than 3 million, a modest windfall for Yao Lie. With Dongshu present, the villagers feel at ease and prepare a grand feast, featuring wild dishes such as mountain chicken, wild rabbit, and roe deer, which are hard to come by in the city but are commonplace in Wenshui town. Although the villagers are currently hesitant to hunt in Shaoyu Mountain, many nearby mountain peaks abound with wildlife, albeit on a smaller scale than Shaoyu Mountain. Taoist Dongshu and the female Taoist Miaozhen show no aversion to consuming meat. Indeed, Dongshu devours a mouthful of fatty meat, further confirming Yao Lie's suspicion that he is no ordinary person. Even if he is not a legendary cultivator, he undoubtedly possesses the skills of an ancient martial artist. Yao Lie observes that Dongshu has consumed at least half a wild rabbit, a mountain chicken, and several pounds of roe deer meat, along with 5 bowls of rice and a variety of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Yet he appears less than half full, suggesting a prodigious appetite. The villagers do not find this odd. In their eyes, Dongshu is a terrestrial deity, a formidable figure capable of vanquishing demons, and thus he naturally requires more sustenance to combat the formidable monsters. The female Taoist Miaozhen consumes a quantity comparable to that of an ordinary person, leaving Yao Lie uncertain if she is deliberately restraining herself or simply has a smaller appetite. The villagers bring 2 jars of homemade rice wine, and Dongshu consumes 2 or 3 jin without hesitation. Initially, Yao Lie intended to get him drunk to uncover the source of his ability to suppress demonic energy, but upon witnessing Dongshu drink the wine as if it were water, he promptly abandons that notion. Once the villagers finish their meal and depart, they typically refrain from ascending the mountain after dark, especially now that Shaoyu Mountain is haunted. The gluttonous Taoist Dongshu seizes the opportunity to retreat to a room under the pretext of practicing to restore his powers, leaving Yao Lie in the dark regarding his activities. The 36-beauty Taoist casts a disdainful glance at Yao Lie before slamming the door behind her, leaving him outside. Once both have entered their respective rooms, Yao Lie's expression darkens. Something is definitely amiss. The female Taoist Miaozhen has been urging Dongshu to return, seemingly indifferent even to the 50,000 yuan. Earlier, Dongshu merely suppressed Tai Jinin's demonic energy. He cannot exorcise the demon soul possessing him, indicating he is not truly capable of vanquishing demons. His mind is rife with questions. With Shaoyu Mountain haunted, could it be the demon possessing Tai Jinin that is causing chaos? What manner of demon is he? Is the demon soul a mere fragment, while the true entity hides elsewhere? While others fear demons, Yao Lie remains largely unfazed. Being half-demon himself and having summoned the great white snake and others, he finds them easy to relate to, instinctively feeling that they differ significantly from the malevolent beings depicted in tales. This understanding is one of the reasons he remains. If the world is populated with numerous demons, Yao Lie cannot simply hide every time he encounters one. Much like martial artists of lesser strength who do not avoid stronger opponents without animosity, Yao Lie's existence as a demon, encountering others of his kind, parallels this logic. Tomorrow, I shall return to Sanlong City and bring the great white snake and its companions along. Perhaps they possess insights into Taoist Dongshu and the demons of Shaoyu Mountain, at the very least. They can provide suggestions and keep an eye on that fellow Dongshu. With a plan forming in his mind, Yao Lie turns back toward the villa designated for his temporary stay. Just as he reaches the entrance of Villa No. 1, he notices the nearby bamboo shaking violently, producing a rustling sound. A young man, pale and resembling a thin bamboo stalk, stands beneath the bamboo, his eyes fixed intently on Yao Lie, brandishing a red plastic bag that he waves to and fro. Yao Lie gazed at the young man in bewilderment for a moment, and then a look of astonishment crossed the young man's face as he unexpectedly sprinted towards Yao Lie, the red plastic bag in his hand making a whooshing sound as it swung. The violently swaying bamboo suddenly came to a halt. Watching this peculiar youth frantically wave the plastic bag before him, Yao Lie could not help but yank it away, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" The strange youth's eyes widened in disbelief, and he waved his hand in front of Yao Lie, his voice taking on a chilling and somewhat bizarre tone as he asked, "Can you see me? Have you had enough of this?" "I'm not blind. How could I possibly not see you?" Yao Lie glared at the fellow. "Who are you anyway?" "A resident of Tieja village. It seems you weren't present during the meal just now." "You really can see me?" The young man's expression grew increasingly astonished. After a pause, he added in a rather peculiar manner, "I am the mountain spirit of this place." "The mountain spirit?" Yao Lie scrutinized the youth before him and retorted with irritation, "I am the Jade Emperor." "After all, shouldn't you be heading home? There's a ghost haunting this mountain. Be careful not to get stuck here after dark." The bamboo rod youth's face turned anxious. "I truly am the mountain spirit. Just look." With a flick of his wrist, the bamboo that had stopped swaying began to shake violently once more, causing Yao Lie's expression to change. The bamboo rod youth grinned triumphantly. "See? I told you I'm the mountain spirit. I can control the things in the mountain." Yao Lie took a deep breath. His mouth slightly agape, his eyes nearly bulging as he stared at the bamboo rod youth. After a long moment, he incredulously asked, "You really are the mountain spirit? And you are the one causing the haunting in the mountain?" Although he was aware that the world was home to monsters, the sudden appearance of a deity was still difficult for him to accept. In myths, deities were omnipotent, and those monsters that even surpassed humans were not on the same level as the divine. The bamboo rod youth shook his head. "I am indeed the mountain spirit. However, the haunting is not my doing. It is caused by a cat demon in the mountain. I merely frighten people to prevent them from being devoured by the cat demon." Yao Lie scrutinized the bamboo rod youth. Noting his slightly faded jeans and a pair of tattered, obviously counterfeit Nike sneakers, he looked nothing like the spirit of Shaoyu Mountain, and his heart stirred slightly as he secretly summoned his demonic energy. With a flick of his toe, a stone the size of half a fist struck the bamboo rod youth with a thud, as Yao Lie had anticipated. The bamboo rod youth's expression changed, and he began to disperse, however. The clothing he wore did not vanish, but rather fell to the ground. "So, you are a ghost, and you still dare to call yourself the mountain spirit." Yao Lie's gaze shifted to his left, where the wind formed by the bamboo rod youth's essence was hiding. Others might not detect the bamboo rod youth's position, but having lived alongside Ghost Tiger for so long, Yao Lie's senses were extraordinarily sharp. The youth's aura was not much different from Ghost Tiger's, and at such a close distance, he could not escape Yao Lie's notice. The youth's head soon emerged from the void, but his body remained hidden. Although his eyes reflected some panic, he did not flee. Instead, he timidly said, "Wait, don't harm me. I'm a good person." A head floating in midair would surely terrify a normal person, but Yao Lie already knew his identity and felt no fear. He glanced towards Villa Number 3, noticing that Dong Su Laodao and Miao Zhen were silent, presumably unaware of the commotion here. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What on earth is going on? How did you end up here?" The bamboo rod youth grimaced, "I truly am a good person. From by my village, named Qiu Donghan, a third-year student at Zhonghai University. Last year, I returned home during the holiday and witnessed two thugs bullying a girl. In a moment of impulsiveness, I intervened, only to be stabbed to death by the two thugs. When I woke up, I found myself in this state." He paused before adding, "However, I can see others, but they cannot see me, nor can they hear me when I speak." "How can you see me?" Qiu Donghan looked at Yao Lie, puzzled. Experiencing the discomfort of being a transparent ghost was far from pleasant, and having finally encountered someone he could communicate with, Qiu Donghan was not about to leave easily. "How would I know why I can see you?" Yao Lie speculated it was due to his training in the Eternal Demon Emperor technique, but he certainly would not disclose this to Qiu Donghan. Instead, he inquired, "What about the cat demon?" Qiu Donghan shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. The cat demon is a peculiar creature, entirely blood-red. Unlike any ordinary cat, it arrived at Shaoyu Mountain not long ago and has refused to leave since. This cat demon is incredibly ferocious. Even the wild boars in the mountain are no match for it. I witnessed it kill 2 wild boars weighing over 200 pounds. At first, when people ascended Shaoyu Mountain, The cat demon seemed to be somewhat afraid and hid, but later it lost its fear of humans and bit several people. Only when I controlled the plants in the mountain to temporarily restrain it were those people able to escape. Upon hearing this, Yao Lie could not help but ask, "You can control the plants in the mountain?" Xiao Donghan nodded. "Indeed. Besides plants, I can also control some small insects, but it is much more difficult than controlling plants. Moreover, I can only control those within Xiaoyu Mountain. I cannot influence the flora of the surrounding forests. Nor can I leave Xiaoyu Mountain." This bookish fellow seemed to have become a bit foolish from his studies, or perhaps had not ventured into society, unaware of the malice in human hearts. As he candidly divulged all his secrets to Yao Lie, "Many people who come to Xiaoyu Mountain are from by my village. I fear for their safety, so I try to scare them away, urging them to descend the mountain." Only then did Yao Lie realize that Xiao Donghan's erratic waving of the plastic bag before him was an attempt to frighten him off. He truly was a good ghost. However, Yao Lie found it rather curious that Xiao Donghan could control the mountain's plants and insects. It indeed bore some resemblance to a mountain spirit, a power his pet ghost tiger lacked. Chapter 59. Cigarettes and cat demons. Observing Xiao Donghan's head floating in midair, reminiscent of the Vietnamese legend of the flying head, was quite eerie. Yao Lie frowned. "Put your clothes back on like before. It's giving me the creeps." Xiao Donghan nodded, transforming into a gust of wind that slipped into his clothing, promptly revealing his form, now fully dressed at remarkable speed. This Xiao Donghan's skills seemed to surpass those of Ghost Tiger. Yao Lie mused internally. Ghost Tiger could barely manage to lift lightweight objects, but Xiao Donghan, without further ado, could wear clothing, indicating his greater prowess. Xiao Donghan looked at Yao Lie, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and sheepishly asked, "Do you have any cigarettes? You smoke too?" Yao Lie was somewhat taken aback, but nonetheless produced a Furongwang cigarette and handed it to Xiao Donghan. Though Yao Lie himself did not smoke, he always kept some fine cigarettes on hand for business dealings with the people of Wonshui town. "Could you light it for me? I can't manage it myself," Xiao Donghan requested, pinching the Furongwang between his fingers and extending it toward Yao Lie, explaining, "I never used to smoke. However, a few days ago, during a village ritual to honor the mountain spirit, I discovered that the smoke from the incense was quite beneficial for me. It felt wonderful to inhale, helping to refine my body and making it easier to control plants and insects. I only started wearing this clothing then. Among that smoke, the aroma from cigarettes is the most delightful. But unfortunately, the villagers only burned 2 boxes for me." Yao Lie lit the cigarette, and Xiao Donghan took a deep drag, finishing it in one go, leaving only a long ash column behind, the smoke he inhaled not a trace escaping. "What a splendid cigarette! This is far superior to what the villagers offered me. One of these is worth half a pack." Xiao Donghan's eyes lit up with delight, and he added, somewhat sheepishly, "Could you give me 2 more? Yao Lie chuckled. "Of course. It's a fine cigarette. Over 50 yuan for a pack of premium Furongwang." He lit 2 more for Xiao Donghan and casually inquired, "Do you need more? Where's that cat demon now?" Xiao Donghan shook his head. "No need. Too much and I won't be able to absorb it all. I can save some for later. The cat demon is hiding in a small cave to the east. It hasn't come out these past few days. As if it is asleep." Yao Lie responded with an "oh," and as a thought crossed his mind, a mischievous idea emerged. The cat demon is being suppressed by Dong Su Laodao's iron genine energy. Although its demon soul has not been extinguished, it is gravely weakened and must harbor a deep-seated hatred for Dong Su. Why not send Dong Su there tomorrow to investigate the cat demon and casually probe Dong Su Laodao's true nature? Yao Lie had no concern that Dong Su could suppress the demon energy. He was uncertain whether Dong Su had genuinely discerned the demon energy within him. And even if Dong Su could not, what about others from Tianyun sect? Or perhaps those with special abilities linked to Dong Su? Yao Lie did not wish to be mistakenly identified as a monster and face peril. Seeing Yao Lie lost in thought, Xiao Donghan hesitated, worry and sorrow flickering in his eyes, mingled with a hint of fear. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Could you please check on my parents for me? I want to know how they are doing. I'm their only son, and I'm truly afraid they might feel despondent, unable to leave Xiaoyu Mountain, and unable to communicate with others." He had no way of knowing his parents' current circumstances. Yao Lie nodded slightly, his expression uncharacteristically serious as he said, "I will assist you in checking on them. You need not worry about finances. I can assure you of their future well-being." This statement was not intended to emphasize Xiao Donghan's abilities, or to enlist him in safeguarding Xiaoyu Mountain. Rather, it stemmed from their shared experiences of hardship. Yao Lie, having lost his parents at a young age, was acutely aware of the accompanying pain, while Qiu Donghan, having lost his elderly parents and being their only child, bore a sorrow that surpassed even Yao Lie's. It was not unreasonable to offer them assistance and ensure their needs were met in the future. Qiu Donghan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, by the way. I am terribly sorry, but I haven't yet learned your name. My name is Yao Lie." Yao Lie revealed without hesitation, then continued, "Where do you reside on Xiaoyu Mountain? How can I find you? Should I inform your parents of your current situation?" After a moment's contemplation, Qiu Donghan admitted that he did not understand how he had become a ghost. He only knew that his circumstances were unusual. For at least the past year, he had not encountered any other spirits, the only peculiar presence being the red monstrous cat, which had the ability to unleash a unique energy attack that had harmed him. Had it not been for Qiu Donghan's control over the plants to ensnare the creature, he might have already been obliterated by it. Therefore, he was uncertain about what his future held. Whether he might suddenly be captured by a monk or Taoist priest. If he were to provide hope to his parents only to die once more, it would be an unbearable blow for them. He pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us discuss it later. I wander around Xiaoyu Mountain without a fixed abode. As long as you call my name while on the mountain, I shall hear you." Yao Lie's expression turned slightly peculiar. "You can perceive events on Xiaoyu Mountain?" Upon seeing Yao Lie's expression, Qiu Donghan blushed and hurriedly clarified, "Not exactly. I can only influence the plants growing on Xiaoyu Mountain and the small insects nearby. But my perception is quite vague. I can only gather a general sense of things. I cannot see anything clearly unless I am physically present. However, I can sense when someone calls my name on Xiaoyu Mountain. I realized this when my parents came to pay their respects to me and called my name." Yao Lie chuckled, having already resolved not to allow his beautiful acquaintances, such as Zhang Shui, to visit this place, and if they truly did come, they must not stay overnight. This fellow appeared and vanished without a trace. Despite not being able to spy on others through plants or animals, he could still sneak into rooms or bathrooms, and Yao Lie certainly did not wish to unwittingly find himself the subject of ridicule. Reflecting on this, he suddenly proposed, "Brother Qiu, I actually have a favor to ask of you." Qiu Donghan, feeling anxious about being unable to assist Yao Lie, smiled and said, "Feel free to tell me what you need. I will certainly help you if I can." "Here's the situation." Yao Lie nodded, pointing towards Villa Number 3. An old Taoist priest resides in Villa Number 3. He is said to be from the Tianyun sect and capable of subduing monsters. As you know, I have contracted Xiaoyu Mountain, and that dangerous red monstrous cat poses a significant threat. I intend to ask the old Taoist to subdue it, but I am uncertain if he possesses the ability. If he is a fraud, we may find ourselves in peril. Although Qiu Donghan was somewhat of a bookworm, he grasped Yao Lie's implication and hesitated slightly, a hint of fear crossing his face. "Are you asking me to test the old Taoist?" Yao Lie shook his head. "No. I need you to covertly observe him and see what he does in his room. But be cautious. If anything seems off, make your escape immediately." After a moment of silence, Qiu Donghan realized that the old Taoist was someone he feared immensely. Previously, he had dismissed such matters, but now that he had become a ghost and a cat demon had appeared on Xiaoyu Mountain, he could no longer regard monks and Taoists as mere fabrications. Though he claimed to be a mountain deity, he had no combat abilities. All his skills lay in controlling plants and small insects. If that old Taoist truly had the power to exorcise demons, capturing a mere ghost like him would be trivial. Considering that he still needed Yao Lie's help to care for his parents, Qiu Donghan's expression slowly hardened, and he nodded resolutely, saying, "Understood. I will do it." Yao Lie hesitated briefly, cleared his throat, and added, "You need not monitor the female Taoist next door. With her stunning beauty and captivating figure, any man would be drawn to her." Yao Lie naturally harbored some thoughts about Miaozhen, and he did not wish for Qiu Donghan to take advantage of the situation. "All right," Qiu Donghan nodded, preparing to surveil the old Taoist. Just then, Yao Lie remarked, "Since this incense can help solidify your form, take it with you. If you need more, I can bring you some more later." Qiu Donghan shook his head, stating, "It is of no use to me if I smoke it myself. There were some cigarettes left in the villa area before, but they were ineffective. They must be given to others for them to work, likely akin to offerings and worship." Is that so? Yao Lie exclaimed in surprise, unable to refrain from commenting. Could it be that these traditional offerings to deities are genuinely effective? He began contemplating whether he should give He Hu a couple of Hunan King cigarettes when he returned, reasoning that since a ghost tiger was also a spirit, perhaps Qiu Donghan's ability to absorb the offerings would apply to the tiger as well. Qiu Donghan shook his head. I am uncertain. That has been my experience. Yao Lie was left speechless, finding the world increasingly bizarre. Subsequently, Qiu Donghan turned away from Yao Lie and ventured forth to spy on the old Taoist. To Yao Lie's surprise, the old Taoist did not seem to notice Qiu Donghan, treating him as if he were merely a part of the air. The intelligence that Qiu Donghan returned with proved to be of little value. The old Taoist sat cross-legged in meditation for 2 hours before falling asleep. Nothing unusual occurring. The next day, Yao Lie found himself on the receiving end of a severe reprimand from the old Taoist. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he proposed the idea of seeking out a spirit to subdue. The old Taoist, however, stammered, claiming that he had yet to recover his magical powers and required a few more days of rest. He unapologetically requested that Yao Lie prepare 300,000 in cash to invite the night wanderer for assistance and to pay homage to the local earth deity. Unbeknownst to him, the mountain deity stood right behind him, observing him with keen eyes, dutifully ensuring that Yao Lie was kept informed of the old Taoist's actions. With nothing else to occupy him on the mountain and reassured that the old Taoist had not detected his presence, Qiu Donghan felt emboldened to continue following him. Seeing Qiu Donghan taking initiative, Yao Lie was determined not to let him down. He seized the opportunity to say, "Leave the old Taoist and Miaojin here on the mountain. I will head down to withdraw some cash and also check on Qiu Donghan's parents." Author Yi Liang Ruo Shui Chapter 60. The secret of Dongxiu, such a service attitude, is unacceptable today. Yao Lie earnestly lectured several employees at the Huaxia Agricultural Bank in Wenshui town, before triumphantly exiting with a large plastic bag containing 2 million in cash. The young girls who were aware of Yao Lie's wealth gazed at him with starry eyes, reluctant to see him go. Initially, Yao Lie had intended to withdraw only 500,000, as he still had several thousand on him, sufficient for expenses in Wenshui town. However, the VIP passage at the bank was closed, and after standing in line for an eternity, when it was finally his turn to request 500,000, the middle-aged woman at the counter brusquely tossed back his bank card, stating that withdrawals exceeding 50,000 required an appointment. Yao Lie understood this policy and was prepared to explain his urgent need for cash in hopes of a leniency, but upon witnessing their unpleasant demeanor, he did not become angry. He adhered to the rules and stated he would make an appointment for the next day, transforming his request for 500,000 into a staggering 12.5 million instead. After selling the restorative pills for 150 million, of which 100 million had gone to Lin Feng for establishing the Lai Feng Group, he had only 50 million left in his personal account. From that 50 million, Yao Lie had already allocated 15 million to pay for the rent of Shaoyu Mountain. However, when he provided Lin Feng with 3 restorative pills, he also sold 3 more, netting him 90 million at 30 million each, resulting in a total of 125 million in his new account. With 125 million, he was on the verge of emptying his bank card and closing the account. Naturally, the manager quickly appeared, showering Yao Lie with flattery and promptly dispatching someone to retrieve cash from other locations, granting him 2 million in cash without the need for an appointment, thus alleviating his initial intentions. At this moment, the banking competition was fierce. If word reached the main branch that a significant client had been lost due to the poor attitude of the staff, the account manager would be in jeopardy of losing their job, and even the branch manager would face reprimands. While Yao Lie had previously looked down upon Meng Sanha's ostentatious display of wealth, he could not deny the exhilaration of the experience. He casually tossed the plastic bag containing 2 million in cash into the back seat and drove to Beima village to visit Qiu Donghan's parents. Beima village, located approximately 5 or 6 li from Tiejia village and adjacent to Wild Bull Gorge, was even poorer than Tiejia village, making it one of the most well-known impoverished villages in the poverty alleviation town of Wenshui. In Beima village, the population surpasses that of Tiejia village by nearly 700 individuals. Being a close-knit community, the residents naturally know the names of Qiu Donghan's parents, especially since Qiu Donghan is considered something of a local celebrity for having gained admission to Zhonghai University, a source of pride for Beima village. Upon entering the village, Yao Lie halted at the roadside, inquiring about the whereabouts of the villager Qiu Dafu, who was working in the fields nearby. To his surprise, Qiu Dafu was not in Bema village. Qiu Dafu is, in fact, the father of Qiu Donghan. From the villagers, Yao Lie learned that Qiu Dafu and his wife, devastated by the loss of their only son, chose to leave the village to avoid being reminded of their sorrow. They returned the 30,000 yuan compensation received from the perpetrator to settle the tuition and living expenses Qiu Donghan had borrowed from relatives and friends for his university education, and subsequently departed for Fenghuang City. Yao Lie sought to further investigate the whereabouts of Qiu Dafu and his wife, but found no leads. The couple had no phone or contact information and left without a trace, failing to inform anyone in the village. Reluctantly, Yao Lie left his number with nearby villagers, asking them to keep an eye out for news of Qiu Dafu before returning to Xiao Yushan. Upon returning to Villa No. 1, Yao Lie called out Qiu Donghan's name a couple of times, and within a minute, Qiu Donghan appeared, floating 30 centimeters above the ground. Indeed, the contrast was stark. Qiu Donghan possessed remarkable abilities to control plants and small insects, and it was likely that as his power grew, he could manipulate beasts as well. Additionally, he had his own wireless communication device, unlike Yao Lie's ghostly tiger, which, aside from frightening people, had no other supernatural capabilities. As soon as Qiu Donghan entered, he anxiously inquired, "Yao Lie, what has happened to my parents?" Yao Lie forced a smile. "They should be fine. They are not in Bema village. I heard they left for Fenghuang City to avoid reliving their grief. Do you have any relatives in Fenghuang City?" Qiu Donghan immediately replied, "My cousin lives in Fenghuang City. She used to visit our home often when we were children and has a close relationship with my mother. She married and moved to Fenghuang City 2 years ago, so my parents will definitely reach out to her." He scratched his head. "I forgot my cousin's number, but her address is room 601. Building 7, Huanqing Road, Fenghuang City. It's easy to find, right across from the well-known small commodities market in Fenghuang City." Yao Lie nodded. "All right, I will return to Sanlong City in a couple of days and then head to Fenghuang City to find your parents." Fenghuang City is not far from Sanlong City, only a 2 to 3 hour drive. Although Qiu Donghan felt a pang of disappointment at not having found his parents, he also felt a sense of relief, knowing that they had not succumbed to despair over his death. By the way, be cautious. That Miaozhen, the female Taoist priest, took 30,000 yuan from the old Taoist and then took the opportunity to flee, refusing to assist you in capturing that cat demon. When Yao Lie was away, he had been following Dongshu like a ghost. So ruthless. Yao Lie expressed his surprise. "What did the old Taoist say?" Qiu Donghan nodded. "The old Taoist Dongshu does not intend to leave. He insists on securing that 50,000 yuan. However, from their conversation, it seems they lack knowledge of subduing demons and ghosts." This statement was somewhat redundant, as Qiu Donghan, being a ghost himself, was aware that the old Taoist could not even detect his presence, let alone subdue other supernatural beings. After a brief hesitation, Qiu Donghan continued, "In truth, they don't genuinely wish to deceive you for money. It turns out that Dongshu has a grandson suffering from congenital heart disease and other ailments, who has been hospitalized for years. The treatment requires several million yuan to undergo surgery in the United States. Is Dongshu incapable of subduing demons?" Yao Lie pondered, unable to comprehend how he managed to suppress the demonic energy residing in Tai Jinin. Moreover, he found it peculiar that, despite Dongshu appearing quite powerful, even if he was not a practitioner of Taoism, he seemed to possess considerable martial prowess. Earning 3 to 5 million yuan should not be overly challenging for him. So why resort to such underhanded tactics to swindle money? He had forgotten that he had summoned several demons, reaching the first level of martial master status, and was also engaged in a similar scheme with the ghostly tiger. Had it not been for the fortunate ability of the giant white snake to concoct elixirs, and Lin Feng's mention of the preciousness of the replenishing elixir, he would still be preoccupied with the needs of the demons. Ordinary martial artists, lacking the substantial backing of ancient martial families and possessing considerable assets in the mundane world, find it far from easy to amass wealth. Many practitioners of ancient martial arts reside in remote mountain villages, rarely connecting with the outside world, honing their ancestral skills without any awareness of ancient martial families. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lie inquired, "Did they mention anything about Tai Jinin being possessed by a demon?" "They did." Qiu Donghan affirmed. "Dongshu is unaware that Tai Jinin is afflicted by the cat demon sorcery. He seems to think he is merely a martial arts expert using his inner strength to dispel the cat demon's magic. He mentioned that Tai Jinin's condition is quite peculiar. possibly the work of a formidable master, as even his inner strength cannot completely eliminate the strange inner energy within Tai Jinin. Miaojin fears that her grandfather might provoke a powerful enemy and that the Tai family would report the incident to the authorities, which is why she hurriedly left the area. At this point, he curiously asked, "Are there really martial arts masters?" Yao Lie chuckled. "If even a mountain spirit cat demon like you exists, it's hardly surprising that martial arts masters do as well." He had yet to encounter a true master. The most formidable he had met were Ao Bao and a couple of Tier 3 martial artists. And he had no idea that inner strength could suppress demonic energy. Knowing that Dongshu did not genuinely possess the ability to subdue demons, Yao Lie felt a sense of relief. However, since Dongshu could suppress demonic energy, he would undoubtedly be of some assistance in dealing with the cat demon. Offering 50,000 yuan for a powerful ally seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Just as Yao Lie resolved to seek out Dongshu, his expression suddenly changed as he sensed a violent surge in the demonic energy connection with the giant white snake, toad, and ghostly tiger, which then abruptly weakened, particularly that of the toad, which not only failed to provide him with demonic energy but also drained energy from him. He could activate the Demon Emperor's art to temporarily sever his connection with the toad, but without understanding the cause of this occurrence, he dared not act recklessly, especially since the toad siphoned only a small amount of energy. As Yao Lie was puzzled, the line of demonic energy from the old turtle surged dramatically. What had once been a gentle stream transformed into a raging river, overwhelming him with a torrent of demonic energy that crashed into his body like a tidal wave, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning, blood spurting from his nostrils. Despite possessing the robust physique of a Tier 2 martial artist, he found himself unable to withstand the astonishing demonic energy transmitted by the old turtle. Fortunately, after merely 10 seconds, the flow of demonic energy from the old turtle returned to normal. Otherwise, Yao Lie was uncertain whether he might have been overwhelmed and exploded from the excess energy. He finally understood the old turtle's warning about not transforming into a demon. Entering the realm of great demons would lead to death from an excess of demonic energy. At this moment, his body was incapable of enduring excessive demonic energy, yet the Demon Emperor's art continuously accumulated it, a process he could not halt even if he wished to. Although this impact was intense and caused injury to his internal organs, within a brief moment, the demonic energy within Yao Lie increased by more than 10%, leaving him incredulous. He had consumed 5 or 6 replenishing elixirs and practiced for over half a month with a battery. Yet the increase in energy had been minimal. The old turtle transmitted such a vast amount of energy in just 10 seconds. How terrifying must its true power be? The sudden changes in the 4 demons left Yao Lie in a state of uncertainty. Not long after, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from home, likely from the demons. Chapter 61. The Attack at Home. Someone has come to our house. The voice of the giant white snake came through the phone, lacking its usual delicate tone and sounding rather grave. Yao Lie's expression darkened. "What is going on?" "Boss, I was almost beaten to death," the toad croaked, whining like a child who had lost a fight and was seeking parental intervention. The giant white snake disregarded the toad's lamentations and continued. "It was people from the O family. They entered our home and attempted to steal the replenishing elixirs. The toad tried to stop them, but these individuals are quite formidable. Thankfully, the old turtle intervened." "What is the situation now? Have they left?" An uneasy feeling crept into Yao Lie's heart. "They haven't left. The old turtle killed them all," the giant white snake answered honestly. Yao Lie swallowed hard, his voice shaky as he asked, "The old turtle killed them? How many did he kill?" The toad chimed in, 3. "Boss, the old turtle is really powerful." "Where's the old turtle? Have you called it over?" "I promise I won't harm it." Yao Lie paused for a moment before managing to utter this. "The old turtle is sleeping," the toad added cheekily. "Boss, you can't defeat the old turtle. It's incredibly strong." Yao Lie was no stranger to taking lives. During his time with Songshui in Nan Province, he had ruthlessly dealt with a few robbers, resulting in at least 2 bleeding out. However, the current situation was different. The O family was the most powerful family in Sanlong City, with a vast network of connections. The sudden deaths of several individuals in his home would undoubtedly lead to complications. Even with the Lin family's assistance, he feared they would hold him accountable. Given the O family's strong martial artists, what if they chose to seek revenge without resorting to legal channels? Considering the O family's background, the likelihood of such an outcome was quite high. Yao Lie found himself at a loss for words. Although the Buyuan Dan was sold for 30 million each, its production cost was only around 200,000. The Ojia family had stolen it, and even if he sought revenge, he would have to wait until he advanced to the rank of middle-level demon. After only a few days out, he was taken aback by the chaos the demons had stirred up. With a bitter voice, he helplessly inquired, "Did anyone else witness this? Is the body still at home?" Given the severity of the situation, he had no choice but to contact the Lin family for assistance, though he could not be certain if they would indeed protect him. "Don't worry, boss. Old Tortoise has devoured them all. No one knows," came the reply. The notion of demons consuming humans felt unsettling to Yao Lie, yet he breathed a sigh of relief. "You all stay hidden and refrain from causing any more disturbances. I will return immediately." After hanging up, Yao Lie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against calling Lin Feng, opting instead to return and ascertain the situation firsthand. If, as the toad had claimed, there were no other witnesses to the demons killing members of the Ojia family, Yao Lie would certainly deny any involvement. After all, he had an alibi, and with the connections he had through the Lin family and Mengishan, it would not be easy for the Ojia to pin the blame on him. Qiu Donghan, bewildered by the conversation, timidly asked after Yao Lie hung up, "What do you mean? An old tortoise killed someone?" He was unaware that on the other end of the line were 4 demons akin to cat demons. Mistakenly believing Yao Lie to be a ruthless underworld boss whose subordinates had committed murder. Despite having been a mountain deity for a year, Qiu Donghan could not communicate with others and had not shed his former identity as a studious model student. Thus, he felt a sense of trepidation toward the underworld figure and feared that Yao Lie might bring trouble to his parents. Yao Lie shook his head. "It's nothing. Someone broke into my home and was killed by a few of my pets." "Pets?" Qiu Donghan's face was filled with confusion. Yao Lie chose not to elaborate, simply stating, "You will understand in due time. For now, stay here." Naturally, Qiu Donghan could not serve as a potential witness, so Yao Lie made his way directly to the villa where the Taoist Dongshu and the female Taoist Miaozhen resided. He intended to meet with them and also pay a visit to the town government office in Wenshui before returning to Sanlong City. Moreover, if he could enlist Dongshu's help to capture and subdue the cat demon, that would be ideal. After all, the deed was done, and there was little point in rushing back now. This cat demon was undoubtedly powerful, even if Yao Lie could not currently use summoning techniques to control it. Keeping it as a pet would make for an excellent ally. Once he advanced to the rank of middle-level demon, he could employ summoning techniques to command it as well. The ancient martial arts families wield considerable power, primarily due to their numbers and secular influence. Yao Lie could establish connections and make money through alchemy, but his martial prowess was a glaring weakness in the short term. He could not compete with the ancient martial arts families. Even if he advanced to the rank of middle-level demon, he would merely be equivalent to a martial arts master. To acquire more cultivation resources, compete with other ancient martial arts families, and safeguard his property and safety. Gathering a cadre of demons was his only option. If he had 100 or so demons with the strength of large white snakes, neither the Ojia nor the Lin family would dare provoke him. While the Lin family could become allies, they would never be his kin. Yao Lie would never seek refuge by joining an ancient martial arts family, thereby becoming a pawn under someone else's control. He was eager to take action, fearing that the cat demon might realize the danger and flee to hide, making it difficult to locate. Even if he could not confront it with force, he needed to at least ascertain its background and true strength, and devise a way to subdue it. Being creatures of the same ilk, they surely had a common language. If force failed, reason might persuade it. Upon entering the number 3 villa, Yao Lie encountered Dongshu, who had just finished a meal less than 2 hours prior, and was now voraciously devouring a large roasted chicken he had procured from somewhere. Grease smothering his mouth, in his other hand, he held a jug of homemade rice wine, living an exceedingly indulgent life devoid of any semblance of Taoist austerity. Miaozhen, on the other hand, sat nearby, visibly annoyed. Upon seeing Yao Lie enter, Dongshu sheepishly smiled, setting down the roasted chicken and wine, and attempted to wipe his mouth with his sleeve, only to be halted by Miaozhen's huff of disapproval. He then picked up a napkin from the table to clean his mouth, awkwardly saying, "You returned quite swiftly. A mountain chicken flew in just now, and the old Taoist caught it. Since I hadn't eaten enough at noon, I roasted it for a meal," he explained, then added with a smile, "Did you bring the money?" My magical energy has recovered about 70 to 80%, so I can summon the night wanderer and the mountain deity to subdue the malevolent spirits. Yao Lie replied, money is not an issue. I just worry that Dongshu might take the payment but fail to subdue the spirits. Dongshu chuckled proudly. The 9 generations of the Tianyun sect grant me profound magical powers. Ordinary malevolent spirits are no match for me. You can rest assured. As long as we summon the deities, exorcising a small ghost will be a trivial matter. His words flowed with familiarity. Miaozhen regarded Yao Lie with disdain and coldly remarked, are you reluctant to part with your money, using such excuses? I do have the money, Yao Lie laughed heartily. I just fear that some people might take the money and run. Miaozhen's expression darkened, and she slammed her palm on the table, indignantly exclaiming, what do you mean by that? Dongshu quickly interjected, how could that be? You know we are at the Tianyun Temple on Yiming Peak in Zhihua Mountain. A monk may run, but the temple remains. Yao Lie did not respond to Dongshu, his eyes fixated on Miaozhen. The sight of her rising in anger caused her ample bosom to sway dramatically, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had she not been wearing loose Taoist robes, he might have feared her attire would burst. Upon realizing Yao Lie's gaze was upon her, she froze for a moment, then looked down. Her face ablaze with embarrassment and fury. She cursed vehemently, shameless. How dare you? Miaozhen's furious heaving drew Yao Lie's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless as she stormed up to the second-floor room without a backward glance. After Miaozhen's departure, Yao Lie's focus shifted back from her impressive figure to Dongshu. The Taoist's remark, a monk may run, but the temple remains, sparked a thought in him, prompting him to inquire, Dongshu, don't Taoists reside in temples? Aren't temples for monks? Dongshu suddenly appeared flustered, coughing awkwardly as he fumbled for words. Just then, several individuals entered through the door, their steps steady and their gazes sharp. To Yao Lie's dismay, the intruders were none other than Ojias Obaohua and Rin Wuxin. Who are you? Yao Lie's heart raced with apprehension. Predictably, Obaohua's gaze fell upon Yao Lie, then shifted to Dongshu, before he calmly stated, you must be Yao Lie. I am Obaohua of the Ojia family, here to invite you to our residence. Yao Lie's expression darkened. What if I refuse to go? Obaohua smiled faintly. That is not up to you. In Sanlong City, there are not many who can refuse my invitation, and you should not be one of them. Yao Lie's mind raced. Despite the backing of the Lin family and even some officials, if he were to enter the Ojia household, escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult, especially given that Old Tortoise had already killed 3 of their kin. He could not afford to be captured by Obaohua. The newcomers were clearly not benevolent, and from Obaohua's tone, Yao Lie could sense their formidable strength. Moreover, he had heard of the Ojia family's 3 martial arts masters, and Obaohua was among them. In the secluded setting of Shaoyu Mountain, the Ojia could easily eliminate him without fear of repercussions. His gaze instinctively darted toward Dongshu, and he suddenly exclaimed, Dongshu, if you help me fend off these individuals, I can offer you 5 million and arrange for your grandson to receive surgery abroad. As long as he could escape Shaoyu Mountain, no, as long as he could leave this villa, Yao Lie believed he had a chance to break free. Qiu Donghan possessed the ability to manipulate plants, and in a densely forested area, even a small demon like the cat could likely be restrained. Stopping the Ojia family members would not pose a significant challenge. Once in the city, with the Lin family's protection and the societal implications weighing on the Ojia, they would likely refrain from taking aggressive action. Furthermore, the prowess of Old Tortoise had exceeded his expectations, and he was determined to keep the 10,000 demon seal on him at all times. When the Ojia family returned, the outcome would be uncertain. A flicker of suspicion crossed Dongshu's face as he narrowed his eyes like a blade directed at Yao Lie, gravely asking, how do you know about my grandson's surgery? Yao Lie hastily responded, that's not important, my word is my bond. I assure you, 2 million in cash is right here in the villa. They are ruthless murderers. If they kidnap me, they will certainly keep it under wraps. Do not think they will spare you. Yao Lie summoned his demonic energy, disregarding everything else as he sought to drag Dongshu into the fray. Dongshu's expression shifted through various emotions before he turned his gaze toward Obaohua and his companions, asking a rather foolish question, are you undercover police? As long as he departs from this secluded mountain retreat, or rather, this villa, Yao Lie will have the opportunity to escape. Qiu Donghan possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate plants. And in a densely wooded area, even a diminutive creature like a cat demon can be obstructed. It is unlikely that he will face much difficulty in detaining the members of the O family. Once within the city, under the protection of the Lin family, and with the O family compelled to consider societal repercussions, they should be too wary to act with impunity. Furthermore, the old tortoise's strength exceeded his expectations. He must certainly carry the myriad demon seal with him, which would render the outcome uncertain should the O family return. A fleeting expression of suspicion flashed across the face of the Taoist of Dongshu, his eyes narrowing as they fell upon Yao Lie with a piercing gaze. He inquired in a low voice, "How do you know about my grandson's surgery?" Yao Lie replied urgently, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. My words are always binding. There are 200,000 in cash right here at the villa. They are ruthless killers. And should they abduct me back, it will undoubtedly remain a secret. Do not think that you will be spared." Yao Lie summoned forth his demonic power, disregarding everything else, intent on dragging Dongshu into the fray. The Taoist expression shifted multiple times before he turned his gaze toward O Baohua and the others, asking a rather foolish question. "Are you undercover police?" This question left Yao Lie and O Baohua momentarily stunned. O Baohua had just identified himself as a member of the O family, yet Dongshu still questioned their identity, clearly underestimating the O family. Ren Wuxin's expression darkened, ready to take action, but O Baohua, his brow furrowed, stopped him with a raised hand and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with heightened authority. "We are members of the O family from Sanlong City. May I ask how to address you?" "Taoist. This is a personal matter between Yao Lie and myself. As long as you allow us to take him, we will not disturb you too. If it is funds for your grandson's surgery that you lack, I could offer you 10 million, or even 100 million. At that moment, Miao Zhen, having heard the commotion, emerged from the room on the second floor, casting a bewildered glance downward. Dongshu could not help but laugh aloud. "Ha! I thought I was quite boastful, yet you lot speak even more grandiosely, claiming to offer 10 million or 100 million at a whim." It seemed he had never heard of the O family's name. Compared to the strangers who had barged into the villa, spouting nonsense and attempting to forcibly take someone away, Yao Lie, a young man willing to spend over 10 million to secure the secluded mountain, was evidently more trustworthy in Dongshu's eyes. As Dongshu's laughter subsided, he gestured for Miao Zhen to return to her room, then his voice turned grave. "Regardless of whether you are from the O family or the Yang family, I must insist that you leave this secluded mountain at once." Initially, Yao Lie felt a pang of anxiety at O Baohua's mention of offering Dongshu 10 million or 100 million. But upon realizing that Dongshu seemed unfamiliar with the O family, he breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a hint of curiosity. How could this martial artist, with such formidable power, be unaware of the O family's reputation? Had he known of their strength, he would surely not have doubted O Baohua's words. Ren Wuxin, unable to contain himself any longer, coldly declared, "Brother Bao, why waste words with him? Let us simply take him back. This old fellow has no capacity to stop us." Dongshu's expression gradually darkened. He was originally a ginseng gatherer from Changbai Mountain and a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Renowned for his skills. 20 years prior, he had been unable to save his daughter-in-law during childbirth. Despite his utmost efforts, and she had passed away due to excessive blood loss after delivering a pair of twins. To save his son, who was born with congenital deficiencies, he had risked venturing deep into Changbai Mountain in search of ginseng, returning with a 200-year-old root, albeit severely injured by a black bear. Shortly thereafter, he followed his wife into the afterlife. All the money from selling the ginseng had gone toward caring for the twins. And though he had managed to raise them, the lack of advanced medical care for congenital heart defects left him with no choice but to rely on ginseng and herbal remedies to prolong their lives. With traditional medicine failing, Dongshu pinned his hopes on Western medicine, sending his grandson to a hospital in the eastern province, only to learn that treatment in America could cure the condition but would cost several million, a sum he could not possibly afford. Thus, he had resorted to desperate measures, gathering funds through unscrupulous means to pay for his grandson's treatment. Though Miao Zhen did not suffer from heart disease, she had been born with congenital deficiencies and was afflicted by severe chills that required Dongshu to channel his inner energy to dispel the cold. This compelled him to keep her close at all times. With his grandson in the hospital and in constant danger, the sooner he could secure treatment, the better. This was also why Dongshu had stayed at the secluded mountain, risking the wrath of the authorities for a reward of 500,000 from Yao Lie. When he asked O Baohua and the others if they were police, it was not mere jest. He genuinely feared their identity. After all, if they were to commit a crime and be pursued by the police, it would jeopardize his ability to care for his grandson, potentially leading to his demise due to insufficient funds for treatment. Now that Yao Lie had offered him 500,000 to send his grandson to America for treatment, Dongshu could not afford to let O Baohua take Yao Lie away. He shot a dark look at Ren Wuxin, dismissive of him, then turned to Yao Lie, saying, "Mr. Yao, while these individuals may appear somewhat capable, rest assured, I will not permit these miscreants to act with impunity." Dongshu spoke with a conviction born of experience. As a ginseng gatherer, he had trekked through dense forests and faced wild beasts, developing methods for self-preservation. Having immersed himself in medicinal practices since childhood and trained in his family's martial arts for over 50 years, his strength was indeed formidable. Despite his youthful appearance, he was already 70 years old. 20 years prior, when his son was 30, he had been capable of slaying a black bear, a testament to Dongshu's prowess, which had only grown over the years. While martial arts practitioners often faced external challenges, those like Dongshu, who practiced internal styles, found their skills refined over time, akin to the remaining strong elders of the Yao and Lin families, who were all immensely powerful martial masters. In truth, Dongshu could have expelled the demonic energy from Tai Jinin's body, yet he feared the frail youth might not withstand the clash of energies, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Thus, he would not take such a risk. Though Dongshu practiced martial arts, he seldom interacted with other practitioners, and even then, they were primarily from the Changbai Mountain Ginseng gathering community. He was unaware of the tiers of ancient martial arts cultivation, yet he could discern O Baohua's strength. Though he spoke lightly, he remained vigilant, his eyes glinting coldly as his fingers subtly spread, ready for confrontation. Ordinarily, there would be no need for Dongshu to provoke someone as formidable as O Baohua, but now, for the sake of his grandson, he had no choice but to stand firm. O Baohua's expression darkened as well, his clothing swelling as if winds were swirling within, the edges fluttering ominously, his gaze fixed intently on Dongshu. "It seems you truly intend to interfere with matters concerning the Yao family." Dongshu remained silent, inhaling deeply, the sound of roaring winds and thunder emanating from within him, his stature seeming to grow as he slightly spread his arms, his fingers curling into claws reminiscent of a tiger, exuding a fierce presence utterly at odds with his Taoist attire. Form intent tiger fist. A sudden weight settled in O Baohua's heart, realizing that taking Yao Lie would not be an easy feat. His expression shifted, and he slowly replied, "Very well, did not expect the Taoist to be proficient in the form intent tiger fist. Let me witness its might." "Clear some space," he instructed Ren Wuxin and the others, then turned to Dongshu, declaring, "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes today, I shall not take Yao Lie." Dongshu offered no pleasantries, nor did he feel belittled by O Baohua's assertion. His only concern was preserving Yao Lie. At 70, he had long surpassed the age of seeking to prove his strength. Whether it was 3 strikes or none at all, he preferred to avoid conflict altogether. "Come forth." His gaze locked onto O Baohua's shoulders, steadfastly protecting Yao Lie. Yao Lie had initially intended for Dongshu to shield him while he made a run for it. The target was himself. If he could escape the villa, the Yao family would undoubtedly pursue him. Not willing to engage Dongshu in a desperate struggle, nor would they likely take Miaozhen hostage as leverage against him. Unbeknownst to him, the code among ancient martial families forbade harming innocent bystanders. Dongshu stepped forward as a martial practitioner, prompting O Baohua to act without hesitation. As for Miaozhen, O Baohua would not, nor would he deign to use a woman as leverage against others. Such a lack of dignity would not have allowed O Baohua to ascend to the rank of a first-class martial master before turning 50. Now, witnessing Dongshu unleash such a fierce and formidable aura, Yao Lie realized that his strength far surpassed his initial estimation. After a moment of hesitation, he exchanged a glance with Qiu Donghan, refraining from making an immediate exit. Ren Wuxin and the others, seeing O Baohua's solemn demeanor, felt a flicker of alarm, aware of Dongshu's sharpness, and they retreated several meters to maintain distance. They understood the might of a martial master. The power of a single movement could rival that of firearms, and even a slight brush could result in grievous injury. Thus, they dared not encroach upon the battlefield between the two, as a martial master, Baohua recognized that Dongshu's focus was fixed upon his shoulders, indicating that not only did he possess formidable internal strength, but also extensive combat experience. The martial artist pursues the ultimate goal of transcending human limitations and extending lifespan. A formidable warrior can shatter the sound barrier with a mere instant of speed, outrunning galloping steeds and leaping leopards, delivering attacks of unparalleled swiftness. Nonetheless, the shoulder serves as the pivotal axis of human movement. Regardless of the action performed, most can be anticipated through the shoulder's motions, such as throwing a punch or delivering a kick. This concept is what warriors refer to as seizing the initiative against their adversaries. Dong Su, adopting such a posture, set his gaze upon Baohua's shoulder. Embodying this principle, the O family's ancestral techniques comprise the breaking mountain force, the python and bull strength, and the shattering heart palm. Baohua, hailing from a collateral branch, initially practiced the breaking mountain force. It was only after ascending to the rank of martial master and joining the direct lineage of the O family that he began to cultivate the more profound python and bull strength, ultimately achieving the realm of martial sovereign. The techniques practiced by martial artists can be categorized into 9 streams and 3 tiers: the lower, middle, and upper 3 streams, as well as the 3 tiers of heaven, earth, and humanity. Techniques that fail to cultivate inner strength are collectively deemed as unorthodox and are scorned by ancient martial families and prestigious sections. The python and bull strength belongs to the human tier, capable of attaining the 3rd grade of martial sovereign, while reaching the 1st grade signifies mastery, endowing the practitioner with the strength of both a python and a bull. Should Baohua ensnare someone with his arms, even a lion, tiger, or bear would be rendered lifeless. The shattering heart palm, on the other hand, is an exceedingly sinister internal technique, evolved from the Wudong cotton palm, which, upon striking a target, leaves no external injury while reducing the internal organs to mere pulp, resulting in instantaneous death. Baohua's hands hung low as he uttered a soft command, and without any forewarning, his right palm flipped upward, striking toward Dong Su's heart with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. In that fleeting moment, Yao Lie observed that Baohua's palm had taken on a dark red hue, clearly indicative of formidable energy. The speed was unmatched, yet devoid of any sound, rendering it an unparalleled method for a stealthy assassination. A glint of cold light flashed in Dong Su's eyes. Come forth. Faced with the signature technique of a 1st-grade martial sovereign, he chose not to evade. With a swift motion, his tiger claw expanded, emitting a roar akin to a tiger's growl, seemingly slow, yet accurately intercepting Baohua's attack. Baohua sought to gauge Dong Su's strength, his palm growing increasingly crimson, even exuding a gust of ominous wind. With a resounding thud, it collided with Dong Su's shingy tiger claw. A shockwave surged outward, sending nearby dining tables and wooden stools hurtling through the air, crashing against the walls. The glassware within the villa shattered with a cacophony of sound. The might of this palm strike rivaled that of a grenade explosion. Yao Lie could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It appeared the power of the martial sovereign exceeded his expectations. Even if he managed to escape the villa, it seemed unlikely that Xiao Donghan's ability to control plants could hinder this individual. No wonder the formidable national forces had to reach a tacit equilibrium with those of the ancient martial world. If a 1st-grade martial sovereign was so fearsome, what of the more powerful 2nd-grade or even 5th and 6th-grade sovereigns? As Baohua and Dong Su's palms met, they quickly withdrew. Baohua's complexion shifted dramatically, retreating 3 steps as his face transitioned from ashen to crimson, then back to pallid in a bizarre sequence. Although Dong Su did not retreat, his feet sank deeply into the floor, causing the wooden planks around him to splinter, with sharp wooden spikes jutting upward. His arms trembling slightly, Yao Lie could not discern who held the advantage, yet it astonished him that a mere swindling old Taoist could contend with Baohua, a 1st-grade martial sovereign. Miao Zhen, initially retreating to her room at Dong Su's behest, now emerged, her expression filled with concern as she covered her mouth, fearful of distracting her grandfather. After several moments, Baohua exhaled deeply, his face grave as he regarded the old Taoist. The 3 layers of Xingyi force. I did not expect you to have cultivated Xingyi fist to such a level. I am truly impressed. As he spoke, he began to move, not immediately attacking but swiftly circling around Dong Su, his speed so great that Yao Lie's eyes struggled to keep pace, perceiving multiple phantoms, making it difficult to discern which was real. Dong Su took a deep breath, his chest swelling slightly as he closed his eyes, his palms maintaining the tiger claw formation, moving up and down like Tai Chi embracing a ball. Adopting a stance of unity amidst chaos. Xingyi Fist is renowned for its ferocity, emphasizing directness and refusal to yield. A highly aggressive internal technique, particularly in its tiger, dragon, and cannon forms, capable of claiming lives with ruthless efficiency. Tai Chi, conversely, advocates yielding to hardness, employing stillness to counter movement, arriving later yet first in action, representing two entirely distinct martial philosophies. Baohua had not anticipated that Dong Su's Xingyi Fist would merge with Tai Chi principles. And from this perspective, Dong Su could undoubtedly be regarded as a grandmaster point. One could only wonder when such a figure emerged in Sanlong City. As the local Power family, any strong presence entering would be nearly impossible to conceal from their watchful eyes. Even the martial sovereign Lin Kuang's arrival in Sanlong City was swiftly reported back to the family estate that very night. After circling dozens of times without uncovering Dong Su's flaw, Baohua finally could not contain himself, unleashing a thunderous roar, his palms flying simultaneously, transforming into blood-red extensions as if coated in crimson oil, generating a fierce gust of wind that surged toward Dong Su's back. Yao Lie, standing over 3 meters away from the battlefield, nearly pressed against the villa's wall, felt the fierce wind assault him, inadvertently inhaling it twice, causing his heart to race and chest to constrict. Nearly suffocating him, alarmed, he hastily summoned his demon power, managing to expel the blood toxin contained within the gust. Ren Wuxin and the others, however, were elated. They understood this was one of Baohua's killing moves known as the Yin-Yang Palm. Striking simultaneously, the Yang Palm boomed like thunder, while the Yin Palm was stealthy and ruthless, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The true lethal strike lay in the Yin Palm. Dong Su, emboldened, allowed Baohua to launch his attack while closing his eyes. And even Ren Wuxin, at the 5th-tier martial master level, believed Dong Su would surely fall prey to Baohua's scheme. With 2 muffled thuds, Yao Lie could not discern when Dong Su had turned around. But similarly, both palms struck out, appearing simple yet profoundly effective, successfully blocking Baohua's assault. Baohua was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a resounding impact, the solid brick wall denting under the force, while the surrounding high-end tiles shattered and fell, nearly creating a gaping hole. Utilizing the wall to dissipate the tremendous force, Baohua finally steadied himself, his complexion shifting through several shades before he could no longer contain the blood mist that erupted from his mouth. His face as pale as a sheet of paper, yet his gaze remained fierce and fixated on Dong Su. As the shockwave surged toward him, Yao Lie grasped a supporting wooden pillar, managing to maintain his footing. In mere moments, the exquisitely decorated villa interior appeared as if ravaged by a level 12 typhoon. Debris strewn across the floor, shattered wooden fragments, and broken glassware littering the ground, leaving the space in utter disarray. Dong Su squinted slightly, his feet having thoroughly broken through the wooden floor, even penetrating into the underlying cement. Yet he wore a grin as he observed Baohua. Baohua stared at Dong Su for a moment, noting his lack of unusual reaction, before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as he waved at Ren Wuxin and the others, saying, "We depart." It remained unclear whether he felt inferior to Dong Su or if he deemed the previous Yin-Yang Palm exchange sufficient. In any case, he left without uttering a single courteous word. Miaozhen hurried down from the 2nd floor, her expression tense as she looked at Dong Su, urgently asking, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Dong Su waved his hand, remaining silent and motionless. After a prolonged period, as Baohua and his group departed, Dong Su released a deep sigh, a trickle of dark red blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Finally, he hoarsely spoke, "Grandfather is fine. This fellow is quite formidable. His skills are not much inferior to mine." Miaozhen, witnessing her grandfather bleed dark blood, grew even more anxious, fetching a chair and assisting Dong Su to sit, casting a fierce glare at Yao Lie. Though Dong Su had not suffered losses in his confrontation with Baohua, the support of Mingyuan and Ren Wuxin had enabled him to grit his teeth and suppress his injuries, preventing any further complications. Although Dong Su had acted for the sake of 5 million, Yao Lie remained immensely grateful. He had come to truly comprehend the might of a martial sovereign and recognized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Without Dong Su's intervention, he would have been utterly powerless against the O family's capture, and no wonder, the Demon Emperor's decree states that great demons can move mountains. A first-grade martial sect is only equivalent to the lowest tier of middle demons. Yet even at this level, they possess such sharpness, akin to a superhuman. Above them lies the 9-grade martial sect, and one can only imagine how terrifying the realms of greater demons must be. He gazed at the old Taoist Dongshu with sincerity etched upon his face and said, "It is truly a matter of necessity that I request your assistance today. Taoist, I assure you, I shall never go back on my word regarding our agreement. However, I currently possess only 2 million. The remaining 3 million will need to be retrieved from Sanlong City." He continued, "Moreover, if your grandson requires surgery abroad, I can facilitate that as well, and I will cover the surgical fees." He nearly pounded his chest in promise. Such a formidable martial sect master, it was only natural for Yao Lie to strive to win him over. Having a strong backing is crucial. After all, during Yao Lie's tumultuous middle school days, it was only due to Tai whose protection that he had not met a dire fate when clashing with local thugs. Spending a mere million or two to secure the support of the old Taoist Dongshu was, without a doubt, a worthwhile investment. Old Taoist Dongshu did not engage in pleasantries with Yao Lie. He was no virtuous figure himself. For the sake of his grandson, he was willing to lower his dignity and resort to trickery for financial gain. To speak bluntly, while he had expended his inner strength to suppress the demonic energy within Tai Jinin and concocted a medicinal formula for his ailment, he had not truly cured Tai Jinin but rather delayed his condition. A clear ruse for profit. Of course, given Tai Jinin's circumstances, even a visit to a hospital would yield no results unless someone could eliminate or extinguish the demonic soul within him. Tai Wenhua had sought medical help for Tai Jinin without success before seeking out Taoists and monks in Sanlong City, serendipitously encountering old Taoist Dongshu. Typically, small bank branches possess hundreds of thousands in cash, while larger ones can hold millions. Although Wenshui town is small and Yao Lie had just withdrawn 2 million, it was still possible to gather 5 million by contacting a few banks. Yao Lie's assertion that he would procure the remaining 3 million from Sanlong City was clearly a plan to have Dongshu escort him back. Yao Lie had no faith in the character of the O family. Who could say whether O Baohua might be lurking near Xiaoyu Mountain, waiting for Dongshu to leave before seizing him? Until he faced the old tortoise and other demons, he could not afford to part with this protective talisman. Dongshu nodded and replied with a smile, "In that case, we should not delay. Let us return to Sanlong City at once. Ziqing, please accompany Yao Lie and retrieve the 2 million in cash." Having crossed over 70, he had faced an array of situations. His composure was far beyond that of a young man like Yao Lie. He directly requested the 2 million up front. Even if Yao Lie were to backtrack later, at least that sum would be secured. Ziqing, the name of the beautiful Taoist priestess, snorted at Yao Lie. "Where is the money?" Yao Lie could only smile wryly. Realizing that pursuing this Taoist priestess would not be an easy task. Wasn't it said that a handsome and wealthy man could woo women with just a glance? Why was it that this did not seem to apply to him? He considered himself quite the catch, over 6 feet tall, with a car, a house, and assets amounting to 1 billion. His looks were beyond reproach. Yao Lie had always believed his face could get him through anything. With the 2 million finally in hand, old Taoist Dongshu and Ziqing counted it twice. Their faces alight with joy. Dongshu, in particular, wore a grin as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum, his demeanor rather lewd. Lin Feng had informed Yao Lie that money held little significance unless built upon the foundation of ancient martial families with centuries of heritage and substantial secular power. For ordinary martial artists, earning money was no easy feat. Many martial masters even stooped to serve as bodyguards for wealthy merchants and officials. Ancient martial families maintained a cautious distance from officialdom due to their considerable influence, which even officials feared. In contrast, individual martial artists were often encouraged to integrate into official ranks to be controlled. These individuals could serve as bodyguards for high-ranking officials or undertake various high-stakes tasks, creating a situation that made ancient martial families wary. Old Taoist Dongshu's family comprised merely 3 members, lacking any secular company or group to generate income. He had spent his days caring for 2 young ones. And even now, he found no peace, with his grandson suffering from congenital heart disease and his granddaughter afflicted by cold injuries. Thus, it was impossible for them to find a profitable avenue. The 2 million was indeed a considerable sum for them. Dongshu treated Yao Lie with a beaming smile. And even Ziqing no longer regarded him with disdain. In truth, old Taoist Dongshu had sacrificed little. He had merely exchanged 3 palms with O Baohua, sustaining internal injuries. With his medical skills, a few days of treatment would suffice for recovery. Hardly a significant matter. Having instructed Xiao Donghan to monitor the movements of the cat demon, Yao Lie and old Taoist Dongshu descended the mountain to return to Sanlong City. Before they departed, however, Yao Lie made a phone call to Lin Feng to see if he had any strategies to counter the situation. Lin Feng, the O family just sent someone to find me, intending to take me back. He was direct with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice was laced with concern as he urgently inquired, "The O family is looking for you. Where are you now, and what is the situation?" "I'm fine. Fortunately, I have a powerful ally by my side. Otherwise, I might have been calling you from the O family right now," Yao Lie replied with a wry smile. "I'm on my way back to Sanlong City. The O family truly holds me in high regard. Sending O Baohua after me." Lin Feng gasped in shock. "What, O Baohua?" His tone shifted to something peculiar. "Yao Lie, you must be joking. According to our intelligence, there are only 3 martial sect members in Sanlong City, all from the O family, and O Baohua is one of them. Do you have someone capable of confronting O Baohua by your side?" Yao Lie scoffed. "Do you really think I would jest about something like this? You can check with your sources. Now tell me, what should we do? If they come once, they can certainly come again." Lin Feng fell silent. The Lin family situation was similar to that of the O family. Both had 3 martial sect members, though the Lin family's ancestor was a 3rd-grade martial sect, while the O family's was a 2nd grade. For any family, martial sect members were akin to nuclear missiles, primarily used for intimidation, rarely deployed in action. The only possibility was that the O family had either suspected or learned about Yao Lie's ability to concoct the recovery pill, a matter of great importance. Even though the Lin family had established a friendly cooperative relationship with Yao Lie, Lin Feng could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected in the face of other, more powerful families. After a pause, he continued, "Our uncle Lin Kuang has already arrived in Sanlong City. He is also a martial sect member. You should return. With Uncle Lin Kuang here, the O family will think twice before acting rashly. Our strength here in Sanlong City pales in comparison to the O family. While we may not fear them openly, we must be wary of their underhanded tactics. Perhaps you should temporarily stay in Jiangdu province until our Lin family can negotiate with the O family." Lin Feng paused before adding, "Rest assured, we will not allow the O family to harm you. Even if it means going to war with them, we will not hesitate." "The Lin family would risk conflict with the O family to protect me?" Yao Lie mused inwardly. Realizing the significance of the recovery pill surpassed his expectations, he was no fool and understood that the Lin family's motivations were not solely rooted in their friendship with him and Lin Feng. Families that had endured for hundreds or thousands of years invariably adhered to the principle of profit above all else. Only by doing so could they maximize their chances of survival. After some contemplation, he said, "You want me to go to Jiangdu? What if the O family cannot locate me and instead target my relatives and friends?" "Do not worry. The O family is unlikely to resort to such measures. Our ancient martial families have unwritten rules that prevent us from extending our conflicts to innocent civilians," Lin Feng explained. "This is a fundamental principle for the survival of ancient martial families, especially as the power of the state grows stronger and the restrictions on us increase. Causing too great an impact would invite severe repercussions. Additionally, who does not have ordinary friends or relatives? If you can harm others' loved ones, they can retaliate in kind. For ancient martial families, even if direct descendants perish, collateral branches can endure, and direct descendants without martial roots would not face extermination as long as the family's martial arts legacy remains intact. There will always be opportunities for resurgence. Should any ancient martial family strike against innocent civilians, and this becomes known, it would incite a united front of resistance from the ancient martial community, leading to the family's demise. No benefits would arise from such actions, and the O family should not dare to follow this path." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yao Lie exhaled in relief. Even with the aid of demons and the formidable old tortoise, the O family's might was daunting. If they targeted his aunt and others, he truly had no means to respond. "I will return to Sanlong City and reach out to you." After exchanging a few more words with Lin Feng, he hung up the phone and set off with old Taoist Dongshu back to Sanlong City. The enigmatic Taoist, Dong Su, took the remaining 3 million and promptly bid farewell to his granddaughter. Ziqing, he did not require Yao Lie's assistance in contacting the hospital in the United States, for the medical facility treating his grandson had already established communication with their American counterparts. Once the funds were secured, they would be ready to send him abroad for surgery. Yao Lie was just about to call Lin Feng when suddenly his phone rang. Yao Lie, do you remember me? The voice, chilling and sinister, belonged to O Debeo. A wave of dread washed over Yao Lie. Is that you, O Debeo? Weren't you imprisoned? Humph. O Debeo scoffed disdainfully. Did you think that wretched prison could hold me? They should consider my identity. Let me inform you. Song Shui is currently in my possession. You had better come to the abandoned warehouse at the Duanlong River dock immediately. You have less than half an hour, or you can prepare to collect her remains. Of course, I cannot guarantee what might befall this delicate beauty before that. Just come alone. Do not think of alerting the authorities. I in Sanlong City. There is nothing that can escape my notice. O Debeo's voice dripped with malice as he chuckled coldly. Do not act recklessly. I am on my way. Yao Lie exclaimed, his fury surging. Yao Lie, help me! The voice belonged to Zhang Shui, but it was swiftly cut off, replaced by the monotonous tone of a busy signal. Damn O Debeo! Yao Lie slammed the phone down, rage radiating from his eyes. This O Debeo was infuriatingly persistent. Even after being imprisoned by him, he still sought to create trouble. With little time for contemplation, Yao Lie understood that O Debeo's invitation to come alone likely meant he had set a trap, possibly involving O Baohua's men. A heavy feeling settled in his heart as he pressed the accelerator, racing towards home. Chapter 65, Lin Kuang. The abandoned warehouse by the Duanlong River, built in the 1980s, had stood for over 30 years. In the past, when Sanlong City was isolated by a lack of roads, the Duanlong River dock bustled with activity. However, with the national highway construction, a 4-lane cement road was established, linking Sanlong City with other provinces, leading to a decline in the dock's activity. Nowadays, while a few fishing boats still dock there to catch river delicacies, cargo vessels had all but disappeared, and the adjacent warehouses had fallen into disrepair. O Debeo allowed only half an hour, a pressing timeline, yet Yao Lie resolved to return home first. By bringing the monsters along, the rescue of Zhang Shui would certainly be easier, and his own safety would be significantly enhanced. During this time, Lin Feng called Yao Lie, but Yao Lie merely stated he was occupied and would contact him later, not daring to gamble with Zhang Shui's life. Lin Feng hung up, puzzled. What is going on? Didn't Yao Lie say he would call me back? Why did he hang up? Has something happened? Next to Lin Feng stood a gaunt middle-aged man, whose face bore an icy demeanor, appearing the type who wouldn't dare step outside even in a slight breeze. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him, for he was one of the 3 martial sects of the Lin family, a first-grade martial artist, Lin Kuang. In the realm of martial artists, rank alone does not determine strength. The different levels of martial techniques, combat experience, and personal mental fortitude all directly influence one's martial prowess. Notably capable martial artists could even challenge those of higher ranks. Lin Kuang, the most outstanding 3rd-generation member of the Lin family, was the only martial artist among his peers, holding a status akin to O Baohua of the O family. If he lacked true skill, the Lin family would not have placed him in Sanlong City. Although Lin Kuang was merely a first-grade martial artist, his strength was formidable. The family head, Lin Kaidai, a second-grade martial artist, could not claim to have a definitive advantage over Lin Kuang, and even in perilous situations, he could likely extricate himself from danger in Sanlong City. He furrowed his brow and said, "Try calling again. If the O family has indeed discovered that Yao Lie can concoct the replenishing essence pills, their methods may be more ruthless than we anticipate. We must devise a plan to bring Yao Lie to Jiangdu." Lin Feng could not help but inquire, "The O family's strength is not on par with ours. Do you think they would dare to confront Yao Lie directly? After all, he has certain connections within the government, and the O family would not be so foolish as to provoke us, would they? Moreover, given the antagonistic relationship between Yao Lie and the O family, he would never concoct pills for them." Lin Kuang shook his head. Though that may be the case, a pill concoctor capable of producing martial foundation pills is of utmost importance and must not be lost. The 6 replenishing essence pills you brought back have already provided our Lin family with 2 capable successors in martial arts. If just one person were to consume a pill, the chances of developing a martial foundation rise to 75%. At this point, Lin Kuang's eyes widened with astonishment as he took a deep breath. Continuing, do you comprehend what this signifies? While Lin Feng understood the significance of the replenishing essence pills, he still questioned, even so, the Yao family would not dare to take action against us. After all, Yao Lie would never concoct pills for them. Would they really risk killing him and inciting our full retaliation? Lin Kuang shook his head. Killing him is unlikely, but what we can offer. The Yao family can also provide. Yao Lie sold each replenishing essence pill to us for 30 million. This clearly indicates his desperation for money. With the Yao family's financial resources, they could easily offer 50 million or even more. Who can guarantee they won't seek to mend their relationship? After all, they do not harbor a deep-seated enmity. The replenishing essence pills are far too significant. Our Lin family belongs to the human-ranking clan, and among our descendants, 2/3 lack a martial foundation. Even among the earth and heaven-ranking clans, which place great emphasis on noble lineage, the number of descendants capable of practicing martial arts does not exceed 60%. Lin Kuang inhaled deeply. Sighing, with the replenishing essence pills, we could ensure that among our descendants, at least 8 out of 10 would be able to cultivate martial arts, effectively doubling our numbers. Considering our Lin family has around 300 direct and collateral descendants, this means 240 could practice martial arts. Currently, we have barely 30 martial masters. Moreover, if Yao Lie can concoct replenishing essence pills at such a young age, what of the future? Lin Kuang's sentence trailed off. But the implication was clear. Lin Feng gasped at Lin Kuang's words. The Lin family, with its extensive branches, comprised a vast entity with numerous direct and collateral descendants. The exact numbers remained unknown to Lin Feng, who had been excluded from the direct lineage. However, the Yaowang group alone employed tens of thousands, with over 1,000 linked to the Lin family. Lin Feng, as a collateral descendant, numbered over 200. It was evident how immense the Lin family was. Many clan villages could not compare to the number of direct and collateral descendants within the Lin family, let alone those who were married into the Lin family, further enhancing their influence. Such a formidable family, with only 30 martial masters, surprised Lin Feng. He had initially assumed there would be at least 50 or 60. Lin Kuang, as one of the 3 martial sects of the Lin family, naturally had a clearer understanding of the family's situation, and the figures he provided were undoubtedly accurate. It was no wonder the family had dispatched Lin Kuang to this location. Initially, Lin Feng had thought it excessive, but now he grasped the gravity of Yao Lie's significance. Lin Kuang continued, you have the potential for a martial foundation, and your name has been added to the direct lineage. You could have returned to the family for training, but since you are the only one with direct contact with Yao Lie, you have been retained here. Regardless, the martial technique has already been conveyed to you. Training here is acceptable. The group affairs can be managed by others. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to consult me. With Lin Kuang, a martial sect, personally guiding him, Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed, for even the core disciples of the family rarely received such an opportunity. I will call Yao Lie right away. However, the second attempt to reach Yao Lie was futile. He did not answer and abruptly hung up. Lin Kuang's brow furrowed deeply. There is definitely a problem, Lin Feng. You must send someone to investigate the situation at once. I will report this matter to our ancestor, Lin Sanshuzong. Although both Lin Kuang and the family's ancestor were martial sects, the generational gap was significant. Considering the family head Lin Kaitai's generation, Lin Kuang was merely a 3rd-generation descendant, thus referring to the ancestor as Lin Sanshuzong. Lin Feng, being a 4th-generation descendant, was even further removed, yet due to his innate intelligence, he had managed to oversee the Yaowang group. Albeit as an ordinary collateral descendant, thanks to Lin Feng, he had the privilege to engage directly with Lin Kuang and even receive his personal guidance. Yao Lie's failure to answer Lin Feng's calls was due to the urgency of the situation. Upon returning home, he had no time to explain matters to the White Snake and others before summoning them into the Wanyao seal. The old tortoise, drowsily asleep, proved unreliable. Yao Lie could not rouse it, and in desperation, he included it in the Wanyao seal as well, planning to use it as a weapon if necessary, for its shell was quite formidable. Author Yiliang Ruo Shui Chapter 66. The art of demonic words Traka accelerated wildly, ignoring countless red lights, finally turning onto the cement road beside the Duanlong River embankment. Checking his phone, he realized he had only 7 minutes left before the half-hour Odebeo had mentioned. Thankfully, the Duolong River was located on the outskirts of Sanlong City, within a mountainous and hilly area. Although the scenery was picturesque, it was sparsely populated. At this hour, few vehicles traversed the road alongside the embankment. Yao Lie pressed the accelerator, pushing the car beyond 100 kilometers for the first time, ultimately arriving near the abandoned dock warehouse just in time. The warehouse stood in an eerie silence. A rudimentary structure hastily assembled from steel pipes and iron sheets in the past, now rendered dilapidated and decrepit. The iron sheets were marred by rust, riddled with numerous gaping holes, while the asbestos tiles above were similarly perforated. Nonetheless, they offered some semblance of shelter from the wind and rain. Anyone could easily slip inside, transforming the space into a haven for vagrants. Everything salvageable had been stripped away and sold to scrap collectors. And it had once even served as a site for drug users, until the authorities designated it a criminal hotspot, conducting multiple raids and apprehending numerous offenders, leading to a significant decline in illicit activities. As Yao Lie stepped out of the vehicle, he briskly approached the warehouse and, indeed, through the openings, he spotted two individuals clad in coarse garments, their attire decidedly unfashionable, standing in the midst of the warehouse. Beside them was a black Land Rover, within which Odebeo sat. However, from this vantage point, the whereabouts of Tsang Shui remained obscured. The absence of vagrants suggested they had been driven away by Odebeo, whose notoriously arrogant disposition clearly indicated his intent to eliminate Yao Lie without a second thought. Without hesitation, Yao Lie ducked into the warehouse, his gaze icy as it fell upon the two men in black and Odebeo. "Where is Tsang Shui?" he demanded. The moment Odebeo saw Yao Lie enter, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. He reached toward the seat beside him, revealing Tsang Shui, her hair disheveled and her mouth sealed with strong adhesive tape. Her complexion was ghastly pale, eyes wide with panic and fear, a crimson handprint marring her face. She looked at Yao Lie, her cheeks twitching as she attempted to speak, but the tape rendered her voiceless. Through a narrow gap in the window, Odebeo seized Tsang Shui by her hair, grinning malevolently as he taunted, "Yao Lie, this worthless woman is right here. Why not come closer?" His demeanor grew increasingly sinister as he continued, "Do you know why I haven't harmed her until now? It's because of you, you little pest, who has forced me to flee from Huaxia and cost me billions in assets. And no matter what I do, my resentment remains insatiable. I await your arrival so you can witness firsthand how I end this wretched creature." His eyes glowed with madness as he viciously struck Tsang Shui across the face, leaving a vivid mark. "You think you're so powerful, having bested my two bodyguards last time, and even managed to involve the Lin family and officials. Let us see how you save this worthless woman now. Let me tell you, this vehicle is an armored car. Don't even think about stopping me." He cackled ominously. "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't defeat my bodyguards, don't blame me for being unkind to her. You must be looking forward to a thrilling spectacle." He envisioned the torment of watching Tsang Shui suffer while he indulged in her despair, urging Yao Lie to act quickly, lest his impatience lead him to act prematurely. Yao Lie remained silent, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed as if he could weep. Yet his eyes glimmered with an icy intensity, illuminating the atmosphere like beacons of light. "Have you finished speaking?" he inquired slowly as he advanced toward the Land Rover. Ignoring the two black-clad bodyguards, his gaze fixated on Odebeo, his tone chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. "Do you truly believe that hiding in your car will shield you from my wrath? What can you do to me?" Odebeo retorted, momentarily startled by Yao Lie's ferocious gaze, before erupting into laughter, gesturing toward the two menacing bodyguards. "Do you know who they are? They are my father's bodyguards, each a third-tier martial artist, 10 times more formidable than the last two you encountered." "Odebeo!" Yao Lie's voice thundered, cutting him off, his eyes widening as he unleashed a chilling glare, emanating an aura of profound mystery and allure, drawing the attention of all present in an instant. Odebeo felt a tremor of fear wash over him as Yao Lie's power enveloped him. Without granting either Odebeo or the bodyguards a moment to react, Yao Lie shouted, "You shall perish." This command resonated with an enchanting force. The result of Yao Lie mastering one of the two arcane arts he had diligently cultivated for over a month. The art of enchanting words, when mastered, could manipulate countless beings with a single utterance. Although Yao Lie was merely at a nascent level, His training in the formidable Eternal Demon Emperor-S technique, combined with the potency of his refined demon energy, rendered him a force to be reckoned with. Odebayo, lacking martial prowess and weakened by indulgence, was ill-equipped to withstand Yao Lie's commanding voice. In an instant, Odebayo was ensnared by Yao Lie's influence, the words, "You shall perish," echoing in his mind like an incantation. Seizing control of his body, compelling him to release Zhang Shuai, who fell back as he violently hurled himself against the armored window of the Land Rover. The sound of his skull striking the glass reverberated, and blood streamed down his face, his eyes wide with indescribable horror and agony. Yet he remained unable to regain control of his body, his disheveled hair matted with blood, creating a grotesque and terrifying spectacle. The sudden turn of events left the two black-clad bodyguards in shock. Though they were not as powerful as Yanhai, the head of the O family, they still possessed significant strength, and their association with him implied a level of capability that could not be underestimated. In the face of this bizarre situation, they reacted swiftly. One unleashed a powerful punch against the windshield, while the other, with a fierce expression, lunged at Yao Lie's eyes with deadly intent. While Yao Lie commanded Odebayo, the black-clad bodyguard's attempts to shatter the windshield proved futile. Sensing a temporary reprieve for Zhang Shuai, Yao Lie relaxed his stance, crossing his arms defensively. However, when the bodyguard struck his forearm with tremendous force, it sent Yao Lie staggering back several steps. Given Odebayo's confidence in bringing two bodyguards along, it was evident that they were formidable opponents. Yet, Yao Lie had recently experienced a significant surge in strength, boasting a power comparable to a second-tier martial artist, bolstered by his demon lineage. The black-clad bodyguard momentarily paused, surprised that Yao Lie could withstand his blow. Nevertheless, he wasted no time, expanding his arms like a great eagle taking flight, launching himself at Yao Lie with claws poised to deliver a lethal strike to his chest and throat, showing no signs of restraint, aiming to eliminate Yao Lie swiftly. However, while he might have had the potential to overpower Yao Lie, defeating him would not be an effortless task. Those familiar with demonkind understood their resilience. Many demons could be described as unyielding in the face of death, renowned examples being the centipede demon, which could survive even after being mortally wounded, and the nine-lived cat demon. Other demons, such as snake, cow, bear, and crocodile demons, boasted tough hides and formidable tenacity, making them exceedingly difficult to kill in battles between human cultivators and demons. Even when grievously injured, demons could often reverse their fortunes with a well-timed counterattack. Yao Lie, being only half demon, possessed a robust physique that exceeded that of ordinary human martial artists, rendering him difficult to subdue. The clash between Yao Lie and the black-clad bodyguard erupted into a furious melee, resounding like thunder, while the other bodyguard relentlessly pounded against the windshield, yet it remained unyielding. For safety, Odebayo left a small opening in the window to converse with Yao Lie, inadvertently creating an opportunity for him to break through, but he continued to batter the glass, mindful that any miscalculation could result in his own demise. This time, Odebayo had brought this predicament upon himself. Normally, a third-tier martial artist could easily shatter ordinary glass, yet his choice of an armored vehicle, fortified with steel plating and thick, bulletproof glass, rendered brute strength ineffective. Unless he reached the realm of martial sovereign, capable of unleashing devastating power, the black-clad bodyguard would be unable to breach the armored glass. Desperate and frustrated, the bodyguard scanned the surroundings until he spotted a rusted iron ball weighing around 500 to 600 pounds. Chained and seemingly abandoned, he rushed over, yanked the chain apart with sheer force, and hoisted the iron ball as he returned to the Land Rover. He found Odebayo slumped over in the driver's seat. Head bowed, blood-soaked hair sticking to his scalp, blood trickling down his neck. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Unbeknownst to the bodyguard, a large, snow-white serpent slithered silently beneath the vehicle, taking advantage of the surrounding grass for cover as he turned to retrieve the iron ball. Just as he swung the heavy object down toward the windshield, the serpent lunged forth, sinking its golden fangs into his calf before swiftly retreating. Regrettably, there exists no alternative. The bodyguard clad in black, seeing that he could not shatter the glass, anxiously surveyed his surroundings. At last, his gaze fell upon a rusted, massive iron ball, weighing approximately 500 to 600 pounds. Securely bound by a thick chain, untouched by any would-be thieves, he hurriedly dashed over, exerting tremendous force to snap the chain, lifting the iron ball with great effort. Upon returning to the side of the Land Rover, he found Bao slumped against the driver's seat, his head drooping, hair drenched in blood, matted against his scalp, crimson liquid ceaselessly trickling down his neck, leaving his fate uncertain. Unbeknownst to the black-clad bodyguard, a snow-white serpent stealthily slithered beneath the off-road vehicle, taking advantage of the surrounding weeds for cover as he turned to retrieve the iron ball. Just as he raised the iron sphere to smash through the windshield, the great white snake lunged forth, its pale golden fangs sinking sharply into his calf before it swiftly retreated. With the combined weight of the iron ball and his immense strength, a resounding crash echoed as the bodyguard succeeded in shattering the windshield of the Land Rover. However, a sharp pain shot through his calf, which quickly became numb. Alarmed, he glanced back, only to see the great white snake retreating several meters away. The bite of a serpent, while excruciating, ought not to invoke fear. Rather, the rapid spread of numbness indicates a potent venom. Should the numbness extend to his chest or brain, it would be prudent for his loved ones to prepare for the worst, as recovery would be nearly impossible. Panic-stricken, the bodyguard realized that the more the venom coursed through him, the quicker his blood surged, and thus the faster its effects would manifest. There was no time to pursue the serpent. Instead, he pressed his fingers together and hastily stimulated a pressure point on his thigh, channeling his internal energy in an attempt to expel the venom. Alas, the serpent was no ordinary creature but a formidable being of great cunning. Its venom far beyond the bodyguard's ability to counteract. Despite his efforts to seal the blood vessels in his leg, his calf darkened visibly and swelled at an alarming rate, the blackness creeping upward toward his thigh. Gritting his teeth, his palms sharpened into blades, he contemplated severing his own leg. Yet, at the critical moment, he could not bring himself to do it. Desperately, he resisted the invasion of poison while crying out in agony, "Lu Sha, I've been poisoned. Quickly kill it and come help me purge the venom." Alone, he lacked the strength to combat the serpent's toxin. Yet, with Lu Sha, a triple martial artist, there was a glimmer of hope. Unable to commit to self-mutilation, he relied on his companion to dispatch Yao Lie and lend him assistance. Sadly for Lu Sha, he had already battered Yao Lie severely, rendering him on the brink of collapse. Yet Yao Lie persisted stubbornly, preventing Lu Sha from disengaging. "Beware behind you." The poisoned bodyguard's eyes widened in terror as he shouted. Unbeknownst to him, that very cry sealed Lu Sha's fate as well as his own. The ghostly tiger's frightful tactics, though cliché, proved effective time and again. Hearing his comrade's alarm, Lu Sha swiftly repelled Yao Lie with a powerful palm strike, only to turn and face a sight that nearly robbed him of his senses. A ferocious tiger, towering to shoulder height, was lunging toward him, jaws agape in a bloodthirsty snarl. Ordinary tigers typically measure around 90 centimeters in height, considered impressively large when reaching waist level. The ghostly tiger, in life, stood over 1 meter tall. A creature nearly twice the size of its common counterpart. Transformed into a ghostly apparition, it could even augment its size further, resembling a mature rhinoceros, accompanied by a fierce predatory stance and an overwhelming aura of dominance. It was enough to stun even a seasoned triple martial artist like Lu Shi. In that instant, Lu Sha succumbed to a daze, unable to reverse his gaze as he involuntarily lunged forward. Unbeknownst to him, a toad had unexpectedly leapt forth, its 4 limbs clinging tightly to an iron ring embedded in the ground. Its large eyes reflected a bitter hue, although it had absorbed Yao Lie's demonic energy and consumed a revitalizing pill. The healing process was insufficiently advanced. Yet, it dared not defy Yao Lie's command and, with a resigned close of its eyes, it extended its tongue with lightning speed, ensnaring Lu Sha's ankle, focused entirely on the ghostly tiger. Lu Sha was unprepared for the sudden assault of the resilient toad, which clung fiercely to his legs. He stumbled 2 or 3 meters. The toad's tongue tightened around him, and had it not been for its 4 limbs grasping the iron ring, Lu Sha's much larger frame would have whisked the toad away. Off balance, Lu Sha, seeing the tiger continue its pursuit, had no choice but to roll onto the ground, landing at Yao Lie's feet, whom he had previously forced back. The great white snake swiftly approached, but its assistance was no longer required. Yao Lie seized the opportunity, enduring excruciating pain as he produced an ancient green tortoise, swinging it forcefully toward Lu Sha's forehead. With a resounding thud, the tortoise's shell made contact with Lu Sha's skull. Inevitably, Lu Sha's head, far from being as sturdy as the tortoise's shell, succumbed to the blow, resulting in a gruesome rupture akin to a watermelon splattering on concrete. Brain matter splattered everywhere. The black-clad bodyguard, having been bitten by the great white snake, beheld Yao Lie approaching with the grisly weapon, stained with blood and brain matter, his eyes widening in a mix of dread and despair. Now half his body paralyzed and immobile, he stood no chance against Yao Lie. With a bitter smile, he relinquished his struggle against the poison, and within moments, his face turned a sickly gray as he collapsed to the ground. Succumbing to the venom in scarcely 2 minutes, the great white snake had poisoned a triple martial artist, the potency of its venom chilling Yao Lie's heart as he resolved to exercise caution against it in the future, lest he unwittingly suffer a similar fate. The ancient tortoise remained blissfully asleep, likely unaware that it had been wielded as an instrument of death. Yao Lie discarded it onto the ground, leaping atop the car's hood to retrieve Zhang Shui. Upon hearing a muffled sound, he turned to discover that Bao had not yet perished. He was struggling to sit up. The effects of the demon speak technique had worn off, leaving Bao's eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing Yao Lie's grim visage, his fear intensified, his voice weak as if on the brink of death. "Please, don't kill me, I beg you. I realize my mistakes. I swear I will never seek revenge on you." Yao Lie gently turned Zhang Shui's face away from the sight of the pitiable Bao, coldly regarding him. It is too late to say that now. He remained uncertain whether Bao truly feared him, but he was resolute in denying him any further chances. The deaths of 2 bodyguards were a certainty, and Bao's demise would follow suit. Regardless, the ancient tortoise had consumed members of the O family. Yao Lie understood that any hope for reconciliation had vanished. He was not one to initiate conflict, yet he would not shy away from it either. Seeing the ice-cold, merciless gaze of Yao Lie, Bao trembled, his voice rising in desperation. "Don't kill me. I can offer you money." "Please, you cannot kill me, and my father is the second master of the O family. He will surely—" Before he could finish his sentence, it was abruptly cut off as Yao Lie twisted his hands, snapping Bao's neck in one swift motion. Had Bao foreseen that Yao Lie was not merely an insignificant insect to be trampled upon, but rather a ferocious tiger, he would have never dared provoke him. The 10 billion assets of the Zhongbao Group were hardly worth incurring the wrath of such a formidable individual. Alas, there are no remedies for regret. The once mighty Bao, feared throughout Sanlong City, met his silent end within a desolate warehouse. Neither Yao Lie nor Zhang Shui, nor the great white snake, noticed that the ancient tortoise, discarded upon the ground, slowly extended its head, revealing a glimmer of clarity in its eyes before they dulled once more. It muttered in a daze, "What transpired? How did I end up here? Is there food?" Sniffing the air, it did not await Yao Lie's response, but instead unleashed a plume of white mist that enveloped the poisoned bodyguard. Entirely unperturbed by the lingering toxins within him, in mere moments, he was transformed into a sanguine mist, absorbed into the tortoise's belly, just as Bao and the deceased Lu Sha would also meet the same fate. However, the bloodstains and remnants of battle were unlikely to be erased. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Lie retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. "No worries, you should vacate the warehouse immediately. I will send someone to tidy up," Lin Feng replied solemnly before ending the call. He then turned to Lin Kuang with a smile, saying, "Uncle Lin, Yao Lie has killed Bao. It seems there will be no chance for reconciliation with the O family." To his surprise, Lin Kuang pondered for a moment before shaking his head, replying nonchalantly, "You do not comprehend O Yanjing. He is an exceptional figure within the O family, solely focused on strengthening its power. Bao is inconsequential. Merely an ordinary person without martial roots, and without the backing of O Yanhai, he is viewed as nothing more than a dog. If he must be sacrificed, so be it. If the sacrifice holds value, be it Bao or even O Yanhai, I doubt O Yanzhang would even flinch. Indeed, the current circumstances are exceedingly favorable for our Lin family. The greater the enmity between Yao Lie and the O family, the more difficult it becomes for them to sever ties with the assistance of our Lin family." Chapter 68. The dust settles. O Yanhai received the news and hurried to the warehouse at Duanlong River Dock. Upon arrival, he was taken aback, nearly losing his footing. The warehouse appeared unremarkable, save for a faint fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the AI art. As the second head of the O family, Yanhai was well aware that this was the distinctive scent left by blood-dissolving powder after a violent confrontation. In battles among practitioners of ancient martial arts, it is customary to dispatch specialized personnel to cleanse the scene, minimizing the risk of drawing external attention. Blood-dissolving powder is indispensable for this purpose. The O family possessed a dedicated team of over 50 individuals for such tasks. Some formidable yet numerically sparse martial clans or sects could solicit assistance from nearby ancient martial families for cleanup, or even request aid from official authorities for cover-up. Blood-dissolving powder can convert blood into clear water, and its unique aroma can erase any lingering scent traces, eluding even the keen noses of police dogs, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to ascertain what had transpired. However, Yanhai could clearly discern that a fierce battle had occurred in this location, evidenced by the use of blood-dissolving powder, indicating that someone had been injured or even killed here. From the methods of cleanup, Yanhai recognized the handiwork of the Lin family from Jiangdu. If the Lin family had intervened, his son Debao and the two third-tier martial artists would undoubtedly be unable to withstand them. Yanhai's sole hope now rested on the possibility that the Lin family would hesitate to act decisively against Debao due to their apprehension of the O family's influence. "Let us depart." Yanhai's voice, hoarse and aged, commanded the few martial artists accompanying him. Although the O family was not as powerful as the Lin family, this was merely in terms of high-tier martial prowess. The Lin family had a third-tier martial sovereign and a second-tier martial sovereign, while the O family's only martial sovereign was its venerable ancestor, Wentian, who was also a second-tier. However, this precisely illustrated the strength of the O family's middle-tier forces, which surpassed that of the Lin family, allowing them to compete closely on the martial rankings. The core martial artists of the O family numbered over 40, with a significant presence of external martial practitioners as well. Despite not being the family head, Yanhai's status as a sixth-tier martial artist and his position as the second head of the family afforded him substantial authority to mobilize considerable resources. A command was dispatched, prompting swift action from the underworld of Sanlong City. With intelligence flooding back to Yanhai from all corners, including images of Debao having Tsang Shui kidnapped and forcibly placed into a vehicle en route to the dock warehouse. The bulletproof Land Rover, submerged in the Duanlong River by the Lin family, was also hoisted up, revealing the extent of the O family's hidden influence in Sanlong City. Even the authorities could not match the O family's capabilities. It was no wonder that Du Qingxi, the number one in the municipal committee, struggled to make headway without the cooperation of the O family, ultimately leading to his silence. Unfortunately, no matter how diligently Yanhai investigated, he could not locate the whereabouts of Debao and his two bodyguards. The only plausible explanation was that the Lin family had secretly taken the trio away, possibly even out of Sanlong City. Without the Lin family's vast influence to provide cover, it was inconceivable for Yanhai's men to track down the whereabouts of Debao and the others. In desperation, Yanhai had no choice but to personally contact Lin Feng. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to uncover the whereabouts of Debao, alive or dead. Although Lin Feng was not in a position to negotiate with him, the Lin family was unaware of Lin Kuang's call, and within Sanlong City, it appeared that Lin Feng, a younger generation member, held the sway. In truth, Lin Feng also had no knowledge of where Debao and the others had gone, believing that Yao Lie had disposed of them in the Duanlong River. When the Lin family arrived at the dock warehouse, they found only a pool of blood and a Land Rover stained crimson, with no sign of Debao and his companions. Thus, Lin Feng could not provide Yanhai with an answer. In his frustration, Yanhai hung up the phone, leaving Lin Feng to smile wryly. He realized that the Lin family had no choice but to confront the situation. Tsang Shui's complexion remained pale, still reeling from the upheaval. This was an event she would never forget. Kidnapped by the notorious Debao, her only thought was of death, as she well understood that falling into his hands would be a fate worse than death. Furthermore, she was consumed by regret for involving Yao Lie. Debao had not harmed her but had brazenly informed her that he would wait for Yao Lie to arrive, so she could witness Yao Lie being brutally murdered. Tsang Shui was uncertain whether Yao Lie would come. Unlike the last time when he stormed the nightclub in a fit of rage, he was now acutely aware of the true power of the O family. Even if the provincial capital had joined forces to deal with Debao, it would not deter the O family's terror. Rationally, she hoped Yao Lie would not come, yet her heart was torn with conflicting desires for him to arrive. yearning for him to care for her and take risks on her behalf. When Yao Lie eventually came, her heart ached and her eyes moistened, unable to suppress her thoughts of calling him a fool if he truly came. He ought to have brought the police along. Zhang Shui could hardly fathom what would transpire next. This was a world she had never encountered before. The sheer brutality of human flesh and bone. Striking at speeds close to the sound barrier, bending steel columns as thick as a man's arm, lifting hundreds of pounds of iron balls. These feats surpassed everything she had known about human limits. Even record-breaking Olympic athletes could not compare. Yao Lie, seemingly carefree and a bit foolish, was, in fact, a remarkably honest young man who possessed equally terrifying strength. The appearances of giant snakes, toads, and enormous tigers, along with the terrifying tortoise that emitted white mist to dissolve corpses, left her utterly speechless. However, being a clever girl, after Yao Lie saved her, he instructed her not to disclose what had occurred. Thus, she refrained from speaking or asking questions. Yao Lie had risked his life to come for her, and she witnessed the brutality and intensity of the battle. Any misstep could alter the course of events entirely. What more could she doubt about him? Though Zhang Shui did not voice her thoughts. She was keenly aware that she could never expel Yao Lie's image from her heart. A strong woman could only be conquered by an even stronger man. Seeing Zhang Shui still in a state of panic, her face ashen and unable to calm down, Yao Lie felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He did not understand why, but he simply could not bear to see her in such distress. In truth, Zhang Shui's peril stemmed entirely from his association with the Lin family. Had Meng Yishan and Governor Su intervened, the O family would have abandoned their attempt to swallow Zhongbao Group. Allowing Zhang Shui to extricate herself from this predicament, no matter how reckless O Debao was, he would not risk offending Meng Yishan and Su Dinghai by targeting Zhang Shui and Zhongbao Group. Had it not been for his and Lin Feng's design to imprison O Debao and maliciously acquire his Jiada trading group, O Debao would never have resorted to such extreme measures against Zhang Shui. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Feng, who had just hung up the phone. "Did you hear from the O family?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Indeed. Do not concern yourself with him. By the way, what are your plans for the future?" Yao Lie pondered for a moment. What plans could I possibly have? I shall take each step as it comes. However, he continued, turning to Zhang Shui, "Shui, you should not remain here any longer. It would be wise for you to go to the southern province for a time." Lin Kuang, who had been silent and cold, suddenly interjected, "In truth, it matters little whether she goes to the southern province or not. O Debao's actions against Miss Song can be attributed to her investment in acquiring Jiada Trading Group, which is a personal grievance between them. Others would find it difficult to hold the O family accountable. If O Yanhai were to act, it would be a blatant violation of the ancient martial world's rules. And O Yanzheng would never allow him to do so." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and added, "What worries me is that O Yanhai may use others to threaten Miss Song."